My name is Lu Jingshan, once the notorious gang leader of Ducheng High School. In February 2025, after being sentenced to life imprisonment in prison, I actually reincarnated back to Class 7 during my senior year of high school exam preparation. Class 7 was the notorious young master's class of Ducheng High School. In my past life, I flaunted my family's wealth and acted lawlessly, which ultimately led to my family's downfall. After being reborn, I found a translucent blue screen appearing before my eyes, the ultimate academic genius system. The system prompts that recharging 10,000 yuan will grant you a learning skill. I silently thought recharge and immediately obtained the super lecturer skill, which granted me simplicity, the ability to make knowledge easy to understand. Insight, while preparing lessons, learning ability and comprehension significantly improve. Memory, possessing an extraordinary memory, able to retain book contents at a glance. I immediately tried the new skill, picking up my deskmate Shinyoe's math textbook and flipping through it quickly. My powerful memory allows me to read 10 lines at a glance, effortlessly comprehending and mastering the formulas and solutions in textbooks. Shin Yue was utterly astonished to see a school bully like me actually reading a book. I quickly finished reading the book, then proactively helped her explain a challenging problem involving derivatives and functions. Solving problems? You? Shin Yue completely didn't believe it. I picked up the pen and meticulously explained the problem's approach, derivation process, and final answer. Shin Yue listened with growing enlightenment, feeling utterly shocked and exhilarated. Oh my god, Lu Jingshan, how on earth did you manage to do that? She looked at me curiously. At this moment, the system prompts, gained +1 admiration point from Shin Yue, which grants a random draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? I choose yes. Congratulations, you've obtained mathematics mastery. Chapter 2, Brotherhood or Gold? The math teacher entered the classroom, but the noisy atmosphere in Class 7 showed no signs of calming down. I shouted loudly, shut the hell up, all of you. Pay attention in class. My unusual behavior drew sidelong glances and mocking laughter from my classmates. The class bully Ji Long from Class 7 confronted me. Lu Jingshan, what the hell's gotten into you today? Still thinking about getting all the brothers into college together? I declare, starting today, I, Lu Jingshan, am washing my hands of this life and leading my brothers onto the straight and narrow path. Getting into college. The classroom immediately erupted in laughter. In their eyes, this was simply an impossible task to achieve. Ji Long pointed at the math problem the teacher had just written on the blackboard and challenged me. If you were so damn good, why would you even be in our Class 7? Go ahead and tell everyone what that math problem is if you dare. Shin Yue worriedly pulled at me, but I softly reassured her, trust me. With my expertise in mathematics, I am brimming with confidence. I glanced at the blackboard, smirked disdainfully, and said to everyone, haven't you noticed? That question is wrong. The math teacher laughed by the door, thinking how dare a slacker like me question him. He taunted, oh? Then tell me, where was I wrong? Come up here and explain to everyone. I walked onto the podium and said to the math teacher, Xiao Wang, watch closely. I erased all the numbers and began writing, replacing his incorrect solution with the proper problem-solving steps. I stared directly at him and demanded, you used the right formula, but you were too careless, the intermediate variables and derivatives were all wrong. Is this how you conduct yourself as a teacher? Xiao Wang. The crowd below assumed I was just showing off except for Shin Yue, who was utterly stunned by my theoretical and computational skills. Just as the crowd was questioning me, the math teacher spoke up under their shocked gazes. Lu Jingshan's solution is entirely correct. It was I who made the mistake earlier, and I apologize to everyone here. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Oh my god, isn't he supposed to be a lousy student? The former jeers had vanished. Ji Long completely didn't believe it, thinking I must have just gotten lucky by sheer chance. I could feel everyone's gasps and burning gazes as the system's worship points kept rolling in. I realized none of you actually understood this high school freshman level problem, so I decided to seize the opportunity to earn admiration points by guiding everyone through it together. Seems like nobody grasped it, so let me explain this problem to ensure everyone can comprehend and master it, achieving instant solution recognition. Chapter 3, The Realm of the Gods. Over the next 30 minutes, Lu Jingshan fully demonstrated what divine power truly meant. Class 7, usually filled with noisy chatter, was now eerily quiet, with only Lu Jingshan's voice explaining the problem. Even those who usually dozed off during lectures now stared at Lu Jingshan without a trace of sleepiness. Can't grasp it? Don't understand? No worries, Lu Jingshan will explain it for you. Problems involving advanced recursive sequences like this may look daunting and are indeed complex. But if you follow my method, I guarantee you'll master it. The students in Class 7 had very weak foundations. Most of them couldn't even recall their middle school knowledge, let alone high school material. Therefore, Lu Jingshan started from the very beginning elementary school, then middle school, and finally high school, cramming them with knowledge from all three levels. The students of Class 7 were stunned. What kind of experience was this? In past math classes, the mere mention of numbers would send them nodding off. Yet now, they listened with rapt attention, absorbing the knowledge and even pondering it further. Lu Jingshan even reinforced their foundational knowledge, enabling them to grasp problem types clearly and develop basic cognitive processing skills, making learning far more accessible. Even the troublemakers who had given up on themselves listened with unprecedented focus. Lu Jingshan's explanations seemed almost magical, their minds never having felt so clear. Those who had previously mocked Lu Jingshan now thought only one thing: Lu Jingshan, the eternal legend. Words failed them, shocked, stunned, utterly and completely blown away. The math teacher beside them was utterly dumbfounded. Class 7, once deemed beyond redemption and a teaching no-go zone, was now completely silent. Not a single student was sleeping. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the blackboard, diligently taking notes. This was a scene he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams, a scene that had never before appeared in Class 7. Once the targets of ridicule and contempt, the very symbol of bad in the eyes of the good students, they had now transformed completely. They were studying and not just any subject, but advanced material. He had to admit, Lu Jingshan was truly exceptional at explaining problems. Even as a teacher, listening to Lu Jingshan's lesson gave him a profound sense of clarity, deepening his own understanding of advanced recursion. Advanced recursion was notoriously difficult even in high school, often appearing as the final problem on college entrance exams. Yet under Lu Jingshan's guidance, it seemed as straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2. He lost track of time. The bell rang, snapping the students out of their trance as Lu Jingshan finished his final stroke, completing the solution. Class 7 fell into an eerie silence, so profound you could hear a pin drop. Every heart was filled to the brim with profound awe. Just as the class was frozen in utter speechlessness, a clap broke the silence. Xin Yuwei was the first to react, though she too was too stunned for words and could only clap in response. Xin Yuwei's mind was now utterly consumed by astonishment. She had never imagined Lu Jingshan could be this formidable. Had he been holding back all alone? Where there was a leader, followers would emerge. 1, 2, 5. The applause grew louder and more numerous. Some even stood up, clapping with such fervor they were nearly overcome. Some even burst into tears on the spot. My mom said I had no talent for studying and didn't want me to go to school. Now I can finally understand the lessons. Me too. My family never believed in me. They looked down on me every day after I got into Class 7. My sister even mocked me constantly. But now, I can study too. Class 7 was the class no one believed in. Once you ended up there, it was assumed you were destined to fail academically. In high school, where academic performance dictates social standing, they were looked down upon by the top students, synonymous with ignorance, and the very people everyone shunned. Yet now, they discovered they could learn and learn quickly. Students who had given up on themselves realized they could grasp math concepts they'd fallen behind on for 6 years. Just as excitement filled the room, an untimely voice cut through the air. So what if you figured out this one problem? Lu Jingshan, do you think explaining a problem or two will save everyone? Are you trying to be some savior, everyone's hero? Besides, Lu Jingshan, you probably only know 1 or 2 problems. What else could you possibly teach us? And in 3 months, the college entrance exams will be over. Everything will be finished then, and we'll still be screwed. Might as well enjoy ourselves while we still have some time left. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. It was Ji Long. At that moment, Ji Long was slumped back in his chair with his head tilted up, looking utterly disinterested. But only he knew the turmoil churning inside. Had he heard what was said? Absolutely. He heard it all, and it had sent shockwaves through his mind. At the same time, he looked down on Lu Jingshan's actions. In his view, studying was utterly useless. He'd rather stick around school until graduation and then hit the streets with his brothers to make it big. He planned to leverage his connections from school to carve out his own path in the world. Society valued personal relationships nothing like those bookworms who only knew how to study. As Ji Long watched Lu Jingshan standing on the stage now, he had never felt such a sense of unfamiliarity toward the man. Though they belonged to rival gangs, they were classmates who crossed paths daily, old acquaintances on opposing sides. Watching Lu Jingshan radiate brilliance on stage, Ji Long felt a momentary daze. Simultaneously, a profound sense of imbalance and deep betrayal washed over him. Everyone else was perfectly mediocre. Why was Lu Jingshan so exceptional? Why was he the one standing before everyone, basking in their admiration? Why study? What good was learning? They'd all been happily counting down the months until graduation. Yeah, even if we could study now, what good would it do? The college entrance exams are just around the corner, we'd never have enough time. Guided by Ji Long's words, despair began to spread once more. The math teacher couldn't help but wear a look of regret. As an educator, he naturally hoped his students would go far and succeed. But, as they said, it was all too late. It was impossible to achieve. The glimmer of hope only deepened their despair. Just then, a slight man in the front row stood up. I think we can try. How will we know unless we try? He wore a slightly worn blue and white school uniform, cheap glasses, and had a thick stack of books on his desk. His notebook was filled with his handwriting. He belonged to that group in the class, those from struggling families who yearned to study but lacked natural aptitude. They knew deeply that education was their only path forward, yet without natural aptitude, progress remained elusive no matter how hard they studied. They had once despaired, but Lu Jingshan's appearance now offered them hope. They didn't want to miss this chance, they wanted to seize it. His words stirred a whirlwind of excitement, and more people stepped forward. Exactly. How can we know the outcome without trying? What if we actually succeed? Are we just going to give up? Are you all willing to accept this? Being called the dregs of society, the scum, hopeless good-for-nothings? Don't you want to prove them wrong? Exactly. How can we know without trying? Lu Jingshan speaks so convincingly. If he's willing, and we put in the effort, I believe we can make it happen. But you said it yourself, it requires Lu Jingshan's willingness. The question is he willing? Another bucket of cold water was dumped over the group. All eyes turned once more to Lu Jingshan at the podium. This time, their gazes held a glimmer of hope, a hint of pleading, a touch of desperate longing. Even Xin Yue shared that look. She yearned to learn, but lacked the talent. Now, only Lu Jingshan could make it happen. Lu Jingshan smiled faintly, offering no refusal. Indeed, he had no desire to refuse. Nodding gently, he replied, I have no objection, of course. The question is, do you wish to learn? If you do, I am willing to teach. In that moment, Lu Jingshan radiated charisma. Voices rose in unison, accompanied by the simultaneous chime of system notifications. The voices of willingness were laced with admiration points. Gained Xin Yue's admiration points +1. Gained admiration point +1. Gained admiration points +1. Chapter 4, Unseen Gaze. Time slipped away, the bell tolling countless times. The crowd grew increasingly entranced and reverent with each note, generating an endless stream of admiration points. Seeing others' notebooks filled with writing, those students who had torn pages to make paper airplanes now wished they could slap their past selves. This atmosphere persisted until someone raised their hand and called out, report, finally breaking the silence in Class 7. Mr. Lu. I need to use the restroom, the boy murmured sheepishly. He desperately wanted to stay and listen, but nature called. Nature calls, and Lu Jingshan waved him out with a dismissive gesture. Just then, the bell rang. Lu Jingshan glanced at the clock and realized he'd taught 2 consecutive periods without noticing, erasing the blackboard countless times. Since class is over, those needing to use the restroom should go. Others can take a break. If you're hungry, head downstairs to buy bread or order takeout. Maintaining a good learning mindset is also very important. Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, the students snapped out of their daze, suddenly realizing they had ample supplies. They rose and hurried toward the restrooms outside. On their way, they returned to the classroom to grab the notebooks they had just filled with notes. Most students' notebooks had been completely blank and brand new, but now they were filled with ink and writing. The math teacher, who had been listening quietly nearby, snapped back to attention. Seeing the transformed classroom, he couldn't help but marvel once more. When had Class 7 ever been like this before? Probably only Lu Jingshan himself could achieve such a feat. Watching the students of Class 7 leave, the math teacher felt both awe and relief. These children had hope now. The students of Class 7 were now completely fired up about learning. Even on their way to the restroom, they couldn't stop discussing the math problem they'd just tackled. What do you think? Wouldn't it be better to solve that problem using quadratic function properties? No. That would be too complicated. The solution process needs to be simple and straightforward. We should use Veit's formulas instead. I don't quite agree with either of those approaches. I'd lean toward using the derivative analysis method for that problem, it's more comprehensive. Class 7 appeared in groups along the hallway, still debating the best approach to solving problems. This left students from other classes passing by utterly stunned. As it was break time, everyone was heading toward the restrooms when they made a startling discovery. The hallway was packed with students from Class 7. Who were they? The troublemakers, the class with the worst grades in the entire grade, the most looked down upon. Would those kids even discuss academics? The very thought was laughable. Yet right now, they witnessed it with their own eyes, the entire hallway packed with Class 7 students, notebooks in hand, discussing academics with others. Some were even doing mental arithmetic. Their first thought was that these academic failures had lost their minds. How could they possibly be discussing studies? Shouldn't they be debating which ghost fire scooter was cooler or which nightclub offered cheaper deals? But as they passed by and overheard the topic's methods for analyzing quadratic functions, Veit's formulas, derivative analysis, they were stunned. These were textbook formulas for solving functions. Some even saw the contents of the Class 7 students' notebooks and felt their scalps tingle with shock. A whole page filled with verification steps. For a moment, he doubted his own eyes. He looked again and again. No mistake. They were indeed mathematical formulas. Cross-referencing the math problems in their notebooks, he made the terrifying discovery: their calculations were correct. And even the problems they solved mentally, the reasoning was sound, the process was sound, the answers were sound. Something was terribly wrong. Class 7 had undergone a seismic shift. In an instant, students from other classes lost their composure, rushing back to relay the news. You won't believe what I just witnessed. The kids in class 7? They're actually reading books. They're actually doing math problems. Hearing the news he brought back, classmates exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Don't be ridiculous. Class 7? Studying? No way. You're saying those troublemakers in class 7 started studying math? You're not even laughing when you say that. How could that be? No matter what he said, no one was willing to believe him that a bunch of academic underachievers would actually study. Who'd want to teach in a place like that? Teachers avoided like the plague. Hey, I actually know one teacher who's willing. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Donghua. He's the oldest teacher at our school. I heard he's retiring after this class. It's such a waste. Such a great teacher assigned to that class. I have no idea what the principal was thinking. You gotta hand it to Lu Donghua, he's genuinely dedicated. Last time I saw him, he was chasing kids out of an internet cafe and even paid their bills. And get this. When class 7 got into a fight, he stormed in alone, dragged the kids out one by one to apologize, and even paid out of his own pocket to take them to the hospital. Do you think he deserves this? Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan, now free during the break, gazed at the classroom as memories flooded back. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Guodong, affectionately called old class because he really was old. But old class was genuinely kind to them, apologizing on their behalf after fights, buying medicine for them, and doing everything in his power to keep them on the right path during his tenure. In his previous life, after he went to prison, old class was one of the few people besides his parents who came to visit him. He brought homemade dumplings, never shunning him for his prison sentence or anyone, for that matter. Lu Jingshan still remembered how much old class teacher had said that day. He never considered them bad kids. You just took a wrong turn. As your homeroom teacher, I truly wanted to guide you onto the right path. It's my failure I didn't teach you well enough. If I had tried harder, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way for you. Through the iron bars, the old teacher wept. A man nearing 70 years old cried right there in front of Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan understood the depth of the old teacher's expectations and affection for them. A 60-year-old man, running himself ragged, exhausting every possible method, all just to get them to turn back. This emotion touched Lu Jingshan. Glancing at the time, he knew the old homeroom teacher would be arriving soon. Just then, the math teacher approached. Gone was the earlier disdain. A hint of respect now flickered in his eyes as he smiled at Lu Jingshan and said, Lu Jingshan, there's an Olympiad math competition next week. I have a spot available. Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 5, The Principal's Skepticism. Looking at the math competition registration form handed to him, Lu Jingshan thought for a moment but didn't refuse. Instead, he asked, Mr. Wang, how many spots do you have left? I'd like more students from class 7 to participate. At Capital High School, spots for the Olympiad competition were allocated through a recommendation system, with each math teacher assigned a certain number of slots. But the number of spots each teacher had varied. What are you thinking? I only have one spot left. Just tell me if you want it or not. I'll take it. Without hesitation, Lu Jingshan accepted immediately. Even a small opportunity was better than none. Hearing Lu Jingshan's agreement, he let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with a mix of emotion and relief. Who would have thought? The former gang leader, one of the sources of chaos in class 7, someone he deemed utterly devoid of academic talent, destined never to engage with studies, had suddenly delivered such a stunning performance today. Recalling Lu Jingshan's lecture, he realized that despite still being a student himself, Lu had taught far better than those veteran senior teachers. Even he had been completely captivated. For a teacher to gain so much from a student's lecture, could this truly be expected of an ordinary student? Regardless of Lu Jingshan's past, today he delivered a tremendous surprise and ignited immense hope within him. Lu Jingshan, you must cherish this opportunity. If you excel in the math competition, you can get into university and leave class 7. Since you have a talent for learning, don't waste it here. Ever since witnessing Lu Jingshan's abilities, he'd harbored the desire to help him escape class 7 and gain admission to university. As for Lu Jingshan's earlier claim about leading everyone in studying together, he dismissed it as nothing more than a joke between close friends. Their academic foundations were already weak. Even with Lu Jingshan tutoring them, how much progress could they realistically make? The college entrance exams were less than 3 months away, and they were in a province where those exams carried immense weight. The pressure was immense. Considering all these factors, he didn't believe Lu Jingshan possessed the ability to defy fate and change their destiny for class 7. But unexpectedly, Lu Jingshan shook his head and refused. I'm going to the math Olympiad, but I won't go alone. I promised to get everyone into college, and I intend to keep that promise. Class 7 was the abandoned class. Here, everyone was looked down upon. To lead class 7 to rise up, he had to show everyone that class 7 would change from this day forward. The math Olympiad was the perfect vehicle. If he won first place and brought the news back to the class, everyone would know class 7 was no slouch. Learning begins with cultivating the mind. This approach would greatly boost morale, enabling everyone to study more effectively. Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, the math teacher was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He simply felt the boy was too young. Leading an entire class was no easy feat. Still, at least the boy had agreed to compete in the Olympiad. If he secured a top 5 finish, he could secure admission to a decent university. After witnessing Lu Jingshan's teaching, the teacher believed he possessed the capability. Yet Lu insisted on grinding it out with class 7. The math teacher knew full well that trying to lift this bunch of kids out of their rut was nothing short of wishful thinking. Even after witnessing Lu Jingshan's astonishing performance, he held no hope. But seeing Lu Jingshan's confident expression, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Tomorrow was the mock exam. He'd see just how much progress these students could make. He could only hope that after experiencing the harsh reality of the situation, the boy would come to his senses. Tomorrow is the mock exam. You'll see just how much progress these kids can make. Alright, I'll go register the roster for you. You'll still be teaching the next 2 periods. With that, the class bell rang, and the math teacher walked straight out. Just then, someone approached. Lu Jingshan, I'm stuck on this problem. Could you maybe? The speaker was the same slender boy from the front row who had stood up earlier to encourage everyone to try learning. Lu Jingshan froze upon seeing him, then realized who it was. Gu Changsheng, a minor figure in the class. In his limited memories, Gu was always the quiet type, buried in his work. His reclusive, soft-spoken nature had made him a target for bullying. Gu Changsheng came from a poor family, and his only way out was through academics. But studying in the toxic environment of Class 7 was incredibly difficult, pushing him to the brink of despair until Lu Jingshan appeared today. That earth-shattering lecture had given him hope. He knew that if he didn't seize the chance with Lu Jingshan now, his life might remain stuck in this rut forever. So he overcame his long-standing fear of Lu Jingshan and approached him with his book in hand. Looking at the problem, Gu Changsheng brought a basic function-solving question. A sudden flash of insight sparked an idea in his mind. In math exams, problem-solving questions accounted for the bulk of the score distribution. This meant that if he could teach everyone how to solve problems effectively, when facing math problems in the future, they could reliably secure at least 60 points. This would also increase their chances of scoring well on multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. Tomorrow was the mock exam. Results were the best morale booster. As long as he gave everyone a glimmer of hope, everything else would fall into place. He eagerly returned the textbook to Gu Changsheng, adding a quick thanks. The class bell had already rung, and everyone returned to the classroom. The previously absent rustling of pages now rose in unison, filling the air with a new scholarly fragrance. Except for a few still asleep, like Ji Long. Ji Long was now sprawled face down on his desk, fast asleep, along with his few underlings. Lu Jingshan glanced over, walked up, and tapped the desk. Wake up, class is starting. If you're tired, I'll buy you coffee. He believed a class should reflect its leader internally. He didn't demand Ji Long pay attention, but he didn't want his sleeping to disturb others. Mainly because they tended to talk in their sleep, and a sudden loud shout could scare someone to death. Ji Long was notorious in class for his morning grouchiness. No one would ever dare wake him while he slept except Lu Jingshan. Ji Long's temper flared the moment he was roused. Slamming his fist on the desk, he leapt to his feet, eyes blazing as he lunged toward Lu Jingshan, ready to throw a punch. But the moment he recognized Lu Jingshan, Ji Long's fist froze. In this classroom, you could pick a fight with anyone except Lu Jingshan and that one girl. Hey, Ji Long, if you really go through with this, I'll respect you as a real man. The voice belonged to that girl. Her hands were covered in tattoos, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and she held a deck of cards. Want to play 3 of a kind? Seeing no immediate response, the girl impatiently added, if you're not going to hit him, then put it down. What's the big deal? Ji Long stared intently at Lu Jingshan, his fist suspended mid-air. Both were leaders. Landing that punch would spell trouble. In the end, Ji Long held back, shoving Lu Jingshan away. I won't hit you, but don't bother me either. You do your teacher thing, I'll do mine. Got it? Lu Jingshan didn't respond. My demands are simple. Just make sure you and your people follow classroom rules. With that, Lu Jingshan returned to the podium and addressed the crowd. I don't care what you were like before. But as long as I'm here, you listen to me. Got it? Anyone who disagrees can try me. Anything goes, street rules, underhanded tricks, whatever. I guarantee I can take down anyone. If you don't want me targeting you, just listen to me. Ji Long snorted in defiance, immediately catching Lu Jingshan's warning glare. Next, I'll teach you several formulas. With that, Lu Jingshan wrote several formulas on the blackboard. Common term formulas for sequences, chain rules, product rules, implicit function theorems, characteristic equations, Lagrange multiplier methods for extremum problems, undetermined coefficients, characteristic equations, symmetry analysis. Over a dozen formulas in total. Today, we'll conquer these formulas. Once you fully master them, you'll grasp problem-solving techniques more effectively. Now, everyone, listen carefully. Outside the classroom, an elderly man stood hesitant. At first glance, he even doubted he was in the right classroom. Looking up, he confirmed it was indeed Class 7. Inside, every seat was occupied. Gone was the usual clamor. Only Lu Jingshan's voice explaining problems and the soft scratch of pencils on paper filled the air. His mind was in turmoil. Watching this scene, he even doubted whether he was dreaming. Is this really Class 7? Chapter 6, Teacher, did you take bribes? Meanwhile, in the faculty office of the academic building, the dean of students glanced at the math teacher handing over the Olympiad registration form and noticed a name on the list. Mr. Wang, if I recall correctly, this Lu Jingshan is the gang leader from Class 7, right? Yes, that's him. The next moment, Mr. Wang, did you take money? The principal's tone was filled with suspicion as he confronted the math teacher. The remark drew the attention of other teachers in the office, who all turned to look. Principal, don't make unfounded accusations. How could I possibly take money? Then explain this form. What's Lu Jingshan doing here? Everyone in school knows what kind of person he is. You let someone like him enter the competition and claim you didn't take money? Hearing this, the crowd began to accuse the math teacher of lacking professional ethics, questioning how he could do such a thing for money. Principal, believe me. I gave Lu Jingshan the spot for a reason. He has the ability. Seeing no one believed him, the math teacher proceeded to recount everything Lu Jingshan had just done in Class 7, hoping this would convince everyone present. Principal, you must believe me. Lu Jingshan has truly reformed. His mathematical talent is no less than mine. Today in class, he even spotted an error in a problem I wrote at a glance. The math teacher explained to the crowd, hoping this would convince everyone present. But the next moment, he was met with even more unrestrained laughter. Could it be that Teacher Wan's skills aren't up to par? If even those students in Class 7 can spot the problem, I'm starting to question the quality of our school's faculty. Principal, Capital High is one of the top key high schools. Having a teacher like this on staff, couldn't it reflect poorly on us? Others dismissed Lu Jingshan's observation of the math teacher's problem as mere proof of the teacher's incompetence. Even the principal frowned, half convinced by the criticism. The math teacher looked on as the principal confronted him. Mr. Wang, you seem off today. How could you say such things? And Lu Jingshan spotted flaws in your problems and even provided the optimal solution? The principal looked at the math teacher with disappointment. Teacher Wang, it's time to evaluate your teaching quality. I suspect you no longer possess the competence to serve as a teacher at Capital High School. Meanwhile, other teachers in the office joined in the mockery. They simply couldn't believe a genius could emerge from a class like Class 7. Teacher Wang, you should reflect on yourself. How could you say something so absurd? Lu Jingshan showed you he has the ability? That's probably just money talking. Amidst the uproar, someone interjected. Exactly. You don't even bother to make up a convincing lie. Your professional ethics are truly deplorable, Teacher Wang. He was a low-level teacher to begin with. What professional ethics? Probably already assimilated by that bunch in Class 7. The barrage of criticism left the math teacher flushed with embarrassment. Being young and full of vigor, how could the math teacher not lose his temper under such a barrage of criticism? He looked at the principal and said, Principal, and all you teachers here, if you don't believe me, dare you come with me to see for yourselves? Seeing is believing. Before the principal could respond, the math teacher from Class 1 stood up, his tone dripping with contempt. I'll go see for myself. Class 7 is nothing but a bunch of hopeless students who can't be saved. Even if they graduate, they'll be a menace to society. Giving a competition spot to such a poor student is a complete waste and a disgrace to the school. Class 1 was the renowned elite class at Capital High, the school's flagship program. Its students were the paragons of excellence in everyone's eyes, and the math teacher of Class 1 carried a deep sense of pride. He despised underachievers who not only failed to excel but also led others astray. Hearing the math teacher mention Lu Jingshan filled him with such irritation that he insisted on going to see for himself. Just then, the dean of students rose and picked up the thermos sitting on his desk. In that case, let's all go to Class 7 together. Let's see what kind of genius our Class 7 has produced. In their eyes, a student's worth was measured solely by their grades. Class 7 consistently ranked last. To them, its students were nothing but uneducated troublemakers, not even worthy of their efforts to save. Except for one elderly colleague nearing retirement. As the two approached the door of Class 7, they encountered the homeroom teacher standing outside the classroom window, the one veteran educator still willing to save this group of students. Old Lu? You're still so punctual. At your age, you should be resting at home. These kids don't deserve all your hard work. Mid-sentence, the principal followed Lu Donghwa's gaze through the window into the classroom. Not a single student was sleeping. Not a single one was causing trouble. Almost everyone sat neatly in rows, staring at the blackboard and listening to the lesson. Something was off. Very off. Was this really Class 7? The mathematical reasoning echoing from the classroom confirmed it was a math class, but precisely because it was math that made it so unbelievable. After all, what kind of class was this? The scourge of Deuce City High School. If it weren't for the students' powerful connections, he would have expelled them long ago. And yet, this very class, which in his eyes was capable of every form of mischief and utterly incapable of quiet study, was now filled to capacity, every student listening attentively. Even Class 1's math teacher was slightly startled by the scene. Quiet, disciplined, studious, these were words he'd never imagined applying to class 7. But he didn't dwell on it. He assumed the classroom was showing a movie, otherwise, how could class 7 possibly be this quiet? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 6 empty seats at the back of the classroom, along with 1 vacant window seat. If he remembered correctly, those 2 seats belonged to Ji Long and Lu Jingshan, the 2 troublemakers of class 7. Their absence at this hour meant they'd likely skipped class for the internet cafe again, a habit they'd indulged in countless times before. His mind automatically jumped to that conclusion. Typical troublemakers' old habits die hard. He recalled what teacher Wang had said earlier about Lu Jingshan having a talent for math. He scoffed dismissively. It seemed clear now bribes had been paid. Then lies were spun about Lu Jingshan being absent for some reason, using time as a cover-up. The math teacher from class 1 felt his guess was almost certainly correct. With confidence, he deliberately remarked, "Principal, look, Lu Jingshan's seat is empty. He's probably skipped class to surf the web again. I told you, how could class 7 possibly have a math genius?" The principal listened to the math teacher from class 1 and found his reasoning plausible, nodding in agreement. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He never imagined Du City High School would harbor such a teacher who violated professional ethics, truly a disgrace to the school. Just then, Lu Donghua, who had been watching the classroom intently, pointed toward the podium and said, "Are you looking for Lu Jingshan? He's over there." Chapter 7, Seeds of Suspicion. Following Lu Donghua's gesture, the group looked in the indicated direction and witnessed a scene that left them utterly stunned. A blackboard filled with notes, and Lu Jingshan, the very person they were searching for, standing before it, lecturing students with the demeanor of a teacher. They had initially assumed the students in class 7 were watching a movie. How else could they be so quiet? But the truth was, they were all listening to a lecture, and the lecturer was none other than Lu Jingshan. Everyone froze. The math teacher from class 1 stared at the scene in utter disbelief. He hadn't skipped class after all. Staring at the blackboard covered in Lu Jingshan's handwritten notes, both the principal and the math teacher from class 1 were frozen in place. They even doubted their own eyes. Who was that? That was Lu Jingshan. Ask any random student at Capital High, and they tell you he wasn't cut out for academics. And now what were they witnessing? Lu Jingshan teaching, with every student in class 7 listening intently. In that moment, their worldviews seemed to shatter. It was as if they suddenly didn't recognize Lu Jingshan anymore. Something was off, dead wrong, completely and utterly wrong. Staring at the scene, they froze in place. As Lu Jingshan lectured, their astonishment deepened, their disbelief grew. Given a function, find the expression for its minimum value and discuss when k equals what value for the minimum to be 2. What formula should we use for this problem? Ah, right. It's the vertex formula. Lost in his earnest explanation, Lu Jingshan remained oblivious to the figures standing outside the window, their eyes fixed on the classroom. For convenience, he even hung the little bee on his waist, looking just like a teacher. What's going on? How could this be? Has Lu Jingshan changed his ways? Impossible. The math teacher of class 1 stared at Lu Jingshan in the classroom, sinking into deep doubt. If anyone doubted Lu Jingshan could study, he'd be the first to dismiss it. Seeing teacher Wang beside him wearing a smug look made his blood boil. Suddenly, an idea shot through his mind. Right. Teacher Wang must be in cahoots with Lu Jingshan, putting on an act. That Lu Jingshan had turned over a new leaf? He absolutely refused to believe it. Besides, Lu Jingshan came from a wealthy family. That small sum meant nothing to him, but for a lowly teacher, it could easily cover several months' salary. Once he accepted this theory, everything clicked into place. Why else would the rest of class 7 listen so intently? It couldn't be that an entire class had suddenly reformed, could it? It must be Lu Jingshan using his own force to make everyone behave like this. It must be. The class 1 teacher felt certain his guess was spot on, and for a moment, he felt incredibly clever. He sneered inwardly with utter contempt. Underachievers will be underachievers. There's nothing they won't stoop to, even scheming to bribe a teacher. Truly, you can't polish a turd. He thought to himself, as long as he reported this to the dean of students to expose the lie. Their capital high school was a prestigious institution locally. He couldn't tolerate teachers who violated professional ethics like this. Just then, Lu Jingshan caught sight of several figures outside the window staring intently at him. He paused, halting his lecture. The homeroom teacher had arrived. Seeing the old homeroom teacher appear, Lu Jingshan, reborn into this life, couldn't help but feel gratitude. He wouldn't have let everyone to progress otherwise. The care the old homeroom teacher had shown them back then was still vivid in his memory. Now, seeing him again, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. He quickly removed the little bee badge, opened the door, and stepped out. Seeing the old homeroom teacher again, Lu Jingshan's eyes filled with nostalgia. He recalled the past, vowing that if he could live another life, he would never let the tragic experiences of his previous life happen again. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan's departure allowed the entire class 7 to finally notice the figure outside the window. Hey! Isn't that our old homeroom teacher? When did he arrive? How come I didn't notice? And not just him, look, the dean of students and that teacher from class 1 are standing nearby too. Class teacher, I've missed you so much. Lu Jingshan opened the door and was about to give Lu Donghua an excited hug. But as Lu Jingshan charged toward him, Lu Donghua froze in place like a startled chick, utterly motionless. He was utterly bewildered. Everything he'd seen and heard today felt like a dream. When had Lu Jingshan ever treated him like this before? It was always, "Hey, old man. I'm going online. Don't mark me down, or I'll let the air out of your tires. I'm not doing homework. Who am I to do homework? I'm destined for greatness. How could these assignments compare? You're so annoying. Mind your own business. I don't need your concern." But this version of Lu Jingshan. Teacher, it's been ages. Caught in Lu Jingshan's embrace, Lu Donghua froze, unable to move. The scene left the principal and math teacher behind them utterly stunned. Could this really be the act of a gang leader? Xiao Wang, watching nearby, was equally stunned, jaw dropped. But having been forewarned by Lu Jingshan earlier, he quickly recovered and stepped in to smooth things over. "Ahem, Lu Jingshan, the principal needs to speak with you about something." Hearing the voice, Lu Jingshan released the old teacher and asked in confusion, "What do you need me to verify?" He turned to face the dean and the math teacher from class 1. After the math teacher explained, Lu Jingshan finally understood why the principal and this guy had come over. He didn't care for either of them. Frowning, he eyed them both hypocrites, both of them. And that math teacher from class 1, Wang Haihe, was notoriously prejudiced against them. In his past life's memories, this class 1 math teacher looked down on class 7 the most, constantly saying they were hopeless cases. Under Lu Jingshan's piercing gaze, the principal's heart began to race. The image of Lu Jingshan standing at the lectern felt like it had just happened. But the class 1 math teacher beside him sneered with disdain. Convinced he had figured out Lu Jingshan and his classmates' scheme, he declared with confidence. "Exactly, Lu Jingshan. We question whether you have the qualifications or the ability to earn a spot in the math Olympiad. I don't believe you have the ability at all. I even suspect your communication is just bribing teachers, and the problem you just explained was prearranged." Hearing the math teacher's absolute certainty, the dean began to doubt. A student who had always struggled suddenly becoming exceptionally smart and leading the entire class in studying it sounded impossible no matter how you looked at it. Lu Jingshan didn't argue back. Instead, he stared at the teacher and asked, "What would it take for you to believe me?" The tension between them thickened, the air crackling with palpable hostility. "Tomorrow there's a math mock exam. I'm the one setting the test. If you score above the class 1 average, I'll give you the spot." "I don't want it," Lu Jingshan shook his head in refusal. The stakes were too low, he wasn't after just one spot. But this act was interpreted as cowardice. "If you're afraid, then there's nothing more to discuss." Before he could finish, Lu Jingshan cut him off. "I'm raising the stakes. Tomorrow's math mock exam, if our class 7 average score exceeds the passing threshold, I take all the spots." Chapter 8, Love Studying or Love Gaming. Watching the dean and Wang Haihe walk away, Xiao Wang approached, looking worried. "Are you sure about this? How could the whole class possibly exceed the passing score tomorrow?" In class 7, the number of students who could pass math was so small you could count them on one hand. The gap between their current average and the passing mark was too wide. If given more time, he might believe in Lu Jingshan's ability, but with the exam tomorrow, how could that be possible? Lu Jingshan and Wang Haihe's wager remained unchanged, though the number of competition spots had been reduced from all to just 3. Still, that would suffice. Before leaving, the other party added that he would personally proctor the exam to curb any ill-intentioned thoughts. Lu Jingshan smiled, finding it all too simple. Achieving it wasn't impossible. In the math exam, the problem-solving questions undoubtedly carried the most weight. Yet their solution approaches all followed the same fundamental principles. Mastering the formulas meant mastering the problem-solving process. Thoroughly understanding the formulas made exceeding the passing score an achievable goal. At that moment, Lu Donghua approached, his mind still reeling. What had Lu Jingshan been like before? The idea that he could excel at math? It was laughable enough to make him chuckle. Yet this scene was playing out right before his eyes. Wang Haihe claimed this was a scheme orchestrated by his students and teacher together, but he refused to believe it. He knew his students well. No matter how troublesome or irresponsible they might be, lying was not in their nature. Before Lu Donghua could speak, Lu Jingshan gestured reassuringly. "Trust me." Those 3 simple words carried immense weight between teacher and student. No further explanation was needed. Lu Donghua had 1,000 questions, but in that moment, only a few words remained: "Call me if anything comes up." Inside the classroom, class 7 students listened to the discussion outside. Some felt excited and challenged, while others thought Lu Jingshan was too ambitious. How long had they been studying? He expected them to surpass the passing score? Impossible, right? Expecting the class's average math score to surpass the passing threshold in a single day? That was the stuff of fiction. Amidst the buzzing chatter, Lu Jingshan entered the classroom. The homeroom teacher clearly had a barrage of questions, so Lu Jingshan arranged to discuss matters with him at the school gate after classes ended. Now standing at the front of the classroom, Lu Jingshan looked out at the students. You all heard my conversation with Wang Haiba earlier, right? If our class's average math score surpasses the passing threshold, we'll be able to participate in the Olympiad competition. Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, the students fell silent, each thinking he had lost his mind. Their class's average math score hovered around 60 out of 150, with the passing threshold set at 90. Anyone who'd studied math knew how impossibly difficult it was to raise a class's average score from 60 to 90 in just one day. Class 7 was now dead silent. Not a single voice spoke, and not a single soul believed Lu Jingshan could pull it off. Lu Jingshan glanced at the empty seats at the back of the classroom, the area where Ji Long and his crew usually sat. They claimed to be going to the bathroom, but most likely they were off at the internet cafe playing games again. In Class 7, they were among the worst performers in math. To raise the average score, he had to bring them back. But right now, there was something even more urgent to address. He surveyed the entire class. Confidence was an invisible armor, the most essential thing one needed when facing the unknown. And this was precisely what Lu Jingshan intended to share with everyone. Smiling at the crowd, he began his final speech. A moment later. Gained admiration points +1. Gained adoration point +1. Gained admiration points +1. The clock stopped at 12 o'clock and the dismissal bell rang. The entire building shook as students sprinted toward the few remaining spots in the cafeteria. Only Class 7 remained eerily quiet. Passing students stared in bewilderment. Class 7 was usually the first to charge forward. Why was it so quiet today? Not a single soul in sight. Inside Class 7 at that moment, Lu Jingshan also paused and glanced at the time. Alright, everyone, you may go home for the day. That's all for today's class. Lu Jingshan tossed the chalk aside, brushing the dust off his hands as he spoke. After 2 seconds, he noticed no one was leaving. Raising his head in confusion, he saw everyone still seated at their desks, not a single person moving. We're not leaving class. Could young Master Lu continue teaching us? We want to keep learning. Gu Changsheng stood up excitedly and spoke first. Right. Tomorrow's the math mock exam. We don't want to lose to those Class 1 kids so easily. Exactly. I've never liked Class 1's bunch. This is a golden chance, why let it slip? We'll prove to everyone that Class 7 isn't second rate. Seeing the entire class fired up, Lu Jingshan knew his pep talk hadn't been in vain. He had successfully ignited their fighting spirit and refusal to accept defeat. The earlier gloom had vanished, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit burning within them. They'd endured too much, friends deliberately distancing themselves, families' cold stares and disappointment, relatives gloating over their achievements. Every time they recalled those strange, piercing stares, it felt like sharp needles stabbing them. But now, ever since Lu Jingshan began explaining problems to them today, from initial shock and awe, they gradually accepted his methods. Now, they finally grasped the joy of learning and tasted the flavor of hope. Drawing on all their past experiences, this time they were determined to prove it, they could do it too. Most of the class had now united as one, driven by a shared determination to prove themselves to everyone, to show they weren't cowards. Their fighting spirit burned brightly as they turned their eyes to Lu Jingshan in unison, hoping he would continue teaching them at the very least, to fill the gaps in their foundational knowledge. Even Xin Yuwei stood up unexpectedly. Under the gaze of so many, her cheeks flushed red, something she'd never done before. But this time was different. She didn't know why Lu Jingshan had suddenly become so formidable, but she understood that if they didn't seize this last vine, another chance might never come. At this moment, Lu Jingshan had become Xin Yuwei's last hope for redemption. She voiced what everyone was thinking. Could you take us under your wing? We're truly eager to learn. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the others, everyone thought Lu Jingshan would agree. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and refused outright. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach. He too wished to accelerate everyone's learning and guide them toward improvement, but such matters couldn't be rushed. Besides, he still needed to deal with someone. That person was likely still at the internet cafe right now. Only after resolving that situation could he smoothly get through tomorrow. Never mind. I have some business to attend to. You all should get some rest and aim for a good mental state for tomorrow's afternoon class. Don't underestimate the value of rest, it enhances your ability to absorb the lessons. But clearly, the others weren't listening. After Lu Jingshan left, the remaining students exchanged glances. After Lu Jingshan departed, only a portion of Class 7 chose to leave. The rest opted to continue studying. Soon, the sound of pages turning filled the air. Chapter 9, The Little System Arrives. Having already departed, Lu Jingshan glanced around at the empty space and silently called out in his mind. System. Present. Open the system panel. The next moment, a blue transparent screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Super Lecturer Level 110. Mathematics Specialization Level 110. Admiration Points, 61. Pay to win, can recharge 20,000 yuan to draw new skills. Glancing at his current skills, Lu Jingshan immediately allocated all his admiration points. Ding! Congratulations! Super Lecturer skill upgraded to level 2. Skill effects doubled. Acquired new skill, observation. Observation. During lectures, the host can keenly observe students' every move, discerning their inner thoughts through micro-expressions. This can be used to gauge whether students comprehend key concepts. Ding! Congratulations on advancing math expertise to level 2. Mathematical knowledge reserves upgraded to advanced mathematics. Instantly, a surge of rich mathematical knowledge flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind. He absorbed a wealth of entirely new concepts he hadn't known before, quickly assimilating them. The sensation felt akin to emerging from seclusion, enriched with fresh insights. Lu Jingshan couldn't help but utter, "Sugoi." Finally, his gaze fell upon the last section of the system panel. Pay to win, top up 20,000 yuan to draw new skills. 20,000? You system must be underestimating me. But people are always drawn to bargains, how could Lu Jingshan possibly refuse? Top up. Instantly, his phone in his pocket vibrated and beeped once. Payment completed, 20,000 yuan. The next second, the screen changed, confirming the top-up had been processed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Esports Master skill. Esports Master, Level 1, possesses expert-level esports skills, mastering various techniques and demonstrating expert-level understanding of characters, preparations, and tactics. Esports? Lu Jingshan froze for a moment. The next instant, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind. Precision recoil control combined with movement, projectile tactics and strategic positioning, sound-based positioning and intelligence gathering, these skills flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind as if he'd mastered them through years of training. At that moment, Lu Jingshan resembled a seasoned cybercafe legend who had been grinding for years. Below his signature moves, he was unbeatable. Above them, it was a fair trade. He looked up and saw the sign for Brothers/and Internet Cafe, then walked straight inside. Seeing this internet cafe again stirred some nostalgia in Lu Jingshan. He recalled being a regular here back in the day. 999 damage per hit, good luck, tiles, CS, all the mainstream games of the time he'd played countless hours of. Boss, give me an hour, Lu Jingshan said as he opened the fridge beside him and grabbed a bottle of happy water. Hey, young Master Lu. Just 1 hour today? Consider it on the house, no charge. The bald owner chuckled, handing Lu Jingshan a prepaid card. There was a clear hierarchy here. The most basic computers were in the outer area, costing $5 an hour. Mid-tier machines, priced at $15 an hour, came with air conditioning and drinks. The top tier was the private booths at the back, $50 an hour, with free drinks and half-price instant noodles. Clutching the card, Lu Jingshan walked deeper inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar scene and familiar sounds. Young men all hard at work. Big sniper at door A. Watch me take him down. Oh crap. Count on you guys, come on. The clumsy gameplay made Lu Jingshan frown. It was painfully bad to watch. He wanted to offer some tips but held back. He was here to find someone, so he wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Guided by memory, Lu Jingshan made his way toward the private booths at the back of the internet cafe. Before he even entered, he heard voices coming from inside. Brother Long, what the hell got into Lu Jingshan today? He actually brought us to class. And not just any class, he won't let us skip it. If Big Brother hadn't found an excuse to get us out, we'd have suffocated in that classroom. Exactly. Studying? What a load of crap. Studying is no match for gaming, right? All that daily effort is just wasted. Hearing his underling's words, Ji Long burst out laughing. You guys are right, what's the point of studying? We're destined for big things. What use is sitting through boring lectures? If we don't live it up now, when will we ever get the chance? Enough about Lu Jingshan. The game's loaded. We're taking Zone B. Pocky, you take the central lane with your sniper. Soon, cheers of victory echoed from inside. Brother Long's the real deal. One shot took out their sniper. Exactly. Seeing how good Brother Long is at gaming, has he ever considered going pro? Listening to his crew's praise, Ji Long started to feel a bit cocky. Ha! What's pro gaming? They'd be one shot if they faced me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door creaked open. Lu Jingshan walked in, closing the door behind him. He grabbed an extra chair nearby and sat down. Seeing it was Lu Jingshan, Ji Long wasn't exactly thrilled to see him given his strange behavior earlier today. What are you doing here? To take you back. Lu Jingshan said casually, opening a chilled can of soda and downing it in one gulp. Ah! Ji Long and the others exchanged glances at Lu Jingshan's words, bursting into a wave of laughter. Take us back? Lu Jingshan, who do you think you are? You just tell us to go back and we'll go? Why should we? Exactly. Boss, let's ignore him and play another round. Staring at the computer, Ji Long suddenly had an idea. He gave Lu Jingshan a devilish grin. Fine, if you want us to go back, let's play one more game. If I win, I'll go with you. Staring at the CS loading screen, Lu Jingshan shrugged indifferently. Yet he also needed to confirm whether Ji Long would back out. Are you sure? If I beat you, you'll really come with me? No backing out? The next moment, Ji Long's crew burst into laughter. What's gotten into you today, young Master Lu? Our dragon brother is the reigning CS Cybercafe tournament champion. You think you can beat him? That impressive, huh? What do you think? Scared? How about this then, if I win and beat you into submission, not only do you come back with me, but you also have to take a math test. What do you say? Deal. Ji Long didn't hesitate. He never imagined he could lose. In the gaming realm, he had absolute confidence that Lu Jingshan was no match for him. Alright. How's this gonna work? Lu Jingshan grabbed a computer from his subordinate, created a private room, and sent an invite. I won't make it hard on you. Just one round with rifles. Watch me destroy you. Fine. I guess. He clicked start, and both sides entered the match. First blood erupted in under 10 seconds, leaving everyone stunned. Ji Long's crew never imagined their boss would get headshot by Lu Jingshan in less than 10 seconds. It's fine. He just got lucky this time. Watch me get my revenge. Another 10 seconds passed, and 2 more kills were added to the score. Deaths came faster and faster, from 10 seconds at the start to mere seconds after showing their heads. The score reached 0-30, ending with Lu Jingshan finishing the game with 0 deaths and a staggering 30 kills. After the match, Lu Jingshan removed his headset and looked at Ji Long and his men. They were utterly stunned, and a system notification chimed. Gained admiration points +1. You lost, Ji Long. Let's go back with me. Ji Long's hands were trembling, but there was no way he was going back like this. If you've got the guts, let's play another round. This time, no assault rifles, will use snipers. I was letting you win with the assault rifle earlier. Snipers are my specialty. Lu Jingshan saw Ji Long trying to back out but didn't call him out. Fine, let's take our time. Fine, let's go with snipers. The match restarted. Within 5 minutes, the score remained 0-30. Lu Jingshan took off his headset and shook his head with a look of disgust. TSK, you're hopeless. He stood up and opened the door. Let's go, young Master Ji. Chapter 10, Ji Long's Tears of Sorrow. 1 portion each. Work on your own tasks without whispering. If you don't understand, just ask me directly. Noon. Inside Class 7, Ji Long dragged back to class, sat down at his desk looking thoroughly annoyed. He glanced at the test paper Lu Jingshan had handed out, then immediately laid his head down on it and fell asleep. His expression screamed, "What are you gonna do about it?" Seeing their leader act this way, Ji Long's few followers grew even more brazen, not a single one willing to pick up a pen. This outcome was entirely within Lu Jingshan's expectations. He knew Ji Long all too well. After years of rivalry, they were more than friends. He understood exactly why Ji Long resisted studying so fiercely, knew precisely what he despised. He pulled up a chair beside Ji Long and placed a bottle of Coke, freshly bought from the internet cafe, within his reach. The icy soda stung Ji Long's skin, and he quietly pushed it away with his elbow. This made Lu Jingshan smile. He leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "I have a way to make your parents take you seriously." Ji Long had struggled academically since elementary school. It wasn't that he hadn't tried, but unfortunately, his aptitude for learning was practically non-existent. He had to invest far more time than others just to barely pass. His family was the classic type that judged everything by grades. Ever since Ji Long's younger brother began excelling academically, his parents' hearts had started leaning toward the younger sibling. Having lost his parents' attention from a young age, Ji Long gradually lost interest in studying, even developing a deep aversion to it. Only Lu Jingshan knew that Ji Long desperately wanted to regain his parents' attention and make them look at him with newfound respect. Just as Lu Jingshan had anticipated, the moment Ji Long heard those words, his body reacted instantly. He shot upright with a thud, his eyes fixed on Lu Jingshan in disbelief, as if demanding, "How did you know?" But he quickly concealed it, feigning indifference, "No need." "Is that so?" Lu Jingshan gave a devilish smile and continued in a low voice, "If you listen to me, your parents will start paying attention to you again within a day. Why should I trust you?" Ji Long turned his head away, feigning indifference. Seeing Ji Long take the bait, Lu Jingshan produced a list he'd had his men prepare earlier, along with a completed math exam paper. Ji Shang. He consistently ranks in the top 10 of his grade at the neighboring high school, averaging around 130 in math. This is his latest mock exam math paper. He only got 7 questions wrong. I've reviewed it. He's already covered most of the high school math curriculum, but he still has weak spots. Of those 7 problems, 2 he couldn't solve and 5 he got wrong. Both were derivative problems. The rest were mistakes stemming from weak foundational skills. Lu Jingshan placed the test paper and the list in front of Ji Long as he continued. "The gap between you and him isn't huge. If you're willing, I can guarantee you'll surpass him by following my guidance." This Ji Shang was Ji Long's younger brother. The list and exam papers had been obtained by his underlings directly from the neighboring school. Lu Jingshan's method to provoke Ji Long. Just as Lu Jingshan had anticipated, Ji Long was swayed. Having witnessed Lu Jingshan's terrifying abilities, he was now caught in a whirlwind of hesitation and conflict. "Complete the exam paper I gave you, and I guarantee you'll see results soon," the devilish whisper persisted. Finally, Ji Long stared at the exam paper on his desk, clenched his teeth, and grabbed a pen from the neighboring desk. Let me tell you, Lu Jingshan, I don't need their concern. Who the hell wants their concern? I just suddenly felt like studying. Lu Jingshan merely smiled. He knew Ji Long's thoughts all too well, but he didn't expose him after all. A big brother should always save face. The remaining underlings watched in disbelief as their boss actually sat down to tackle the exam. Who was Ji Long? The guy who'd sworn off studying since middle school. Under his guidance, they'd enjoyed over 2 years of carefree days without a single book touched. And now, Lu Jingshan had convinced him with just a few words? But seeing was believing. They had no choice but to accept it. So what now? If the boss was studying, were the underlings supposed to go their own way? The others dared not sleep any longer. They rose, picked up their test papers, and began to ponder. But a poor student is a poor student. If they knew how to do it, they wouldn't be called poor students. One by one, they racked their brains, unable to figure anything out. Ji Long had his test paper in hand for barely a minute before giving up. He spread his hands helplessly. No way. Can't do it. He was about to go back to sleep when a pointer stopped him. Lu Jingshan wore a smile. This scene unfolded exactly as he'd envisioned. Getting Ji Long to pick up the test paper was step one now. The task was to make sure he could understand it. Over the next period, Lu Jingshan provided detailed explanations for every formula-based problem on the test. To compensate for Ji Long and his buddies' weak foundational knowledge, he even broke down concepts from elementary school level, feeding them step by step. To motivate them to keep learning, Lu Jingshan even promised that if they could finish the test, he would teach them how to play Counter-Strike. This promise fired up both Ji Long and his crew, who dug in their heels and tackled the exam with relentless determination, refusing to stop until every problem was solved. No one has ever experienced my private lessons yet, Lu Jingshan chuckled, lightening the mood. You guys should count yourselves lucky. As time passed, the test paper filled with more and more writing. The eyes of Ji Long and his crew grew brighter with every word, practically spelling out delight on their faces. Who knew how long it had been, how many times the blackboard had been erased, how many paces Lu Jingshan had paced back and forth, or how many times the bell had rung? Finally, the test paper was filled to the brim. Ji Long and his crew stared at their papers in utter disbelief. Who would have thought they could ever complete an entire test? Wow, this is pretty impressive. Ji Long flicked the paper, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. So this was what it felt like to be this capable. Acne face, let me see your paper. He reached out to grab it, then gasped after a glance. Whoa, acne face, this is no good either. You messed up the binomial theorem. The exponent of a decreases from n to 0, while the exponent of b increases from 0 to n. The sum of the exponents of a and b in each term equals n. Your entire process is wrong. Ji Long tossed the paper back with a dismissive look. But the next moment, something clicked. What had he just said? The binomial theorem? What was that? Was that something someone like him should know? And yet he just spotted the error and explained it perfectly. Holy. No, how did he do that? Ji Long went from utter bewilderment to overwhelming joy. Holy crap, I actually got it. I actually got it. A miracle unfolded in that instant, and Ji Long knew exactly who had made it happen. Ding. Ji Long's admiration points +1. Gained admiration points +1. Gained admiration point +1. Chapter 11, Su Wang. Did you hear? The kids from Class 7 made a bet with the dean. If Class 7's math mock exam scores average above the passing line tomorrow, Class 1 will share some of their competition spots with Class 7. As several students passed by Class 7, their conversation reached Xinyue's ears by the window, causing her face to cloud with worry. He knew Lu Jingshan had likely gone to find Ji Long. If those stubborn holdouts weren't dealt with, Class 7's math average would struggle to surpass the passing threshold. But the overall atmosphere in Class 7 wasn't great right now. It was already well past the start of afternoon classes, and Lu Jingshan still hadn't shown up. Everyone's motivation and enthusiasm for learning had been ignited by Lu Jingshan. Whether forced or voluntary, as long as Lu Jingshan was present, they could quietly focus on the formulas and problems before them. Yet once he was gone for too long, their fleeting enthusiasm flared up again, instantly reverting them to their old ways. Even Xinyue and Gu Changsheng tried to maintain discipline, reassuring everyone that Lu Jingshan would return soon, but it was to no avail. Su Wang, a slender girl, was the representative of another group. She leaned back in her chair with her legs propped up on the desk, not a single problem from Lu Jingshan's test attempted. School's out in an hour, and Lu Jingshan still hasn't shown up. Looks like he was just messing with us. He doesn't care about us at all, he only cares about himself. Her friends chimed in agreement. Exactly. Do you really think Lu Jingshan is some saint? Teaching you for free? Did you actually believe him when he said he'd get you into college? No way. Right? No way. Negative energy spread through the classroom. Many students caught the pessimism, tossed their pens aside, and gave up. They were doomed anyway, might as well die quickly and be reborn sooner. No way. If Lu Jingshan didn't care about us, if he was just talking off the cuff, how could he have taught us so earnestly all morning and even bet with the dean for our sake? Shin Yue tried to shift the class's mood again. Then why do you think he did it? Lu Jingshan isn't running a charity. He's all about profit. Why would he do it for free? If you ask me, he's just giving us a taste of the good stuff before he starts charging. When he hits us with $1,000 an hour, are you guys gonna pay up or not? Those two sentences left Shin Yue speechless. She couldn't even explain Lu Jingshan's sudden change in attitude today, let alone his motives. Just as Su Wang felt smug, convinced he'd hit the nail on the head, Lu Jingshan returned with Ji Long and the others. Who said I'm irresponsible? I'll make sure he does extra problems for that. That was me. So what? Su Wang raised a defiant eyebrow at Lu Jingshan. Anyway, whether you're serious or just playing games has nothing to do with me. My time's up, I'm leaving. You guys can keep entertaining our young master Lu. With that, Su Wang stood up and headed for the classroom door. Lu Jingshan blocked his exit and asked, "Where are you going?" "None of your business. I'm not studying anyway." Looking at Su Wang before him, Lu Jingshan recalled his past life. He didn't remember much about Su Wang, only that she had married young to a man 20 years her senior. The last he heard, however, was that the husband had been abusive. Su Wang had chosen to walk away with nothing, renouncing all property. And in the end, she'd ended up working as a hostess in a KTV. Observing the vibrant youth radiating from the Su Wang before him and connecting it to her future fate, Lu Jingshan's eyes flickered with a hint of pity. "What are you staring at? Move aside. I'm in a hurry. Surely Mr. Lu wouldn't make things difficult for me?" Hearing the teasing tone, Lu Jingshan stepped aside, watching Su Wang disappear from view. Curious about what could be so urgent, he turned to Ji Long beside him. Su Wang seems to leave an hour early every afternoon. Do you know what she's up to? When Lu Jingshan asked him, Ji Long didn't refuse. After a moment's thought, he recalled something, though his expression turned slightly strange. "I saw her near the Rose Bar recently. She seems to be working there. Judging by the time, it looks like they'll be opening in about an hour." Lu Jingshan nodded without further comment, gestured for Ji Long to enter, then followed him inside. After a session of mental preparation and a last-minute cram session lasting just 1 hour. As the hour passed, the students' expressions betrayed their first hint of reluctance to leave class. "Mr. Lu, could you extend the class?" Gu Changsheng asked timidly, his eyes pleading, his expression yearning for more knowledge. Several others beside him nodded eagerly, hoping Lu Jingshan would teach them more. But that was out of the question. Lu Jingshan had other commitments. Finally, he delivered one last pep talk. "Class 7, rest assured. I, Lu Jingshan, have vowed to lead my brothers to university and onto the path of success. I will not break my word. You may have many questions, but you only need to do one thing, trust me, and trust yourselves. Tomorrow is the math mock exam. Don't make me look down on you. Don't let other classes mock us. Can you do it?" After this heartfelt pep talk, the students were deeply moved, their admiration bubbling over. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to leave, Shin Yue called out to him. "Lu Jingshan." Hearing her voice, Lu Jingshan turned around naturally, looking at her curiously. Would you like to walk home together?" They were childhood friends, their homes only 100 meters apart, so they sometimes walked to and from school together. Shin Yue expected Lu Jingshan to agree like he always had, but this time he disappointed her. He refused. "Sorry, I have some things to take care of. You go home by yourself today. I'll call you next time." It wasn't that Lu Jingshan was oblivious to her feelings, he genuinely had commitments. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Shin Yue facing only his retreating back. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan, having left, followed the address Ji Long had given him, searching for the Rose Bar. He searched shop after shop along the commercial street, murmuring, "Rose Bar. Rose Bar. Hey! Found it!" Spotting the Rose Bar before him, Lu Jingshan entered without hesitation. 2 girls approached to greet him, but upon seeing his school uniform, their attitude shifted abruptly. They impatiently declared, "No minors allowed here. Get out now." Just then, the bar door opened and a girl walked in, colliding head-on with one of the hostesses. "Lu Jingshan?" Hearing the voice, Lu Jingshan turned his head. It was indeed Su Wang, though she had now shed her school uniform for the bar's uniform and applied makeup, shedding her youthful innocence for a more mature look. With Su Wang's intervention, Lu Jingshan successfully entered Rose Bar. "Alright, Mr. Lu, have fun. I've got work to do. Bye." Chapter 12, Rose Bar. Lu Jingshan watched Su Wang leave before turning and heading into the restroom. When he emerged again, his school uniform was already off, held in his hand, leaving only the undershirt beneath. He had even taken care to style his hair, making himself appear less youthful. He'd frequented bars in his past life, but this Rose Bar was a first for him. The interior layout was surprisingly spacious, and Lu Jingshan even managed to get lost exploring it. Walking down a corridor, a larger area opened up ahead of a bar counter where a bartender was shaking drinks, a customer seated before him. Lu Jingshan approached the bar and glanced at the drink menu. Back in the day, he often frequented such places with his brothers. Out of habit, he was about to order his usual favorites. But remembering why he was here today, he decided to order something lighter instead. 1 vanilla ice cream, please. Ding. Payment processed, 28 yuan. The bartender glanced at Lu Jingshan. Moments later, a vanilla ice cream cone appeared in his hand. At the same time, Lu Jingshan observed his surroundings. Spotting 2 female servers chatting and laughing nearby, he knew he'd found his target and walked over. Some bars that only sold alcohol tended to be smaller in scale and didn't employ as many waitresses. But at places like Rose Bar, where female attendants greeted customers at the door and age restrictions applied, there were usually other services offered. And with more services came more avenues for obtaining information. Hello, do you ladies have a moment? I'd like to ask about something. Lu Jingshan approached the 2 waitresses. The 2 hostesses froze at first sight of the ice cream cone in Lu Jingshan's hand. Ordering ice cream in a bar was indeed uncommon. Sorry, kid, we don't have time for this. If you want to listen to music, head over to the karaoke area. Clearly, they didn't think Lu Jingshan was a big spender and were making excuses to brush him off. With that, they turned to leave. I want to light up, Lu Jingshan declared, picking up the bar price list he'd found at the counter. Here, lighting the lamp referred to renting a private room. There were 3 tiers, low, medium, and high priced at 888, 1688, and 18,888 respectively. Also known as lighting the lamp, lighting the golden lamp, and the highest tier, lighting the heavenly lamp. Once someone lit the lamp, they'd be escorted to an exclusive private room for special massage services. The selected attendant received a commission. The 2 women who had just looked down on Lu Jingshan turned around the moment they heard he wanted to light the lamp. Their initial impatience vanished, replaced by their signature smiles as they hurried over. Our apologies, sir. We were blind earlier. If you'd like to light the lamp, sir, please follow us this way. Following the 2 women, Lu Jingshan passed through another corridor. At the end of the corridor, he spotted Su Wang being carried away, accompanied by a man in plain clothes. Do you know her? The 2 women paused and followed Lu Jingshan's gaze. Her? Of course we know her. What's the matter? Are you requesting her? She's assigned to the bar area, not our private room section. Lu Jingshan nodded and continued following the 2 deeper inside. After all, he had plenty of time to spare and could enjoy the experience. He had 2 purposes for coming here. The first was to bring Su Wang's group back on track. Knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle. He was here to assess the situation. The second purpose was simple: having been reborn into this life, why not indulge? Whatever services were available, he'd take them, no questions asked. He was an adult, after all. Lu Jingshan followed them to the counter, paid, and received a wristband. Payment completed, 888 yuan. Sir, here is your black card. Enjoy a 20% discount on your next visit. As for the Rose Bar, he simply spilled everything he knew. Yes, right there, harder, faster. Steam filled the room as Lu Jingshan let out a sigh of pleasure. The massage techniques here were truly exceptional. Lu Jingshan lay on the bed as a pair of jade-like hands glided over his entire body. A full set of kneading, rubbing, and pinching techniques left Lu Jingshan speechless. So, Su Wang wasn't her real name? Her birth name is Su Zhaodi. Apparently her parents forced that name on her, hoping their next child would be a boy. If she hadn't needed to register her ID to work here, we'd never have known. This was the first time Lu Jingshan had learned Su Wang's real name. After all, there were official rosters at school. It was impossible for them not to know her true identity. Unless someone knew and changed the name on the list beforehand, and the only person with both the ability and motive to do so was Lu Donghua's homeroom teacher. In other words, Lu Donghua had long been aware of Su Wang's family situation and deliberately concealed it. While feeling those jade-like hands kneading his body, Lu Jingshan casually inquired about Su Wang's situation. Tell me everything you know about Su Wang. I'm rather interested in that girl. If you're willing, I'll add 500 to your tip. Hearing the offer of money, the waiter couldn't refuse and immediately spilled everything he knew. For instance, Su Wang was desperately short on cash. Last month, she'd gone to the administration office and overdrawn this month's salary. What about that guy who was always hanging around Su Wang? Do you know who he is? Him? He's been here several times. Doesn't have much money. Always orders the cheapest drinks. He started hanging around Su Wang not long ago. Looks like he's trying to hit on her, but Su Wang hasn't agreed. Lu Jingshan frowned. Didn't anyone stop him? Who dared? Our manager has connections with him. The manager told us to leave him alone as long as he didn't do anything too outrageous. Lu Jingshan pondered internally, prompting the waiter to continue sharing details about Su Wang. Things related to him. The waiter pondered for half a minute before suddenly recalling something. Oh, right. Last time, an old lady came looking for Su Wang here. She said she was searching for her granddaughter, but Su Wang suddenly pulled her away. An old lady? Yes, an old lady. I still remember the smell she gave off. She wasn't well dressed either, her clothes were kind of ragged and torn. We asked Su Wang who that old lady was, but he never wanted to tell us. After that, nothing else happened. And that's it. That's all I know. Lu Jingshan listened. Today hadn't been a wasted trip. Glancing at the time, less than an hour had passed since they'd entered, but it had been enough. Alright, let's head down. Not pressing it? One lamp pressing session lasts 2 hours. No need. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Lu Jingshan stood up and left. Once outside, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Old man, did you hide Su Wan's real name from me? After a moment of silence on the other end, only one word came back, yes. Then you also know about Su Wan's family situation? Lu Jingshan already had his suspicions about certain matters. Asking Old Ban was merely to verify them. As he suspected, the voice on the other end continued, yes. I want to know everything about Su Wang. Old Ban, tell me everything you know. Chapter 13, Su Wang's Tears of Sorrow. The call ended, and Lu Jingshan exhaled deeply. Old Ban had told him everything. He had originally kept it confidential for Su Wang, but Lu Jingshan had still managed to get it out of him. For the first time, Lu Jingshan learned about Su Wang's family background and current circumstances. She lived in a family that favored sons over daughters. Her parents neglected her, and her grandmother took her in to raise her. But a year ago, Su Wang's grandmother fell ill and was hospitalized. Su Wang had approached Old Ban to apply for a scholarship to cover her grandmother's medical expenses, but the dean of students denied her request, citing that her family did not meet the criteria for financial hardship. Amidst the flood of information, Lu Jingshan latched onto several key points: the grandmother's hospitalization, and corroborating details from Su Wang's co-workers that she had already spent next month's salary this past month. This confirmed that Su Wang was desperately in need of money right now. Combined with Su Wang's desire to escape her family background, more money was undoubtedly better. This explained why she endured harassment from a man without retaliating. She couldn't afford to lose her job. It all clicked into place. This explained why Su Wang had never been serious about her studies. The crushing weight of life's pressures had left her no room to focus. Had her old homeroom teacher not intervened twice, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, Lu Jingshan realized how to get Su Wang back on track with her studies. Money, right? He had it. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Lu Jingshan headed toward the lounge area. As soon as he entered, he spotted the same guy still pestering Su Wang. This time, Su Wang didn't stay silent. He walked straight over and tapped the man on the shoulder. Sir, don't you think you're harassing this lady? The man pushed Lu Jingshan away impatiently. None of your damn business. I'll do whatever I want. Either shut up or get lost. Lu Jingshan smiled. This was the first time since his rebirth that someone had been so brazen in his presence. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I won't cover your medical bills. As he spoke, Lu Jingshan wrapped his fist in his school uniform. Seeing Lu Jingshan dare to threaten him, the man ignored Su Wang entirely. He turned to face Lu Jingshan, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Su Wang, who had been about to speak, immediately backed away several steps upon catching Lu Jingshan's reassuring glance. It's been ages since I've run into a suicide mission like you. Remember this. The guy who's gonna cripple you is called Brother Wei. With that, the man swung a punch at Lu Jingshan, his expression brimming with confidence. In the past, this single blow would have sent many crashing to the ground. But this time was different. His punch was dodged by Lu Jingshan, causing a momentary flicker of shock to cross the man's face. Yet the next second, his expression returned to its initial disdain as he swung another punch at Lu Jingshan. This time, however, Lu Jingshan didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the blow. The man sneered inwardly. Ha, this fool doesn't know his own strength. If he lands this punch, a 2-week hospital stay would be the least of his worries. But the next moment, his expression froze. His fist was blocked by Lu Jingshan, who simultaneously launched a right hook toward the man's face. The man, caught off guard by the lightning speed, couldn't defend in time. His face took the full force of the punch. Lu Jingshan wasn't done. As the man clutched his face, Lu retracted his right fist and drove his left straight into the man's midsection. The pain hit him instantly, forcing him to stumble back several steps. If you don't have any tricks up your sleeve, you're just a piece of clay, aren't you? Lu Jingshan's reputation as a big shot wasn't built solely on his wealth. He'd been fighting since childhood, his entire physique forged in the crucible of combat. Today's level of confrontation was child's play, nothing compared to a real, no-holds-barred fight. This so-called Big Brother Wei was most likely just someone's lackey. His skills were pathetic. Lu Jingshan charged forward again, executing a shoulder throw that pinned the man to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, the man could only spit out a threat, "You just wait," before bolting away. After the man left, Su Wang, who had been standing nearby, approached with a look of concern. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Lu Jingshan shook his head, signaling he was fine. Got a minute? Let's talk. Su Wang gestured toward the nearby booth. Nah, I've got work to do. Since I'm fine, I'll get back to it. Su Wang didn't dwell on Lu Jingshan's fight with the man. Lu Jingshan had frequently gotten into fights back in school, and minor altercations like today's were nothing new. How much do you make in a day? Lu Jingshan asked. 200 a day. What do you need it for? As he spoke, Lu Jingshan pulled out his phone and made a quick transaction. Soon, Su Wang's phone chimed with a payment notification. Payment received, 400 yuan. I'll pay you for 2 days' work. Just chat with me. Staring at the text message confirming the 400 yuan deposit, Su Wang hesitated for a moment before finally sitting down. What do we talk about? Su Wang asked bluntly. This was typical of Lu Jingshan, he preferred to get straight to the point. I've seen your grades. You did well on last year's mock exam. You know I didn't cheat on that one, right? Last year, your grandmother was hospitalized. She always wanted you to focus on your studies. To ease her worries, you took that exam seriously. You wouldn't cheat on that one. As he spoke, Lu Jingshan pulled up a screenshot on his phone, the very exam paper where Su Wang had ranked first in the class. Su Wang frowned, glaring at Lu Jingshan. You investigated me? Lu Jingshan didn't answer her. Instead, he continued speaking to himself. You have a natural talent for learning, but you don't have the energy to focus on your studies. You're always late or leaving early just to come here to work and take care of your grandmother in the hospital. Even your name is fake. Su Pundi is your real name. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a fist slammed onto the table. Lu Jingshan, what the hell do you think you're doing today? Su Wang's voice rose to a shout, drawing the attention of others nearby. I'm warning you, I'm not someone to mess with. If you want to play games, I don't have time for it. I'm going to work now. Thanks. Su Wang stood up to leave. Lu Jingshan watched her retreating figure and said, 100 yuan. For every passing grade you get on your exams, I'll give you $100 for every point above the passing score. 7 subjects total. Think about it, do you want to earn money here, or earn it through your exams? At the same time, Lu Jingshan tapped away at his phone. Su Wang's phone buzzed. A payment of 2,000 yuan had arrived via Alipay. With that, Lu Jingshan also stood up. I know your past and your circumstances, but I don't want you to give up your future because of this. That 2,000 yuan is an advance on your math score for tomorrow's mock exam. Lu Jingshan started walking toward the door, but Su Wang called out to him. Why are you helping me? Help you? Don't get the wrong idea. I just have more money than I know what to do with. Watching Lu Jingshan's retreating figure, Su Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yet, his actions had genuinely touched her. After leaving, Lu Jingshan hailed a ride home via his phone. Just as he was getting in. Ding! Gained +1 admiration from Su Wang. Chapter 14, The Days of Memories. Lu Jingshan stepped out of the car and stared at the house before him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. In his past life, he had killed someone in a car accident. The victim's family demanded an eye for an eye. To save his life, his parents sold their house, begged on their knees, and secured a pardon. But due to the severity of the crime, the court still sentenced him to life imprisonment. In prison, Lu Jingshan remembered how his parents had become utterly haggard. Back then, they clutched his hands, repeating, everything will be fine, and we're here for you. Seeing his tear-stained parents trying to comfort him when he was the one in pain, Lu Jingshan couldn't deny the agony in his heart. That night marked his true awakening, he finally understood. But alas, it came far too late. Looking back now, it truly proved that saying right, there's no future in a life of crime. You have to walk the straight and narrow. He stepped forward and opened the door. Seeing the familiar furnishings inside, a feeling of revisiting old ground washed over him. When Lu Jingshan saw that familiar figure on the sofa again, he nearly lost control and rushed over for a hug. Instead, he walked slowly over and embraced him from behind. The sudden hug startled Lu Guofu, who had been playing with his phone on the sofa. Looking up, he was stunned to see his own son. Dad, I missed you so much. Hearing Lu Jingshan's words and seeing his actions, Lu Guofu felt something was off and eerie. This was too strange. Was this really his son? Would he have hugged him before? Would he have said he missed his old man? Back then, he'd only ever called him Old Dun. And forget about Lu Jingshan initiating a hug, that was something Lu Guofu had never even dared to imagine. This sudden display didn't move Lu Jingshan, it made him wary. Something was off. This kid must have gotten into trouble outside and couldn't handle it himself, so he came back to ask them for help. Yes. That must be it. Lu Jingshan knew the old man had misunderstood the moment he saw the suspicious look in his father's eyes. Spit it out. What trouble did you get into this time? What trouble? I just missed you and Mom, that's all. Yeah, right. Last time you missed us like that, you smashed someone's car, couldn't afford the repairs, and came crawling back to us. Come on, tell me whose car did you wreck this time? Honestly, I didn't. You have to believe your son, I'm so innocent and kind. Ha! You? Innocent and kind? I gave birth to you, don't you think I know exactly what you're like? Just then, a voice came from the kitchen. Old Lu, how can you talk about your son like that? Is that any way for a father to behave? Lu Jingshan turned to see his mother, Chen Jingfen, placing a dish on the dining table. She shot a fierce glance at Lu Guofu on the sofa. He immediately backed down, his gaze softening back to its usual tenderness as he looked at Lu Jingshan. Come wash your hands and eat. Guess what mommy saw today? Watching Lu Jingshan approach, Chen Jingfen pulled a jade bracelet from her pocket. This is for your safety. I reserved it for a long time, so don't you dare look down on it. Just as Chen Jingfen was about to say more, everything suddenly fell silent. Lu Jingxin embraced her again, and she even heard him say, "Mom, thank you." Chen Jingfen looked to Lu Guofu for answers, but all she got was his "I don't know either" gesture. This uncharacteristic behavior astonished both of them. Was this really their son? He looked fine, so what was going on? Had he grown up? Chen Jingfen quickly snapped out of it and gently patted Lu Jingxin's back. Her tone remained gentle. What's wrong? Did something happen outside? Lu Jingxin shook his head. Chen Jingfen continued, then let's eat first. It's already late. You don't want mom and dad to go hungry, do you? Only then did Lu Jingxin let go, turning away to wipe his eyes. Alright, let's eat first. Night enveloped the sky, its darkness held at bay by the light streaming from the house. Through the window, everything at the dining table was visible. Lu Jingxin, breaking from his usual reserved nature, became surprisingly proactive. This meal was the happiest Lu Jingxin had enjoyed in years, so joyful it even brought tears to his eyes. His mother was taken aback by his reaction. Watching his slightly exaggerated expression, she wondered inwardly, could my cooking really be that good? It actually made my son cry. Watching Lu Jingxin eat while crying, Lu Guofu and Chen Jingfen exchanged glances. Their expressions could be summed up in one phrase. It was like, "Kid, are you seriously questioning something?" 3 question marks seemed to hover above their heads. But no matter how they pressed him, Lu Jingxin wouldn't say a word. Instead, he turned to his parents and mentioned tomorrow's math mock exam and his plans moving forward. Mom and Dad, I want to focus on my studies from now on. The words barely left his mouth before Lu Guofu and Chen Jingfen froze again. Wait, what was wrong with their son today? Why was he spouting nonsense? Could it be he's feeling overwhelmed with his studies? They hurried to reassure him. It's okay, son. If you don't feel like studying, you don't have to. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mom nodded in agreement. That's right, Jingxin. If you really can't focus on studying, then don't force yourself. After all, there are other paths besides academics. You could also join your father at the company to gain experience early. That way, when he retires, you'll be ready to take over. Seeing his parents still unwilling to believe him, Lu Jingxin shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm serious. I'll study hard and get back on the right path. As he spoke, something occurred to him. Dad, there's something I need to discuss with you. Lu Guofu's brow furrowed. Had this kid really gotten himself into trouble? He probed cautiously, go ahead, what is it? I want to build a new wing for the school. Before Lu Jingxin could finish, Lu Guofu choked on his words. Wait, why would you need the school to build a building? I am studying, after all. Commuting back and forth between school and home every day wastes so much time. But you don't need an entire building for that. I can rent you an apartment nearby. The commute won't take long. It's possible, but it'd be a bit crowded. How many? 50 people. What? A sharp, explosive roar erupted from the cafeteria. Don't tell me your whole class is moving in? Class 7 had exactly 50 students, but why would they need a dorm? Surely not for studying? But seeing Lu Jingxin nod in confirmation, Lu Guofu exclaimed, do you have any idea how much a building costs? At least $1 million, minimum. And it has to be built within a month. Lu Guofu's blood pressure shot up at the news, but seeing Lu Jingxin's resigned sigh, he sighed helplessly. After all, he was his favorite son. It can be done, but I have one condition. What condition? Since you say you need this building for studying, and you mentioned your school has a math mock exam tomorrow, if you bring home a decent score, I'll agree to it. Lu Jingxin heard this and thought, this is practically free. He immediately jumped up, rushed over, and showered his father with kisses and hugs. He shouted, long live Dad. Chapter 15, the exam begins. The next day. The bell echoed throughout the school as Lu Jingxin walked into the classroom right on time. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent at his entrance. After a full day yesterday, his authority had been firmly established within this class. The exam is about to begin. I won't be teaching today. Review thoroughly and let me see whether you were truly studying yesterday or just pretending. With that, Lu Jingxin headed toward his seat, glancing halfway over at Su Wang's spot. Su Wang now sported short hair instead of her usual long locks. Her uniform was neatly worn, no longer carelessly tossed aside. The old Su Wang would have been dragging her best friends off to play cards or video games by now. But the Su Wang of today was now working on a challenging math problem in her textbook. Ji Long in the corner gave him a reassuring look, signaling everything was fine. Lu Jingxin said nothing and returned to his seat. Just as Lu Jingxin sat down, a hand reached over from beside him, holding a jianbingguozi. Xin Yue's voice came from beside him, didn't have breakfast again? I brought this for you. Thanks. Lu Jingxin said with a nod, accepting the jianbingguozi and digging in without hesitation. Xin Yue had been bringing breakfast for Lu Jingxin more than once or twice. Back when Lu Jingxin was always running late and didn't have time for breakfast, he'd ask Xin Yue to bring it for him. She'd been doing this for 3 years now. If she suddenly stopped, he might even feel a bit out of sorts. Shin Yue watched Lu Jingshan eat, muttering, "No need to rush. Take your time." Hearing that voice he hadn't heard in so long, Lu Jingshan felt a momentary daze. He looked at Shin Yue and thought back to his past life. After high school graduation in that past life, their paths diverged. He took his younger brother down the path of street life. Shin Yue, however, enrolled in a local college. Back then, whenever they had free time, they would often meet up. Shin Yue would frequently say to him, "Why don't you retake your high school year? You can't just drift through life. Study hard for another year and aim for college. We could go to the same university." Back then, Lu Jingshan had only scorn for such words. He felt she looked down on street life and was determined to prove to everyone that you could make something of yourself on the streets too. In the end, Lu Jingshan rejected Shin Yue. After that, their meetings grew increasingly rare. Eventually, he heard she had successfully transferred from vocational college to a university out of town. Before Shin Yue left, she called Lu Jingshan out. That was the last time they ever saw each other. After that, Lu Jingshan never saw her again. 5 whole years passed before he finally learned from their old homeroom teacher that Shin Yue had gone abroad. The foolishness of youth had been tempered by the passage of time. How could Lu Jingshan not understand her meaning now? It was simply a case of if only I had known back then what I know now. He would deal with it after finishing his current tasks. Just then, a knock sounded at the classroom door. Everyone looked up to see Wang Haihe, the math teacher from class 1, standing there. He held a large stack of exam papers under his arm, no doubt coming to proctor the test. Normally, class 7's exams didn't require a teacher from the honors class to supervise. This was all because of that bet last time. Wang Haihe walked to the front of the classroom with the papers, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. An unnatural frown betrayed his inner thoughts. Prepare for the exam immediately. Place your textbooks on the floor. You may still hand in your phones now. Anyone caught cheating will be reported, and their exam score will be 0 on the spot. Mark my words, in any exam I supervise, not a single cheater escapes my notice. I've caught more cheaters than you've eaten meals. Wang Haihe assumed his words would intimidate class 7, but to his surprise, not a single student paid him any mind. They all went about their own preparations, placing their books on the floor. Everyone waited in silence, and the scene felt eerily strange. This was class 7, the class of academic underachievers. How could such quiet confidence possibly arise here? What should this situation look like? Shouldn't the floor be littered with cheat sheets, everyone giving up, not even bothering to look at the exam? At most, they'd just write their names on the paper. But what was happening with class 7 now? Wang Haihe actually sensed a wave of confidence emanating from them. Wang Haihe dismissed it as a mistake. How could the worst class possibly perform well? As long as he supervised the exam properly this time, leaving them not a single chance to cheat, he was certain to win this bet. He simply refused to believe these students had the ability to achieve good results on their own. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the bell rang, test papers were passed down one by one. Wang Haihe scanned every face in class 7, finally settling his gaze on Lu Jingshan with utter contempt. He didn't buy into the idea that if class 7's average score exceeded the passing line, 2 spots would be allocated from their class. Just then, the bell chimed again. The exam officially begins. Begin now. No whispering. I see every little move you make. Once the exam began, everyone in class 7 started answering questions. Following the problem-solving methods Lu Jingshan had taught them, they tackled the solution-based questions first, then moved on to the fill-in-the-blank questions, and finally reviewed the multiple-choice questions. This scene made Proctor Wang Haihe frown. Something was off, more than off, it felt dead wrong. He had proctored exams for underperforming classes before. Every single one of those students would fall asleep the moment they wrote their names on the test paper. But now, every student in class 7 had already started writing. Could it be? A thought flashed through Wang Haihe's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Why were these students labeled academic underachievers? Wasn't it precisely because they couldn't achieve good grades? Pass the passing score? Impossible. Wang Haihe dismissed it as overthinking. How could this class possibly exceed the passing threshold? Yet the more he watched, the more uneasy Wang Haihe felt. He saw one student solving a problem and getting it right. And it was a high-point question. No, this must be the best student in class 7. It had to be. With this thought, Wang Haihe moved to the next student. The same thing happened. All the big questions were solved correctly. It was well known that major questions carried significant weight in math exams, yet they were also the most challenging. But now, students from class 7 were solving them with such speed? It must be sheer bad luck that he'd stumbled upon the top performers in class 7. That had to be it. That was his reasoning, but Wang Haihe dared not continue checking. He returned to the podium. Class 7 was eerily quiet at that moment, quieter than during any previous exam. It remained so until the test ended and Wang Haihe collected the papers, when the noise gradually returned. Meanwhile, several teachers in the academic affairs office were stunned upon seeing the newly submitted papers. The grading teacher examined the paper, then glanced at the class designation and name printed on it. Class 7 had produced a student with a perfect score. Chapter 16, A Bountiful Harvest. After the exams, everyone felt incredibly tense, fearing they might be the one dragging down the class. Don't miss out. Come see me, I'll calculate your scores for you, Lu Jingshan called out with a smile. Lu Jingshan possessed an extraordinary memory, instantly replicating the exam papers in his mind. The moment his voice was heard, he was almost instantly surrounded by a crowd. Brother Lu, please calculate mine. I'm dying to know my score. Brother Lu, please tell us. If we don't know our scores soon, we'll go crazy. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Lu Jingshan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. No rush. One at a time. I'll explain the questions, you check your answers. Your scores will become clear soon enough. As Lu Jingshan walked them through each question, those who had been confused moments before suddenly lit up with understanding. Even Ji Long, unusually, leaned in closer. This time, his primary purpose for taking the exam was to bring the results back to his parents. He couldn't afford to be as indifferent as he had been before. But the more Ji Long listened, the more uneasy he felt. His heart raced with dread. By the end, he realized he was doomed. His score would likely fall far short of passing. He glanced at his friends, who all looked troubled and shook their heads, sharing their dismal results. Just then, someone called out Ji Long's name. Ji Long turned to see Lu Jingshan calling his name. You heard my review just now, right? How do you estimate your score? Lu Jingshan held a notebook and pen in his hand, already filled with estimated scores from several students. The current average barely scraped by at 90 points. Adding their scores to the mix would definitely push it below that mark. But under the gaze of the crowd, especially Lu Jingshan's, Ji Long couldn't remain silent. He whispered, 59 points. This score would drastically drag down Class 7's overall average. If Ji Long were the only one scoring 59, it might be bearable. But as his few followers reported their estimated scores, the students of Class 7 gradually sank into despair. Yet no one blamed Ji Long or the others. They understood that scoring over 50 points was already a testament to their effort. Those who gave their all needed no further explanation. On the scoresheet, Class 7's current average now stood at 70 points, a full 20 points short of the 90-point target. But those 20 points weren't going to come easily. Most of Class 7's scores had already been recorded, leaving fewer than 10 students remaining. Unless those few could pull off exceptionally high scores, there was little hope. Just then, Xin Yue approached. As one of the students still diligently studying, her results were unlikely to disappoint. All eyes turned to her. Xin Yue looked confident as she smiled at Lu Jingshan and said, I think I can score around 130. Holy crap, the crowd gasped. This would be the highest score ever seen in Class 7, right? Previously, passing had been the absolute ceiling for everyone. But now, thanks to Lu Jingshan's divine lecture yesterday, the class's score threshold had skyrocketed. They felt immense excitement, watching the average score inch upward and their hopes rise steadily. Suddenly, achieving a 90 didn't seem impossible. What had they been like before? Slacking off, gaming, skipping class, fighting, basically doing everything except studying. Studying had become the last thing on their minds. Yet now, the class average had reached an unprecedented new high. They looked to Lu Jingshan, the one who imparted knowledge, the one willing to educate them, the one who pushed and coaxed them into studying. Before seeing tangible results, people might doubt themselves, wondering if they were truly incapable. But now, faced with the concrete scores before them, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within each student. Their gaze toward Lu Jingshan shifted, filled with reverence. Everyone attributed their score improvements solely to him. Without Lu Jingshan, they would have given up long ago. How could they have achieved such high scores now? System notifications chimed one after another. Ding, gained 1 admiration point. Ding, gained 1 admiration point. Ding, gained admiration point +1. Just then, Gu Changsheng approached, looking rather shy, pushed forward by his deskmate. His voice was faint, audible only to Lu Jingshan and a few others. Probably around 129 points. The moment the score was heard, someone jumped to their feet, knocking over a water cup that clattered loudly on the floor. The person gasped. What? 129 points? The room erupted in shock. A higher score had emerged. Holy cow, Gu Changsheng is the real deal. You're officially our class's new academic superstar. Here's $500, big shot. Can you tutor me after class? Gu Changsheng, tell us, did you cheat or something? The crowd erupted in gasps, shock, and teasing. A score of 129, a mark typically seen only in the top-tier classes. In other words, after just one day, Gu Changsheng had reached the level of a top-tier math student. Everyone swarmed around Gu Changsheng. Guru, give us a leg up. In the end, Lu Jingshan recorded the scores of everyone in Gu Changsheng's group. Yet their average remained at just 85 points, still 5 points short of the 90-point average. With nearly all scores now tallied, despair washed over the crowd once more. Who hasn't been recorded yet? The entire class began searching for anyone who hadn't submitted their score, but just then, Lu Jingshan spoke up. No need to look. She's the only one left in the class who hasn't submitted hers. All eyes followed Lu Jingshan's gaze to Su Wang, who remained seated in her place. Lu Jingshan smiled at her, as if to say, found you. The moment they saw Su Wang, the class fell into gloom. She was just too ordinary except for that one time last year when she topped the class. But back then, being top of the class wasn't anything special who didn't copy. So naturally, everyone assumed the top spot was also achieved through copying. No one expected Su Wang to do well. They figured her score would be average at best around 80 or 90, tops. So, how many points? Lu Jingshan asked with a smile. Under Lu Jingshan's gaze, Su Wang slowly approached, her eyes softening slightly toward him. Instead of speaking, Su Wang took the scorebook from Lu Jingshan and wrote 142 points Su Wang in the blank space below. Everyone witnessed this moment. 142, someone exclaimed in disbelief at the score Su Wang had written. Are you kidding, Su Wang? Many remained skeptical. No one could believe that Su Wang, who rarely studied, could score so high. Amidst the sea of skeptical looks, Lu Jingshan spoke up to defend her. I believe her. That single statement was enough. With Lu Jingshan's endorsement, the crowd finally accepted the news, though the shock they felt was unlike anything they'd experienced before. Su Wang's close friends naturally chose to believe her unconditionally, showering her with praise. Then someone noticed something amiss and frowned, saying, wait, even with Su Wang's points added, it still falls short. This remark jolted everyone back into panic. What do we do now? Everyone's scores are in, and we're still short. Are we going to fall short at the last moment? Amidst the collective panic, only Shin Yuwei kept her eyes fixed on Lu Jingshan. She handed him the pen with a smile. It's just you missing. Aren't you going to write it down? They exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Jingshan took the pen and wrote down his score. 150 points Lu Jingshan. Chapter 17, Exposing Fraud. Cheating. Meanwhile, the Academic Affairs Office had descended into chaos. The Dean of Students and Class 1's math teacher, Wang Haihe, stared at the perfect exam papers before them, their expressions utterly priceless. Are the rankings out yet? The principal asked. Yes. Lu Jingshan ranked first, beating the runner-up by 8 points. What about the class averages? What did Class 7 score? That's out too. Class 7. Barely scraped by with an average score of 90. Teachers nearby gasped in unison. One murmured, unprecedented. Truly unprecedented. The average score jumped from dead last in the grade to mid-level. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Some remained skeptical. Did they cheat? How else could they improve so drastically? But Wang Haihe overheard this and immediately grew displeased. He had proctored the exam himself. If cheating had occurred, he would be held responsible. He retorted immediately, impossible. I was proctoring that exam. Are you suggesting they successfully cheated under my watch? And copied so blatantly? Wang Haihe was puzzled himself. He was confident no one had cheated under his watch, yet these scores, the leap was simply too absurd. But if he accused them of cheating, wouldn't that indirectly admit his own failure as proctor? The few who had just been questioning whether Class 7 had cheated fell silent upon seeing Wang Haihe, the proctor. As the teacher of the top-tier class, his authority was undeniable. If it's not cheating, could it be a grading error? Someone asked. Impossible, the Dean of Studies dismissed outright. After the graders finished scoring, he personally reviewed every exam. Even Wang Haihe had been present for the verification. No matter how they looked at it, what was right was right. The final scores were indisputable. The principal shot Wang Haihe a look that seemed to say, you've been caught this time. Finally, he sighed and said, go ahead and announce the scores. Soon, as the results were released, each class saw their scores and rankings. Meanwhile, in the front row by the window of Class 1, a girl with a high ponytail sat quietly. Several female classmates gathered around her and asked, Lu Wenjing, the scores are out. Want to go check them? The girl remained engrossed in her book, shaking her head. Her sweet voice drifted out, you go ahead. I won't be joining you. Right. We don't need to see to know you'll be first. I'm so jealous I've lost count of how many times you've topped the math class. We're off then. Let's see if you scored higher than last time. After they left, Lu Wenjing picked up her pen. In no time, she solved the math competition problem before her, as if no challenge could ever stump her. Ever since joining the honors class, she had consistently held the top spot in math. She hadn't checked her scores because the thrill of competing for rankings had faded. Transitioning from challenger to undisputed champion had inevitably shifted her mindset. It had become boring. No one was a worthy opponent. She'd grown a bit arrogant, assuming she'd be the school representative for this Olympiad competition again. At Capital High School, there was an unwritten rule: the top math student would become the school representative, leading the team to the Olympiad competition. Given her abilities, there was no doubt she would be chosen. School representatives were exempt from the regular Olympiad and advanced directly to the provincial competition. Her goal was Kyoto University. By competing at the provincial level, she could secure a guaranteed admission spot there, or at the very least, a top-tier university. It was a win-win situation. Just as Lu Wenjing was mapping out her future, several girls who had gone to check their scores rushed back, shouting, "Oh no! Something terrible has happened." They raced straight to Lu Wenjing, panting heavily from the sprint, their words coming out in gasps. The top spot went to. Before the girl could finish, Lu Wenjing cut her off. "Alright, I know I got first place. Seriously, guys, it's just first place, why get so worked up? I'm used to it myself." Seeing Lu Wenjing's self-assured expression, the girls finally caught their breath and blurted out in one breath, "First place is Lu Jingshan from class 7. I know the first place is." "What?" The sudden twist caught Lu Wenjing completely off guard, shattering her composure. "Who did you say came in first?" Lu Wenjing doubted her own ears. "Class 7? Impossible. If someone from class 7 could get first place, she'd eat her hat." The girls seemed to have anticipated Lu Wenjing's reaction and remained calm as they recounted everything they'd just witnessed. "What, a perfect score? Impossible. I only got 142 points myself. How could a class 7 underachiever possibly get a perfect score?" Lu Wenjing was utterly shocked. She expected someone to challenge her for first place, but in her mind, it would always be someone from her own class. Someone from class 7? How could that be? Class 7 was notorious throughout the school as the class of academic underachievers. Every single student in there was, without exception, a complete academic failure. Back in the day, the top students like them used to walk all over those underachievers. There was no other reason high scores equaled power. What else did the school care about besides grades? As long as their grades were high enough, the school would tolerate anything. And now, the very students they once looked down upon had suddenly become the top scorers. How could this not be shocking? Lu Wenjing's mind was in turmoil. She even suspected her sisters might be conspiring to deceive her. Guided by the principle that seeing is believing, Lu Wenjing stood up and walked toward the podium, her sisters following behind. They understood her feelings perfectly. She had always been the undisputed math queen, the ultimate boss figure. To suddenly learn she'd been overtaken by someone she once looked down on, who could accept that? It wasn't until she got her hands on the roster and saw her name listed as second place with a student named Lu Jingshan from class 7 taking first that Lu Wenjing's world came crashing down. This meant her chance to represent the school was gone. Their once promising futures were now shattered, all ruined. All because of that Lu Jingshan. Just then, her friend beside her seemed to remember something and said, "And that's not all. I heard class 7's overall average score jumped significantly this time. They actually passed the passing threshold. Who would have thought that class of underachievers could pull off such results one day? No. That's impossible." Lu Wenjing immediately retorted. "Don't you think all this is just too unbelievable? If I recall correctly from the last math exam, class 7's average score barely reached 40 points. How could it jump to 90 in such a short time? And someone even got a perfect score? Think about it, is that even possible?" Several classmates looked at Lu Wenjing and asked, "So what are you implying?" Lu Wenjing looked at them, her tone unwavering. "Class 7 definitely cheated. How else could they improve so much in just 1 month? It's absolutely cheating." The others nodded in agreement. An academic underachiever's sudden rise to the top? That only happened in novels. How could it be real? The only plausible explanation was that class 7 had collectively cheated. Convinced, the group turned to Lu Wenjing. "What do you suggest we do? Class 7's behavior is despicable. We have to do something about this." Lu Wenjing, now the group's leader, declared, "It's simple. Let's all go to the office and report them. Make class 7 retake the exam, then their true colors will show." Chapter 18, so, let the betting begin. Principal. We're filing a joint complaint against class 7 for cheating on this exam. Students from other classes had also noticed class 1's shocking transformation. Many shared Lu Wenjing's sentiments, and soon a large crowd gathered outside the office demanding answers. "Are you going to do anything about class 7 cheating? We demand class 7 retake the exam. Give us fairness. If cheating can get you good grades, then what about all our hard work and effort? Does that make us clowns?" Each accusation seemed to carry endless grievances. The teachers, overwhelmed by the scene, turned to the dean of students for help. The dean could only explain helplessly, "You must trust the school and trust the teachers. We absolutely prohibit cheating and have zero tolerance for such behavior." The dean assumed a few official-sounding words would send the students away, but this time they were serious. No matter what the dean said, they demanded a retest. Lu Wenjing, standing at the front of the line, stated, "Principal and all the teachers, I believe in you. But teachers are human too. They can become lax or be bribed. But class 7's results are simply too bizarre. We cannot accept this as fact. Please meet our demand, have class 7 retake the test so we can have peace of mind." With Lu Wenjing, the longtime top-ranked student, leading the charge, the others grew even more vocal. No matter what the teachers or the principal said, they insisted class 7 must retake the exam. The office was besieged, the scene growing so chaotic it drew the attention of every other class. Class 7 also noticed the commotion. A few students gathered to eavesdrop, and upon hearing the conversation, their expressions turned pale. The 6 major classes were pressuring the dean to attack Class 7. Immediately, someone rushed back to relay the news. This is bad. This is bad. The other classes suspect us of cheating and are demanding the principal let them retake the exam. The messenger burst through the door, shouting as he scanned the room. After searching for a moment without seeing him, he asked the others, "Where's Lu Jingshan?" "Oh, him? He went off to join the commotion too." Meanwhile, in the office, due to the unified demands of everyone present, the dean of students' stance began to shift slightly. He had been skeptical about the matter, but there had been no valid reason to hold a retest until now the students from other classes had provided him with that justification. The crowd murmured in agreement, their voices rising in unison. "I could have made it into the top 50. It's all because of those cheaters in Class 7. How shameless." "Exactly. Class 7 went too far. My ranking was always stable, but because of them, my score dropped this much for the first time. The worst offender is that Lu Jingshan. He's just a troublemaker. How could a slacker like him get a perfect score? He must have cheated. There's no other explanation." Lu Wenjing and her friends stepped forward to defend her. That first place was stolen through cheating. If he hadn't cheated, it would have been ours. Lu Wenjing's. That Lu Jingshan needs to be thoroughly investigated to restore justice for Lu Wenjing. The crowd grew angrier and more united with each word. Just then, another person squeezed through the crowd. Someone noticed him. "Bro, you here to report it too?" "Report? What are you reporting?" Lu Jingshan asked curiously. The male student looked at Lu Jingshan, furrowing his brow slightly as he fell into thought. "Classmate, have we met somewhere before? You look familiar to me." Suddenly, the boy's expression changed drastically. He remembered who the man before him was. Lu Jingshan, the notorious bully and gang leader of Dochum High School. Why did he look familiar? Because Lu Jingshan's portrait was plastered all over the school walls, serving as a cautionary example for everyone. The startled boy blurted out Lu Jingshan's name, drawing everyone's attention. The previously chaotic office fell suddenly silent at the mention of Lu Jingshan's name. Many had heard of him but never seen him. Lu Jingshan was actually here, and they all wanted to see what the man who had scored a perfect exam looked like. Especially Lu Wenjing and her friends. They wanted to know who had used underhanded tactics to snatch first place from Lu Wenjing. "You're Lu Jingshan?" Lu Jingshan watched as several people approached him. He nodded in acknowledgement. "What is it?" They marched right up to Lu Jingshan. One girl immediately shouted, "You thief! Cheating scumbag!" Before Lu Jingshan could react, the girls, determined to seek justice for their friend, unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks that left him utterly bewildered. When had he ever cheated? And what did they mean by thief? What had he stolen? But none of that mattered now. He couldn't just let these girls get in his face like this. Whether in this life or his past one, he was still a gang leader. Being insulted like this? Just as one of the girls was about to continue. Smack! A sharp slap sent the girl reeling, her face flushing red from the impact. She was literally silenced by physical force. The scene stunned everyone present, silencing the rest instantly. "I'm usually easy to talk to, but manners matter. Didn't your parents teach you to respect others?" He then addressed the entire group. "You all saw it. She initiated the verbal attack. I was merely acting in self-defense." Just then, Lu Wenjing stepped forward, shielding the girl from view as she confronted Lu Jingshan. "If anyone's at fault, it's you." "My fault? I was just here to watch the drama unfold. What did I do wrong? You dare say you didn't cheat on this math mock exam? Dare say you didn't cheat your way to first place? Dare say your Class 7's average score didn't jump so much without cheating? Can you honestly say that with a clear conscience?" Lu Wenjing voiced what everyone present was thinking. They simply couldn't believe Class 7 had improved so dramatically in such a short time. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to respond, Lu Wenjing cut him off. "Don't try to fool us with your fancy, third-rate rhetoric. Just answer one question: will you retake the exam?" Lu Wenjing's gaze sharpened as she closed in on Lu Jingshan, her every step radiating aggression. "If there's no retake, it means all of you cheated. All scores will be nullified, and rankings will be recalculated. As for retaking the exam, no one believed Class 7 hadn't cheated, so naturally, no one suggested it. But what if we still get the same scores after retaking the exam? What if our average score is still above the passing line?" Lu Jingshan's earnest question was met only with derisive laughter. "This is ridiculous. Does Class 7 really act like this? Passing the threshold? They actually think cheating scores are their own achievement? Are all of you in Class 7 just stupid?" Everyone laughed. No one would believe a class that consistently scored low could pass without cheating. It was as absurd as claiming fish could survive on oxygen. But Lu Jingshan persisted. "Answer me. If we prove our class didn't cheat, what then?" At that moment, the dean of students stepped forward. "If it's proven that your class did not engage in cheating, the school will apologize to you. Additionally, 5 more spots in the Math Olympiad will be allocated to your class." We will hold a commendation ceremony for your entire class, complete with bonuses, certificates, and guaranteed admission quotas. Nothing will be withheld. Chapter 19, An Unforgettable Day. The test papers were reprinted quickly, 50 copies in total. The principal and Wang Hai has set the questions and compiled the papers on the spot. Class 7 was packed inside and out with onlookers eager to see how well the students would perform without cheating. They'll probably still be dead last, just like always, someone sneered. What if it's real? What if they actually have the ability? A girl voiced her concern, dreading the possibility that this might be true. But the moment she spoke, others dismissed her immediately. Think this is some novel? A story of the underdog rising up? Nothing that easy. You should read fewer novels. Inside Class 7, supervision was at its strictest, one proctor at the front, one at the back, and another patrolling the aisles. Outside the windows, students from other classes watched intently. If Class 7 could still achieve outstanding results under these circumstances, then those scores would be undeniably genuine. The moment the test papers were placed down, Lu Jingshan shouted, 3, 2, 1. Go! As the countdown ended, the entire class roared in unison. When Lu Jingshan relayed the principal's decision to Class 7, every single student felt resentful. They had earned their scores through genuine effort, expecting astonished glances and words of praise. Instead, they received only distrust and skepticism. When asked to retake the exam, they were initially fiercely resistant. Ji Long reacted most fiercely. Why? I earned these scores with my own skills. They just question them? Demand retakes? Who do they think they are? Suddenly, Class 7 erupted in fury, launching a wave of protests. Better to die than be disgraced, they declared. Sure, they might be a bunch of jerks normally, but this time, they'd worked their asses off for these results. How could anyone say they didn't believe it? Yet in the end, everyone agreed to retake the exam. Lu Jingshan had become an indispensable figure in their hearts, an utterly formidable presence. Whether they could defy fate and rewrite their destiny now hinged on Lu Jingshan. Not a single soul dared disobey him. It was only after Lu Jingshan stepped in to persuade them that everyone finally agreed. Ji Long remained unconvinced. Old Lu, I'm only agreeing to retake the exam for your sake. Otherwise, I'd have led my brothers to confront those bastards and settle things the old way. Gu Changsheng and Su Wan, however, remained remarkably composed, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Xin Yue looked at Lu Jingshan and said, I'll follow your lead. If you want us to retake the exam, I'm in. It'll show them exactly what Class 7 is capable of. Let them know Class 7 isn't what it used to be. Let them know the current Class 7 is the one you lead. Watching Xin Yue utter such commanding words in her gentlest tone, Lu Jingshan felt as though he'd unlocked another facet of her character. After seeing the unanimous agreement from Class 7, the principal personally supervised the exam, undoubtedly adding pressure to the students outside. Who gets tested with so many people watching? To ease the tension in everyone's hearts, Lu Jingshan finally shouted 3, 2, 1 to cheer everyone on. As the minutes ticked by, each student settled into their focus. Over the previous day, Lu Jingshan had primarily taught formulas and problem-solving approaches for computational questions, building upon that foundation to cover variations of other question types. Therefore, as long as the weighting for calculation problems remained unchanged, they would likely pass. Moreover, upon receiving the new exam papers, Lu Jingshan had immediately noticed something amiss. The proportion of points allocated to computational problems had actually increased. This was because the head of studies feared Class 7 students might have achieved their scores by guessing on true, false, and multiple choice questions, hence increasing the proportion of computational problems. It was common knowledge that computational problems typically represented medium to high difficulty in math exams. Part of his motive was deliberately to make things difficult for Class 7. But unexpectedly, it backfired. Class 7's strength happened to be computational problems. They had every formula memorized to perfection. Soon, the 2 hours passed, the exam ended, and the teacher began grading on the spot. The head of academic affairs, who was in charge of grading, remained smug. But as he graded, he was in for a shock. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Nearly all the students had passed, with only a handful failing, and even those weren't too far off. What astonished the principal most was that a genius had emerged from a class like Class 7. The principal looked at Su Wang's exam paper. If he remembered correctly, Su Wang had previously scored 138 points, ranking 5th in the entire grade. Now, with 146 points, he had surpassed Lu Wenjing. Then there were Gu Changsheng, Xin Yue, and others. Their scores were easily good enough for the honors class. The principal was utterly perplexed. What on earth had happened to Class 7? Had these students suddenly had an epiphany? Especially when he saw Lu Jingshan's paper, only the word perfect could describe it. Full marks. Full marks again. There's a saying, you score what you can because that's your limit. But Lu Jingshan scored 150 because the test ceiling was 150. A prodigy, a genuine prodigy. As the principal reviewed the stacks of papers, he could have mistaken them for the top-tier class's work, and in some aspects, they were even more extraordinary. The class average, which had barely scraped by at 90 points, suddenly shot up another 10 points, breaking through the 100-point barrier. Even Ji Long broke through 45 points, scoring 62 on his own for the first time. In elementary school, that would have been a passing grade, but unfortunately, high school required 90 to pass. Still, for him personally, this was already significant progress. He even dared to take it home to show his parents, telling them he was truly making progress. The crowd that had gathered outside Class 7's classroom was forcibly called back to wait for the list to be distributed in their respective classrooms. Returning to Class 1, Lu Wenjing felt considerably more at ease. With the new list about to be announced, her top spot should be secure. She felt relieved that she had retaken the exam, otherwise, her top spot would have been stolen by these academic underachievers. Before long, the rankings were recalculated, and each class received a new list. What she saw sent a chill down her spine. Class 7 students had climbed even higher. Lu Wenjing's eyes darted to the second place spot and found her name. Of course, she thought. I should be first. But when she looked up, Lu Jingshan's name still occupied the top position. That moment, Lu Wenjing sensed something was off. She looked down and found her name in third place. That day, the top students at Du City High School were nearly driven mad. They had hoped the retake would expose the ugly truth about Class 7, but instead, they faced an even deeper blow. Lu Wenjing felt as if her world had collapsed. Emotionally shattered, she buried her face in her desk and wept. Students from other classes who saw the new rankings reacted just like Lu Wenjing, unable to believe this absurd reality, yet forced to accept it. The math geniuses of Ducheng High would never forget this painful day, suddenly crushed by Class 7's group of acknowledged underachievers on the very scores they prided themselves on. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan's emergence drew widespread attention. The former gang leader had transformed into an academic prodigy, surpassing Lu Wenjing to claim first place with a perfect exam score. After all, school was a place where academic performance determined one's standing. Lu Jingshan's top ranking in the entire grade attracted many younger students who gathered at the classroom door, begging him for study tips. However, Lu Jingshan's identity remained the class's top secret. The entire Class 7 was united in their resolve; they would never expose him unless he chose to reveal himself. Looking out at the crowd packed tight against the windows, Lu Jingshan felt a mix of resignation and amusement. There was one upside, though: the steady stream of admiration points rolling into his account. Ding, gained 1 admiration point. Ding, gained 1 admiration point. Ding, gained admiration point +1. Chapter 20, Want to learn? I'll teach you. For the rest of the day, whenever class ended, students would rush to Class 7. Some came to ask about study methods, others just to listen in. Even a few students from the elite classes made their way over to Class 7, only to be immediately escorted back by their teachers upon being spotted. Do you think my teaching is that bad? He retorted. Don't be so ungrateful. Besides, Class 7 is only good at math. They don't have math next period. What's the point of you going? Watching as the teachers from other classes called their students back, some of the Class 7 students turned to look at Lu Jingshan. Since the next class wasn't math, they wondered if Lu Jingshan would continue yesterday's lecture. The classroom seemed to return to its usual state. Gu Chansheng kept his head down studying. Ji Long had fallen asleep right after finishing the exam. Su Wan was scrolling through shopping apps on her phone. She just received her first paycheck of the month from Lu Jingshan. How could she not buy something to nourish her grandmother still in the hospital? In that moment, Lu Jingshan felt the class had returned to how it was before, though something had changed. His standing within the class had risen considerably. You're not the teacher, you're just a student. Besides, you taught all day yesterday. You deserve a break. Lu Jingshan found Xin Youwei's words reasonable. Admiration could be earned any time there was plenty of time. People needed rest, and this was the perfect moment to carefully plan his next steps. Leading his brothers onto the broad path of success, he had taken the first step, but it was far from enough. His followers weren't limited to just this class, he needed to find a way to get them all studying. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan picked up his chemistry textbook to begin previewing the material. With the super tutor, previewing an entire book was effortless. Of course, he'd bought this book through a campus dealer, shelling out $200 for the entire senior year textbook set. As for where the previous books went? Don't ask. The answer is that Lu Jingshan now desperately misses them. Upon realizing Lu Jingshan wouldn't be lecturing, the students lost interest and turned away. Unlike before, however, they didn't start slacking off. Instead, they picked up their chemistry books and waited for the teacher's arrival. Lu Jingshan felt a sense of satisfaction at these changes. At least the class was starting to improve because of him, no longer stagnant like a pool of dead water. He had stirred that stagnant pool. Seizing this rare moment of peace since his rebirth, Lu Jingshan lay face down on his desk, appearing to sleep while secretly studying the system. Super Lecturer Level 2-100. Mathematics Expertise Level 2-100. Esports Master Level 110. Admiration Points 143. Pay to win, can recharge 40,000 yuan to draw new skills. Seeing his admiration points already at 143, Lu Jingshan felt no rush to level up. Instead, his gaze settled on the in-game purchases section. Last time it was 20,000 yuan, now it's 40,000? This feels a bit shady, doesn't it? Following this pattern, 2 more draws would cost 120,000 yuan, 3 would be 240,000, and 4 would hit 480,000. So greedy. So greedy. Damn greedy. But thankfully, the skills he'd drawn so far were all quite satisfying. Staring at the screen, Lu Jingshan furrowed his brow. Should he top up or not? Hesitation only invites trouble. Let's do this, guys. Top up now. Ding. Payment of 40,000 yuan processed via PayPass. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the new skill, Master Painter. Master Painter Level 1 possesses expert-level painting skills, mastering various techniques and methods. In the next instant, a torrent of painting knowledge flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind. Countless techniques quietly took root within him, simplifying structural elements in sketches, enhancing details, capturing experimental phenomena, mastering color coordination, designing newsletter layouts, crafting comic scripts, expanding creative capabilities. Simultaneously, the system panel transformed, adding the Master Painter entry alongside 2 sub-skills below. Expert Eye, capable of discerning the quality of artwork, identifying flaws, and proposing improvements, possessing a degree of appraisal ability. Inspiration, possesses powerful imagination and creative expression, effortlessly blending diverse art styles and unique characteristics. Drawing? Staring at his newly acquired abilities, Lu Jingshan momentarily wondered how to utilize them. Open an art tutoring class? Just as Lu Jingshan pondered the potential uses of his new skill, his peripheral vision caught Xin Yue seemingly sketching something nearby. What are you drawing? Lu Jingshan leaned closer to ask. Xin Yue's current drawing wasn't exactly impressive, it barely resembled a human figure. Seeing Lu Jingshan approach, Xin Yue blushed slightly. It's homework from my art class. We had to draw a cartoon character, but I just can't get it right. Xin Yue pulled out a reference image featuring the male lead from a currently popular anime. As for whether it was difficult to draw, it was indeed quite challenging for a beginner. No wonder Xin Yue couldn't manage it. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Lu Jingshan took the drawing paper from Xin Yue's desk. He only needed to glance at the reference image for 2 or 3 seconds to commit it to memory, so he didn't need to keep looking at it. He promptly returned it to Xin Yue. Seeing Lu Jingshan take the paper surprised Xin Yue. In her mind, Lu Jingshan knew nothing about drawing, he'd never even tried it before. When she saw him glance at the reference for mere seconds before handing it back, she was even more convinced he was joking. After all, many people struggle to draw well even with reference images, let alone freehand. But what happened next left Xin Yue completely dumbfounded. Lu Jingshan picked up his pen and began sketching the cartoon character from memory, directly modifying Xin Yue's original work. His movements were swift. While the cartoon character was certainly complex, something that would normally take considerable time. Yet in Lu Jingshan's hands, it seemed to take shape in a single stroke, from the outer lines to the inner details, almost all completed in one fluid motion. His speed was so astonishing that Xin Yue hadn't even processed one step before he'd already moved on to the next. Xin Yue was stunned. She hadn't even blinked, so how could she suddenly lose track? Moreover, Lu Jingshan's movements were so polished, even more skilled than her own teacher. She loved drawing so much that her parents enrolled her in an art class, but she never seemed to get the hang of it. She always blamed her own clumsiness and had even considered giving up. Yet drawing was one of the few things she genuinely loved and chose to persevere with, which is why she'd stuck with it until now. Soon the painting was finished. Xin Yue pulled out the reference image for comparison and discovered Lu Jingshan's work was even more refined, the proportions were more perfect, and the lines and the details were superior. Xin Yue's shock now matched the astonishment she'd felt just 2 days prior when Lu Jingshan had taught her to solve math problems. Alongside this astonishment came the realization that she had uncovered yet another hidden talent of Lu Jingshan's. Who knew he could be so skilled at drawing too? Ding! Gained +1 admiration point from Xin Yue. Looking at Lu Jingshan's finished drawing, it was already flawless. It was a pity, however, that he only had pencils and no colored pens. Otherwise, it would have been even more impressive than it already was. At that moment, Lu Jingshan recalled Xin Yue's passion for drawing. He looked at her and said, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Chapter 21, Too much advantage can be a headache. The bell rang, yet the teacher was nowhere to be seen. Just as everyone assumed the chemistry teacher had called in sick, he finally appeared. But he came and went in a flash. Hurriedly, he left a single sentence, "Same as usual today's self-study. I have something to attend to." With that, the chemistry teacher departed. This scene was all too familiar to Class 7 students. Most of their teachers acted this way, leaving them to study on their own before slipping away. It was clear they had no desire to teach them. Just then, a message popped up on Lu Jingshan's phone. It was from one of his underlings, a photo showing the chemistry teacher playing games in his office. It proved that when speechlessness reaches its peak, laughter truly does escape. Fine. You don't want to teach, huh? I'll teach you myself. With that thought, Lu Jingshan pulled out a long-forgotten chemistry textbook from his desk drawer and began reading. As he scanned the pages, a sudden realization dawned on Lu Jingshan. After an unknown amount of time, Manhwa in the teacher's office glanced at the clock. It was nearly time for the dean to make his rounds, and he needed to return to Class 7. He was new to the school and unaware of the changes in Class 7, assuming it was still the same as before. That was why he had rushed back to the office to rest. Who in their right mind would want to teach a class full of delinquents? But the moment he stepped into Class 7, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Before he could process what was happening, the lights on the podium flickered on. Simultaneously, Lu Jingshan's voice boomed. "Watch closely, everyone, this is the art of chemistry. Just a pinch of vitamin B2 and a dash of potassium permanganate and a meteor shower appears before our very eyes." Manhwa followed the sound and witnessed an utterly breathtaking sight. Countless golden sparks fell from above, as if a meteor shower were unfolding right before his eyes. The appearance of the starlight was met with a chorus of gasps, while Lu Jingshan continued his explanation. Manhwa stared at the experiment before him. This was a meteor shower experiment? Most people couldn't pull this off. How did they manage it? At the same time, Manhwa noticed numerous bubbles appearing around him. Wait. Bubbles? Logically, since bubbles are made of gas, they should float upward. Yet these bubbles remained suspended at the same height. The floating bubble experiment? Before he could process his shock, a sudden explosion startled him. He looked toward the source of the blast. An explosion dust experiment. Manhwa was utterly bewildered. Wait, hadn't he just entered the classroom? 3 challenging chemistry experiments in quick succession? At the same time, he was curious which teacher was conducting the experiments. Even top students might not be able to handle experiments like these. As he pondered, the experiment on the podium continued. In the darkness, 2 blue glowing liquids collided. Instantly, a greenish-blue flame erupted, instantly illuminating the entire classroom. Students who had been sleeping or slacking off moments before now stared at the flame in the darkness like cats bound by restraints, utterly captivated by the sight of a cat toy. It only takes a small amount of copper sulfate pentahydrate and ethanol to achieve this. I call it the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire. Lu Jingshan had completed several chemical experiments in one go, explaining the principles behind each one to the class. Only after the final experiment concluded did the lights come on, revealing to the chemistry teacher that it was Lu Jingshan conducting the experiments. This revelation sent a small shock through him. His gaze toward Lu Jingshan brimmed with disbelief, yet the undeniable evidence before him forced acceptance. Clapping, he said, "Very impressive. Excellent work on the experiments." At the same time, his gaze toward Lu Jingshan held a hint of relief. Was this a prodigal son returning to the right path? He sensed something different about Class 7 today. Perhaps even the entire Du City High School felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Tell us," the chemistry teacher inquired, "how long have you been studying these experiments?" He hoped Lu Jingshan could set an example for everyone. But Lu Jingshan's answer left him speechless. Lu Jingshan smiled and said, "Not long. It only took me about half an hour." The chemistry teacher had assumed it took half a month. Learning these experiments in half a month wasn't exactly fast, but it was impressive enough for Class 7 students. The chemistry teacher affirmed Lu Jingshan, "Not bad. Willing to spend half an." Mid-sentence, he snapped back to reality, his mind reeling once more. Half an hour? You mastered it in just half an hour?" The teacher's voice cracked with disbelief. Lu Jingshan shook his head to indicate otherwise. Only then did the chemistry teacher feel somewhat relieved. That made sense. How could anyone possibly master such complex chemical experiments in just half an hour? He must be exaggerating. But Lu Jingshan's next words sent the teacher's composure spiraling even further. It didn't take half an hour to learn. Most of the time was spent sourcing the materials because they're hard to come by. From the moment I learned it to just finishing this experiment, it took exactly half an hour. It really is a rather complex experiment, Lu Jingshan sighed. Hearing this, the chemistry teacher felt a crack form in his heart. What did he just say? From learning the technique to gathering the materials, it only took half an hour? That couldn't be true, could it? Even when he had to perform these experiments back then, it took him considerable time, and he needed a teacher to demonstrate the process first. Suddenly, it dawned on him. A teacher. Right, if a skilled instructor focused solely on teaching the procedures and prepped the materials in advance, half an hour might be feasible. This thought eased his mind somewhat, and he continued, "Well, it seems the teacher who taught you was quite skilled. Could you tell me which teacher at the school did that?" Lu Jingshan shook his head. "What? Not a teacher from the school?" Just then, Shin Yue spoke up, providing the answer. "Teacher." Lu Jingshan taught himself all this. Right after the class bell rang, he figured it out in no time and said he wanted to show us something. We even gathered those materials together. It took quite a while. Several students from Class 7 chimed in. "We can all vouch for him. We were out gathering materials until just now." With so many witnesses, it meant Lu Jingshan had genuinely mastered those experiments in a short time. The chemistry teacher was so stunned he couldn't find words. After witnessing Lu Jingshan's experiment and learning about his terrifying learning ability, the other students admired him even more. Ding, admiration points +1. Ding, admiration points +1. Ding, admiration points +1. Lu Jingshan thought to himself, sometimes being too good comes with its own set of troubles. Chapter 22, For the Gang. Lu Jingshan, wait for me. As dusk settled and the dismissal bell rang, Shin Yue called out to Lu Jingshan, backpack slung over her shoulder, and ran toward him. Seeing Shin Yue panting slightly as she jogged over, Lu Jingshan recalled how she'd asked him to wait for her earlier that morning. He apologized, sorry, I forgot about our arrangement. Shin Yue didn't seem upset at all, her tone as gentle as ever. It's okay. Just remember to wait for me next time. The school uniform at Du City High was a muted brown. The girl's uniform consisted of a brown sailor top paired with a short JK skirt. Bathed in the glow of dusk, the scene held an undeniable charm. No wonder Shin Yue was hailed as Class 7's beauty queen. Her ample assets, 5 feet 6 inches stature, and delicate, adorable features combined to create a truly goddess-like presence. Even Lu Jingshan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, found himself mesmerized by her beauty in that moment. How unfortunate that in his previous life, he had been so blinded by his own foolishness that he hadn't recognized her worth. Didn't you say you'd teach me to paint? I happen to have time tonight. Lu Jingshan recalled mentioning this morning that he would teach Shin Yue. His days were so hectic lately that he could forget anything. Just as he was about to agree, something suddenly came to mind, something he couldn't refuse. He had to attend this event, which meant he couldn't teach Shin Yue painting. He was undoubtedly reluctant, but there was no choice. The revolution was far from won, he still had to strive harder. With a heavy heart, Lu Jingshan had to decline. I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to and likely won't have time to teach you painting. Seeing Shin Yue's expression gradually cloud over with disappointment, Lu Jingshan hurriedly tried to make amends. Tomorrow I'll definitely teach you. Lu Jingshan pointed to a nearby milk tea shop and said. Today was my fault. How about this, I'll buy you a bubble tea to make it up to you. Seeing Lu Jingshan's sincere apology, Shin Yue's expression softened slightly. Fine. I'll have a mint milk green tea with less ice and 3/4 sugar. Her tone, however, still carried a hint of resentment. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan immediately dashed to the milk tea shop and ordered the same drink as Shin Yue. The shop was quick, and he didn't keep her waiting long. Soon, he returned with a cup in hand, offering it to her. Seeing the milk tea, Shin Yue's expression finally cleared completely. Realizing Lu Jingshan must truly be very busy, she didn't linger. They exchanged a few more words before waving goodbye. As she turned the corner ahead, Shin Yue's figure vanished from sight. Watching her leave, Lu Jingshan sighed. He felt helpless too, who wouldn't want to spend more time with such a beautiful classmate? But his schedule was simply too packed. Just then, the taxi he'd hailed arrived. Last digits of your phone number. Simultaneously, in a chat group named Grow Stronger, Achieve Greater Glory, Lu Jingshan's entry caused a flurry of activity. Quan Go left enforcer, boss, protection fees for Zone A2 are all collected. Just waiting for you to come collect yours. Li Xiaoyao right enforcer, boss, Duanyan's crew is causing trouble in Zone A1 again. Me and the brothers are just waiting for you to lead us in. Reading through the daily messages, Lu Jingshan was lost in recollection. Back in middle school, lacking any natural talent for academics, he carved his own path. Leveraging his family's wealth, his good nutrition, and his robust physique. Day after day, he used threats and bribes to recruit followers through fights and brawls. To expand his crew's influence, he even extorted protection money from merchants across 2 streets to bolster his power. The outcome was predictable. Uncle Hat took them all away. From that moment on, his path careened like a runaway train. He spiraled deeper into wrongdoing, sinking further and further until the situation spiraled completely out of control. According to his past life memories, it would happen tomorrow. Someone reported them, and Uncle Hat immediately had his 2 right-hand enforcers arrested. In the end, even the mastermind behind it all was betrayed by his own men and taken down too. That was also the first time Lu Jingshan's parents went to the police station, even attempting to use money to secure his release. But this was Manhwa, a place where the law reigned supreme. In the end, Lu's parents spent a fortune to obtain letters of forgiveness from every single merchant who had been extorted for protection money. Only then was Lu Jingshan released from the police station the very next day. When he walked out of the station, his parents didn't blame him. Instead, they were deeply worried and insisted on taking him home for a meal. This leniency only fueled his lawless nature and lack of respect for the law in his previous life. Meanwhile, his right-hand man and most loyal brother had also been imprisoned for over a year for collecting protection money. This time, he had come to prevent all of that from happening. He intended to lead these brothers to education and set them on the right path. As for that guy named Duan Yan in the chat interface, he was a school bully from the neighboring UA high school. They were also in the protection racket business and frequently clashed with them. Lu Jingshan and Ji Long had no shortage of fights with them, and Old Ban often stepped in to stop it. Seeing his, Lu Jingshan said in the group chat, "You guys need to return the protection money to those merchants immediately." As for Duan Yan, forget about him. Just hand over Zone A1 to them. Hell, we don't even want Zone A2 anymore. The message instantly silenced the group. Everyone stared at Lu Jingshan's message in disbelief. His right and left enforcers even suspected someone had stolen their boss's phone or hacked his account. Otherwise, if this were the old days, Lu Jingshan would have been the first to yell him. Soon, another message appeared. Kwang Gu left enforcer, are you really the boss? Send a voice message so we can hear you. Li Xiaoyao right bodyguard, kid, I suggest you return that phone immediately. If we catch you with it, you'll regret it. Seeing the messages from his brothers, Lu Jingshan knew these two idiots must have misunderstood. He immediately initiated a group video call. The call connected instantly, revealing Mad Brother and Li Xiaoyao's avatars. Seeing the two men on the screen, Lu Jingshan felt a momentary daze. In his past life, Kwang Gu had his arm broken during a turf war. To cover Lu Jingshan's retreat, he and his men used that single arm to hold off the pursuers, but it also severed all contact between Lu Jingshan and Kwang Gu. All that remained was a warning message showing Kwang Gu, covered in wounds and bound with ropes, being thrown into the sea. Then there was Li Xiaoyao. While covering for someone at a fight, he was struck in the head by a troublemaker and became a vegetable, confined to a hospital bed ever since. Living again and seeing his brothers once more, Lu Jingshan felt tears welling up. If not for the phone screen between them, he would have embraced both brothers right then. On the other end of the video, seeing that it was indeed their boss, the men immediately quieted down, no longer as brazen as before. They also noticed something was off with Lu Jingshan and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Did someone cross you? I'll take care of them right now." Seeing the two brothers unchanged from his past life, Lu Jingshan smiled a smile of profound relief. Having been reborn, he was determined to alter the course of these two brothers' lives, guiding them onto the broad path of prosperity alongside him. And the first step was to make them return the protection money. Chapter 23, The Jiabao Squad. Big Brother. Lu Jingshan approached, and the dozen or so men immediately stood at attention, bowing deeply as they shouted, "Greetings, Big Brother." Lu Jingshan felt utterly mortified at the sight, especially when he noticed several passers-by on the street staring at him. Damn it! Total social death. Quickly, stand up. What are you all doing? There are so many people watching. Lu Jingshan hurried to help them up. Big Brother, you said it yourself. From now on, whenever we see you, we're supposed to bow low and shout loudly. That's how you show respect, right? Damn it, he'd forgotten this was his own rule to bow and greet the boss upon meeting him. This time, he was truly reaping what he had sown. Next time, no need. Actually, never again. Surrounded by a dozen familiar faces, Lu Jingshan regretted his past decisions. If he could start over, he would never lead his brothers down this path of lawlessness. His resolve to steer the team toward the straight and narrow only grew stronger. Standing before the group were two towering figures, his right and left-hand men, Brother Kwang and Li Xiaoyao. Kwang Gu, whose real name was Chen Kwang, was a 6-foot-tall powerhouse who had dropped out of middle school. After meeting Lu Jingshan, he joined the crew and rose to become the second in command of the Brotherhood. By his side was Li Xiaoyao, another loyal lieutenant who had been with him since junior high. Seeing his old brothers again, Lu Jingshan walked over, patted them on the shoulder, and then pulled both of them forcefully into his embrace. In his mind, the tragic fates of those two kept replaying like a looping film. Caught off guard by Lu Jingshan's abrupt gesture, they froze in place, their expressions frozen in shock. They exchanged confused glances, their eyes silently asking, "Big Brother, what's gotten into you?" "Big Brother?" Chen Kwang and Li Xiaoyao waved their hands in front of Lu Jingshan's face, deeply doubting his mental state. Was he possessed? Before they could continue, Lu Jingshan had already released his grip, regaining his composure. Turning to face the crowd, his resolve solidified. Seizing the moment before events unfolded, he knew he must alter everyone's fate. His gaze fell upon his two bodyguards. Knowing them well, Lu Jingshan didn't believe they had actually returned the protection money. Leaning close to each ear, he whispered, "Tell me honestly, did you return the protection money?" "Not yet." Their voices betrayed a hint of guilt. "Why not?" "We thought you were just joking, boss. Who gives back money they've already gotten?" Li Xiaoyao's voice trailed off, growing fainter and less confident. Lu Jingshan inwardly sighed, just as I thought. Glancing at the dozen or so brothers around him, he asked, "Is that how the rest of you feel too?" The others nodded in agreement, essentially confirming the sentiment. This left Lu Jingshan momentarily speechless. He silently reminded himself, they're brothers. That thought eased his mind a little. He understood now his men weren't ready to change their ways yet. They were too ingrained in their thug mentality. He'd have to find a way to strip that mindset from them. Glancing around, his eyes fell upon the nearby Brother Knife 1/internet cafe. "Let's go inside for the meeting." Inside a VIP private room at the internet cafe, Lu Jingshan held his first meeting with his men in this location. In the past, stepping into this room meant he was here to play games. Once everyone was inside, Lu Jingshan signaled for the door to be closed before launching into his first lesson for his men. He understood that thugs were thugs precisely because they had no path to education. His mission was to clear the path they had blocked, showing them that life offered more than just a life of crime. Traditional education methods were unlikely to sway this group of thugs, even with Lu Jingshan as their leader. This was a long-term project, and the first step was to regulate their behavior. Under Lu Jingshan's new rules, extorting protection money was now strictly forbidden. Got it? Anyone caught collecting protection money again will be dealt with by me personally. Instantly, the group was intimidated by Lu Jingshan's imposing presence, all hastily declaring they wouldn't dare. Lu Jingshan turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyao, who had reported in the group chat how many people they'd extorted protection money from today. This wouldn't do. To make an example, he had to make an example. Sorry, brother. Lu Jingshan turned to Li Xiaoyao and Shen Quan with a wicked grin. Didn't I tell you to return the protection money to its original sources? Have you done it yet? Seeing the boss's wicked grin and sinister tone, Li Xiaoyao's hair stood on end in terror. He lowered his head, unable to speak. Chen Kuang tried to explain, but upon seeing Lu Jingshan's expression, he immediately lowered his head too. Lu Jingshan continued, "Didn't you think I was joking? Since there are people around now, I won't punish you here. Come find me when it's quiet." The two of them, like children who had done something wrong, could only obediently agree. Li Xiaoyao and Chen Kuang's reaction stunned the dozen or so underlings behind them. They understood now Lu Jingshan meant business this time. The meeting continued for a few more minutes. Lu Jingshan knew that trying to cover too much ground would be counterproductive, so he focused on the most critical points, warning everyone that they must abandon their old ways. Alright, that's all for today's meeting. If I find anyone not following my orders or continuing their old ways, don't blame me for cleaning house myself. Faced with Lu Jingshan's stern warning, the men dared not show the slightest resistance, nodding repeatedly in assurance. Satisfied that the matter was settled, Lu Jingshan dismissed the group. Just then, one of the underlings reminded him, "Boss, the Jia Bao squad is waiting for us in the next private room. I forgot to mention it earlier." Chapter 24, The Strike. Meanwhile, at the Du City Public Security Management Brigade. "Teacher, you have to watch the livestream." A newly assigned female officer hurriedly approached her mentor with a phone in hand. Her mentor was an older officer in his 50s. Seeing her new recruit so flustered and lacking composure, she frowned and spoke up to stop her. "You must handle things steadily, not with such impatience." Unfazed by the reprimand, the girl quickly handed her phone to her mentor. "Look, sir." The veteran officer looked down in confusion. "A live stream?" Glancing again, he saw the channel name, Exposing Darkness, Protecting Student Safety. His brow furrowed. Could this be one of those attention-seeking stunts? But after listening to his apprentice's explanation, he finally understood it was about the incident at Du City High School. It was indeed a complicated situation. The thugs' movements were unpredictable, you never knew when they'd strike. Even if you managed to stake out the area, Du City High was located in the old district. The complex layout and tangled streets made pursuit extremely difficult. Compounded by understaffing, the root cause remained unresolved. Suddenly, an idea struck him: livestream the gangsters. By amplifying the incident's visibility, he could pressure higher-ups. Once the higher-ups felt the pressure from public opinion, they'd have to allocate more resources to tackle it. Look! This livestream is essential viewing. Xiaohong, keep a close eye on this channel. Monitor its viewership numbers. If needed, send her some gifts to boost the engagement. Got it. The rookie female officer was unusually excited to be involved in such crucial evidence gathering. Meanwhile, the livestream's audience surged from dozens to over 1,000 viewers, with numbers steadily climbing. The volume of comments exploded, all condemning the thugs. "Don't those kids have hearts? Robbing students? We need to call the police. Get them all arrested." Who would have thought that in this law-abiding society, gangsters would still be extorting protection money? Good job, streamer. This is exactly why we need live streams to expose these things. Everyone, support the streamer. Let's boost the view count so the local public security bureau has no choice but to handle this. Lu Feifei felt a surge of joy as the live stream's viewership continued to climb. Indeed. Her plan was working. She decided not to shut down the stream. Instead, she would take the risk and keep broadcasting. She was determined to fight the dark forces to the bitter end. Just then, sounds from the alleyway interrupted her thoughts. Repeated cries of "no" echoed through the air. Lu Feifei could already picture the scene in her mind. A gang of thugs surrounded a vulnerable student, threatening to beat him if he didn't pay protection money. The terrified student kept pleading, "No! Damn it!" Just imagining that scene made Lu Feifei's hands clench. Without hesitation, she leaped forward. She pointed her phone inside and shouted, "Nobody move!" The next second, she froze in place. What unfolded in the alley was nothing like she'd imagined. It was downright bizarre. She'd expected to see burly thugs extorting protection money, but instead, 3 thugs surrounded the boy, money in hand, begging him to take it. "Please, kid, we were wrong before. We messed up. We're apologizing to you here. We're giving you this money back, you have to take it." Lu Feifei even doubted her own eyes. What was going on? Thugs not collecting protection money but actually offering it? That didn't make sense. When they saw Lu Feifei appear, they waved her off with a dismissive gesture. This doesn't concern you. Go about your business. But in the blink of an eye, they were begging the boy to take back the money. Then they promised never to do this again, offering free services for any future needs. This scene didn't just leave Lu Feifei dumbfounded. Had these thugs actually reformed? Who gives money away like this? Even the live chat froze for a few seconds. No one could have imagined such a bizarre turn of events. A thug is supposed to collect protection money, right? What the hell is this? Does this even make sense? What they didn't know was that the thugs glanced behind Lu Feifei and spotted a figure, instantly growing even more excited. Grabbing the boy's hand, they forced the money into his palm, pleading earnestly. Bro, please take it. We're not lying. If you don't take it, we won't let you go. With that, the man flopped to the ground and clung to the boy's leg. It was clear, either take the money and leave, or stay put. This scene made Lu Feifei's expression twitch uncontrollably. She even began to doubt if she was hallucinating. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao and Chen Kuang, standing not far away, were watching the situation unfold intently. Chen Kuang held a ledger listing the names of students they'd extorted protection money from over the years, along with the amounts collected. Lu Jingshan had issued a strict order: if the money wasn't fully repaid and apologies secured from those individuals within the next few days, they wouldn't be allowed to return. That was why the two men had brought their underlings here. Who knows why the boss is doing this? Who knows? All we can do is follow the boss's orders. But I wonder how long we'll have to keep paying these people back. Chen Kuang stared at the 2 full pages of names, his scalp prickling with dread. But since the boss had issued a strict order, they had no choice but to follow through. Wonder how the boss is holding up. That Jia Bao crew's got some real muscle. Can he handle them alone without us? Who knows? I heard Jia Bao's team won the championship at the neighboring internet cafe yesterday. They came here today full of bravado to declare war. They even placed a bet the winner gets 10,000 from the loser. Let's just hope the boss doesn't lose too badly. After they finished talking, Li Xiaoyao pointed excitedly at a female student walking by. She's on the list too. Hurry up and pay her back. Meanwhile, not convinced? We'll add another 10 grand. Let's play one more round. Not long after. Add another 10,000. Let's keep going. I don't believe you can be that good on your own. A little while later. Another 10,000. The captain of the Jiabao team tried to add another 10,000 for one more round against Lu Jingshan, but his teammates immediately stopped him. Bro, just give it up. We've played 7 rounds. We can't beat him, so let's not waste any more money. Staring at the bold defeat displayed on the screen, the 5 members of the Jiabao team instantly felt utterly defeated. They stared at Lu Jingshan, the lone player on the opposing team, filled with both anger and helplessness. All that remained now was a thick sense of defeat. If we get crushed this badly by one person, how are we supposed to keep playing? Future? If we want a future, we should just give up now and go work in a factory. Gaming isn't for us. They ended up playing 7 matches against Lu Jingshan. They started out brimming with confidence, convinced they could wrap things up quickly and claim the 10,000 yuan prize. But the moment the game started, they sensed something was off. Even though Lu Jingshan was alone, the 5 of them couldn't kill him. It wasn't that Lu Jingshan was cheating, it was pure, simple skill superiority. They tried every tactic imaginable, even grouping up as a 5-man squad only for Lu Jingshan to pick them off one by one with his AK-47. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over them. The team leader glanced at the failure screen, then looked at his teammates. He too realized that continuing would only lead to one outcome, and instantly gave up. It must be said, the damage Lu Jingshan inflicted upon them was nothing short of devastating. 5 dream-chasing youths banded together, fighting for their aspirations. Without funds, they challenged elite teams at internet cafes. Yesterday, they'd won their cybercafe tournament, securing a spot in a regional qualifier organized by the local authorities. The top 2 finishers in that event would earn entry into the National CS Championship a month later. And once they stepped onto the national stage, the path to true professional competition wouldn't be far off. Originally, the group held on to their dreams, believing their skills could lead to something great. But just now, their dreams were ruthlessly shattered by Lu Jingshan. The captain of the Jiabao team staggered over and placed 70,000 yuan in front of Lu Jingshan. As agreed, the 70,000 yuan is yours. After handing over the money, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pulled out 5 team rosters from his pocket. We won't be attending the tournament in a week. The entry slot is yours. Lu Jingshan, fulfill our dream for us, okay? Chapter 25, Lu Feifei. Boss, we're back. His voice preceded him as Chen Kuang rushed in breathlessly. Is the match over? How much did we lose? Boss, don't worry. As long as we're here, we'll win it all back for you. The moment Chen Kuang finished speaking, he spotted the pile of red bills on the table and instantly fell silent. The table was completely covered in cash, looking like tens of thousands of yuan. Holy crap, who's got that kind of money just lying around on a table? This much money? Boss, where did you get it? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed. Spotting the captain of the Jiabo team standing before Lu Jingxian, a wild thought flashed through his mind. The boss had won and won many times over. All that money was what the boss had won back. But the moment that thought formed, Li Xiaoyao dismissed it himself. He knew the Jiabo team well. Even if they fielded their entire starting lineup, they might not beat Jiabo, let alone just the boss alone. Boss, what's the story with this money? Lu Jingxian was studying the tournament roster in his hand and didn't pay much attention to Li Xiaoyao's question, answering casually. It's part of the deal, losers pay up. This money came from them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Xiaoyao and Shen Kuang found it utterly hard to believe. They'd both experienced Jiabo squad's strength firsthand. Their 5 main players, aside from Lu Jingxian, were all out. Only the boss remained. It wasn't that they doubted Lu Jingxian's skill, but the critical issue was that he was alone. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. It was an impossible situation to win. Unless some hidden expert was assisting the leader, they simply couldn't believe it. Li Xiaoyao and Shen Kuang shared this belief in perfect unspoken agreement. They immediately began searching left and right, but found no trace of the supposed expert anywhere in the main internet cafe. After scanning the entire place, Shen Kuang concluded that among the current patrons, there was no unknown expert. He instinctively assumed the expert had already left and stopped searching. His attention shifted when he saw Qian excitedly reaching for the money. How come there's so much money? Boss, how much did you guys win? Lu Jingxian remained engrossed in the list in his hand, studying the tournament rules. He casually replied, only 7 matches. There's 70,000 in there. 70,000. Shen Kuang gasped in shock. He never imagined there could be so much. The next moment, he realized the sheer power of those pros. The way they crushed the Jiabo team, they were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. People like that were worth getting to know. Boss, what about those pros who played with you? Where'd they go? Top players? Lu Jingxian frowned, asking back, what top players? The pros who helped you take down the Jiabo team. Boss, did you get their contact info? You gotta stay in touch with pros like that. Seeing Shen Kuang assume he'd defeated Jiabo solely through so-called experts, Lu Jingxian felt utterly speechless. He rolled his eyes and said nothing more. Shen Kuang grew anxious. Boss, winning 7 matches against the Jiabo team proves how formidable those masters are. Keeping their contact info will definitely be useful later. Seeing Shen Kuang's frantic expression, the captain of the Jiabo team standing nearby asked in confusion, experts? What experts? Shen Kuang was utterly speechless. Why did everyone seem oblivious to these pros? The pros who played alongside my boss against you guys. Did they leave? I searched the internet cafes but couldn't find them. The Jiabo captain frowned. Top players? What top players? From start to finish, only your boss played against us. Where are these top players? He then turned to Lu Jingxian, bowed deeply, and said, we're counting on you. With that, he led his 4 teammates away. As they passed Shen Kuang, one of them muttered under his breath, what a mystery. Throughout this exchange, Shen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao were practically frozen in place. They had clearly heard what Captain Jiabo had said. So, their boss had single-handedly defeated Jiabo's entire 5-man team in 7 matches? They were utterly stunned. It wasn't that they doubted their own leader, it was precisely because they knew Lu Jingxian so well that they found it impossible to believe. Boss, is this real? You took on all 5 of them alone and won? Even if it were true, Shen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao refused to believe it without seeing it with their own eyes. Lu Jingxian had already reviewed the match rules on the roster. Seeing the two still doubting, he said nothing more. Instead, he pointed to the machines across from them and declared, why don't you find out for yourselves? You two can take me on together. I'll fight all 5 of you. Hearing their leader challenge a 5-on-1 match, the crowd of underlings grew excited. The original 4 starting players gathered together, but realized they were still 1 short. 1 spot left, any takers? No sooner had Li Xiaoyao finished speaking than a girl piped up, can I join? Li Xiaoyao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl holding a phone. Li Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. She felt strangely familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere recently, but he couldn't quite place her. Lu Feifei had loved playing Counter-Strike since childhood and was even a fairly skilled game streamer. But ever since she started high school, her parents had forbidden her from gaming. A friend had invited her to join next week's local tournament, but with the college entrance exams approaching and her parents keeping a tight rein, she declined. Her last time playing had been a month ago during the new year. After a month without it, she was itching to play again. She had originally been following the livestream of Li Xiaoyao, Shen Kuang, and others, only to discover they were chasing someone for repayment the entire time. Curiosity led her to follow them all the way here. The moment she arrived, she stumbled upon a tournament for her favorite game, no less. Her gaming craving kicked in, impossible to resist. Hearing Li Xiaoyao and the others needed 1 more player, she immediately volunteered herself. Li Xiaoyao looked at the familiar-looking girl, decided not to overthink it, and simply declared, you're the one. Soon, the 5 of them were seated. The moment Lu Feifei touched the computer, her eyes lit up and her fingers flew across the keyboard. She promptly stowed her phone and slipped on her headphones. Chen Kuang glanced at Lu Feifei and said, "Newbies just follow our lead. You don't need to carry, just don't feed." Lu Feifei didn't argue. She just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't screw up." Though Chen Kuang still harbored doubts about the newcomer, he had no better option and reluctantly agreed. The game began swiftly. The first map was a desert arena, pistol-only combat. Chen Kuang surveyed his 5 teammates while Lu Jingxin stood alone. Outnumbering the enemy 5-1, victory seemed assured. This was the moment to show off, if ever there was one. He grinned and said, "Boss, you asked for a 1-on-5 match yourself. Don't blame us for being ruthless." But Chen Kuang's laughter quickly froze. A single bullet struck him squarely in the head. A sharp "damn it" echoed as Chen Kuang's monitor went black just 10 seconds into the game. Lu Jingxin's speed was so blindingly fast that Chen Kuang couldn't even react before getting shot. This kind of speed was unprecedented for Chen Kuang. It was inhumanly fast, and it was a one-shot kill. Was this even human? Chen Kuang tried to reassure himself. It must be a fluke. He'd played games with the boss before. There was no way he could be that skilled. It was pure luck. With that thought, Chen Kuang felt slightly better. His teammates would surely avenge him. But the moment he switched his view to his teammates, it shifted away again. Chen Kuang only caught a glimpse of a figure appearing before his teammate was shot. Another instant kill. Switching back to another teammate yielded the same result. Whoever he focused on died instantly. Lu Jingxin descended like the Grim Reaper himself, his shadow flickering to deliver one-shot kills. By the end of the round, he'd used only 5 bullets. Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao were utterly dumbfounded. All 4 of them looked up at Lu Jingxin in disbelief. Could this really be humanly possible? Once or twice could be luck, but 5 times in a row? That speed, that accuracy, they even suspected Lu Jingxin was cheating. Only Lu Feifei wore a look of exhilaration. Though she too had been taken down instantly, the thrill of facing such formidable opponents made her hands tremble with excitement. She felt her edge returning. Chapter 26, Sniper Duel. The second round commenced swiftly. The roles switched. Lu Jingxin became the attacker, while Chen Kuang and the other 4 became defenders. The defenders gained confidence. They believed the first round had been an accident. Now that the 5 of them held the defensive positions, as long as they secured their spots and communicated effectively, Chen Kuang refused to believe Lu Jingxin could win again. Amidst their confident expressions, only Lu Feifei felt both exhilarated and uneasy. She sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Feifei had faced many skilled opponents before, but the pressure Lu Jingxin had exerted on her during their first encounter far surpassed anything she had ever experienced. It was an unprecedented sensation. She focused her attention, regulating her breathing as her state gradually stabilized, her competitive spirit igniting. Suddenly, the avatar of a teammate guarding Zone B went gray. Lu Jingxin's speed was so blindingly fast that the player couldn't react in time before being instantly eliminated. He frantically shouted to his 4 teammates, "The boss is in B zone, heading for B minor." After relaying the info, he slumped back in his seat, utterly drained. Replaying Lu Jingxin's moves in his mind, they were ghostly fast. Hearing the call, Chen Kuang immediately issued tactical orders. Li Xiaoyao, take the sandy area and set up a gun emplacement to cover number 1 entering through the B dog hole. I'll take the B side path. We'll flank them from both sides. Chen Kuang glanced at Lu Feifei beside him, noticing her hands trembling. Realizing she was just a newbie, he politely commanded, "Newbie, you go ahead of me." Lu Feifei didn't refuse. She was eager for the challenge to see if she could counterattack against Lu Jingxin head-on. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxin had already planted the bomb. Hearing footsteps approaching, he pinpointed their positions. Lu Jingxin remained utterly composed. He instantly took out the person trying to sneak through the dog hole, then swiftly rotated his screen with lightning-fast reflexes, eliminating Li Xiaoyao, who was setting up his gun nearby, with 2 shots. This time, Li Xiaoyao retaliated, but his shots missed entirely, failing to inflict any damage on Lu Jingxin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Kuang urged Lu Feifei, who was leading the charge, to rush in quickly and create an opening for him. Lu Feifei didn't immediately heed Chen Kuang's call. She remained exceptionally calm, listening intently to Lu Jingxin's footsteps to pinpoint his location. She swiftly switched to a Molotov cocktail to block Lu Jingxin's movement, then tossed a smoke grenade to create conditions for her own charge. Following that, she launched a grenade followed by a flashbang. Finally, she burst out of the smoke along the wall, instantly locking onto Lu Jingxin's position and firing a bullet in an instant. Thanks to the smokescreen and her crouching movement, Lu Jingxin's first shot missed. For the first time, Lu Jingxin was hit, taking 72 HP damage. Though he immediately followed up with a second shot that took Lu Feifei down, the sensation made the corners of Lu Jingxin's mouth curl upward. As for Chen Kuang, hiding behind them, he tried using Lu Feifei as a human shield to block bullets. But the moment he charged forward, Lu Jingxin took him down instantly. Simply put, Chen Kuang's positioning was too poor, allowing Lu Jingxin to predict his every move. By the end of the 2 rounds, Lu Feifei was the only one among the 5 who had dealt 72 damage to Lu Jingxin. Though she still hadn't killed him, she was undoubtedly the most impressive performer of the group. This successfully drew Lu Jingshan's attention to her. Lu Feifei was also the only one who had ever made him take a gunfight completely seriously. Hey, wanna go another round? Chen Kuang thought the boss was talking to him and quickly shook his head in refusal. After 2 rounds, he'd already felt the overwhelming pressure coming from Lu Jingshan. Once or twice could be coincidence, but after 2 rounds, what Lu Jingshan displayed was beyond what a normal person could react to. At least, that's how it appeared to them. Even the other 3 chimed in. After just 2 rounds, they were drenched in sweat and gripped by sheer terror. They feared continuing would extinguish their passion for gaming, dreading that any future play would only resurrect today's terrifying sense of domination. Lu Jingshan waved Chen Kuang aside impatiently. I'm not talking to you guys. Lu Jingshan turned to Lu Feifei. Hey, what's your name? Hearing Lu Jingshan call her name, she pointed at herself uncertainly. Are you talking to me? Who else could it be? Lu Feifei. Want to have a PK match? Battle? Rifle, sniper, or pistol, you choose. 10 lives total. Without hesitation, Lu Feifei nodded in agreement. Facing a rare master like Lu Jingshan, she had to give it her all. Her gaze sharpened as she replied without looking up, let's go with the sniper. I'm better at that. Hearing Lu Feifei choose the sniper, Chen Kuang and the others standing nearby couldn't help but laugh. Chen Kuang scoffed, she's just a rookie. Getting a one-on-one with our boss is already impressive enough. And she wants to use a sniper rifle? That's the standard weapon for pros. Do you even know how to use one? In his view, Lu Jingshan had challenged Lu Feifei to a duel simply because he found it unsatisfying to bully them alone. Picking on a newbie was just easier. Lu Feifei, however, paid no attention, calmly waiting for Lu Jingshan to create a room and invite her. Soon the room was ready. Both entered, switched to sniper mode, and set the kill requirement to 10. After confirming preparations, they entered the loading screen. Directly in front of both players' monitors hung a large screen, professionally set up to broadcast real-time gameplay once used for cybercafe tournaments to show spectators. Their match was now broadcast on the screen, drawing a growing crowd eager to witness the outcome of their duel. Someone murmured, who do you think will win? Chen Kuang couldn't stand it. His big brother losing to a newbie? That was ridiculous. What's there to think about? My big brother will definitely win. Not only will he win, but he won't let the other guy get a single kill. Ever since getting crushed by Lu Jingshan, Chen Kuang had become a devoted fanboy. He genuinely believed no one could beat him. The moment Chen Kuang finished speaking, the first kill erupted on the battlefield. But just as Chen Kuang stood there brimming with confidence, his gaze swept across the battlefield and froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was his big brother who had taken first blood. How could this be? Wasn't that girl a total newbie? Right, big brother must be feeding her on purpose. He probably doesn't want her getting wiped out in a crowded area and humiliated. Ah, big brother is still so kind. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan's expression grew increasingly bright, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He hadn't intentionally let her win earlier, but he had been careless. His reaction was half a beat slower than hers, though her skill was certainly sufficient. Lu Jingshan had already decided to enter the regional tournament in a week, but his current team wasn't strong enough. He needed teammates who could match his skill. Though he could dominate here, taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, the further he progressed, the tougher the enemies would become. This game was ultimately a 5v5 competitive battle that required teammates. And that girl named Lu Feifei, the feeling that shot had given him. Lu Jingshan smiled, for he had found the person he sought. Satisfaction shone in Lu Jingshan's eyes as he began to exert himself. With his skill buff active, he was currently unstoppable. Quickly regaining his composure, he locked onto the central sniper position. Both men raised their rifles simultaneously, scoped in, and fired. But this time, Lu Jingshan beat her to it, and Lu Feifei's bullet missed its mark. Their reaction times had shrunk to milliseconds. Lu Feifei's competitive edge was fully ignited, her fingers dancing across the keys with increasing speed as she sought to outmaneuver Lu Jingshan in both technique and reflexes. Sweat trickled from her fingers as they danced across the keys, her eyes glued to the screen, not missing a single moment. The slightest delay would give her opponent an opening. The 3rd shot, the 4th shot, all the way to the 10th shot. The score had reached 6-4, with Lu Jingshan in the lead. The audience below the stage was thoroughly entertained. Both players had pushed their reflexes to the absolute limit, firing shots before they could even clearly see their opponents, each shot taking down at least one person. Lu Jingshan's momentum surged. Since awakening his esports skills, this was the first time he'd felt such exhilaration in a match. There was no room for intricate tactics, it was a pure clash of primal reflexes and finger speed. Lu Feifei's performance had earned everyone's respect, and only now did Chen Kuang realize how foolish his earlier thoughts had been. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei's forehead was already covered in tiny beads of sweat. She had to admit that Lu Jingshan was the strongest opponent she had ever faced. Her focus, her reflexes, her finger speed, she was already pushing what she considered her absolute limit, yet Lu Jingshan still held the lead. Her breathing was ragged, her heart pounding wildly from repeated adrenaline surges. She knew clearly that Lu Jingshan could keep going, but she might not be able to hold on much longer. And just as she had anticipated, Lu Jingshan remained sharp and focused, while her own concentration began to slip, her reflexes slowing. Before long, the score shot up to 9-4. She was just 1 point away from defeat. For that final point, she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to rally her spirit and push her reflexes to their absolute limit once more. This time, both players locked onto each other simultaneously, fired simultaneously, and died simultaneously. But due to the scoring system, Lu Jingshan secured 10 points first and claimed victory. The match ended not long, just 5 minutes, yet not short either. Lu Feifei felt as though she'd just finished exercising, sweat pouring out, soaking her clothes. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Jingshan called out to her and asked, "Lu Feifei, are you interested in joining the competition?" Chapter 27, Recruiting New Members. "We have a competition next week and I'd like to invite you to join us." Lu Feifei's heart skipped a beat at Lu Jingshan's invitation, but the thought of her parents immediately dampened her enthusiasm. Her previously excited expression turned gloomy as she shook her head and declined, "I'd rather not. My parents won't let me play. It wouldn't be good if they found out." Lu Jingshan caught the subtle shift in Lu Feifei's expression from excitement to disappointment. Combined with her mention of parental disapproval, he understood the situation. The fact that Lu Feifei was wearing the uniform of Du City High School confirmed she was currently a high school student. It was likely that now she was in high school, her parents had prioritized her studies and banned her from gaming. Parents like these were most concerned about their child's academic performance. And in Lu Jingshan's case, what he lacked least was academic achievement. Lu Jingshan gestured outside the internet cafe. "Shall we step outside to talk?" Though suspicious, Lu Feifei didn't refuse. She'd witnessed Lu Jingshan's formidable skill during their recent match. And people are drawn to strength. An invitation from a master is hard to refuse. She readily accepted his invitation. Outside, Lu Jingshan looked at Lu Feifei and asked, "How old are you? I haven't seen you before. Why are you at the internet cafe today?" "I'm 17 this year." As for why she was here, Lu Feifei hesitated before answering. She suddenly realized why she'd ended up in this place. Originally, she'd come to uncover why the thugs were returning the protection money. What hidden motives lay behind such actions? She had followed the thugs to the internet cafe, intending to uncover their secrets. But who would have thought that the moment she stepped inside, she'd hear someone shouting, "5-man squad needs one more." Could a gaming girl resist that? Absolutely not. In a moment of impulse, she agreed. It was also because Lu Jingshan's gameplay had momentarily made her forget why she'd come to the internet cafe in the first place. Now, recalling Lu Jingshan's gameplay, she couldn't help but feel admiration and awe. His execution, reflexes, and even the unwavering composure he maintained throughout 3 straight games, he was the most skilled player she'd ever witnessed. After 3 matches, she could only describe Lu Jingshan with a few words: breathtaking, awe-inspiring, invincible. She'd worked up a sweat, yet he didn't even break a sweat after finishing. Being this good was almost inhuman. He was the most formidable player she had ever encountered. It was safe to say that after 3 matches, she had completely transformed into a fangirl. Every time she recalled his in-game maneuvers, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So damn good." Just then, Lu Feifei glanced down and realized her phone was live streaming the match. Holy! In a moment of panic, she blurted out, completely forgetting she was still live. What the hell? She'd promised her fans she'd uncover the thug's secrets. But the moment she touched the computer, she forgot all about it. Looks like she's about to lose all her fans. Just as she was thinking this, she checked the live stream viewership and found it wasn't low at all. It had actually hit an all-time high. Bullets and gifts were flying in coolly. The bullet chat exploded. "Hey, you guys are so good. Have you ever thought about going pro? As a 6-year veteran, I can say your skills are definitely above mine. Hello streamer, I'm a staff member from a gaming club. Can we chat?" Suddenly, an account named Tyrannosaurus Warriors sent him a message. "Hello, I'm the captain of Tyrannosaurus Warriors. We're entering next week's official regional tournament in Deuce City and need a sniper. I'd like to invite you to join us." Seeing all these messages of recognition, Lu Feifei felt a surge of pride welling up inside her, only to be followed by a wave of inner turmoil. If asked whether she loved this game, she absolutely did. She'd even fantasized about going pro once, but her parents had ruthlessly crushed that dream. They claimed it held no future, insisting she focus on her studies, get into a good university, land a decent job, find someone to marry, and live a quiet, settled life that would put their minds at ease. Noticing Lu Feifei lost in thought, Lu Jingshan spoke up. "If I could change your parents' minds, would you be willing to join me for next week's competition?" Facing Lu Jingshan's invitation, Lu Feifei couldn't deny feeling tempted. Yet she found it hard to believe he could sway her parents. Both were deeply traditional and rigid in their views. She looked at Lu Jingshan suspiciously and asked, "What exactly do you plan to do about my parents' objections?" Lu Jingshan smiled faintly and shared his plan. "It's simple. Just improve your grades. Then you can use attending tutoring classes as your reason for joining the competition." Hearing such an unreliable plan, Lu Feifei instantly deflated. How easy do you think it is to improve my grades? I already spend at least 10 to 12 hours studying every day, and my scores are still stuck at 520. My mom says if my scores don't stay above 650 consistently, she won't let me touch the computer. Stop. Lu Jingshan made a shushing gesture. He knew that only by letting her truly understand. No need for long explanations. Just come find me in Senior 3, Class 7 tomorrow. I'll show you what's possible. Lu Jingshan understood that words alone couldn't convince anyone. Only through personal experience, feeling their own growth, would they come to truly believe. Seeing Lu Jingshan so confident, Lu Feifei nodded in agreement, though she still didn't quite believe him. After all, it was just a matter of finding him in his classroom. It probably wouldn't take much time. Just as their conversation fell silent. Suddenly, Lu Feifei remembered why she'd come to the internet cafe in the first place. Wasn't it to figure out why those thugs were demanding protection money? Lu Feifei slapped her forehead, her face flushing with regret. Noticing Lu Feifei's distraction, Lu Jingshan asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Feifei snapped back to reality. Right, this man seemed to be on good terms with the thugs at the internet cafe. Maybe she could ask him about it. She blinked her eyes, staring intently at Lu Jingshan until he felt flustered. "What are you doing?" Lu Feifei quickly said, Can I ask you a few questions?" Chapter 28, Protection Money. You know about the thugs extorting protection money at our school, right? Lu Jingshan nodded. Wasn't she talking about him? Wait, hadn't he sent Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao to pay the protection money? They should have paid it all, right? Shouldn't they? Lu Feifei continued, from my investigation, I discovered that gang is systematically collecting protection money. And through my investigation, I learned they have a leader and 2 enforcers. Lu Jingshan's heart skipped a beat. Had they discovered him? So do you know who the leader of their organization is? Lu Jingshan cautiously probed. Lu Feifei shook her head. I don't know who their boss is. All I know is that these thugs only listen to this boss. Learning that Lu Feifei didn't know his name, Lu Jingshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Feifei continued, then today I noticed something strange about these thugs. Oh? How so? Lu Feifei looked at Lu Jingshan and said with a straight face, I found out these thugs are actually paying protection money. Lu Jingshan chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? Lu Feifei immediately countered, do you really think thugs are that kind-hearted? I bet they're hiding some secret. So what do you think this secret could be? Lu Feifei shook her head, her voice softening considerably. I don't know either. That's why I followed one of their guys to this internet cafe, hoping to find out something. After speaking, Lu Feifei's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Jingshan. I see you get along pretty well with those thugs inside. Why don't you go find out? Lu Jingshan sighed inwardly at her hopeful gaze. What kind of situation was this? Investigating himself? He just wanted to be a law-abiding citizen. How had that been twisted? Just then, a group of people passed by. Lu Jingshan didn't think much of it until he recognized them. They were his own brothers. It was too late to avoid them now, and they had spotted him too. The next second, the group bowed deeply toward Lu Jingshan. Hello, boss. Oh no. Lu Jingshan immediately turned to explain, but seeing Lu Feifei's stunned expression, he gave up. He knew this couldn't be hidden. Meanwhile, in an upscale residential complex, several girls gathered together. I just don't buy it. Lu Jingshan's top score must be plagiarized. They must be in cahoots with the teachers. They secretly changed their answers during grading. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'm going straight to the principal. We need to audit class 7 for a day. Since retaking the exam isn't an option, we'll tackle this through daily observation. If their teaching quality is subpar and no one pays attention in class, then those scores must be fake. The girls beside her nodded in agreement, as if struck by inspiration, finding the idea brilliant. The group included Lu Wenjing and her close girlfriends. Hey, what are you staring at on your phone back there? Someone noticed the girl lingering behind the group. She appeared to be watching a live stream, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Hearing her friends call out, the girl lifted her head to look at them. She held up her phone to show her sisters, revealing her new discovery. Lu Jingshan is collecting protection money at school. That's against school rules. If I report it to the principal. The idea sounded good, but it was immediately shot down. Lu Jingshan collecting protection money isn't exactly a secret. It's just that because of his background, the principal has always turned a blind eye to it. Even if we report it, there's a high chance nothing will come of it. Lu Jingshan's dad donated an entire building to the school. The principal won't punish Lu Jingshan over something like this. The others all shared this pessimistic view. But the girl disagreed. She turned to Lu Wenjing and said, I recall your family is quite wealthy too, right? Lu Wenjing nodded. They all lived in this upscale neighborhood, where residents' backgrounds were invariably impressive. Lu Wenjing's family was indeed well off. They ran a company, making her a second-generation wealthy individual. Then that's it. Why does Lu Jingshan get special treatment? Isn't it just because he has a rich dad? If we just do this. The girls gathered together as the girl laid out the plan. Everyone suddenly understood. This is perfect. This approach is guaranteed to work. If everything goes smoothly, Lu Jingxin will at best be suspended, at worst, expelled. Lu Wengjing had initially felt a twinge of guilt, but the thought that they were ridding society of a menace quickly dispelled any remorse. Alright, I'll go talk to my dad about this right now. Meanwhile, not far from the internet cafe entrance, inside a milk tea shop, Lu Feifei listened as Lu Jingxin explained to her. So you were actually protecting us? Lu Jingxin clapped his hands and gave her a thumbs up. Smart. We genuinely didn't intend to collect protection money from students. Everything we did was to protect them. As for the protection money, we've already returned it. Lu Feifei still looked at Lu Jingxin with a mix of belief and doubt. Then you could have just told everyone your purpose from the start instead of collecting protection money. There wouldn't have been any misunderstandings. Lu Jingxin looked troubled as he turned to Lu Feifei. Facing the camera, his expression grew solemn and his voice lowered. To be honest, we really do need to collect this protection fee. Oh? Why? Why? How should he know? Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Jingxin. It's all because of someone else. Who? Ji Long. Ji Long is another school bully at our school. After learning he wanted to collect protection money at school, I absolutely had to stop him. But at this moment, Lu Jingxin's acting skills reached their peak, delivering a performance so heart-wrenching it could make anyone weep. Unfortunately, Ji Long's strength surpasses even mine. I couldn't stand up to him. To protect the students of Du City, I had no choice but to strike first. I deliberately collected protection money, forcing him to reduce the amount. Then, once my strength matched his, I returned the protection money to the students. It was just temporary safekeeping. Meanwhile, not far away, Ji Long sneezed. Achoo! Who's thinking about me? Chapter 29, A Trip Back to the Station. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1 admiration point. Ding! Congratulations on gaining +1 admiration point. Through Lu Jingxin's account, his persona completely transformed into that of a man who stood up to the real school bully for his students. The live stream audience listened to Lu Jingxin's account and found themselves deeply moved. We misunderstood him. Uncle apologizes to you. A real man. That's how a man should be. Bro. I salute you as a real man. Shen Hong, who had been glued to the live stream on her phone, looked up at her master. Master, it seems we've misjudged someone. The old man sighed. He had heard every word Lu Jingxin said. Based on years of experience, he didn't believe Lu Jingxin's explanation. But if what he said wasn't true, then why would he return the protection money? Could it be he'd misunderstood too? Then let's go see him. We can just call him over and ask him ourselves. Meanwhile, after hearing Lu Jingxin's explanation, Lu Feifei suddenly realized she had misunderstood him too. To show my apology, consider this round on me. Lu Jingxin waved it off casually. No need. Just make sure to meet me on time tomorrow. After that, the two found themselves at a loss for words, and the atmosphere instantly fell into an awkward silence. To break the awkwardness, Lu Jingxin pulled up the system interface. Ever since he started gaming, admiration points had been steadily accumulating in his account. He was curious to see just how many he had now. He opened the system interface. Admiration points, 857. Combined with his previous earnings, this session alone had netted him over 700 points. Lu Jingxin carefully calculated his gains, this time not insignificant. By borrowing Lu Feifei's livestream and spinning the negative into positive, he avoided the nightmare of being reported that had plagued him in his past life. Moreover, thanks to Lu Feifei's presence, his admiration points had skyrocketed by over 700 points. This was no small sum. For someone still developing like him, it was substantial enough to upgrade all his skills at once. Master Lecturer was already at level 2, and he'd tested its effects. They were exceptionally good. Reaching level 3 required 500 admiration points, and he'd been fretting about that very shortage. He silently summoned the system, and the interface instantly appeared. Academic Mastery System. Master Instructor Level 20500. Mathematics Expertise Level 20500. Esports Master Level 1, Art Master Level 1. Admiration Points, 857. Pay to win, recharge 80,000 to draw 1 skill cooldown, 2346. Lu Jingxin immediately upgraded the skill. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading Esports Expert to Level 2. Skill effects doubled. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading Math Expertise to Level 3. Your mathematical knowledge reserve has increased. After upgrading both skills, his remaining 800 plus worship points dwindled to just over 200. After this series of transactions, Lu Jingxin couldn't deny feeling a pang of regret at the dwindling points. These hard-earned points were slipping away like water. After exiting the system interface, Lu Jingxin's first sight was Shen Yue glaring at him with a look of resentment. Shen Yue? What are you doing here? Lu Jingxin snapped back to reality. A girl was sitting right beside him. What if the situation led to misunderstandings? What? You seem really unhappy that I'm here? Shin Yue glanced at him and said, "So this is what you meant by having something urgent to do?" Shin Yue's presence here wasn't a coincidence. She'd found her way through Lu Feifei's livestream. She knew Lu Jingshan hadn't done anything wrong. But seeing Lu Jingshan with another girl made her feel uneasy. Just as Lu Jingshan stood up to explain, a police siren blared nearby. Uncle Hat was here. No way. Lu Jingshan's heart raced. Hadn't he already changed everything? How could history have been accelerated? Lu Jingshan forced himself to calm down. Maybe they weren't here for him. It must be a coincidence. Yet the next moment, a police car pulled up right in front of him. Two people stepped out, an older man and a younger woman, and walked straight toward Lu Jingshan. Their target couldn't be clearer. Lu Jingshan sensed something was terribly wrong, but there was no time to dwell on it or offer explanations. He grabbed Shin Yue and sprinted into a nearby alleyway. Shin Yue was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. It all unfolded so swiftly that before she could process it, Lu Jingshan had already pulled her along, running once more. They ran for what felt like an eternity until Shin Yue could go no further. They finally stopped at an intersection, gasping for breath. Lu Jingshan glanced left and right, thinking he'd shaken off the two officers. But at the far end of the intersection, they reappeared, spotting them once more and charging toward them. This sight terrified them both. Ignoring their recent exertion, they started running again. Why are they arresting people? Shin Yue gasped between breaths. Shin Yue's hair was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed, as she gasped for air. Lu Jingshan gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what else could it be? Someone must have reported them for taking protection money. Why else would they be here? Damn it, he had already sent the protection money back. How could someone still report them? And hadn't he explained everything to that girl named Lu Feifei? Could it be, it wasn't that girl who reported them? Someone else did? As Lu Jingshan pondered, the two officers shouted at them. Don't run! Lu Jingshan rolled his eyes inwardly. Not run? Wait to get arrested? Lu Jingshan was in decent shape from regular exercise. But Shin Yue was suffering. Stamina wasn't her strong suit to begin with, and being a girl, she couldn't keep up after being dragged along for a while. Seeing the officers closing in, Lu Jingshan simply scooped Shin Yue up and continued sprinting deeper into the building. The sudden action startled Shin Yue. She clung tightly to Lu Jingshan's neck as he carried her forward. Just then, the two officers shouted again, "Stop running!" This command only spurred Lu Jingshan to accelerate. Just as he thought he was about to shake off the men in hats chasing behind, he accidentally ran into a dead-end alley. Just as Lu Jingshan spun around, thinking he still had time, the exit was blocked by the two men in hats. Trapped between them, panic gripped Lu Jingshan. He briefly considered scaling the wall behind him to escape, but what about Shin Yue in his arms? Stop running. We're not here to arrest you. The female officer among the two policemen was exhausted, barely able to stand. As the distance between them closed, she hurriedly explained. Even the older officer beside her was visibly struggling with fatigue. Seeing Lu Jingshan carrying someone while confronting them, he inwardly gasped at the sheer terror of the situation. These two officers had witnessed the entire incident through Lu Feifei's livestream. Believing Lu Jingshan was in danger during his confrontation with Duan Yan and the others, they had rushed over to prevent the situation from escalating. Lu Jingshan clearly heard the female officer's words, they weren't here to arrest them. This realization suddenly connected with the unease he'd felt earlier. In his previous life, the police who came to arrest them were numerous, far more than just these two. Two police vans had arrived, blocking off the entire street to cut off their escape. Then why were you chasing us? Lu Jingshan asked curiously. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lu Jingshan realized they weren't here to arrest him. He breathed a huge sigh of relief and stopped backing away as they approached. Only when the two officers reached him did the older one, gripping Lu Jingshan's arm, say with solemn seriousness, "We'd like you to come with us to the station." Chapter 30, Flowers of Midsummer. For Lu Jingshan's dedication to caring for students, safeguarding campus safety, and resolutely combating organized crime, we hereby award him the 3 Good Citizen Award. Shin Yue watched Lu Jingshan posing for photos on stage and smiled helplessly. After they were taken to the police station, the two officers explained why they had been brought in. They weren't there to arrest them, instead, they intended to award Lu Jingshan the 3 Good Citizen Award. After the officers showed the live stream footage to their superiors, the superiors immediately declared him a great humanitarian, stating society needed more people like Lu Jingshan, and urgently summoned them to find him. Watching Lu Jingshan, who had been dragged along for the photoshoot looking utterly bewildered and helpless, Shin Yue found it amusing. She secretly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture herself. Once everything was settled, Lu Jingshan came downstairs. Spotting Shin Yue stifling her laughter, he snapped irritably, "What's so funny? Next time I'll take your picture too." No. I won't laugh anymore." Seeing Shin Yue admit her mistake, a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed he had indeed altered the course of history, averting the fate of being dragged into the police station. Just as Lu Jingshan watched Xin Yue, inwardly marveling that his rebirth had allowed him to alter history for the first time, saving himself and everyone else, two more people rushed in. Dad? Mom? Lu Jingshan wondered why his parents were here, looking as if they were frantically searching for someone. Hearing their names called, Lu Guofu and Chen Wenjing turned to see Lu Jingshan and hurried over. They too had received word that their son had been taken into police custody. They rushed in, their faces etched with worry. Are you okay, Lu? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital? Tell Dad which school and class the students who hit you are from. I'll make sure they can't go to school anymore. Just as the two were tending to Lu Jingshan, the two officers who had brought him and Xin Yue here approached, holding a silk banner. Seeing Lu Guofu and Chen Wenjing appear, the officers paused in surprise. After inquiring, they learned the details of the incident and explained the situation to them. After learning the details, Lu Guofu's face beamed with pride. He excitedly grasped the hand of the veteran officer presenting the banner. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Here's 500 yuan as a token of appreciation for bringing us such good news. The next moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number, saying excitedly, Old Lu. Guess what? My kid won an award today. Honestly, it's so annoying, my child is always so outstanding. If someone asks me how I raised him, what should I say? Meanwhile, Chen Wenjing had Lu Jingshan hold the banner while she snapped a photo. She posted it to her social media feed with the caption, What to do when your kid is too outstanding? So annoying. Watching the two pull off such divine moves, Lu Jingshan and Xin Yue exchanged glances. Lu Jingshan smiled helplessly. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning, he saw Xin Yue motioning for him to lean closer. He shifted his body slightly toward her. She stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear, Got a moment now? Can you teach me how to draw? On a quiet road, streetlights cast the silhouettes of Lu Jingshan and Xin Yue, their clothes fluttering in the evening breeze. Lu Jingshan, do you remember that flower shop that used to be open there a long time ago? Xin Yue pointed to a shopfront not far ahead. Her gaze drifted into reminiscence as she spoke in a light-hearted tone, as if an old friend revisiting a familiar place. Following her gesture, he saw a bakery. People were still inside, visible through the window. Long ago, that very spot had indeed housed a flower shop, though it had moved away last year. Due to his rebirth, Lu Jingshan couldn't recall many childhood memories. He could only nod and say, Yes, we passed by here every day on our way to and from school. Of course I remember. After speaking, Lu Jingshan looked at Xin Yue curiously, wondering why she had asked that question. Well, do you remember when we used to go to the flower shop together? You once said I looked just like a flower? Xin Yue spoke softly, her eyes fixed on the bakery while her thoughts drifted back in time. Back in elementary school, girls tended to develop earlier, and she was one of the few who matured unusually early. Her classmates often teased her, calling her a telephone pole. To her young self, those words only deepened her insecurity during that sensitive age. Combined with the fact that she really wasn't much to look at back then, it wasn't until middle school that she gradually blossomed. It was during that period she wanted to escape that Lu Jingshan appeared and pulled her out. When no one else was willing to take her along, Lu Jingshan became the first person to hold her hand. She still remembered when Lu Jingshan had said to her, If you're alone, would you like to come with me? From that day on, they walked to and from school together through elementary school, middle school, and now. The day their routine truly began to heal her insecurities was the day they started commuting together normally. That day, after returning from school, she felt miserable again, plunged into self-doubt after being mocked by classmates. At that moment, Xin Yue felt like she was the strangest person in the whole world. Just then, she heard Lu Jingshan's voice. Lu Jingshan stopped in one direction and said, Yue, you look just like that person. When the young Lu Jingshan uttered those words, her heart skipped a beat. She genuinely feared he might mock and ridicule her like everyone else. Summoning her last ounce of courage, Xin Yue looked in the direction Lu Jingshan was pointing. It was a flower shop. Even from a distance, Xin Yue could clearly see that Lu Jingshan was pointing at a single flower inside the shop's glass display. It was a beautiful flower, so beautiful that years later, she still remembered its appearance. It was that very flower that had given her the strength to endure the difficult period. Now, revisiting that place, Xin Yue brought up this memory again. She wanted to know if Lu Jingshan still remembered how much encouragement his words had given that little girl. When I was little, you said I looked like a flower in the shop. Do you remember? A flower? Did that ever happen? Lu Jingshan's response left her speechless, for he genuinely couldn't recall the incident. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan seemed to notice something and crouched down abruptly. Xin Yue couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. That memory, so precious to her, might be something only she still remembered. Just then, Lu Jingshan stood up again, a flower now in his hand. Though I can't recall what we said as children, I've realized this flower resembles you, Xin Yue. Xin Yue stared at the flower Lu Jingshan held, speechless for a long moment. She never imagined she would see that flower again. Chapter 31, 7 Days of Special Training. The next day, the entire Class 7 was in high spirits. The rewards had been announced. This time, Class 7 secured 5 spots in the Olympiad math competition, along with substantial scholarships. For Lu Jingshan, the most valuable reward was the admiration points. Standing on stage for just half an hour had earned him a substantial amount, which was why he was in such a good mood this morning. Meanwhile, the math competition was just days away, but the roster had to be submitted today. These spots were crucial. A strong performance essentially guaranteed direct admission to university. That's why Lu Jingshan took this competition so seriously. It wasn't just for himself, but for the future of the entire Class 7. Lu Jingshan's strategy was clear: their participation in the Olympiad must yield tangible results. The more students who competed, the more spots they would dominate on the leaderboard. If 5 students participated, securing the top 5 positions was within their grasp. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Who went mattered greatly, but fortunately, the spots had been mostly decided yesterday. Before dismissal, he gathered the students capable of competing and held a vote to select 5 participants. Now, all that remained was to fill in their names. Facing the blank roster, Lu Jingshan placed his own name in the first slot as requested. His reason for going was simple: he wanted to see for himself. The second spot went to Su Wang. She had scored second place in the school-wide math mock exam, trailing the top scorer by only 6 points. She had to go. The third spot, following the sequence, should go to Gu Changsheng. With his proven ability, there was no reason to hesitate, and this had been agreed upon long ago. Mentioning Gu Changsheng, Lu Jingshan glanced around the room but didn't see him. Suddenly, he realized it wasn't just now he hadn't seen him all morning. He suddenly realized Gu Changsheng wasn't in class. He hadn't seen him all morning. This was unusual. Normally, he would have seen him at some point. Just then, Lu Jingshan's phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. The moment Lu Jingshan answered, Gu Changsheng's voice came through. "Brother Lu, I want to quit the math competition. I want to drop out." At Docheng Central Hospital, Lu Jingshan rushed to the front desk to inquire about the ward. There, he overheard Gu Changsheng speaking with someone. "Grandma's already hospitalized. You know our family situation, we can barely scrape by ourselves. Why would we waste money on that? That old hag should have kicked the bucket ages ago. As for you, there's only one option left: go work at the factory with your uncle to earn money. Our family can no longer afford to send you to school. Remember, we gave birth to you. You should learn gratitude. Now that the family is struggling, instead of thinking about working to help out, you're still fixated on reading those useless books. Are you trying to drive your parents to their graves?" Gu Changsheng sat on a chair in the hospital corridor, facing 2 figures who, from their conversation, seemed to be his parents. Gu Changsheng listened, his head bowed, hearing his parents speak. He no longer knew what kind of emotions he felt. From childhood onward, he had been raised by his grandmother. The 2 people claiming to be his parents had only met him a handful of times since he could remember. Now his grandmother was gravely ill. He wanted to save her, but his parents had already chosen to give up. Without any source of funds, he felt utterly helpless. He wanted to save his grandmother, and he didn't want to give up his studies either. But, as his parents had said, he had no choice. Just as he lifted his head to agree, Lu Jingshan called out to him. His voice was loud enough to catch the attention of a nurse in the hallway, who promptly reminded Lu Jingshan to keep his voice down, as loud talking was prohibited in the hospital. Lu Jingshan approached politely, exchanged greetings, then turned to Gu Changsheng's parents. "Excuse me, uncle and aunt. I'd like to speak with Gu Changsheng privately. Could you give us some time and space?" At the far end of the hospital corridor, Lu Jingshan stared at the silent Gu Changsheng before him. He couldn't fathom why the boy would give up such a golden opportunity. "You must know how precious that math competition spot is, right?" "I know. You know that excelling in the Olympiad could secure you admission to a top university, right?" "I know. Then you just decide to quit? Just drop out like that?" Lu Jingshan stared at Gu Changsheng, whose demeanor reeked of utter resignation and defeat, and a surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside him. Grabbing Gu Changsheng's hand, he demanded, "Tell me why. Gu Changsheng. You were working so hard to change yourself, studying so diligently, why give up now?" Lu Jingshan refused to believe Gu Changsheng was the type to quit on a whim. Someone who had persevered through 3 years of study in the harsh environment of Class 7 was now telling him he wanted to give up? This had never happened in his previous life. So why, in this life, was Gu Changsheng suddenly dropping out? Lu Jingshan forced Gu Changsheng to look at him. He desperately wanted to know the reason. This shouldn't be happening. It hadn't happened in his previous life. Under Lu Jingshan's relentless questioning, Gu Changsheng finally revealed the truth. "None of you knew I was living with my grandmother, right?" Seeing Gu Changsheng finally speak, Lu Jingshan released him and urged, "Go on. I love studying, and so does my grandmother. She spends all her time thinking about when I'll get good grades and get into a good university, so she can finally rest easy. Yesterday, I finally scored high on a test, my first high score since coming to Docheng High. I was so excited, rushing home with the test paper to show Grandma. But then, Grandma accidentally fell down the stairs and ended up in the hospital. The doctor said she's not in immediate danger, but she needs surgery to keep her vital signs stable. Otherwise. Gu Changsheng trailed off, but Lu Jingshan had already grasped the gist. Seeing the pain etched on Gu Changsheng's face, Lu Jingshan sighed and looked at him, asking, "Do you still want to compete in the math Olympiad? Do you still want to get into a good university?" "Of course I do. I dream about it every night." Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed with fervor before he abruptly sat back down. "But now, it's impossible." Sitting back down, Gu Changsheng looked utterly dejected, as if he'd lost all faith in life. Lu Jingshan pressed on, "What if I could give you one more chance? Would you take it?" Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, Gu Changsheng merely smiled and shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but accepting this would put me in too much of a debt." Lu Jingshan stepped closer, positioning himself where Gu Changsheng could see him clearly. "All you need to do is tell me, are you willing?" After the words fell, there was no immediate reply. Lu Jingshan did not press him, waiting quietly for his answer. After an unknown span of time, Gu Changsheng, gradually calming from his inner turmoil, finally gave his answer. He lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jingshan's eyes and replied, "I'm willing." Having received the answer he sought, Lu Jingshan smiled and left. When he returned, he brought with him a contract. "Sign this contract, and your grandmother can arrange the surgery immediately. However, you must score high enough in tomorrow's Olympiad math competition to meet Longdu University's guaranteed admission threshold." Longdu University was the top-ranked institution in the nation, a gathering place for the country's top scholars. Only the most exceptional geniuses gained admission, making Lu Jingshan's demand exceptionally stringent. "What? You don't want grandma saved?" The moment his grandmother was mentioned, Gu Changsheng signed the contract without hesitation, not even bothering to read the entire document. Seeing the contract signed, Lu Jingshan turned to leave. Noticing Gu Changsheng still standing there, he snapped impatiently. "What? Not coming back to class? Do you really think you can get into Longdu University on your own? You have 7 days. Return for intensive training." Chapter 32, I'm willing. The two returned from the hospital, but the journey was far from smooth. Gu Changsheng's parents adamantly refused to let him continue his studies, insisting he drop out immediately to work and earn money for the family. When they learned he'd chosen to return to school, they caused a scene at the hospital, blaming Lu Jingshan for corrupting him, claiming he'd lost all respect for elders. Pointing an accusing finger at Gu Changsheng, they berated him, "He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. What a waste of our family's money to let him study. What good is education to a useless person like him? He can't even get into a junior college. You'd be better off saving that money for your younger brother. How can you, as an older brother, be so irresponsible at your age?" Their demands were simple: force Gu Changsheng to drop out and work to support the family, giving his resources to his younger brother who was about to start high school. They'd even gone so far as to threaten Gu Changsheng with their elderly parent, warning they'd deny him medical treatment if he refused. With no other choice, Lu Jingshan called the police. They arrived quickly, familiar faces, the same officers who chased him last time. In the end, with police mediation, Gu Changsheng made a deal with his parents. If he secured the guaranteed admission spot to Longdu University through this math competition, they would disappear from his life and cease interfering with his relationship with his grandmother. But if he failed to secure that spot, he would obey his parents and drop out to find work. Lu Jingshan had intended to stop Gu Changsheng from making such a bet, knowing he could help if Gu wished. But Gu Changsheng refused. He looked at Lu Jingshan and said, "Lu Jingshan, you've done so much for me. If it weren't for you, my grandmother might have. I'm truly grateful to you. Truly grateful you're giving me this chance. I'll remember it. No matter the outcome, I'll come back to repay you." Watching Gu Changsheng stand before him, confronting his parents, Lu Jingshan remained silent in that moment. Lu Jingshan. On the ride back to school, Gu Changsheng murmured his name, head bowed. "What? Thank you." "Humph," Lu Jingshan chuckled. "Shizi. I need your help." "What do you need?" Lu Jingshan smiled as he looked at Gu Changsheng. He knew the other was undergoing growth, and only continuous growth was what he truly desired. Ever since his system awakened, he'd been laying plans for the future. Why was he so willing to teach the entire class? Old Ban was one reason, but another was human nature. Lu Jingshan believed that with him around, there was no one who couldn't be taught. He helped them gain entry into the inner circle, and in turn, they would become his connections, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Meanwhile, a quiet shift had begun within Gu Changsheng. He looked at Lu Jingshan and said, "We have 5 days left. Lu Jingshan, I need your help. Only with you can we possibly get into Longdu University. Regarding that matter, I've already made plans. Over the next 5 days, I'll conduct intensive training for those of you participating in the Olympiad competition." Lu Jingshan outlined his arrangements for Gu Changsheng and the others. Thinking the other party wouldn't have any further requests, Gu Changsheng shook his head. "No, it's not enough." With that, Gu Changsheng knelt before Lu Jingshan. Caught completely off guard, Lu froze in place. When he finally reacted and reached out to pull him up, Gu stopped him. Gu Changsheng said, "Brother Lu. I don't know what words could possibly express my gratitude to you. My grandmother and my studies are the two most important things in my life. And it was your appearance that saved the most important thing in my life. I don't know how I could ever repay you. And now I'm asking you to teach me. I know you possess extraordinary teaching abilities, but that alone is nowhere near enough. No, I'm not dismissing your plan. I just want more. I want to be stronger. I want to stay by your side. I won't waste a single minute of these 5 days. I must get into Longdu University. Looking at Gu Changxing's earnest expression, Lu Jingshan pondered inwardly, wasn't this precisely the kind of high-caliber talent he sought? This young man held immense potential if nurtured properly. He quickly reached out to help Gu Changxing up. Before him stood a high-caliber talent with just a little cultivation. This young man would surely become a great asset. Fine, I can agree to it. But what's in it for me? Lu Jingshan deliberately asked. He knew the other party couldn't guarantee anything, but making promises first would make it easier to deliver later. Faced with Lu Jingshan's question, Gu Changxing was momentarily speechless. Only then did he realize, what could he possibly offer Lu Jingshan? The so-called contract signed at the hospital was practically a joke. All it required was for him to get into Longdu University. From his perspective, it was a no-lose situation. So why would Lu Jingshan help him? And what could he possibly offer Lu Jingshan in return? Money? Lu Jingshan was a rich kid. He wasn't short on cash. Power? He himself had no connections whatsoever. What could he possibly give Lu Jingshan? For a moment, Gu Changxing was stumped. He genuinely couldn't think of anything he could offer Lu Jingshan. In his eyes, Lu Jingshan lacked nothing. Lu Jingshan took in this bewildered look, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. I don't need anything from you. I only need you. The moment the words left Lu Jingshan's mouth, Gu Changxing clutched his chest in panic. Brother Lu, I'm not that kind of person. Seeing Gu Changxing's reaction, Lu Jingshan knew the other man had misunderstood. The thought of what Gu Changxing had imagined made Lu Jingshan roll his eyes in exasperation. He gave the other man a playful smack on the head before explaining. What are you thinking about? Day in and day out, you're always imagining things. Lu Jingshan paused to catch his breath before turning to Gu Changxing with a serious expression. I can teach you. I can elevate you to heights you never imagined. With my backing, you'll have opportunities at Longdu University and beyond. What I need in return is this: no matter where you are, what situation you're in, or when it happens, if I need you, you must appear by my side immediately. You must be loyal to me. Our horizons are vast, unimaginably vast. You can pursue your dreams, go wherever you desire, live the life you envision. I can make all of that possible for you. But in return, I need your loyalty. I need you to appear at my call and stand behind me. The car fell silent as Gu Changxing processed Lu Jingshan's words. A wider world, a better life he could finally provide for his grandmother, free from worry, and make her proud. And considering all Lu Jingshan had already done for him, what was so difficult about agreeing? He had saved his grandmother and paved his path to education. His very life was already a gift from Lu Jingshan. Just as Lu Jingshan began to doubt whether he had failed, Gu Changxing lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Lu Jingshan and said, I accept. Chapter 33, The Classroom. From that day on, Gu Changxing seemed reborn. Following Lu Jingshan back to class, he immediately buried himself in his books again. Even when his desk mate called out to him, he declined with the excuse that he needed to study. He even made the unusual request to switch seats with a troublemaker sitting near Lu Jingshan, something the formerly quiet and reserved Gu Changxing would never have done. His desk mate found it odd but couldn't quite put his finger on why. Just then, Lu Jingshan also returned to class 7. He had just visited the principal's office to request an empty classroom for use as a competition training room. He knocked on the door. Upon seeing Lu Jingshan return, most of class 7 immediately fell silent. Only Ji Long remained oblivious, though his underlings obediently quieted down at Lu Jingshan's command. Lu Jingshan proceeded to call roll. Su Wang, Gu Changxing, Xin Yue, you three step outside. Oh, and you too, Ji Long. Those called stood up and walked out without hesitation. Only Ji Long looked utterly confused. What could Lu Jingshan possibly want with him? Surely not more studying? Last time he brought his test back home, he'd hoped his parents would see his progress, but all he got was a cold O. Then they'd accompany Ji Sheng out to dinner. After all, 130 points was still higher than 59 by an unknown margin. Even if his improvement was obvious, they'd assume he'd cheated. They only believed their younger brother. Ji Long, having completely given up, refused to be fooled by Lu Jingshan anymore. All that talk about making his parents take him seriously again was just lies. Ji Long, come here. What? No way. You're just wasting time in class anyway. I need your help with something. Think of it as me owing you a favor. Oh, and bring your crew along. Seeing Lu Jingshan even mention owing him a favor, Ji Long thought about it. Lu Jingshan was right, the classroom was boring anyway. Better to earn a favor from him than waste time. He promptly rounded up his crew and followed. They arrived at a classroom with a storage room sign hanging on the door. Through the window, they could see the interior was a complete mess, desks and chairs scattered haphazardly. Dust covered everything, a testament to how long it had been in use. Lu Jingshan smiled at Ji Long and the others, gesturing inside with a polite tone. Do me a favor and clean this place up. Consider it me selling you a favor. Lu Jingshan then gestured toward the end of the hallway. The brooms and buckets are in the storage room. You'll probably need to fetch them yourselves. Hearing this, not only Ji Long but even the few underlings who had followed him turned grim. The storage room wasn't small, and it was packed with stuff. By the time they finished cleaning, they'd be completely wiped out. You! Ji Long glared at Lu Jingshan, momentarily speechless. The shameless bastard. It's not like I'm asking for your help for free. After you finish, $50 each. Take it or leave it. Hearing there was money involved, the underlings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Finally, they turned their gaze to Ji Long, waiting for their boss to make the final call. Ji Long shot Lu Jingshan a glare. We're cleaning the classroom. What are you guys doing? A surprise test, of course. Lu Jingshan declared, pulling out the specialized math competition papers he'd printed from the principal's office. He'd specifically brought them to gauge everyone's math foundation. 1 sheet each. Right on the railing. 1 hour time limit. The 4 papers were handed out. Gu Changsheng took his without a word and immediately began working, leaving Su Wang dumbfounded. Was he really that eager? Xin Yue didn't object much either. It was just a test, after all. Watching the 4 gradually get started, Lu Jingshan turned to Ji Long and the others, his expression courteous as he smiled. You can start now too. I'll give you an hour, that should be plenty of time. Seeing Lu Jingshan's cheerful expression, Ji Long silently cursed him as shameless before immediately ordering his men to get to work. As for himself? Put. He was the boss. What kind of boss rolls up his sleeves and does the dirty work? That'd be so lame. He pulled out 2 cigarettes, offering one to Lu Jingshan. Red ones. Want one? No thanks, I'm trying to quit these days, Lu Jingshan said, though he still took the cigarette and tucked it into his own pack. This move made Ji Long burst out laughing, followed by another curse, shameless bastard. What's gotten into you? I've sensed something off about you for days now. What's really going on? It turned out that enemies truly understood you best. Though Ji Long wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he wasn't stupid either. He'd figured it out over the past couple of days. Lu Jingshan pulled out a piece of gum instead of a cigarette and said to Ji Long, if you trust me, come find me. I'll help you turn things around. You? Turn my life around? Ji Long shook his head with a laugh. I don't buy it. Then there's nothing more to say. As brothers, I don't want to see you go down a dead-end path. If you ever want to turn back, come find me. They'd known each other for a long time, since junior high, but their interactions mostly revolved around fights, either his henchmen getting beaten up or his own underlings getting bullied. Through these repeated encounters, they grew familiar with each other. Yet most of the time, their stances clashed. Each had their own crew behind them, and they were making decisions for their respective brothers. Thinking of his own crew, Lu Jingshan pulled out his phone and opened a group chat named Study Check-in Group. He typed a few words and hit send. Where are today's study check-ins? Post them in the group, I'll review each one. His message had barely been sent when replies started pouring in. Li Xiaoyao, image, studying hard. JDM. Chen Quan, image, studying hard. One after another, members of the group posted photos of themselves reading. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the internet cafe. The internet cafe had transformed beyond recognition. The usual crowd of loafers who spent their days gaming had now settled down to read. What's the boss up to? Making a study and dropping the protection fees? What's he after? Who knows? Just do as we're told. Following the boss is always the right move. Didn't you see his right and left enforcers reading too? The two looked over to see Li Xiaoyao holding an encyclopedia and Shen Quan clutching a copy of 300 Tang poems. Neither knew the true intent behind Lu Jingshan's orders, but they obeyed nonetheless. They discovered that occasionally settling down to read like this wasn't so bad. Just then, someone passing by the internet cafe caught sight of the scene inside. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they tugged at their companion's sleeve. Did I just hallucinate? There are actually people reading books in an internet cafe. Chapter 34, Slander. An unknown amount of time passed. Lu Jingshan wrote the number 5 on the blackboard in their classroom. 5 days remain until the Olympiad competition. Over these 5 days, I will find time to tutor you and impart some Olympiad knowledge. At the same time, Lu Jingshan held the competition papers he had previously distributed to the other 4 students, each marked with their scores. Your foundational knowledge isn't strong. Yet out of 150 points, only Su Wang passed. This pass rate is far too low. With that, Lu Jingshan slammed the papers onto the lectern. The loud thud startled everyone below the podium. Ji Long and his men, exhausted from cleaning the classroom, stayed behind to rest. The others, ashamed of their scores, hung their heads except for Gu Changsheng and Su Wang. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Jingshan, the principal wants you in his office. Lu Jingshan looked utterly perplexed. The principal wanted to see him? What could it possibly be about? But since the principal had summoned him, he had to go. He glanced at the few people still in the classroom and said, "You guys study on your own for now. I'll be back." Just as he was heading toward the principal's office, needing to climb a flight of stairs, Lu Jingshan noticed someone blocking his path. He looked up to see several familiar faces. Lu Jingshan, you're done for today. Better prepare to be expelled." Expelled? Confusion washed over him. Was he really going to be expelled? Wait, did he even know about this? Looking at the three girls before him, one face felt strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Who are you guys? Hearing Lu Jingshan actually ask who they were, Lu Wenjing's two besties exploded on the spot. Lu Jingshan, are you blind or suffering from amnesia? How could you forget us? Lu Jingshan disliked their blunt tone, but since they'd spoken so plainly, it meant they were acquainted. Lu Jingshan stared at the woman before him. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. He was certain they should know each other. Suddenly, a flash of recognition struck Lu Jingshan like lightning. He recognized the woman before him. Lu Wenjing. Seeing Lu Jingshan completely ignore her nearly made Lu Wenjing explode with anger. How could it take him this long to recognize her? He clearly didn't think much of her at all. Her suspicion was correct. Lu Jingshan had never remembered Lu Wenjing's name. In his limited recollections, he found her bothersome and not particularly likable. What did you just say? Withdrawing from school? What do you know? Seeing Lu Jingshan's utterly bewildered expression, Lu Wenjing hatched a new plan. She would give Lu Jingshan a surprise. She stopped her friend who was about to tell Lu Jingshan, signaling urgently with her eyes. Then she turned to Lu Jingshan, her expression shifting into a smile. Nothing. We were just joking with you. We just wanted to say hi. Lu Wenjing flashed a mischievous grin. Lu Wenjing collapsed to the ground in front of everyone, her expression turning utterly terrified as she looked at Lu Jingshan. At that very moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Countless students poured out, immediately spotting Lu Wenjing sprawled on the floor. Her two best friends beside her reacted with seamless coordination, shouting toward both sides of the hallway. Come see. That nerd is bullying a girl. Instantly, Lu Jingshan was surrounded by the students who had come out. A teacher, hearing the commotion, walked in. What happened? Before Lu Jingshan could answer, Lu Wenjing, lying on the floor, wailed, "Teacher, save me, teacher." Lu Wenjing had already launched into an Oscar-worthy performance, rubbing her eyes as if struggling to get up, acting as though someone had pushed her down. Had she not collapsed right before his eyes, even Lu Jingshan might have believed her. Lu Wenjing's pitiable appearance instantly won the sympathy and compassion of the numerous students and teachers present. Immediately, someone rushed to help her up. Then someone recognized Lu Wenjing and shouted, "I know her. She's Lu Wenjing from Senior 3, Class 1. She's won first place in math multiple times. Her portrait is still hanging on the school's honor wall." The crowd gasped at her identity. A top student had transferred into their freshman year? In this school, academic performance dictated everything. Learning Lu Wenjing's identity only fueled the crowd's hostility toward the mysterious person who had pushed her down. "Student, what exactly happened?" "Don't worry, the teacher will handle this for you." Immediately, the surrounding students chimed in. "Who pushed you down? Tell us, and we'll go to the principal together. That person needs to apologize to you. An apology is too lenient. They should be expelled." Lu Jingshan watched the scene unfold with keen interest. Fortunately, when the school installed surveillance cameras, the Lu family, as one of the major investors, had specifically placed cameras at this stairwell entrance. Since many student club stairwells were surveillance blind spots, incidents often occurred there. To deter such behavior, the stairwell cameras were concealed. Lu Jingshan lifted his gaze to a portrait frame on the stair landing. Above it, a tiny light flashed intermittently. Just then, Lu Wenjing pointed at Lu Jingshan. It was Lu Jingshan. He shoved me down because the school discovered his cheating scandal and wanted to expel him. I confronted him, urging him to reform and apologize to the principal, but he refused to listen and even shoved me to the ground. After speaking, Lu Wenjing began crying again before the crowd, her sobs echoing throughout the area, piercing the hearts of all who heard them. In an instant, every student present turned their gaze toward Lu Jingshan, their eyes burning with fury. Lu Wenjing's two best friends quickly added fuel to the fire. "We saw it with our own eyes." Lu Jingshan just couldn't accept getting caught cheating, so he pushed Lu Wenjing down in a fit of rage. "Exactly. We saw it clearly. Would we lie about something like this?" At that moment, Lu Wenjing spoke through her tears. "Lu Jingshan, I know you always look down on us because we're not good at studying. But I genuinely hoped you'd turn over a new leaf and focus on your studies. But you can't cheat your way to good grades. And don't you know I'm physically weak? What if something happened to me from that push?" A fleeting look of triumph flashed in Lu Wenjing's eyes as she gazed at Lu Jingshan. Infected by Lu Wenjing and the others' emotions, the crowd grew heated. The teacher's gaze toward Lu Jingshan hardened, his expression stern and tone icy. "That a student like you attends our Do City High School is nothing short of a disgrace to the institution. Apologize to Lu Wenjing immediately, then come with me to the principal's office. Apologize? Me? She should be the one apologizing to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jingshan flatly refused Lu Wenjing's suggestion to apologize. Wow! How arrogant! You shove someone and won't even apologize? Serves you right to get expelled. Keeping someone like you at Deuce City High is nothing but trouble. We outnumbered him, let's drag him to the principal's office. Just as the crowd closed in on Lu Jingshan and his companion, a furious shout erupted. What are you doing? The teacher's face lit up upon seeing the new arrival and respectfully asked. Principal, what brings you here? Chapter 35, Stay. Remember our faces. Seeing our faces means we've arrived. From now on, pay us 300 protection money every month. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The shop owner tried to resist but was knocked down by Duan Yan's men, even the merchandise toppled over. The shop owner watched helplessly, his anger boiling as he gritted his teeth. Duan Yan and his crew reminded him of Lu Jingshan's gang. Why was there such a stark difference between these two groups of thugs? With the men looming mere inches away, the shop owner could only swallow his humiliation and reluctantly nod in agreement. Small-time thugs like these had plenty of ways to harass merchants. Business owners couldn't run away from their shops. Reporting it to the police was useless. They'd tried before, but Uncle Hat had already vanished before the cops arrived. They couldn't catch him. He could only swallow his pride to survive. To keep his shop open, he had no choice but to accept the 300. Though bitterly resentful, he fumbled 300 yuan from the cash register and handed it trembling to Duan Yan. Ha! Now that's more like it. Paying your protection money first thing in the morning, why suffer like this? The men behind Duan Yan burst into laughter, mocking the shopkeeper's helplessness. The commotion drew attention from nearby passers-by. With the help of Lu Jingshan's gang and Lu Feifei, the merchants from both streets had established a group chat. The group was now buzzing with heated discussions about Duan Yan collecting protection money. It was through this chat that they learned Lu Jingshan's gang had been driven out, and the area was now under the control of Duan Yan's one-word haul. Witnessing the first shop owner's miserable fate, the group was filled with outrage. Especially when compared to the Brotherhood, Duan Yanton's faction seemed even more inhumane. A one-zone's boss, how, damn it, they're heading my way. What should I do? A two-district snack shop, Chef Pang, what choice do you have? Unless you want to shut down your shop, you'll have to pay the protection money. If only the brothers' gang were still around. Mr. Hao, dry fruit shop, Zone A1, what are you thinking? The brothers' gang? They got wiped out yesterday. They can barely save themselves now, let alone worry about us? You don't seriously pin your hopes on a bunch of thugs, do you? Mr. Hao, a one-district dried fruit shop, thugs are thugs. You don't actually think they're good people just because they do those things, do you? Returning our protection money was just a diversion. Helping us for free is what they should be doing. Lu Feifei, at Mr. Hao from a one-district dried fruit shop, if you keep spouting nonsense here, I'll kick you out. Lu Feifei, at everyone, relax. I believe help will come. Over the next few days, document everything they do. When the time comes, we'll make that guy named Duan Yan pay back every single thing. Mr. Hao from a one-district dried fruit shop, ha! Wishful thinking. Help us? They're clearly in cahoots with that so-called Dog Brothers gang, they're all in it together. Just wait till they come back to raise our protection fees. Mr. Hao from a one-district dried fruit shop has been removed from the group chat. Fat Chef from Snack Shop in Area A2, well done. That guy deserves to be kicked out. All he ever does is spout discouraging nonsense. Checking her phone, Lu Feifei began worrying again about her brothers in the gang. She had just returned from the hospital when Duan Yan came demanding protection money. Immediately, she recalled the tactic used against Lu Jingshan last time, leveraging public opinion through a livestream. Thinking it, she did it. Lu Feifei immediately opened her livestream, and this time, the chat exploded with activity in an instant. Host, what happened to that little punk from last time? He didn't get arrested, did he? Host, are you streaming that guy again? His martial arts were so cool. I want to become his disciple, can you hook me up? Within a minute of going live, the chat exploded with messages, something she rarely experienced. She hadn't expected streaming Lu Jingshan would have this kind of perk. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. She briefly explained the situation to everyone and outlined her next steps. Instantly, the chat exploded with even more comments. Damn one-word haul. Sneaking an attack while my guy's away? What a bunch of dirty gangsters. Looks like they're nothing like our little brother. These are the real gangsters. Don't worry, girl, I've got your back. Still hoping little brother can fight back and avenge his brothers. But the odds are slim. How could one person stand against over a dozen of them? Meanwhile, at the police station, the same female officer just about to take a break from work to check her phone stumbled upon Lu Feifei's livestream and learned the full story. She immediately sought out her mentor. Lu Jingshan was a good man, but surely this group couldn't be good people too? The old and young pair crouched in front of the livestream once more, waiting silently for updates. Just as Lu Feifei reached the street below and headed toward Zone A2, she spotted Lu Jingshan leading a large group of people walking toward Zone A1. Holy! What's that? My bro's bringing his crew back to reclaim his turf. Streamer, follow them. We want to see the live action. Yeah, streamer, hurry up and follow them. We all want to see this. Lu Feifei was completely oblivious to the chat flooding the livestream. She had never seen Lu Jingshan look like this before. His expression was so dark it seemed like it could rain any moment. And judging by the scale of this operation, trouble was brewing. With that thought, Lu Feifei immediately followed suit. Watching the live stream, the older man and younger man were momentarily unsure whether to report the situation. This kind of scene constituted a serious threat to public order, and they could request backup. But after hearing the details, they exchanged a glance and silently agreed to stay put, waiting for their moment to step in. Lu Jingshan had brought a large entourage this time, making quite a commotion that drew considerable attention. One of Duan Yan's henchmen spotted Lu Jingshan advancing with fierce momentum and was so frightened he rushed back to inform Duan Yan. Upon learning Lu Jingshan's numbers outnumbered theirs, Duan Yan's first thought was impossible. He had personally sent Lu Jingshan's entire crew to the hospital. He knew better than anyone whether Lu Jingshan still had men. But how could his own men lie to him? Lu Jingshan's skills displayed yesterday had already made him wary. Now that Lu Jingshan was coming with reinforcements, retreat was the wisest course. With Lu Jingshan holding the numerical advantage, Duan Yan decided to return and call for backup. Duan Yan barked at his dozen or so men, "Get out of here." With that, he took off running in the opposite direction from Lu Jingshan. At the same moment, Lu Jingshan spotted Duan Yan and his group. Seeing them flee, he showed no urgency but instead let out a laugh. From the direction Duan Yan fled, another group surged out, led by Ji Long. And it wasn't just that one direction, people emerged even from the small paths beside them. Ji Long looked at Duan Yan and said, "Sorry, but you're staying here today." Chapter 36, Negotiations. Therefore, the final answer to the fifth question is 0. Staring at the answer Lu Jingshan had calculated and the table covered in papers, the principal was utterly dumbfounded. He had no idea how to look at or treat the student before him. Wasn't Lu Jingshan just a troublemaker? Wasn't he the one who fought constantly and neglected his studies? How could he possibly be this strong in mathematics? As he studied the answers and calculations on Lu Jingshan's paper, a whirlwind of emotions swept over him. Shock, self-doubt, excitement, and exhilaration all tangled together in that moment. The look in his eyes toward Lu Jingshan had changed completely. It was one of respect, of disbelief, of awe for a genius. For the first 3 questions, he had used high school Olympiad-level problems to test Lu Jingshan, who had answered them almost instantly. This made him wonder just how high Lu Jingshan's ceiling truly was. For the 4th question, he presented his first national competition-level math problem. Solving this problem required knowledge beyond high school mathematics, even demanding university-level expertise. Just as he thought Lu Jingshan would falter here, Lu remained steady. After a few seconds of thought, he began writing. Had it not been for the numerous steps required, which took considerable time to write out, he could have finished even faster. Then came the 5th problem, the one he'd deliberately chosen to give Lu Jingshan a taste of his own medicine. It had once consumed hours of his own effort, requiring a full A4 sheet just for the solution. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, the same repetition, the same brief pause, the same flawless execution. 5 problems, 5 levels. Lu Jingshan solved them all in under 20 minutes. Most of that time was spent writing out the solutions and explanations. The actual time spent thinking about the answers? Barely more than 10 seconds total. At that moment, he saw Lu Jingshan as a dazzling genius. He even regretted not recognizing Lu Jingshan's talent much earlier. If Lu Jingshan were to compete in the Olympiad, he wouldn't believe anyone but Lu Jingshan could take first place. Their school's admission rate for this year was saved. This kid was undoubtedly a prospect for Longdu University. He was pure gold among gold. Once admitted to Longdu University, Du City High School would rise by association, advancing together. The principal was overcome with joy, growing more and more satisfied with Lu Jingshan. He practically saw him as the key to unlocking greater heights for their school. With Lu Jingshan on their side, what could that math prodigy girl from Xionying High possibly amount to? If Lu Jingshan didn't take first place, he'd suspect the other side of cheating. So, does that mean I passed the test? Lu Jingshan silently cursed the old man before him. How dare he give him such a difficult problem? Thankfully, he had the system to save him at the critical moment. The principal couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face as he envisioned the future glory that would once again befall Du City High School. In his eyes, Lu Jingshan was now a precious treasure, one to be cherished and nurtured. He smiled. Of course you passed. In that case, you will lead the team for this Olympiad competition. Make any requests you need, the school will support you fully. Just as the matter concluded and the principal assumed Lu Jingshan could depart, he noticed the young man remained seated, unmoving. Seeing the principal's puzzled expression, Lu Jingshan smiled and said, "Since you're so pleased with me, principal, shouldn't it be my turn to make a request? I'm confident not only that I can secure first place, but that my team can sweep the top 5 spots in the competition." The benefits this would bring to the school, well, I'm sure you're well aware of the potential rewards. Whenever a student gains admission to a top-tier university, Do City High receives corresponding support and exposure. The Math Olympiad competition was undoubtedly a pathway to securing direct admission to top universities and boosting visibility. Lu Jingshan understood the principal's intentions. By applying pressure during the competition, Xiaomying High could secure direct admission spots to top universities while also boosting Do City High's visibility and gaining higher-level recognition. This would attract better students and secure greater financial and policy support. Moreover, the Math Olympiad competition had tiers. The top 5 finishers would represent Ducheng in higher-level competitions, while also receiving offers from key universities, securing early admission. Lu Jingshan's claim that he could lead a team to sweep the top 5 spots held immense allure for the principal. If this came to pass, Do City High would once again widen the gap with Xiaomying High, cementing its status as the undisputed top high school in Do City. Moreover, having witnessed Lu Jingshan's formidable abilities firsthand, the principal found himself momentarily inclined to believe his promise. He recalled how Class 7's average score in the previous math mock exam had barely reached 50, yet this time it had soared past 90, an unprecedented feat. In that moment, the principal believed Lu Jingshan might truly possess the ability to elevate the academic performance of other students. Suddenly, he could no longer contain his excitement. His hand slipped from the teacup, sending tea splashing onto the floor. He sprang to his feet, grabbed Lu Jingshan's hand, and asked, his voice trembling, "Can you guarantee it? If you truly lead the team to sweep the top 5 spots in the competition, whatever you desire as long as it's within my power I will grant it. Is that your promise?" Lu Jingshan knew his goal had been achieved. Lu Jingshan no longer held back. He looked at the elderly man before him and said, "Did my father approach you about donating a building?" The principal recalled and nodded. That did happen. But given the school's limited land area and the many places that need space, it's still under consideration. Then, as if a thought struck him, the principal probed, "So this building is what you want?" Seeing his true objective voiced by the principal, Lu Jingshan responded bluntly. "Yes, I need this building. But this is a dormitory building. If you need housing on campus, I can arrange a private dorm room for you." No, Lu Jingshan shook his head. "This dormitory building is for all the students in Class 7. I need you to fund the construction of this building in my name, with usage rights belonging to me." At Do City High School, there was no dormitory system, or rather, due to limited space, dormitories were only available to students in the elite classes. Students from other classes were ineligible for dormitory housing. Those living too far away had no choice but to rent apartments near the school. Class 7 students wasted a significant portion of their time commuting to and from school. With the college entrance exams fast approaching, Lu Jingshan didn't want everyone wasting time on commuting. Once they secured the dormitory building, he would implement a comprehensive, intensive training program for Class 7. He intended to use the remaining 3 months to guide them all into top-tier universities. Lu Jingshan dubbed this initiative the 90-Day Elite University Program. After Lu Jingshan left, the principal sighed while gazing at the school's few dormitory buildings outside the window, then made a phone call. "Clear out dormitory building 1. Notify the residents that their accommodation privileges have been revoked." Chapter 37, Privilege. Building new dormitories was practically impossible. The college entrance exams were approaching fast, and waiting for new buildings to be completed was completely out of the question. After consulting with Lu Jingshan, it was decided to clear out an entire dormitory building and allocate it to Class 7. The news sent shockwaves through the student body. It was common knowledge that Do City High School placed immense emphasis on academic performance, where top-performing students received preferential treatment. The dormitory building was one of their privileges. Ducheng High's dormitory buildings differed from those at other high schools. They featured single-room accommodations, each equipped with a private bathroom and balcony. Not to mention the special rules like 24/7 water and electricity supply and no curfew. The cafeteria was directly across from the dormitory building. If students didn't want to eat there, they could order takeout to their rooms. The dormitory even had its own kitchen, and a delivery station was conveniently located right below it. Beyond that, each dormitory building houses a large study hall with air conditioning running 24/7 to maintain a constant temperature. These study halls are also equipped with computers and multimedia devices for student use. Moreover, the dormitory buildings are only 300 meters from the academic buildings, a 5-minute walk. Only 4 dorm buildings offered these conditions, and only students in the top 3 key classes were eligible to use them. When the residents of Building 1 learned they would be evicted, they looked utterly stunned. They had lived in Building 1 for nearly 3 years, and today was the first time they were notified that everyone had to move out. Rumors spread that their vacated rooms would be given to students from Class 7. This instantly sparked widespread discontent among the residents. Why the hell should we? How dare those Class 7 underachievers compete with us for dorms? Exactly. They barely scraped by with a passing grade in math. You'd think they passed all 5 other subjects. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. What the hell is this school playing at? Kicking us out to make room for a bunch of underachievers? Are those losers any better than us? What gives them the right to move in? Let's protest together. The principal must have been deceived by those Class 7 frauds, or they used some dirty tricks to manipulate him. We're going to demand answers. Most of the dissatisfied students were from Class 3. Though their grades weren't as high as the top 2 classes, they were absolutely confident they were better than Class 7. Therefore, they all believed there must be some hidden agenda behind this decision, otherwise, the principal wouldn't have acted this way. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing overheard the commotion while passing by Class 3 and found it puzzling. Wasn't Lu Jingshan supposed to be expelled? Yet instead of receiving notice of his expulsion, they were now being told that Class 7 would be moving into dormitory building 1. This school has gone completely mad. Even if Class 7 had made tremendous progress this time, surpassing the 90 average in math. But academics aren't just about math. Class 7 still ranked last in the other 5 subjects. How could they possibly earn a dormitory? Lu Wenjing couldn't comprehend it. How could such a thing possibly happen? Surely the principal hadn't lost his mind, choosing to house a bunch of hopeless underachievers while kicking out students who still had a shot at college admission. Most students in Class 3 had a shot at second-tier universities. Logically, the school's graduation rate couldn't afford to lose them. With the college entrance exams approaching, she simply couldn't make sense of this situation. Then she recalled Lu Jingshan being summoned to the principal's office earlier. She had assumed he would definitely be expelled. But now this had happened. Lu Jingshan must have said something to the principal to make him choose this path. But what influence could a troublemaker with poor grades possibly have over the principal? Just as she was speculating how Lu Jingshan had charmed the principal, the intercom crackled to life. Senior 3, Class 1 student Lu Wenjing, please report to the principal's office. You are needed. Senior 3, Class 1 student Lu Wenjing, please report to the principal's office. You are needed. Senior 3, Class 1 student Lu Wenjing, please report to the principal's office. You are needed. Hearing her name called over the intercom, Lu Wenjing felt a surge of curiosity, but she headed straight for the principal's office without hesitation. It would also be a chance to ask Lu Jingshan what exactly he'd said to the principal to warrant such a decision. Meanwhile, in Class 7, the students were utterly dumbfounded upon learning they'd been granted permission to move into Dormitory Building 1. Wait, did we hear that right? That's Dormitory Building 1. We get to move in now? This news was undoubtedly a blessing for everyone. Commuting to and from school consumed a significant chunk of their time daily, with many arriving home after dark just to save money. They'd often wished the school would build more dorms, but the response was always the same: only the strongest deserved such privileges. The implication was crystal clear: their academic shortcomings disqualified them from eligibility. But even now, they couldn't fathom why they were suddenly eligible. Logically, only their math scores had improved, yet dorm assignments were based on overall academic performance. Just as Class 7 remained baffled, Lu Jingshan returned with Gu Changsheng, Shen Yue, and the others. Lu Jingshan had clearly become their anchor. Seeing their anchor return, they swarmed around him, relaying the news. They eagerly sought his opinion. Before Lu Jingshan could answer, Gu Changsheng interjected. You all owe this to Brother Lu. Without him, we wouldn't have secured the dormitory building. Hearing that Lu Jingshan was responsible, the crowd grew even more excited and their admiration for him deepened. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1 admiration point. Ding, gained admiration point +1. Ding, gained admiration point +1. That familiar feeling. Seeing everyone so excited, Lu Jingshan gestured with both hands for them to calm down. Then he shared his 90-day priority plan with everyone. Instantly, everyone felt deflated, even suspecting Lu Jingshan was joking. After all, these were top-tier universities. The minimum admission score required was 630 points or higher. And their overall average score, even when combined with the record-high math score from last time, barely scraped into the triple digits. The gap was as vast as the heavens, a chasm too daunting to contemplate. Seeing the hesitant expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Jingshan smiled. What's the matter? Have you all lost confidence in yourselves? Shen Yue chimed in. Everyone, relax. We'll guide you through the studies together. As long as you're willing and have the drive, nothing is impossible. Besides, don't we have Lu Jingshan with us? If you don't believe in yourselves, surely you believe in him? With Shen Yue's encouragement, the group regained their confidence. Exactly. If they couldn't trust themselves, how could they not trust Lu Jingshan? Brother Lu was the one who'd even secured them a dormitory building and helped them raise their math average to over 90 in just a few days, a true prodigy. What's there not to trust? From now on, we'll follow Brother Lu's lead. Brother Lu, you're my god from now on. Brother Lu, I'm yours from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do. Seeing everyone's confidence ignited, Shen Yue glanced at Lu Jingshan, smiled, and winked. Leaning close to Lu Jingshan's ear, she whispered her reward: since I helped you out, don't forget to treat me to ice cream. Chapter 38, Special Training. Lu Jingshan led Lu Feifei to the same storage room as before. It had been thoroughly cleaned and was now spotless. The sign had been replaced, now reading Lu's Math Olympiad class. Lu Jingshan intended to cultivate those 5 individuals into math Olympiad prodigies, and all 5 of these prodigies would emerge from his Lu class. His Lu class would continue indefinitely, dedicated solely to competition preparation. During this period, after school hours, he would utilize the evenings to provide specialized training for these competition participants. Lu Jingshan pushed open the door. Only one person was inside, Gu Changsheng. Lu Jingshan glanced at the clock on the wall. It had only been 10 minutes since school ended. This kid came straight here after class. Didn't go eat? Gu Changsheng replied without looking up, that's too much of a waste of time. I bought some steamed buns to eat when I get hungry. Fine, suit yourself. Just don't ruin your health. Lu Jingshan turned to Lu Feifei and pointed to an empty desk nearby. You'll sit there from now on. Come here every day after school and I'll give you specialized tutoring. Lu Feifei stared at the empty table. Though confused, she complied. Honestly, she felt a bit disappointed. If this was Lu Jingshan's plan, it seemed like a waste of time. Her parents hadn't been stingy about enrolling her in tutoring classes, but the results had always been mediocre. If even tutoring classes couldn't help her improve her grades, she didn't believe Lu Jingshan could. Lu Jingshan was a gaming legend, how could he possibly have the energy left for academics? Human energy was finite. You couldn't excel at both gaming and studying, right? Moreover, before coming to see Lu Jingshan, she'd inquired about Senior 3, Class 7. What she'd heard was that it was a complete class of academic underachievers. After learning this, Lu Feifei deeply regretted agreeing to meet Lu Jingshan. He was a poor student himself, how could he possibly teach her? Wouldn't he just lead her astray? Despite her doubts, she still came, considering it fulfilling their agreement. After all, one must give face to a legend. She was convinced, however, that this single visit would be her last. It felt like a complete waste of time, far better to go home and tackle a few more practice tests. The only thing puzzling her was why anyone else would come here besides her. Surely they weren't here just to save face with this esports legend too? Glancing over at Gu Changsheng, who was buried in his work, curiosity got the better of her. She peeked over his shoulder and what she saw stunned her. The paper was densely covered in formulas and calculations, but since most of it was in English letters, she couldn't make heads or tails of it. She glanced at the name on the test paper. IMO final exam questions? What are these? Lu Feifei shook her head, clearly unfamiliar. It was completely incomprehensible, yet the person in front of her was actually working through it. Suddenly, Lu Feifei realized this person was undoubtedly a genius. The exam paper in their hands was undeniably challenging, far beyond her own capabilities. Yet here they were, working through it. Their mathematical prowess was undeniably formidable. How could such a genius appear in a place like this? Something was off. Way off. Lu Feifei quickly thought, if she could get close to this person, wouldn't she be able to ask for math help in the future? Lu Feifei immediately sprang into action, moving closer to Gu Changsheng. Hello. Hearing someone address him, Gu Changsheng didn't look up, his hands moving steadily as he spoke. What is it? Seeing that he acknowledged her, Lu Feifei instantly felt her confidence surge. She quickly tried to build rapport, asking what he was doing and seeking help with math problems. After a full day of instruction from Lu Jingshan, Gu Changsheng had made remarkable progress in applying formulas. He was now applying the method Lu Jingshan had taught him to solve the problem before him, the IMO's final challenge. It was the most challenging and comprehensive problem in the competition, designed to select the top students, typically placed as the final question on the exam. And it was precisely problems of this caliber that Lu Jingshan had compiled 12 in total into a single test paper for the group to attempt. Lu Jingshan didn't expect them to solve it. What he wanted was their problem-solving approach, to understand how they approached the question. Lu Jingshan watched as Lu Feifei sought out Gu Changsheng's 2 sets of relationships without intervening. He smiled. This little girl's intentions were far too obvious. Such blatant intent was easily discernible. Sure enough, the next second, Gu Changsheng impatiently snapped. Stop chatting with me. You're messing up my train of thought. After that, no matter what Lu Feifei said, Gu Changsheng refused to respond. Seeing this, Lu Feifei reluctantly gave up. Just then, she thought she heard someone greeting her. Turning around, she saw several girls standing at the doorway, looking curious about why Lu Feifei and her friends were here. Feifei, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to tutoring? And isn't this the storage room? Lu Feifei froze upon seeing them, unsure how to react. Especially when they asked why she was here. They were her close friends, the daughters of her mother's friends. Their families lived nearby, and they were in the same class, so their bond was particularly strong. But Lu Feifei's mother always asked her about Lu Feifei's school life. If the girl found out she'd lied, she'd definitely tell her mother. Just as Lu Feifei stood there awkwardly, unsure how to respond, Lu Jingshan stepped forward and explained for her. The old storage room has been moved. It's at the other end of the hallway. Lu Jingshan pointed toward the direction of the Olympiad math class. As for her, Lu Jingshan glanced at Lu Feifei. She is indeed here for tutoring. I invited her to join our math Olympiad class for specialized math instruction. Seeing Lu Jingshan defend her, Lu Feifei steeled herself and nodded, confirming it was true. But the girls at the doorway weren't convinced. They glanced inside the classroom, then at the sign above the doorframe, their expressions filled with suspicion. Olympic math competition Lu's class? I don't recall our school having such a class, especially with such an odd name. And if you're an Olympiad class, why is there only one person? One girl pointed at Gu Changsheng. Since you claim to be in the math Olympiad class, I happen to have some problems I can't solve. Could you take a look? That person was none other than Lu Feifei's friend, a math whiz who consistently ranked in the top 20 in the grade on math exams. Lu Feifei panicked inside, thinking she was doomed. If that girl asked him a question, Lu Jingshan would definitely be stumped. Then wouldn't everything be exposed? And that math genius beside him wasn't even acknowledging anyone. She shouldn't have come here. Lu Feifei was filled with regret. She shouldn't have agreed to come just to save face for Lu Jingshan. Just then, another voice rang out from behind the girls. Don't waste our boss Lu's time with such simple questions. Just give them to us. Chapter 39, Showing Off in Public. Su Wang stared at the math problem the girl in front of him handed him, utterly speechless, even disdainful. I thought it would be some tough problem, but this is it? Hearing Su Wang's utterly dismissive tone, the girl felt deeply resentful. Why was he so arrogant? This problem wasn't simple at all. She refused to believe he could solve it so quickly. Lu Feifei also came over to glance at the problem, grouping structures of arithmetic sequences. Let M be an integer 3. The sequence A1, A2, A4M plus 2 is an arithmetic sequence with common difference D equals 0. Oh no. This was no walk in the park. She couldn't solve it at all. Could this girl actually do it? Lu Feifei felt uncertain. I doubt she can solve it. There's already one genius here. It can't be that everyone's a genius, right? Meanwhile, hearing the commotion, Gu Changsheng set down his pen and looked over. Seeing the master's reaction, Lu Feifei's heart was filled with renewed hope. She ran over and pleaded with him to come up and help. But Gu Changsheng still refused, merely replying indifferently. No need. To Lu Feifei, those words felt like a crushing blow. What did he mean, not needed? That problem was so difficult, how could that girl possibly solve it? Instantly, she regretted coming here. Her mind raced with thoughts of how she would explain to her friend when the other girl couldn't solve it. But Gu Changsheng truly didn't need help. As the most promising student in their Olympiad math class, Su Wang had already solved one of the 12 IMO problems. Gu Changsheng didn't believe that a problem meant for ordinary high school students could stump Su Wang, regardless of whether it was considered difficult or not. And just as Gu Changsheng had anticipated, Su Wang smiled the moment she glanced at the problem, a laugh of contempt. She had clearly overestimated the girl before her, and the scorn on her face grew even more pronounced. This infuriated the girl who had set the problem. Just as she was about to tell Su Wang to stop talking and prove her ability with action, Su Wang had already picked up her pen. Watch closely. I'll only explain this once. For problems involving group structures in arithmetic sequences, the core approach is to first prove that after removing any two terms, the remaining terms form a symmetrical grouping pattern. The key property is that each group must contain numbers symmetrically positioned at the beginning and end to form an arithmetic sequence. Then proceed to construct the grouping. Verifying the arithmetic sequence will yield the desired result. After writing the final answer above, Su Wang declared, finished. 3 answers lay below the problem, including the solution process. Su Wang had just explained the solution approach to his counterpart. The entire process took no more than 2 minutes, spent entirely on speaking and writing, with less than 5 seconds devoted to actual thinking. This display stunned everyone present except the Olympiad math class students. The girl was about to protest that it was impossible for anyone to work that fast, but the answers were right before her eyes. Even if she refused to believe it, it was useless. The other person was undeniably brilliant. Staring at the solution in her hand, the girl finally realized she hadn't memorized it earlier. Her attitude did a complete 180, her tone softening considerably. Could you explain it again? No time. Don't bother us. Su Wang paid no mind, striding straight into the classroom. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lu Jingshan, he returned to his seat, retrieved his own exam paper, and continued tackling the remaining 11 problems. The others paid them no mind either. Their time was precious, and they had no desire to waste it on ordinary high school students. Left alone, the group stood frozen in place. Should they leave? Suddenly, they didn't want to. Should they stay? They didn't seem to have a reason to either. Suddenly, their gazes all turned toward Lu Feifei inside the classroom. How was she here? She was hogging all the attention. It seemed she was genuinely here for tutoring. The shock Su Wang had brought them earlier was undeniable. She completely crushed them, her brilliance almost inhuman. The fact that someone like her was here meant this place was no ordinary school. And Lu Feifei was actually studying alongside these geniuses? How enviable. But no one knew how utterly stunned and overwhelmed Lu Feifei felt inside. She'd witnessed every detail of Su Wang's performance. Another genius? Finding one genius in a place like this was already mind-boggling enough. Now there were 2? Did that mean everyone here was a genius? Lu Feifei shifted her gaze back to Lu Jingshan. In that moment, she suddenly found herself unable to look at him. Only now did she realize just how ridiculously wrong she had been. So many masters gathered together, and every person entering the classroom greeted Lu Jingshan clearly. Their relationship was far from simple. Add to that the fact that Lu Jingshan had been standing at the lectern the entire time, and a terrifying thought began to form in her mind. Could these already terrifying geniuses have been trained by Lu Jingshan himself? The mere thought of it startled her. Her rational mind told her it couldn't be possible, but was this place even a place where common sense applied? Just as she was unsure what to do next, Lu Jingshan approached her, holding 2 exam papers in his hand. Lu Jingshan handed them to her and gestured toward the table she had been sitting at earlier. You have 40 minutes. Complete it. If you can't finish, just do the ones you know. Chapter 40, I want to face you one-on-one. Boss, Lu Jingshan isn't at the internet cafe. Ji Long listened to his subordinate's report with confusion. Normally, Lu Jingshan would come to the internet cafe every day after class. Just moments ago, he'd learned that the Jiabo team had withdrawn from the tournament. As champions of the local cybercafe competition, they'd secured a spot in next week's event. All they needed to do was register with the roster to compete. Ji Long had been eyeing the CS tournament for ages. His crew always bragged about his skills being on par with pros, making him feel pretty cocky. Now that he had a shot at competing, he had to give it a shot. Through inquiries, he learned the roster was in Lu Jingshan's possession. Lu Jingshan had his own small team, but he was confident enough to defeat anyone except Lu Jingshan himself. He acknowledged that Lu Jingshan was indeed stronger than him, but this game required teamwork. He believed that aside from Lu Jingshan, he was unbeatable. He might not be able to beat Lu Jingshan, but he could take down Lu's other teammates. He wanted to join next week's tournament. After learning they'd given the roster to Lu Jingshan, he headed straight to the internet cafe. Based on past patterns, Lu Jingshan was almost always there after school. Moreover, this internet cafe served as the base for Lu Jingshan and his dozen or so brothers. They were almost always here unless they were out on a job. But today, he'd come up empty. Lu Jingshan wasn't there. Where could Lu Jingshan be? Ji Long pondered inwardly. Suddenly, a place came to mind. He slapped his thigh. Right. The storage room. He recalled how Lu Jingshan had asked him to help clean out that storage room just a couple days ago. It made perfect sense that Lu Jingshan would be there now. He hurriedly rushed toward the storage room. Meanwhile, in the math Olympiad competition for Class Lu Feifei was utterly overwhelmed. She had spent 40 minutes in the classroom, and this single minute had left her drenched in sweat, experiencing what true pressure felt like. Lu Jingshan had her take practice tests, one of which was a compilation of past college entrance exam math questions. Lu Jingshan had extracted 10 final round math questions from past college entrance exams. While preserving the core difficulties, he modified the question formats, transforming them into new problems that retained the same knowledge points and challenges. Lu Jingshan combined these 10 problems into a single test paper. For instance, questions on the distribution of zeros in composite functions, dynamic maximums in solid geometry, recursive sequences in probability, properties of hyperbolas in analytic geometry, and proofs of sequence inequalities, all specialized final question types, totaling 10 questions worth 100 points. When Lu Feifei saw this test paper, she was utterly stunned. Was this some kind of joke? This wasn't her doing the test, it was the test doing her. Fortunately, there were 2 test papers. Lu Feifei reassured herself that she still had another one. This one must be wrong. With that thought, she tossed the terrifying paper aside. After all, no one said she had to do both, she could just do the other one. But when she saw the other one, she nearly fainted. 100 fill-in-the-blank questions? 1 point per question? What was this? And after a quick glance, she nearly gasped for breath. The curve y equals x plus ae caret x has 2 tangents passing through the origin. Find the range of values for a. The sequence, an, satisfies a equals 2 and an plus 1 equals a2n superscript 2an plus 3. If there exists a positive integer m such that am equals 2025, then the minimum possible value of am plus 1 is. At first glance, Lu Feifei was nearly dumbfounded. What kind of questions were these? She was only in her sophomore year. These problems seemed straight out of past college entrance exam papers. Was this really necessary for an ordinary test? 1 point per question with only 40 minutes? Just how much did Lu Jingshan think of her? Though she wasn't exactly a math failure and usually passed her exams, these problems left her feeling like a complete rookie. Watching the clock tick away, Lu Feifei knew she couldn't leave the paper blank forever. She had to do something. Even if it was difficult, she had to try. Lu Jingshan quietly observed Lu Feifei's shifting expressions and her hands, still hesitating over how to begin writing. These problems were deliberately challenging. It wasn't that he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Lu Feifei. It was simply that math competitions were like this. Unlike regular math, the difficulty level increased exponentially. While ostensibly tutoring Lu Feifei, he found ordinary tutoring too mundane. If he was going to tutor, he might as well push her to higher levels. He possessed the methods and ability to make her scores skyrocket in a short time. But if the goal was merely to improve her grades a little, that would be too easy to achieve. Those 2 test papers were also his way of gauging Lu Feifei's foundational math skills. On the surface, they appeared filled with impossibly difficult problems. But if Lu Feifei looked closely, she could find 5 deliberately prepared gimme questions among the 100 problems. His intent in creating those papers was clear. First, to identify Lu Feifei's weak and strong points. Second, they served as a warning: progress requires courage. If Lu Feifei crumbled under pressure and quit right away, it would mean her mindset wasn't quite ready yet. By the time Lu Feifei finished the first fill-in-the-blank question, a bead of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Even a single multiple-choice question required her to verify her calculations and concentrate deeply. As time ticked by, Lu Feifei skipped questions she didn't know, which led her to discover the gimme questions Lu Jingshan had intentionally left for her. Watching the clock tick away, Lu Feifei's hand moved faster and faster. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. She gradually found her rhythm, tackling more and more problems. Yet facing the full 100 questions before her, she still felt helpless. Halfway through the allotted time, Lu Feifei had only completed 8 questions. That amounted to a mere 8 points. Worse, since she couldn't be sure of her answers, it was entirely possible she'd gotten none of them right. As Su Wang passed by, he glanced at her work, shook his head dismissively, and even let out a disapproving tisk. This direct challenge to Lu Feifei's dignity to be looked down upon like this forced her to steel herself and plunge deeper into her studies. Time ticked away, and 40 minutes passed. Lu Feifei looked at the exam paper before her. She had only completed 17 questions, and even those might be wrong. Lu Jingshan came to collect the papers, glanced at hers, and immediately began grading. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew. 17 questions attempted, but only 7 actually answered correctly. Your fundamentals aren't quite up to par. Facing Lu Jingshan's merciless criticism, Lu Feifei's pride had completely vanished. She never imagined Lu Jingshan would be this sharp, instantly identifying which answers were correct and which were wrong. Judging by this situation, this Olympiad math class might even belong to him. Just as Lu Feifei was sinking into utter despair, the classroom door swung open. Lu Jingshan, I want a one-on-one challenge with you. Chapter 41, Jiabao's Challenge. The sound of the door opening caused everyone to look up toward Ji Long. Without turning his head, Lu Jingshan said, "We'll talk later. Close the door and don't disturb me." Ji Long was about to protest when Lu Jingshan cut him off. Resentful, he wondered why he should listen to Lu Jingshan. Just because he said to talk later meant they could talk later? But then he remembered he had business with Lu Jingshan and immediately backed down. The door had opened with a loud bang, but now it closed with a whisper. Ji Long shot Lu Jingshan a look before muttering under his breath, unwilling to concede. "Then hurry up. I'll wait for you outside." The door closed. Lu Jingshan held the test papers as he analyzed. "Although you're only in your sophomore year, your foundational knowledge is quite solid." But Lu Jingshan frowned. "Your mastery of sequences is still lacking, and you're struggling with advanced trigonometric functions, probability models, and determining the monotonicity of derivatives." Lu Jingshan sighed. "This is a significant issue. It'll be tough to improve at a regular tutoring center." Just as Lu Feifei opened her mouth to protest, Lu Jingshan cut her off. "But I have a solution." After witnessing Su Wang's godlike performance earlier, considering Lu Jingshan standing here, and knowing that the problems in her hands were all set by him, how could she dare not believe him? Hearing Lu Jingshan claim he had a solution felt like a traditional Chinese doctor promising to cure kidney deficiency. She immediately knelt in apology, submitting completely. Of course, this was merely her inner submission to Lu Jingshan. In reality, Lu Feifei nodded quickly. "Teach me, sir." "Teacher?" Lu Jingshan murmured softly. No one had ever called him teacher before. As everyone was his peer, the title felt awkward. He himself wasn't fond of it either, as it made him feel like an elder. That's why everyone just called him Old Lu or Big Brother Lu. Hearing someone address him as teacher now, he momentarily failed to register that it was directed at him. He almost reminded Lu Feifei to correct herself but stopped himself. What he was doing now, how could that not count as being a teacher? Those who impart knowledge, guide learning, and resolve doubts are all teachers. Teachers aren't just old men. Once he realized this, Lu Jingshan didn't dwell on Lu Feifei's choice of words. Teacher it was. Seeing Lu Feifei's sincere and eager expression, Lu Jingshan began his instruction. The lesson lasted a full 40 minutes. Outside the door, Ji Long grew impatient with the wait, wavering over whether to push open the door. But then he remembered he needed Ji Long's help. The list was in Lu Jingshan's hands, and if Lu Jingshan refused, there was nothing he could do. He glanced at the classroom and reluctantly gave up. Just then, he noticed several girls nearby. They seemed to have been there from the start. Curiosity piqued, Ji Long asked, "What are you girls doing here?" "We're waiting for someone." Ji Long glanced around. It had been nearly an hour since school ended, and most students had already left. Who could they be waiting for? Unless... Ji Long pointed toward the math competition class. "Is the person you're waiting for inside?" Several girls nodded simultaneously, confirming it was correct. The reason they were still here was because of Su Wang. Such an amazing girl was actually in this place. Most crucially, their classmate was also inside, supposedly for tutoring. This meant the place was accessible to others. Su Wang's previous performance wasn't just that of an academic star, she was nothing short of a genius. Could such a god's abode be ordinary? Perhaps it held a great opportunity. If Lu Feifei could enter, why couldn't they? At school, everyone strived for academic progress. Now, an opportunity to become stronger was right before their eyes. How could they possibly give it up? They considered just barging in, but the memory of their earlier misunderstanding made them reconsider. Better to wait patiently outside. Wonder how Lu Feifei's doing in there. Achoo! Inside the classroom, Lu Feifei suddenly sneezed. Pay attention. This is all you need to master. Watching Lu Jingshan teach, Lu Feifei was completely captivated. She had never listened so intently before. Listening to Lu Jingshan lecture felt effortless. There was a sense of effortless comprehension, something she hadn't found in any outside tutoring classes. No matter how complex the concept, when Lu Jingshan explained it, it seemed much simpler. Seeing Lu Feifei listening with such intense focus, Lu Jingshan offered his affirmation. Lu Feifei possessed strong innate learning abilities, and with his guidance, her progress became remarkably evident. Soon, another lesson passed. While continuing to teach Lu Feifei, Lu Jingshan also answered questions from the others. It was only then that Lu Feifei realized what Gu Changsheng and the others were working on. A wave of deep respect welled up within her. The final problem of the IMO World Mathematical Olympiad held undeniable prestige. Ordinary people couldn't solve it, they'd be driven to the brink of collapse. To tackle world-class problems? That's not something ordinary people could do. Lu Feifei glanced around. Before she arrived, this class had only 5 members, including Lu Jingshan. And each of those 5 held an IMO exam paper. These were world-class competition papers. What kind of geniuses were these people? And here she was studying in such an environment. Who was Lu Jingshan to be teaching these geniuses? What Lu Feifei didn't know was that just days ago, these 5 had been utterly unremarkable students in Class 7's remedial class. Meanwhile, at an internet cafe near Du City High School, a man looked down his nose at the defeated internet cafe team he'd just beaten and sneered. Is this the best the local internet cafes have to offer? Not even close. That team that took first place here a while back, yeah, the Jabba squad, where'd they go? They were also participating in next week's regional tournament and decided to challenge local teams while they still had time. What they hadn't expected was that all these teams were so weak, completely no match for them. Plus, the other team they'd heard about earlier was nowhere to be found. Bro, I heard Jia Bao withdrew. They apparently handed their roster over to another net cafe team, but rumor has it they got kicked out of the tournament. The man perked up. A team that could knock out the top-ranked squad in the internet cafe tournament? This competition was no joke. He'd have to check it out. Which internet cafe? Something like Brothers, me right next to Du City High School. Chapter 42, Challenging the House. Teacher, wouldn't using the collinearity test from Melanier's theorem be a better approach for this problem type? Lu Jingshan was pleased with Lu Feifei's response. He could sense she had some talent in this area, it was a shame she was wasting it on gaming. Just then, his phone alarm chimed, signaling it was time to clock out. Alright, time's up. If you have more questions, come find me tomorrow. Give yourself some rest time, it's always a good idea. Lu Feifei looked a bit disappointed but had no choice but to comply. She glanced outside and saw that it had already grown dark. The others showed no particular emotion upon hearing Lu Jingshan was leaving. After all, the school dormitory was now theirs to use. They all lived in the same building, so if they had any questions, they could just go find Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan wouldn't refuse them anyway, so it didn't matter where they were. Everyone packed their things and stood up to leave, except for Gu Changsheng, who remained seated, still deep in thought over the problem before him. Lu Jingshan walked straight up to Gu Changsheng. That's enough. Studying any longer might lead you to do something reckless. He emphasized the importance of balancing study time with rest, keeping up with academics while maintaining physical well-being. Study when you should, rest when you need to. That was Lu Jingshan's plan. You go ahead. I'll solve this problem soon. Just give me a little more time, Gu Changsheng replied without lifting his head. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan stated directly, do you remember what happened at the hospital? The mere mention of the hospital snapped Gu Changsheng out of his problem-solving trance. If not for Lu Jingshan, who knew what would have become of his grandmother? And who knows what path he himself might have taken? How could he possibly forget? I remember. Then do you remember what you promised me in the car? I remember. So if I ask you to come back to the dorm with me now to rest, that's okay, right? Solving this problem or not isn't what matters most for you right now. What matters is your attitude and spirit toward it. And you've already done exceptionally well. You're truly remarkable. I see your hard work, but rest is equally essential. Your health comes first. Otherwise, who's going to take care of grandma in the hospital? Me? I'm pretty busy, Lu Jingshan joked. Lu Jingshan spoke softly, his voice audible only to himself and Gu Changsheng. The others watched them with puzzled looks, wondering what Lu Jingshan had said to Gu Changsheng that made him put away his pen and even start packing up his things. After hearing Lu Jingshan's words, Gu Changsheng snapped out of it. He realized he had indeed gotten a little too caught up. He'd fixated too much on the surface of the problem, too preoccupied with solving it, forgetting what lay beyond the question. It had consumed him. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Outside, the waiting group finally saw the door open, hope reigniting in their eyes. As soon as Su Wang and the others emerged, the girls who had been waiting outside for ages immediately swarmed around Su Wang. Genius, do you have time? We'd love to chat with you. Master, could you share your study methods? Master, do you often study in this classroom? The scene felt like facing a swarm of reporters, the barrage of questions making Su Wang's scalp tingle. Su Wang disliked this kind of scene, especially such sudden attention. Just as Su Wang was being bombarded, Lu Jingshan's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Chen Kuang. Calling him this late? Lu Jingshan answered the call with a puzzled look. Hey, Kuangzi, what's up? Why are you calling me so late? On the other end, Chen Kuang's voice sounded extremely agitated, and there were even other voices in the background. Bro, there's trouble at the internet cafe. Come quick. Chen Kuang briefly explained the situation to Lu Jingshan. Learning that another team had come to challenge them? He couldn't stand it for a second longer. He hung up the phone and headed straight for the internet cafe. Lu Jingshan's sudden change in expression immediately caught the attention of Xin Yuwei beside him. What's going on? Xin Yuwei tugged at Lu Jingshan's sleeve as she asked. Her keen observation had first detected Lu Jingshan's heightened tension, signaling trouble. Recognizing Chen Kuang's voice on the line, she deduced the issue likely originated at the internet cafe. Given Lu Jingshan's current status and standing in everyone's eyes, all eyes immediately turned to him. Simultaneously, everyone noticed Lu Jingshan's unusual change and turned their attention toward him. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Lu Jingshan offered no explanation. I need to head to the internet cafe to handle something. Don't worry about me. I'll handle it. You should all head back soon, it's getting late. Shouldn't I come with you? It's safer with an extra person, Gu Changsheng suggested. No need, Lu Jingshan declined. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to Lu Feifei and Ji Long. Do you two have time? Come with me. Ji Long naturally had no objections. He had business with Lu Jingshan anyway, so he followed right behind. Lu Feifei hesitated. It was already dark, and if she didn't return soon, her mother might. Just then, her best friend patted her back and said, Go ahead. I'll explain to your aunt. Meanwhile, inside the brothers' come/me internet cafe, Chen Kuang, Li Xiaoyao, and several other brothers were being forced to kneel. We agreed on best of 5. Losers kneel and kowtow. What? Don't feel like it? A man spoke with a tone of contempt and a look of scorn. He took the cigarette from his mouth and pressed it directly onto Li Xiaoyao's hand. Li Xiaoyao yelped in pain, his body thrashing violently, but 2 men held him down firmly. Chen Kuang's eyes blazed red as he roared, Let him go. Don't push it too far. The other brothers nearby were itching to act. A single word from Li Xiaoyao or Chen Kuang would send them charging forward to pin these men to the ground. But the underworld had its own rules. They had lost, plain and simple. It was their own fault for accepting a bet after being goaded by a few taunts. Just wait till my boss gets back. We'll see if you're still so cocky then. Hearing Chen Kuang's words, the man seemed intrigued. From the moment he'd made that phone call earlier, he'd learned that the most formidable person in this internet cafe was their boss. He was waiting precisely for this so-called boss. I didn't expect you to be so cocky even after losing. Even if your so-called boss shows up, they'll still have to kowtow to me. Seeing this defeated opponent still acting so arrogant after losing, the man decided to teach him a lesson. Just then, the door swung open as Lu Jingshan and his 2 companions arrived in time. So anyone who loses has to kowtow to us? Chapter 43, the game begins. Boss. Chen Kuang, Li Xiaoyao, and the others lit up with joy at Lu Jingshan's arrival. Seeing his brothers forced to kneel on the ground, Lu Jingshan couldn't deny feeling furious. He rushed to help them up, but the man stopped him. They deserve it. They lost the match, so they should honor our agreement. Lu Jingshan forced his anger down. He had once been part of the underworld himself. Though he had gone straight, he still understood the rules. Lu Jingshan glanced at his brothers and asked, So how do we get them up? The man gestured toward the 5 computers behind him, his intent crystal clear. Let's have a match, the man declared. Best of 5. If you win, they can get up. If you lose, each of you will kowtow once. Lu Jingshan frowned. Such punishment was considered severe even in the underworld, typically reserved for deep-seated grudges. Another possibility, the man before them was a fearless young bull, unafraid to offend anyone. Chen Kuang, alarmed by the man's outrageous demand and fearing their boss might lose, immediately shouted. What kind of rule is that? Boss, don't agree to it. This kid's up to no good. But before Chen Kuang could finish, Lu Jingshan had already agreed. Fine. I accept. Boss. Enough. I know what I'm doing. Lu Jingshan continued, looking at him. Since I've agreed to your terms, if you lose, shouldn't you also fulfill my demands? Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, the man sneered contemptuously, if we lose, you can make us do whatever you want without complaint. But that's assuming we lose. The man finished speaking and burst into a cocky laugh, followed by the other 4 who had come with him. Having defeated 4 consecutive teams without a single loss, they had built up immense confidence bordering on blind arrogance. As for the Thunder team captain, he too refused to believe they could lose, especially since only Lu Jingshan remained eligible to compete. Several members of Lu Jingshan's original team were unable to rise after losing their match, meaning Lu Jingshan had to go it alone. Realizing this, the crowd erupted in fury, hurling insults at the Thunder team captain for cheating. Only weaklings talk trash. If you've got the guts, come fight us. Instantly, the crowd that had been shouting fell silent. They had watched Shin Kwang and his team fight from the sidelines. Thunder Team's 5-man squad was undeniably formidable. Most opponents stood no chance against them. Thunder Team's captain sneered at the lone Lu Jingshan, so it's just you? Can't even field 5 players for a match? Might as well just come over and kneel voluntarily. Before Lu Jingshan could respond to the taunt, Ji Long, standing behind him, couldn't hold back. He immediately aligned himself with Lu Jingshan. Though he and Lu Jingshan didn't always see eye to eye when facing external threats, they instinctively united to confront outsiders. If you want to fight, count me in. I'm not afraid of anyone. Seeing this guy ostensibly an enemy but truly a friend, Lu Jingshan felt genuinely touched inside. The man had defeated Chen Kwang and his crew. His strength was undeniable. And Ji Long choosing to stand up even when he was alone? That was pure Ji Long. Enough. The 2 of us can give it a shot too. Who said it's just the 2 of you? What about me? Lu Feifei chimed in, asserting her presence. Lu Jingshan, did you forget about me? If you're forming a team, how could you forget your teammates? Hearing Lu Feifei's words, Ji Long realized Lu Jingshan had indeed considered forming a team. Instantly, he felt his own actions were absolutely correct. Lu Jingshan glanced at Lu Feifei and Ji Long and knew he'd made the right choice in bringing them along. Lu Jingshan himself didn't really know how strong he was. What if his opponent was stronger than him? Having more teammates meant more confidence, right? So he pulled these guys over. Seeing that Lu Jingshan's side only had 3 people, the Thunder team members laughed even louder. Just 3 people? Are you guys kidding yourselves? Or did you just grab these 2 off the street? Are you sure they even know how to play CS? Don't tell me they don't even know the maps. Lu Jingshan ignored them. He had complete faith in Lu Feifei and Ji Long. Looking at the Thunder team members, Lu Jingshan stated, "We're 3 against your 5. Are you in?" Seeing Lu Jingshan's seriousness, the Thunder team captain's smile faded, though his eyes still brimmed with disdain and amusement. Fine. Just don't complain about us bullying the outnumbered when you lose. Lu Jingshan smiled. Of course. And I hope you won't be sore losers either. Tensions flared as both sides quickly took their seats. As the match was about to begin, Chen Kwang hurriedly offered a warning. "Boss, watch out for their sniper and assault player, those 2 are really strong." Chen Kwang tried to say more, but was cut off by members of the Thunder team. Non-participants are prohibited from interfering with the match. If you continue speaking, I can rule your boss and his team in violation. Faced with this, Chen Kwang had no choice but to stop. However, the information he had provided was immediately absorbed by Lu Jingshan and his 2 teammates. A sniper rifle and an assault rifle, huh? Ji Long's excitement surged the moment his fingers touched the keyboard. Then I'll take on this assault player. Ji Long specialized in rifles and primarily played as an assault player in matches. This was right up his alley. Then I'll handle the sniper rifle. The moment Lu Feifei looked at the screenshots, she was fired up, especially upon hearing the enemy had a skilled sniper player. Ever since losing to Lu Jingshan last time, she'd been burning with determination. If she couldn't beat Lu Jingshan, surely she could beat you? Then I'll be the free agent, Lu Jingshan said. He could play any role, though he personally leaned toward assault due to his preference for the AK. Soon, the match began. Map, Burning Sands City 2. Chapter 44, Round 1. First round, Lu Jingshan and his team of 3 played as terrorists, while Thunder Team took on the role of police. This round's role swap made Thunder Team's 5 players even more confident. The map Sand City 2 actually favored the police to some extent, giving them a certain advantage. Now, with the enemy outnumbered and facing disadvantages in both map and team composition, nearly every piece of information screamed victory to them. Guys, today we're gonna show those 3 what real terror looks like. Their squad composition featured 2 tactical cores, a sniper and an assault rifle. Their standard playstyle involved the sniper holding key positions while the assault rifle player flanked from a single point, executing a pincer movement to strike from both front and rear. Only 3 enemies. Don't hold back, guys. Group up, speed up, and catch them off guard. The tactic was deployed, and the entire squad sprang into action. The 5 players radiated absolute confidence. Their winning streak had left them untouched by defeat for ages. This kind of group charge tactic isn't suitable for the police team. It's actually quite easy to end up in a sudden death situation. In many professional matches, group charges usually come from the terrorist side, rarely from the police. Their rational minds warned against it, but their unbroken winning streak had clouded their judgment. Their confidence swelled to near delusional levels. The 5 players charged straight through the central door toward the terrorist base, even delaying their smoke deployment. Suddenly, the moment the first player peeked through the central door, a gunshot rang out. The assault riflist leading the charge was instantly sent flying. The incident happened so abruptly that no one had anticipated a sniper rifle positioned on the opposite side. In that instant, one of their core members was dead. As they scrambled to react, Lu Feifei fired another shot. This was a blind shot, merely anticipating the Thunder team's movements. The bullet pierced the central door, taking out another member of the Thunder team. Damn it! They ambushed us! The Thunder team captain hurriedly tried to reassure his teammates. Don't panic, guys. It's just luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Who knew they'd set up a sniper at the central door? That spot is invincible for any sniper. If we just focus, they're no match for us. After all, the Thunder squad had risen through the ranks of cybercafe tournaments and had repeatedly challenged other teams. They quickly regained their composure. Having learned their lesson, the team members became much more cautious. They couldn't afford to crash and burn in the very first match after acting so cocky earlier. The Thunder team sniper also got serious. Trying to snipe in front of me? Let me show you what real sniping looks like. Just as he focused to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy sniper, he realized the sniper rifle that had been positioned at the central gate moments ago was gone. The man smirked. What a coincidence, scared off after taking down just 2 players. The man thought to himself, don't let him catch me. If he does, I'll make sure that sniper across the way has an unforgettable experience, one where she won't even know how she died. Lu Feifei's reason for abandoning the sniper spot was simple, she'd already taken out 2. Surely no one else would be foolish enough to keep coming out from there? So she followed Ji Long and Lu Jingshan as they headed toward Area A. Meanwhile, Thunder Squad, having suffered 2 casualties early on, dared not proceed through the main gate. They turned and took up positions near Area A instead. We're currently 3-on-3, and the advantage is still ours. We still don't know their exact positions. Here's the plan, Old 5, you hold Area A solo. Me and Old 3 will secure Area B, you report any sightings immediately. Don't worry, boss. After seeing us push the central gate, they won't dare use the central path. I've got Zona covered alone, however many show up, I'll take them all down. The Thunder team captain knew Old 5 had a habit of bragging, but since the opposing team was just an amateur squad with some key players missing, a 1v3 seemed feasible. Still, caution prompted him to caution, just be careful. If things go south, retreat first. Ever since losing 2 men at the central gate, a vague sense of unease had settled over him, like something terrible was about to happen. But the enemy only had 3 players, 2 of whom were last-minute fill-ins. He didn't perceive them as a threat. He attributed his unease to something else entirely. After handing Zone A over to Old 5, he followed Old 3 to guard Zone B. The moment the 2 of them arrived at Zone B, trouble erupted in Zone A. Before Old 5 could even utter a word, his avatar went black. The enemy's speed was simply too fast. He'd barely poked his head out before getting instantly eliminated. He hadn't even seen a single enemy before the bullets arrived, leaving him no chance to retreat. That speed was insane. Seeing Old 5 still not reporting, the captain urged, report quickly. How many of them are there? Hearing the captain's voice snapped him back to reality, but hesitation gripped him. He had no idea how many enemies were there. He'd been taken out before he could even see them. But not reporting meant he had to admit honestly, I don't know. What? The leader almost thought he'd misheard. How could he not know how many enemies were there if he'd already died? Was he being played? Fifth brother sighed in exasperation and explained again, I genuinely don't know how many people are on the other side. I couldn't even see them before I died. The captain was at a loss for words. If you died before even seeing anyone, it made sense you wouldn't know how many opponents were there. But the captain couldn't help but think Old 5 was just too weak. Getting insta-killed in a random match without even seeing anyone? What else could it be but sheer incompetence? You're staying behind for extra practice once we get back. Chapter 45, The Joker. Hearing he'd have to practice extra after returning felt unfair. It wasn't a matter of skill, it was pure coincidence and probability. How could the enemy have known exactly when he'd show himself? Why didn't second brother or fourth brother have to practice extra? If it wasn't pure luck, there was no way to explain it. But with the boss's imposing presence, he dared not say anything. He could only sulk and keep quiet. Uncertain whether Lu Jingshan and his men were all in Area A, the Thunder Team captain still decided to split forces. He ordered the third in command to set up in both directions at the dog hole while he himself went to guard the A lane. Even as he advanced toward Area A, resentment simmered within him over the fifth member's sudden demise. Losing 2 players in a 5-on-3 fight was already shameful enough. Now they'd let the enemy take 3 kills? Utterly humiliating. Extra practice. Everyone would do extra practice after returning. Lost in these thoughts, he'd already passed the central gate and was heading toward the A area lane. His crosshairs remained fixed straight ahead. 3 had already fallen. If more died now, they might truly lose. A 5v3 defeat would be a laughingstock if it got out. This shot was non-negotiable. But after waiting in Area A for a while with no sign of anyone, just as he started to feel puzzled, trouble erupted in Area B. Third brother shouted, "I'm dead." His avatar turned black. Old 3's voice rang out, "They're in B minor. They sniped me." Before Old 3 could react, he was ambushed. The shot nearly made him curse out loud. Now, only the captain of Thunder Team remained on the field, utterly bewildered. First, 2 fell at the central gate. Then, a brother vanished from the A corridor. Now, Old 3 and Zone B had been snatched away. Wait. There were only 3 people on the opposing team. And technically, the other 2 were just random players they'd picked up. How could they possibly have such high execution? Seeing the current situation, 2 idioms came to mind: waiting for rabbits by the stump and feigning an attack in one direction while striking in another. In that moment, he felt both admiration and disdain. He admired that only 3 opponents could hold their own against a semi-professional team like theirs. That alone was something to be proud of. His disdain stemmed from the fact that such tactics were only employed by low-tier casual players. Professional matches would never feature this style of play, as opponents would be systematically eliminated one by one. Such underhanded tactics were the very thing he despised most, utterly lacking the poise of a high-level match. What he didn't realize was that so-called high-level play often meant adapting to the situation. The right move was the one that worked at the moment. There's no hierarchy among tactics. If it works against the enemy, it's sufficient. The captain of Thunder Team watched the unfolding situation, his expression growing unusually grave. The odds were stacked against him. Though facing 3 low-level players, the saying held true: 3 heads are better than 1. Even a seasoned veteran feared a flurry of chaotic attacks. Fighting 3 opponents at once, even if they were random players, presented a significant challenge. He hadn't anticipated such a grueling fight. It felt like a disastrous start. But there was still a chance. If he could pull off a triple kill, he could turn the tide and salvage his pride. Just then, the screen flashed: bomb in Sector B entering countdown. He had to move now. If he didn't make it in 40 seconds, he'd die. With his back against the wall, he began adjusting his tactics. He was about to attempt a heroic feat, a last-ditch solo kill against 3 opponents. Success would leave an indelible mark on his gaming legacy. His teammates cheered him on, knowing the captain was their only hope now. His tactical plan crystallized instantly. He charged toward the B-zone path, tossing a smoke grenade as he passed the central gate. Since you've used a diversion tactic, so shall I. Entering the B-side path, he advanced with stealthy steps. His focus was absolute. He listened intently for the enemy's position, absorbing every detail, determined to strike decisively. Soon he reached the small door and, hearing only one set of footsteps inside, he began to speculate where the other 2 might be. But time wouldn't allow for further thought. He had to act immediately. He hurled a Molotov cocktail to pin down their positions while simultaneously launching a stun grenade. The moment the stun grenade detonated, he charged forward. Just as he envisioned taking out all 3, a bullet exploded through his skull the moment he revealed himself. It was freelancer Lu Jingshan. With no one at the central gate, he'd anticipated the enemy would take the B route, and he was right. Round 1 concluded. Chapter 46, Picking on Weaklings. The second round screen transition succeeded, and the entire Thunder 5 team respawned at the police station. The suddenness of their deaths left Thunder's captain questioning whether it had all been a dream, but the scoreboard above the screen flashed from 0 to 1. This meant everything he'd just experienced had actually happened. "Captain, what the hell? How could you die?" The others seized the moment to grill him. The player who had been called back for extra practice earlier seized the moment, his voice dripping with schadenfreude. "Captain, you died against such weak opponents? Guess you'll be staying late for practice again, huh?" The mocked captain felt his face flush with embarrassment. He stubbornly defended himself. "I made a mistake just now. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. No one should point fingers. I'm going to start taking this seriously now. I suggest you all get serious too. We've already lost 1 game to them. Have you even looked at their team composition? Barely 1 person actually plays seriously, and we still lost. How embarrassing is that?" Hearing the captain's words, the others stopped joking around. They understood the gravity of the situation. If word got out that they'd lost to such a lineup, they'd be laughed at. Everyone be cautious this time. Go with a 2-3 defense. 2-3 defense, as the name implies, means 2 players guard one area while 3 guard another. On the Sand 2 map, a 2-3 defense typically meant 2 players guarding B zone while 3 defended A zone. The tactic was set, and execution began. This time, Old 2 and Old 5 were assigned to defend B zone. Old 2 was the AK player who had been the first to die after charging the central gate at the start. This time, they weren't as reckless or brazen as before. Old 2 immediately tossed a grenade toward the central door. The explosion provided a momentary cover, allowing them to push through. As he crossed the central door, Old Two's nerves shot up at the memory of that sniper rifle from the first round. He feared being picked off the instant he stepped through. Fortunately, his fears didn't materialize. He and Old Five cleared the gate smoothly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, see? I knew the last time was just a fluke. Nothing happened this time, right? How could the enemy be that skilled? Noticing the growing tension among his teammates, the captain of Thunder Squad immediately stood up to reassure them. Everyone, don't get too worked up. As long as we don't slack off and play to our full potential, we'll be just fine. The first game was purely luck on their side, plus we underestimated them. That's why we lost. This time, if we take it seriously, we'll definitely win. Believe in yourselves. But just as he finished his encouraging words, the sniper guarding Elaine shouted excitedly, they're here. At Elaine. Simultaneously, the sniper fired immediately, sending a bullet into the smoke. Yep, it was a smoke grenade. The third player's warning instantly alerted the other two defending his site, who swiftly swung their sights toward the Elaine. The next moment unfolded a scene they would never forget. The instant Old Three fired his second shot into the smoke, a bullet flew straight out from within it. The bullet struck Old Three squarely. Third brother's screen went black instantly. Blind sniping. The third brother was horrified. How could the enemy snipe him without even seeing him? How was that even possible? A terrifying thought struck him. The enemy had tracked his position by analyzing the trajectory of his own bullet. But how could that be possible? His character was constantly moving. The enemy would need absolutely astonishing reflexes, instantly pinpoint his position, and then fire back. Such skill might be beyond even professional players. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. If that were truly the case, they had no hope of winning. Stop overthinking it. Maybe the enemy just got lucky? Noticing Third's troubled expression, the captain immediately recognized his overanalysis and rushed to reassure him. True. If the opponent had that kind of skill, they'd probably be playing professionally by now instead of hanging out in a small internet cafe like this. It must just be luck. Third brother exhaled in relief. Close call, he'd nearly scared himself. Meanwhile, on the opposing team, Ji Long watched Lu Feifei's gunplay with astonishment. Was this skill or luck? How did you do that? You hit them without even seeing them. Lu Feifei smiled modestly. Just luck. Who could actually do that? She said that, but Lu Feifei knew that Lu Jingshan standing behind her possessed this ability too, and his was even more terrifying than hers. What's the next move? The two now followed Lu Jingshan's lead completely, firing wherever he directed them. Lu Jingshan glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 in the evening. 2 matches have taken up a lot of time. Let's finish this quickly and head home. We'll strike swiftly and decisively to wipe them out completely. Lu Jingshan delivered his final verdict in a matter-of-fact tone. This meant Lu Feifei and Ji Long would hold nothing back. It also meant the 5 members of the Thunder team were in for a night they wouldn't soon forget. At Lu Jingshan's command, all 3 charged forward. Soon, Thunder Squad sensed something was amiss. With their sniper missing, the captain took charge of monitoring Elaine. The 4th member positioned himself near the captain while keeping an eye on a side alley, ready to provide backup at any moment. They attributed the 3rd player's demise to sheer luck on the enemy's part, otherwise, they'd have to conclude the opponents were inhuman. Just as the Thunder team captain was reassuring himself. It's fine, they're just lucky. Once, twice, but surely not a 3rd time? If it happened once and twice, how could it happen a 3rd? As long as he focused, his aim would outclass theirs. He recalled countless times his marksmanship had saved the team from dire straits, fueling his unwavering confidence. But then he sensed something was off. A shadow flickered at the edge of the smoke. Before he could react, his character was sent flying. He died. He hadn't even gotten a clear look at the person or thing. He didn't even know if it was human. The captain's sudden death placed immense pressure on 4th. He'd sensed something was off from the start, and now, as teammates fell one after another around him, a deep unease washed over him. The Thunder team captain, snapping into action, immediately called for backup. They're at A. Everyone move in. 4th, fall back. Throw grenades to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Just as 4th followed the captain's orders and tossed a Molotov cocktail, someone charged out wielding an AK-47, mowing him down with a burst of fire. Simultaneously, the attacker pulled off a dry pull, eliminating another arriving support teammate. Just as another teammate fired back, Lu Jingshan peeked from behind Ji Long and took him out. Round 2 concluded, and another resounding failure appeared on the screens of Thunder Squad's 5 members. Chapter 47, Despair. Complete disbelief spread across the faces of all 5 Thunder team members. The first round could be explained by luck and coincidence, but this round? Is it still luck? If it wasn't luck, then just how strong were their opponents? They dared not think about it. To prevent internal collapse, the Thunder team captain quickly reassured everyone, don't panic. It's only 2 rounds in. The outcome is still far from decided. I admit they have some skill, but are we that inferior? We've fought so many matches, pulled off so many comebacks from the brink, are we just going to give up that easily? There's still only 3 players. We have the numerical advantage. If we play to our strengths, we can still win. The captain's confident words successfully rallied his teammates. But as the game resumed, despair spread once more. No matter what tactics they tried, no matter what decisions they made, they couldn't win. Attacking 4v1 only led to a solo wipe. Grouping up for 5v0 still ended in a wipe. After 15 matches, they hadn't won a single one. They hadn't even secured a single kill. It took them less than 18 minutes, averaging 1 kill per minute in game. The Thunder squad was numb with shock. Seriously, how were they supposed to play like this? They were being slaughtered like dogs. Even the youngest member of the team was reduced to tears. The Thunder team captain didn't know how to console them. What was there to say? Getting crushed like this, words were useless. Staring at their 0-15 record, the Thunder members were frozen in disbelief. This kind of humiliation happening to them felt utterly surreal. From initial shock and a desperate attempt to catch up, they'd now reached a point of numbness, even fear. We'll switch sides next game. Give it another shot. Maybe we can win one. Spectators watching the match murmured in admiration. To offer comfort to teammates after such a crushing defeat that was truly commendable resilience. Chen Kuang watched from below, utterly thrilled. He never imagined the boss and those two could be this strong. He knew that girl named Lu Feifei was skilled at CS, but he hadn't imagined she'd be this good. Judging by her performance over these 15 rounds, she was simply flawless. By now, a crowd had gathered in front of the internet cafe's large screen. Everyone stared at the screen, their initial shock at Lu Jingshan and his team's skill now replaced by nothing but sympathy for the Thunder team's 5 players. Are they really pros? They don't look like it. Getting crushed like this by just 3 people. Weren't they acting all cocky earlier? After beating us, they said we weren't worthy opponents, called us ants. Now they're getting crushed like ants themselves. Chen Quan, Li Xiaoyao, and the others watched with immense satisfaction. They had nearly been crushed themselves, but their leader had truly avenged them. Still want to fight? Seeing Thunder Team's members hesitating to prepare, Lu Jingshan asked. When Thunder Team caught Lu Jingshan's gaze, they looked at him like he was the devil incarnate, nearly running away in terror. They dared not fight Lu Jingshan's team anymore. They were wrong. They regretted it. They should never have challenged the dojo. Their spirits were utterly crushed. No amount of persuasion from their captain could change their minds. The match concluded with Thunder Team suffering a crushing 0-15 defeat, failing to even complete a single game. After the match ended, cheers erupted from the crowd. Lu Jingshan's teammates genuinely hadn't expected their leader to be this formidable. Lu Jingshan and his 2 teammates were immediately surrounded. Pro player. Can we add you as a gaming friend? I'll pay you, no problem. You guys are so good, could you teach me? I'll pay well, how about 10,000 yuan an hour? Hello, I'm the manager of the Green Dragon team. I'd like to discuss becoming professional players with you. It felt like winning a tournament, with everyone rushing the stage to celebrate. Lu Jingshan suddenly remembered something. I haven't checked my admiration points in ages, wonder how many I have now. System. I am here. Open system panel. System. Super lecturer level 3500. Mathematics expertise level 2100. Esports master level 2100. Master painter level 2100. Admiration points 3203. Pay to win, top up 40,000 yuan to draw new skills. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on the system screen. Congratulations! Your admiration points have surpassed 3,000, unlocking a new feature, the character relationship panel. Loading character relationship panel, progress 0%. Character relationship panel? Lu Jingshan eyed the newly appeared system feature with curiosity, but its loading speed seemed painfully slow. He dismissed it for now. He immediately shifted his focus back to the pay to win section. As the amount spent on in-app purchases gradually increased, his cooldown periods began to lengthen. The last purchase had required a full 36 hours of waiting. But it was fine. System-produced items were always top-notch. As they say, the more skills you have, the better. To become a well-rounded man, a little patience was worth the wait. System, initiate payment. Ding. 40,000 yuan successfully spent on in-game purchases. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the new skill, physical mastery. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Thunder team saw everyone rushing over to celebrate with Lu Jingshan and his group. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to them, they hurried toward the entrance of the internet cafe. If they couldn't beat them, couldn't they at least outrun them? Who said they had to follow the unwritten rules of the gaming world? Losing meant submission? If they ran away, wouldn't they avoid submission? That was their thinking, and that was their action. But just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped. Blocking their path were Chen Kuang and his crew. We saw you trying to run all along. Didn't expect you'd actually dare to try. Losing a match and thinking you can just run away? Is that how it works? Soon, the group was dragged before Lu Jingshan. Boss, I caught them trying to escape. What should we do with them? Everyone else gathered around at that moment. The match was their idea. They made unreasonable demands. They ganged up on the underdog. Now that they'd lost, they should accept defeat gracefully. But Lu Jingshan suddenly seemed very anxious. He left a single sentence and ran off. You decide for yourselves. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan returned, glancing at Ji Long and Lu Feifei. You two come with me. I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 48, Self. You mean you want to form your own team? And enter next week's competition? Lu Feifei's tone immediately grew excited. Originally, she'd worried that competing would fall behind in her studies, and her mother wouldn't approve either. But after tonight's guidance, all she could think to say was, Lu Jingshan was her eternal savior. With him by her side, what was there to fear? She realized Lu Jingshan was practically a learning tool. With his help, her grades skyrocketed. With no worries about her studies, she naturally wanted to participate in next week's competition. Battling against top players was an incredibly thrilling prospect just to think about. Ji Long, on the other hand, remained much calmer, though his eyes still betrayed a hint of excitement. He had come to Lu Jingshan specifically about the competition spot, and this effectively meant Lu Jingshan had already agreed to his inclusion. I'll be pretty busy for a while. You can pick the remaining 2 starters for the team, Lu Jingshan said, looking at Ji Long. As for what he needed to do? Having just awakened a new skill, he had to go unleash it. With his schedule packed, he decided to save time by piling everyone into the car and discussing the matter en route. Naturally, everyone agreed to this arrangement. Who would dare disagree with Boss Lu? Leave it to us. As long as we're here, this team will succeed. Lu Feifei and Ji Long both knew firsthand how formidable Lu Jingshan was. Their experiences facing him one-on-one were still fresh in their minds. As for the other member, during their recent match against the Thunder team, they had already recognized each other's abilities. One possessed extreme reflexes, another mastered precision shooting, and Lu Jingshan, the all-rounder, formed the team's 3 pillars. Let's go over the current personnel configuration. Lu Feifei as sniper, no objections? Ji Long shook his head hastily. How could he possibly object? The opponent's blind snipe in the second round had already left him thoroughly impressed. He'd never seen a sniper with such lightning-fast reflexes before. He was genuinely curious how Lu Jingshan had managed to find such talent. She was practically born to be a sniper. It's important to understand that many professional players require innate talent, and reaction speed is one such talent. As for Lu Feifei's reflexes, Ji Long had seen countless pro players in action, and few could match her terrifying speed. In Ji Long's view, Lu Feifei was absolutely cut out for a professional career. It would be a waste if she didn't pursue it. Next up, Ji Long, you'll be the assault player. Any objections? Lu Jingshan turned to Lu Feifei for her input. Lu Feifei naturally had no objections. No objections. Ji Long's marksmanship was undeniably solid, and his aggressive playstyle was perfectly suited for the role. With just a little fine-tuning, he'd be ready. The role of the assault player is to create openings for the team's offense, taking the risk of the first kill to gain trust and create numerical advantages. Ji Long's style was perfectly suited for the role, and having started his career as an assault player himself, he possessed unique insights into the position. With both positions filled, only mine remained. As for the commander role, I'll take it for now. I'll also cover the free agent position. Any objections? Who would dare object? Lu Jingshan had led and commanded all 15 matches today, and both players highly respected his marksmanship. Who would dare object? Soon, the discussion concluded. With strong backing from both teammates, the captaincy naturally fell to Lu Jingshan. This couldn't help but give Lu Jingshan a headache. An additional role meant extra responsibilities. He now had to lead everyone in training while also managing the team's affairs. Ji Long, Lu Jingshan's arch-rival, could easily see the predicament he was in. You should definitely take the captain role. You're the perfect fit. I can't think of anyone else who could handle it. As for the team affairs, leave them to me. We're all leaders here. Do you really think I'd be worse at managing things than you? Of course, I'm recommending you as captain not because I'm intimidated by you, but simply because I admit your gaming skills are just a tad better than mine. The captain should naturally be the one with the best skills. I'm letting you take it now, but once my skills surpass yours, I won't hesitate to take that position back. Though they were often rivals in daily life, their frequent interactions had deepened their mutual understanding. It had to be said, Ji Long's academic performance was indeed lacking, but his gaming skills were solid. With a little coaching, he could definitely become someone to reckon with in the future. He looked at Ji Long and repeated what he'd said before. If you want, I can help you get your life back on track. Cut the mushy stuff. Right path? My life's just fine. Worry about yourself instead. I have no idea how you managed to convince the principal to give us the dorm building. Knowing that old geezer, the principal, he wouldn't do something like this for nothing. There's definitely some kind of deal involved. You'd better focus on yourself. If you fail to complete the task the principal assigned you, you know the consequences. Lu Jingshan wasn't overly concerned about the task the principal had assigned him. Currently, after his training, Suwon, Gu Changshang, and Xin Yue were easily capable of securing top rankings. But now, he had a new idea. Many people possess unique talents. While they might not excel at traditional academics, there's always something they're naturally gifted at and passionate about. Forcing them to study dead books was not the way to go. The college entrance exam was not the only path in life. His role should be to amplify everyone's talents, magnify their strengths, and let their passions drive them to learn and grow. His role shouldn't be to pressure them into studying, but to discover each person's unique talents and help them learn what they truly love. Besides, who says you can't get into a good university without studying? For those passionate about sports, there's the athletic entrance exam. For those passionate about the arts, there's the arts entrance exam. Before, he had been making choices for the entire class. But just now, he realized his mistake. He couldn't speak for everyone. All he could do was help others. Realizing this, Lu Jingshan immediately hailed a cab back to campus. The moment he arrived back at school, Lu Jingshan went straight to check on everyone's progress. And everyone was indeed very conscientious. By 11 o'clock, they had actually gathered together in the study room. This actually worked out well. It saved him the trouble of rounding everyone up individually. Lu Jingshan walked over, holding a stack of white paper. Standing in the center of the group, he clapped his hands twice to silence them. He then gestured for silence and addressed the puzzled Class 7 students. I have a question for you all. Do you know what you're doing? Studying, of course, a boy answered. Then do you know why you're studying? Faced with Lu Jingshan's question, the students were momentarily at a loss, unsure what he was getting at. The boy continued, of course, it's for the college entrance exams in 3 months. Lu Jingshan clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer. He looked at everyone and asked, is that all you think about? Just the college entrance exam? Studying just for the sake of taking a test? This left the group even more bewildered. The same boy spoke again, though his tone was noticeably weaker and uncertain. What else? Isn't that the case? With the first voice established, others chimed in, yeah, isn't everything we do for the college entrance exams? For our future? Don't give up on yourselves, isn't that what you told us? We still have our lives, our paths aren't over yet, we still have futures, you taught us all that. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were indeed his, meant to encourage everyone. Lu Jingshan looked at the group and said, today, I want to talk about something different. For now, put your studies aside, sit down, and listen to me. Lu Jingshan's words carried immense authority in Class 7. His single command silenced the room as all eyes turned to him, waiting for what he would say next. Today, I want to talk with you all about what it means to be yourself. Chapter 49, Opening Up. This evening was destined to be an extraordinary one. Standing before the class, Lu Jingshan shared profound life philosophies. But don't underestimate these words. Sometimes plain talk can be remarkably powerful. Especially for these students standing at the crossroads of life, a single piece of wisdom could alter the trajectory of a child's destiny. Over the next half hour of his speech, Lu Jingshan posed 4 questions to the audience. Is the college entrance exam for yourself or for others? Is the college entrance exam your only path? Have you ever asked yourself if you truly enjoy studying? Do you truly enjoy the path you've chosen? Some answered, but most either couldn't respond or didn't know how to answer. The answers varied widely. My mom wants me to take the exam. She says only with good grades and admission to a top university can I have a bright future. My family won't let me study anything else. They say those fields are useless and that studying is my only way out. They all say the same thing, get into a good university, find a good job, eventually marry someone, live a stable life, then they'll finally be at ease. Countless voices found resonance tonight. They realized they weren't alone in being pushed forward by these demands. Their futures, the paths they chose, seemed more like choices made for them by others. They felt they had never truly chosen. Because, they had made choices before, but they had been stifled. Under Lu Jingshan's gentle guidance, those voices emerged, one by one, from the depths of their hearts. And under Lu Jingshan's guidance, they began discussing what they truly desired. I've always been fast, even my mom couldn't catch me. I wanted to train in sports, but my dad wouldn't let me. He said sports had no future and forbade me from pursuing it. I was really good at drawing. In elementary school, my artwork even won awards. But when my mom found out, she got furious, tore up my drawings, and told me never to draw again, that I should focus all my energy on studying. One by one, each shared their story. In that moment, they found a deep connection, as if they'd discovered a place where they truly belonged. They'd found a place where they could truly speak their minds. Seeing everyone had shared enough, Lu Jingshan pulled out the stack of papers. Distributing the sheets as he spoke, he said, life isn't just about the college entrance exam. If you trust me, write down the path you want to take, the one you truly love. I'll guide you based on the paths you choose. And if family circumstances are holding you back, don't worry, write that down too. I'll help you navigate that. Think carefully. Life is short. What's missed is lost forever. If you don't like something, admit it. If you do like it, embrace it. If you feel like giving up just because of other things, then that's it, just like that. That would be such a waste, a complete squandering of time. Did Class 7 believe Lu Jingshan? Absolutely. Lu Jingshan was the very dawn they had hoped for, the one who pulled them out of the darkness and into the sunlight. He gave them a chance, gave them hope, and filled them with faith in the future. What were they before? Academic failures, the dregs society discarded upon graduation, students abandoned by every teacher, the laughingstock of the entire school. But since Lu Jingshan's earth-shattering lecture not long ago, the entire class had transformed. Everyone now possessed motivation and hope. It was Lu Jingshan who led them out of the shadow of academic failure. It was Lu Jingshan who gave them purpose. He even secured this dormitory building for them. To many in Class 7, Lu Jingshan had become their very faith. Lu Jingshan's status in Class 7 had reached its zenith. His words carried more weight than anyone else's. Moved by Lu Jingshan's speech, everyone was deeply touched and began writing their thoughts on blank sheets of paper. Soon, a thick stack of papers was returned to Lu Jingshan's hands. It's getting late. Everyone should go rest now. Tomorrow morning, I'll assign you to groups based on your choices for specialized learning. Returning to his room, Lu Jingshan swiftly reviewed everyone's thoughts and categorized them. Seeing the considerable amount of work still ahead, Lu Jingshan felt utterly exhausted. Just then, a pair of hands rested on his shoulders, applying gentle pressure as they began to massage him. You've worked hard helping everyone. Shen Yue? What brings you here? I knew you'd be busy with so much to do right after returning, so I came to check on you. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I can help share the load. Right. Lu Jingshan had forgotten he wasn't alone. It's already late, and you'll likely have things to attend to tomorrow. Tell me what you need done, and I'll handle it. Hearing Shen Yue's words, Lu Jingshan looked at this girl who had been by his side through both his past life and the present. To say he wasn't moved would be impossible. He cursed himself for being such a blockhead. Why hadn't he figured this out sooner? Over the next few hours, the two shared the same room as Lu Jingshan laid out his thoughts to Shen Yue in meticulous detail. Though she couldn't fathom how Lu Jingshan managed to teach so many people at once, she chose to trust him without prying. Alright, I know what to do with the rest now. Leave it to me. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. She watched Shen Yue leave as the door closed behind her. Just then, a system notification chime sounded. Ding, character relationship network loaded. Chapter 50, Clear Division of Labor. Deep into the night, when everyone else had long since retired to bed, Lu Jingshan sat at his desk in his pajamas, scribbling notes. He would occasionally glance up at the air before returning to his writing. On the notebook were names and their respective talents. Name Gu Chongsheng. Loyalty, 95 out of 100. Talents, academic research, long distance running. Name, Su Wang. Loyalty, 92 out of 100. Talents, mathematics, numbers. After 2 minutes of examination, Lu Jingshan successfully figured out the purpose of this newly acquired cheat code. It could display individuals whose loyalty exceeded 80 points toward him, revealing both their exact loyalty level and their specific talents. Additionally, Lu Jingshan discovered that whenever someone's loyalty reached a certain threshold, it would also grant him something in return. Small vials. Mental Elixir X1 restores mental energy, revitalizing the user. Stamina Potion X1 restores physical strength upon use, allowing the user to regroup. Memory Potion X1 upon use elevates memory to peak condition for 5 minutes, granting photographic recall. These small potions were normally stored within his system space. With a mere thought, they would appear in his hand, making them extremely convenient. Through studying his system, Lu Jingshan discovered that his system was not yet fully developed. Certain functions required accumulating sufficient adoration points to unlock. The newly unlocked character encyclopedia proved immensely helpful. Once a character's loyalty exceeded 80 points, a personalized cultivation plan would automatically unlock for them. Moreover, these plans dynamically adjusted in real time based on each individual's loyalty levels and physical condition. With these cultivation plans in hand, how could he fail to nurture exceptional talent? The only regret was that these plans were invisible to others, only he could see them. For convenience, he had to hand copy a copy. But the sheer volume of tasks was overwhelming. Cultivation is a painstaking process requiring considerable resources, and documenting everything demanded immense time. He wrote until his mind grew weary. Lu Jingshan focused his mind, and a vial of potion appeared in his hand. A single vial of the potion instantly restored his energy to full. It wasn't until nearly 4 in the morning that Lu Jingshan finally completed the task at hand. The document was as thick as a book, filled entirely with Lu Jingshan's plans for Class 7 and his future strategic guidelines. Simultaneously, Lu Jingshan compiled a list and shared it in the brothers' group chat. This list comprised the names of several students' parents. Their situation stemmed largely from overbearing parental control, stifling their children's other possibilities. They were convinced that academics were the only path for their children. For children deeply affected by this mindset, the first step toward change lies not with the children themselves, but with their parents. Prioritizing communication with parents was key. Once parental perspectives shifted, the shackles binding the children would dissolve naturally. He shared these lists in the group primarily because he was too busy. He wanted Chen Kuang and the others to handle the initial persuasion work with the parents. If they couldn't handle it, he would step in personally. The next day, the work commenced swiftly. Within a single night, Lu Jingshan reassigned every student in Class 7. Those with a passion for sports who wished to pursue athletic exams were taken for testing. Those who passed were assigned to the sports track. For those who loved drawing and wanted to pursue an art exam, he would test their drawing skills. Those who passed would be assigned to the art group. Similarly, the remaining academic group would undergo targeted remediation to address individual weaknesses. Given the sheer scale of this undertaking, even with Xin Yuwei and Gu Changsheng assisting, it proved insufficient. Therefore, he invited the veteran teacher to join them. The old homeroom teacher possessed years of teaching experience and held unique insights in the field of education. Had they not ignored his lessons back then, given his capabilities, how could things have unfolded as they did in the previous life? Now, with Lu Jingshan's intervention, the old teacher's abilities could finally be fully utilized. Especially after hearing Lu Jingshan's vision, Old Ban expressed strong approval. Unlike those teachers who stubbornly insisted that the college entrance exam was the only path in life, he simply wanted his students to have a bright future. How they achieved it didn't matter. His only issue was that while he excelled at teaching textbook knowledge all 9 subjects, Chinese, math, English, history, physics, ideology, geography, chemistry, and biology. But when it came to anything beyond textbooks like physical education or the arts, he was genuinely clueless. To support Lu Jingshan, the homeroom teacher wanted to leverage his connections and bring in several specialized master teachers for Class 7 to cover these areas. Lu Jingshan immediately stopped him. The homeroom teacher, thinking Lu Jingshan was embarrassed, quickly said, "Don't be shy. They're all my students. Asking them to help won't be too much trouble." But that wasn't what Lu Jingshan meant at all. He hastily replied, "No need to trouble them. My seniors are busy enough. I've got my own way of handling this. You have a solution? How old are you, you little brat? What could you possibly do?" But then the old teacher remembered the scene from a few days ago when Lu Jingshan had lectured in Class 7. Looking at Lu Jingshan now, it didn't seem so unreasonable after all. He nodded in agreement. "Then I'll handle the indoors. You take care of the outdoors first." Agreed. After bringing in outside help, Lu Jingshan could clearly feel a weight lifted. He promptly set to work, leading several people toward the track and field area. Meanwhile, everyone else was also taking action. Xin Yuwei served as the art examiner, overseeing those hoping to secure admission through their artistic skills. After seeing the list in the group chat, Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao split into 2 teams and headed over to do some psychological work. They'd never done this kind of work before, all this fussing around. It wasn't as straightforward as, "Hey, kid, hand over the cash." But since the boss had assigned them this task, they had to see it through no matter how tough it was. Getting kicked out was no big deal, they had thick skin and could just shout from outside. And so, everyone's work proceeded in full swing. Until the test concluded and everyone gathered for the debriefing except for the boss. Lu Feifei announced, 6 people tested, 3 passed. The remaining 3 still need improvement. Here are their test papers. Lu Feifei held 6 drawings in her hands, each bearing a name and score. Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao had run all the way over, completely exhausted, and were still gasping for breath in place. There are 8 companies total. We only managed to secure half of them. The other half wouldn't even listen to our pitch. We did our best. Now, regarding my side, out of 4 who wanted to pursue sports, 3 passed. Not bad. With more effort, they still have a chance. After reviewing the reports, Lu Jingshan concluded that none were beyond redemption. With proper cultivation, they were all promising prospects. Just then, Lu Feifei suddenly remembered. "Does our class have any dance students?" Dance students, as the name implies, aim for arts college entrance exams. And there were indeed students interested in this path. Last night, while organizing everyone's thoughts, one person had written down their desire to pursue dance arts exams. But this brought up a new problem. While fine arts and physical education entrance exams were manageable, what about dance entrance exams? Lu Jingshan had no idea how to handle that. So he decided to put it on hold for now, planning to address it once a suitable candidate was found. Just then, Chen Kuang spoke up, "Boss, do you need a dance instructor? I know someone whose mom is a dance instructor, a really skilled one who even won a gold medal for teaching." "Who?" Lu Jingshan asked eagerly, no longer concerned about how Chen Kuang knew such an accomplished person. "Boss, you know that person. We competed together last time. I think her name is..." "Right, Lu Feifei. Her mother is the one." Chapter 51, You're finally here. At noon in the cafeteria, Lu Jingshan noticed an empty seat beside the girl and asked, "Mind if I sit next to you?" Upon seeing Lu Jingshan, the girl instantly became exceptionally respectful. "Class monitor, what are you doing here? Of course you can sit here. Please, take a seat." Her close friends glanced around the cafeteria, where plenty of empty seats were clearly available. Lu Jingshan, however, chose the most clumsy lie possible. The friends exchanged glances, then looked back at Lu Jingshan and their friend. Suddenly, it all clicked. Their expressions shifted to one of understanding, and suppressed smiles began to spread across their lips. They stood up and said, "You guys chat. We thought it'd be cooler over there with the AC, so..." Before they could finish, they were already running off. Lu Jingshan watched them go, a look of helplessness on his face. Because the cafeteria didn't have air conditioning at all. Oh, what a terrible excuse. But no harm done. It was probably better they left. It felt awkward with someone else around. The girl observed her best friend's reaction and instantly grasped what they were thinking, her expression turning slightly embarrassed. This girl was the one who had expressed interest in pursuing dance. Lu Jingshan had come over simply to ask her thoughts, since she was the only one in the class interested in learning dance. So Lu Jingshan proposed two options. One was to enroll her in a class, with him covering all costs, but he wanted to see tangible results. The other was to hire the top-tier teacher to give her private lessons. Her name was Li Nia, a beautiful girl with graceful poise. Looking at the girl before him, Lu Jingshan didn't want her to give up, for dance was the sole talent listed in her aptitude profile. Without beating around the bush, Lu Jingshan laid out both options. One was an external institution, but given the tight schedule and heavy workload, an institution might not be the best choice at this time. The girl had suffered an injury last year, forcing her to stay home for half a semester and causing her dance studies to fall behind for 6 months. Moreover, the dance entrance exams were a week earlier than the college entrance exams. This meant she had less than 3 months, barely 2.5 months left to prepare. Therefore, Lu Jingshan had already leaned toward the other option in his mind. Out of respect, he would present both options for Li Nia to choose. Upon learning the details of both options, her expression didn't exactly brighten. She understood her predicament. Having not practiced for half a year, she had initially hoped to pursue the academic route for college entrance exams. Yet her lack of aptitude in academics had left her stuck between a rock and a hard place. The absolute crossroads of destiny loomed less than 3 months away, and the urgency of time only deepened her anxiety. Last night, after Lu Jingshan's guidance, she still wrote down the word dance based on her own thoughts. Having not trained for half a year and only recently resumed practice, she felt uncertain whether her choice was truly the right one. Yet, as Lu Jingshan had said, she shouldn't leave regrets behind. Even if things turned out badly, she still wanted to give it a shot. Faced with the two options Lu Jingshan presented, Li Nia actually leaned more toward the second one. The main reason was that she had actually tried the first one before. She had tried most of the well-known dance studios outside campus, but the results were mediocre. They taught slow, meticulous techniques, something she simply didn't have the time or resources for right now. Now, only the second option remained. Li Nia directly conveyed her thoughts to Lu Jingshan. "Alright, you go ahead and eat. I'll go pay." With that, Lu Jingshan got up and left without finishing his meal. Class 3, Grade 11. "Hello, is Lu Feifei here?" The girl glanced at Lu Jingshan. Not bad, a handsome guy. Her eyes lit up, her crescent-shaped eyes flashing a mischievous smile. "What's your relationship with Lu Feifei? You're not her boyfriend, are you?" "No. I'm not." The sudden question caught Lu Jingshan off guard, prompting him to deny it vehemently. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. With curious, gossipy eyes, everyone glanced over this way, whether intentionally or not. "Well, if you're not Feifei's boyfriend, what brings you here?" The girl circled behind Lu Jingshan, peered at him, shook her head, and let out a disapproving tisk. "You don't even have a love letter? Is this how you chase girls? Well, sending love letters is a bit old-fashioned these days. Yours would probably be even less effective." Just as Lu Jingshan stood there dumbfounded, unsure how to respond, several girls approached from the stairwell. "Feifei is so kind, actually agreeing to tutor us. She's got incredible luck getting into such an elite tutoring class. Wonder how she managed it. Too bad that handsome guy left in such a hurry last night. We didn't get a chance to ask him." These were the same girls who had camped outside the math competition class the night before, hoping to join this prestigious organization. But Su Wang had made it clear she held no decision-making power. Their admission depended entirely on whether their teacher was willing to accept them. And that teacher was none other than Lu Jingshan. Unfortunately, he'd left in such a hurry last night that they hadn't gotten the chance to ask. They were still kicking themselves for not arriving earlier. Who would have thought the school harbored such hidden talents? What surprised them even more was finding love around the corner. Seeing the crowd gathered at the door, they assumed something was happening. Driven by curiosity, they approached the commotion. The more they looked at the boy, the more familiar he seemed. "Wait. Wasn't he the one from last night?" The teacher Su Wang mentioned. "Here?" And they ran into him? Right outside their classroom door. This feels like a juicy scandal. But the more they listened, the more absurd it sounded. They figured out what was going on. He'd been mistaken for one of Lu Feifei's admirers. But it made sense. Lu Feifei was petite and adorable, with a stubborn streak that made her hard to ignore. But to say this guy had a crush on Lu Feifei? Even the real deal wouldn't believe it. At this point, rescuing Lu Jingshan was the priority. Between best friends, a single glance often says it all. One drew attention. "Ah! Who took the money from my drawer? My 500 yuan. That's my entire month's food budget. The other swiftly helped Lu Jingshan slip out of public view. Their coordination was seamless, without a single flaw. When the crowd turned back, Lu Jingshan had vanished from his spot, and the girl who lost her money found the 500 yuan back in her pocket. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the stairwell, Lu Jingshan was pinned against the wall by two girls. Perhaps sensing something was off, they released him. What are you doing here? Looking for Lu Feifei? She's not here right now. Just then, Lu Feifei emerged from below the stairs. Seeing Lu Jingshan surrounded by her two best friends, she curiously approached. Their eyes met. Lu Jingshan gave an awkward smile. You're finally here. Chapter 52, Another Rich Kid. In an empty corridor of the school, Lu Feifei also learned the reason Lu Jingshan had come to find her. You want my mom to teach students? Well, I want her to give it a try. Well, you've probably come to the right person. My mom really has a knack for teaching students. Too bad I'm not cut out for it, and she never planned on me learning dance anyway. As for whether we can actually get her to teach, that might be a bit tricky. She hasn't taken on any students in nearly a year. I see. But it's okay, there's always a way. But Lu Feifei changed the subject. It might be tough, but it's not impossible. Here's what we'll do. After school tonight, come home with me. I'll introduce you to my mom. You can discuss it with her directly. Lu Feifei then shared some details about her mother's background and personality with Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan took careful note of each detail. Soon the class bell rang, and Lu Feifei had to go to class. The two parted ways, agreeing to meet again at the school gate after school. Coincidentally, the moment Lu Jingshan turned around, he encountered Xin Yuwei passing by. She wore a pristine white short skirt uniform paired with black lace knee-high stockings. At 5 feet 6 inches, she possessed the ideal height for high school, a mature, alluring stature where curves were in all the right places. She was the kind of girl who embodied the dreamy, unattainable ideal for many. At that moment, Xin Yuwei stood on the garden path 10 meters away, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Jingshan. Needless to say, she had definitely seen everything. Alarm bells rang in Lu Jingshan's mind. He feared she might misunderstand. Don't misunderstand, we were just discussing teaching matters. Xin Yuwei wore an expression that screamed, yeah, right. She had just overheard that girl inviting Lu Jingshan to her place after school. Was that also teaching? Xin Yuwei had no desire to engage with him now. Turning to leave, she tossed over her shoulder, sorry to interrupt your date. Seeing this, even Lu Jingshan, who was usually pretty thick-skinned, got the hint. She was genuinely upset. He immediately rushed after her. Let me explain. It's not what you think. I just needed her mom's help. You know about this matter too. I just needed to discuss it with her. Xin Yuwei retorted, still irritated, and that's your excuse for going to her house? But deep down, she knew Lu Jingshan hadn't done anything wrong. Still, she couldn't help but feel furious, a rage she couldn't control. Are you jealous? Lu Jingshan caught on and chuckled. No, Xin Yuwei replied decisively, quickening her pace. Really? I said no. Her voice cracked, echoing through the area and drawing curious glances from others. Is this a young couple having a fight? Kids shouldn't be watching this. Hey! I know that guy. He just came out of the woods with one gorgeous girl, and now he's with another one. I'm so jealous. Hearing the whispers, Xin Yuwei's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing her embarrassment, she suddenly accelerated past Lu Jingshan and vanished around the corner of the academic building ahead. Soon, at 5:40 p.m., two figures stood at the entrance of Du City campus. It was Lu Jingshan and Linnea. Standing in the golden glow of the setting sun, they drew curious glances from passers-by, their head turning rate unusually high. Anyone tempted to ask for contact details was deterred by the presence of the other. Linnea's tall, slender figure paired with Lu Jingshan's muscular build created a striking silhouette against the setting sun. Linnea had trained in dance before, and though she'd neglected it for over half a year, her foundation remained. Even in the simplest white t-shirt, she radiated an air of elegance. Lu Jingshan was another story altogether. His solid foundation was complemented by his parents' striking good looks. He'd clearly inherited the best genes. The 6'1", ruggedly handsome young man and the 5'6", graceful girl formed a temporary, captivating sight. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Feifei spotted them from afar and hurried over to apologize. My bad for being late. You'll forgive me, right? Moments later, a car pulled up before them. Lu Jingshan could tell at a glance it wasn't cheap. A white Bentley Continental. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit stepped out. The scene was undeniably grand. Although Lu Jingshan came from a wealthy family, his household had always maintained a low profile. They only had 2 maids, and the driver never picked him up. Lu Feifei actually having a driver pick her up genuinely surprised Lu Jingshan, and he also felt it was a bit flashy. Perhaps there were differences even among the children of wealthy families. Noticing his reaction, Lu Feifei explained. He's my mom's assistant and also works part-time as a driver. Since my mom hasn't worked in half a year, his job now is just to pick me up from school. As they got into the car, it was obvious that Linnea was riding in such a vehicle for the first time, appearing somewhat stiff. "Relax, it's on the house," Lu Feifei joked. Lu Jingshan, however, remained far more composed. While his family didn't own a Bentley Continental, they did have luxury cars worth millions, and he'd ridden in them before. What truly surprised Lu Jingshan was that Lu Feifei's family was also quite wealthy. You'd never guess it from Lu Feifei herself. Over the past few days of interacting with her, Lu Feifei hadn't given off the typical vibe of a rich kid. Her usual low-key demeanor stood in stark contrast to her current extravagance. Lu Feifei caught his probing gaze, but she said nothing. Instead, she gave him a mischievous wink and mouthed silently. "I'll explain later." Since she was only mouthing the words, no sound came out. Simultaneously, she gestured toward the driver's seat. Lu Jingshan instantly understood. Soon, the car entered an upscale residential complex and came to a stop in front of a villa. "Miss, and your two friends, we've arrived." Guided by the assistant, they walked inside. Opening the antique-style alloy door, the first glimpse revealed a touch of classical elegance. "Please take a seat here for a moment while I go report our arrival." The assistant left them in the living room after speaking. Once the assistant was gone, Lu Jingshan turned to Lu Feifei, still pondering the question from earlier in the car. By now, Lu Jingshan had begun to form a vague answer in his mind. "Spying on you?" Lu Feifei nodded. "There's nothing to be done. They say they want their daughter to become a phoenix." Just as the two exchanged these few words, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the far end of the living room. Her beauty was profound, a radiance that emanated from her very bones. From her posture to her demeanor, an indescribable aura flowed from her core, an uncontrollable presence that had become second nature. Yet in her eyes, Lu Jingshan detected no emotion, only sternness, and extreme sternness. Yet the instant she spotted Lu Jingshan and his companions, her expression instantly shifted to one of warmth. The transition was so swift that Lu Jingshan almost believed his earlier perception of sternness had been a mere illusion. "Why didn't you tell me friends were coming over? I could have prepared." "No need, Auntie. I actually came to speak with you about something." "Oh? Me?" Auntie looked puzzled. "Yes, I'd like to ask you to teach someone." Lu Jingshan gestured to Linnea to step forward, and she complied. "I don't know why you suddenly stopped teaching students, but this time I'd like to ask you to come out of retirement," Lu Jingshan stated bluntly and directly. "As for compensation, I believe we can discuss that." Lu Jingshan was about to say more, but Auntie cut him off. "No need to say more. It seems you aren't here to play with Feifei. Well, she's swamped with schoolwork anyway and wouldn't have time. Please come back another time." As her aunt issued the dismissal, Lu Feifei stepped forward, placing herself between the two men and her assistant. "Mom, can you give me a chance? For the past 6 months, you haven't taken on any new students, you've lost your smile, and you've become increasingly strict with me. But I've never complained. Because you're my mom, I want you to be happy, to smile. So whatever you ask of me these days, I'll do my best. If I can't do it, it's because I haven't tried hard enough. I've been pushing myself this whole time just to get you back to how you used to be. Give me a chance. Let's talk properly, okay? Mom." Lu Feifei's final cry of mom finally moved her aunt, whose expression softened considerably. He glanced at Lu Jingshan, then at Linnea beside him. It must be said that Linnea possessed a truly refined demeanor. Even his aunt couldn't help but give her a second glance. She then turned to Lu Jingshan and said, "Then come with me." Chapter 53, She's Good, I'll Take Her. A walnut-wood custom bookcase stood along the wall, displaying hardcover art history volumes, philosophical texts, and yellowed old sheet music. An 18th-century antique desk sat at the center, its paperweight a crystal-carved ballerina. Adjacent to the study area was an 8-meter by 10-meter professional dance studio with maple flooring, fully equipped with all necessary facilities. A Steinway grand piano rested quietly in the corner, its music stand displaying Debussy's Clair de Lune. At the far end, a wall of cabinets was concealed by fabric, its contents hidden from view. Lu Jingshan was profoundly moved at first glance. "Don't just stand there. Come sit down." Even the sofa was crafted from golden silkwood, and beside it sat a bottle of Golden Angel water priced at 170,000 yuan on the market. Every single item in this room radiated opulence. If one wished to persuade this man, mere financial incentives would likely prove insufficient. Lu Jingshan's mind raced. How could he persuade the person before him? Suddenly, Lu Jingshan recalled what Lu Feifei had told him earlier about his aunt. Half a year ago, she had undergone a sudden change in temperament and stopped taking on apprentices altogether. A possibility flashed through Lu Jingshan's mind, but he needed to verify it with someone. Yet he couldn't just leave his aunt standing there waiting. Responding to her call, Lu Jingshan approached. But as he stepped over a stair, Lu Jingshan suddenly tripped and stumbled. The abrupt scene startled even his aunt. She thought to herself, these steps aren't even that high, this is the first time someone's tripped on them. Just as she rose to help him up, Lu Jingshan quickly got to his feet and waved her off. "It's all right, Auntie. By the way, Auntie, where's the bathroom? May I use it?" Auntie pointed to a corner of the room and said, "It's over there. You can go on your own." Lu Jingshan explained, "I'm terribly sorry, Auntie. I've had this peculiar habit since childhood. When visiting someone's home, I only use their outdoor public restroom. Her aunt didn't think much of it upon hearing this. Since it was a habit he'd had since childhood, she respected it. She immediately replied, "All right then. Go find Lu Feifei outside and have her show you the way. I'll wait here for you to return." With permission granted, Lu Jingshan took off running. The aunt watched his hurried departure with some puzzlement, but she respected his choice. Kids these days are all so restless. Upon reaching the living room, Lu Jingshan quickly located Lu Feifei. Glancing around, he noticed the assistant was nowhere to be seen. Lu Jingshan quickly voiced his confusion to Lu Feifei. "How long has your mother's last student been missing? She never showed up again. My mom even disappeared for a few days after that. I saw her crying alone. She's been a changed person ever since." "Got it." After receiving Lu Feifei's response, Lu Jingshan felt reassured. He promptly returned to his aunt's room. "Well, you're back pretty quickly. What did you say to my daughter?" It was clear his aunt had noticed something. Well, she wasn't stupid. Anyone could see through such poor acting. Auntie, let's get back to discussing your return to the field." When Lu Jingshan brought up the topic directly, she gestured for him to look around and said, "As you can see, money no longer matters to me. And you wouldn't spend that much just for that girl. Besides, even if the money were enough, I wouldn't agree. I made it clear half a year ago that I'd never take on another disciple. It's because of He Xiang, isn't it?" The moment Lu Jingshan finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. A flicker of undeniable certainty passed through Auntie's eyes as she set the teacup back down. She began to reassess the young boy before her. "Did Lu Feifei tell you? It was all to help you resolve your emotional knot. Her intentions were good. Lu Feifei is an exceptional girl. Thank you, but I'd rather not discuss He Xiang. I've moved past other matters too. My sole focus now is guiding my daughter onto the right path." "The right path? What do you consider the right path?" "A good university, a good major, a good job, then marrying a decent man. Living a peaceful, honest life. Our family will support her." "Have you considered Lu Feifei's own feelings? That doesn't matter. The path we choose for her can't be wrong. How could we, as parents, harm our own child?" That line again. Lu Jingshan was truly exasperated. So many parents used that phrase to coerce their children into doing what they deemed right, never considering the child's own thoughts. And this often leads to so many unnecessary tragedies. "But her grades aren't ideal," Lu Jingshan pointed out. Hearing about her grades, Auntie sighed helplessly. "It can't be helped. Good things always take time to develop." Lu Jingshan smiled. "How about this? I can help Lu Feifei get into Longdu University. Will you give me just this one chance?" "You?" Auntie's tone carried a hint of disdain. Longdu University ranked first in the nation, admitting only the top 2,000 students nationwide each year. With 10 million candidates nationwide annually, the competition was as fierce as 1,000 soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. She didn't believe this young boy before her possessed such capability. "I've enrolled her in countless extracurricular tutoring programs. The tutors I hired are all graduates from top universities. Do you think you're more talented than those high achievers?" Lu Jingshan remained composed, a confident smile playing on his lips as he replied, "I am indeed far more capable than them. Not just a little more, but significantly more." "So cocky? Then prove it." Lu Jingshan had anticipated this question and pulled out several sets of practice papers from his backpack. "Auntie, take a look. This is the test Lu Feifei completed earlier. The formulas she used are all very basic standard high school formulas and problem-solving approaches. Now look at this second set of papers. She completed these under my guidance. The Lu Feifei we have now has reached university-level proficiency in mathematical formulas. Her progress is more than 3 times faster than what she achieved in those tutoring classes you enrolled her in." Looking at the problem-solving approaches and handwriting on the papers, she knew she couldn't be mistaken. It was definitely Lu Feifei's handwriting. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She turned to Lu Jingshan and asked, "Lu Feifei said she went to a friend's house for tutoring last night. Could that friend have been you?" Lu Jingshan admitted without hesitation, "One night. Her progress was remarkable. Can you believe me now?" Seeing the test papers before her and Lu Jingshan patiently guiding her daughter beside them, the mother-in-law was quickly moved. "It's possible, but whether I agree or not, I still need to talk to that girl first." Lu Jingshan nearly burst with joy, then stepped back out and called Li Nia inside. He waited in the living room with Lu Feifei for nearly an hour. The long wait made Lu Jingshan worry something might have gone wrong inside. Just as he was considering knocking to inquire, the wooden door swung open on its own. His aunt and Li Nia emerged. "She's good. I'll take her. Remember to come tomorrow." Chapter 54, Be My Boyfriend. No one knew what Li Nia and his aunt had discussed inside. They talked for over an hour. Fortunately, Auntie had agreed to the arrangement. As for why she'd agreed, Lu Jingshan had no idea. His role in it was likely minimal. More likely, his aunt had taken a liking to something about Li Nia. Hey, kid, come back here for a sec. Startled by her voice, Lu Jingshan snapped back to attention and pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? His aunt turned and walked back inside, leaving behind a single word, who else? They were still in that same vast room. Only his aunt and Lu Jingshan remained. Are you wondering why I agreed to teach her? Lu Jingshan admitted bluntly, honestly, I can't fathom what convinced you. You lack nothing. If it's merely because you need me to teach your daughter, how could something so uncertain possibly be your reason? Just as Lu Jingshan was doubting himself, his aunt said, part of it is indeed because of you. But it's only part of it. As auntie spoke, her gaze kept drifting elsewhere. Lu Jingshan followed her eyes. It was the cabinet against the wall, but the difference was that the white cloth covering it had vanished. With the cloth gone, the cabinet's contents were now fully exposed, a cabinet brimming with honors. Gold medals, trophies, photographs, and more filled every shelf. His aunt stood up and walked over, pulling a photograph from inside. Lu Jingshan also rose to approach, but the instant he saw the photograph in his aunt's hand, his breath caught. The resemblance was uncanny. If not for the different background, Lu Jingshan would have suspected it was a recent photo of Linnea and his aunt. The photo was a portrait of his aunt with another girl. And the girl in that photo looked exactly like Linnea. Seeing the look of utter disbelief on Lu Jingshan's face, his aunt smiled. This is He Xiang. Auntie held the photo and looked at Lu Jingshan. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, about 5 years now, by a stroke of chance, I met this little girl named He Xiang. At the time, I was stuck in a career rut. I was struggling to make any new breakthroughs in the industry, and my other students were mediocre with little potential. I started losing my drive and just coasting along. Then He Xiang appeared. She was the most gifted girl I'd ever seen. In less than a month, she went from beginner to mastering entire pieces. From that moment on, my career began to turn around. I started taking her to various competitions, and the child did me proud, consistently placing in the top 2. And because of this child, my career started to expand. I stopped slacking off and began working hard again. You could say she saved me. But then, just 6 months ago, a car accident took her dreams away. At this point, Auntie's face clouded with sorrow, and her voice grew solemn. That accident left her in a vegetative state. Doctors said with current technology, the chances of her waking up were slim. After returning from the hospital, I decided to stop taking on apprentices and withdraw from the dance industry. I've stayed home ever since, so I can visit her at the hospital whenever possible, hoping she'll wake up soon. But you still took Linnea as your student, didn't you? Yes, Auntie continued, her face filled with emotion. When she first appeared before me, I even doubted my own eyes. How could someone in this world resemble her so closely in height, build, and even aura? But she wasn't He Xiang. And that's precisely why I agreed to take her on. If He Xiang ever wakes up one day and sees Linnea walking her own path, it would ease her pain. Wouldn't she feel jealous that Linnea had taken her life away? Lu Jingshan asked. Auntie smiled. That's He Xiang for you. She's like an angel sent from heaven, loving everything in this world. She couldn't bear to see someone take her place. She'd genuinely congratulate them instead. After hearing his aunt's description, even Lu Jingshan found himself curious about this He Xiang. What would such a person look like in real life? Alas, talent is often cut short by fate. Such a promising girl had become a vegetable. Thinking of He Xiang still lying in the hospital, Aunt Lu couldn't help but sigh with regret. If only technology could advance a little more, her chances of waking up would be greater. But how easy was that to achieve? Every leap in technology demanded time and resources. They had no idea when that day would come, only hoping it would arrive sooner rather than later. It will happen. That day isn't far off, Lu Jingshan offered comfort from beside her. Soon, the group left Lu Feifei's home. Originally, Lu Feifei had planned to have her assistant drive them, but Lu Jingshan declined, uncomfortable with a stranger overhearing their conversation. On the way back, Linnea shared what had happened in her room. I never imagined Teacher Chen had that kind of past. Is Auntie's surname Chen? Lu Jingshan finally realized he'd forgotten to ask his aunt's name. How careless of him. Yes. Teacher Chen said I could come find her whenever I have free time, and she'll teach me. With such a teacher to guide her, Linnea had become much more cheerful. She no longer felt downcast like before because of her past injuries. It was precisely because of Lu Jingshan that she had found the courage to speak her mind. And it was also because of Lu Jingshan that she had such an excellent teacher. The wall-mounted cabinet was filled to the brim with awards, proof of Teacher Chen's success and the foundation of her confidence. During their hour-long conversation, the word Teacher Chen repeated most often was confidence. Getting hurt? It's no big deal. What truly matters is your heart. Nothing can defeat you outright, only your own heart can. If your heart tells you it can't be done, no matter how hard you try, you won't succeed. Slowly, Linnea regained that feeling, the feeling she once knew. It was hope. The sunset had faded, and streetlights illuminated the two of them. Surrounded by silent greenery, the evening breeze brushed against their skin. The cool sensation brought a refreshing chill to those in summer. Lu Jingshan. Thank you. Ding, detected Li Nia's favorability exceeding 90%. Spirit Potion X1 gifted. Under a streetlight, Li Nia grabbed Lu Jingshan before he could react. Li Nia. Lu Jingshan turned to look at her, swallowing hard. Something was off. What was going on? Combined with the surroundings, it felt more than a little off. Bathed in the pure white glow, Lu Jingshan could clearly see the expression on Li Nia's face. Was that shyness? Lu Jingshan could feel the trembling in her hands as she held onto him. After a few seconds, Li Nia seemed to finally gather her courage. She lifted her head and looked at him, saying, Lu Jingshan, will you be my boyfriend? Chapter 55, please. The light shone upon the two of them. Faced with the confession from the girl before him, Lu Jingshan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. But Lu Jingshan knew that no matter how familiar he seemed to Li Nia, he had only done what he wanted to do. In Li Nia's eyes, Lu Jingshan had found a teacher who could help her. Without him, she might truly have only the college entrance exam as her path. She loved dance, and she was suited for it. Learning other subjects came slowly to her. The moment she put her thoughts down on paper, it meant she had made a life-changing decision. It was a daring choice. Having wasted half her life, she didn't know if she could transform herself in the remaining 3 months. She desperately needed a teacher who could push her to break through her limits, and Teacher Chen was precisely that person. During that hour in the room, Teacher Chen shared her teaching experience and journey, offering subtle guidance along the way. It was through this encounter that she knew she had found the right person, and it was Lu Jingshan who had led her to Teacher Chen. She was deeply moved, even finding Lu Jingshan incredibly handsome as she witnessed his willingness to strive for her sake. She knew Xin Yuwei and Lu Jingshan were close, but since they were in the same class, she understood they weren't romantically involved. To avoid leaving any regrets, she chose to act swiftly. At that moment, Lu Jingshan's mind nearly shut down as he stared at Li Nia before him. Was she beautiful? That question was beyond doubt a solid 9 out of 10 in looks, with the 1 point deducted just to keep her humble. Was her figure lacking? Absolutely not. In terms of physique, Lu Jingshan had never seen anyone better than Li Nia. She excelled in every aspect, a perfect, sweet, sophisticated older woman. But Lu Jingshan still shook his head. I'm sorry, this is too sudden. I can't agree. In that moment, Lu Jingshan inexplicably thought of Xin Yuwei. Why? Faced with this classic follow-up question after his refusal, Lu Jingshan could only explain that he didn't know her well enough. Then maybe we could get to know each other gradually later? How can you know without spending time together? Li Nia grew impatient. Back in school, she'd been the one pursued by many. This was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to confess to a guy. She never expected this outcome. Having failed, she felt a pang of reluctance and suggested, how about we try hanging out for 3 days? Then you can decide? Honestly, Li Nia had already lowered her standards considerably, and now she was even offering a 3-day trial period. Most guys would likely agree to such a proposal from a girl like her, but Lu Jingshan still shook his head in refusal. But Li Nia pretended not to notice, grabbing Lu Jingshan's hand and pulling him toward the exit of the residential complex. Don't rush to refuse me. I won't be a bother. You're still the same Lu Jingshan, just one with me by your side. Lu Jingshan still intended to refuse, but the moment he saw Li Nia's expression, he froze, his words catching in his throat. Tears glistened at the corners of Li Nia's eyes. She was crying. I just want to spend more time with you. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. I just think that if we were together, I could do more for you. But you always reject me. Am I really that repulsive? Just because you don't understand me doesn't mean I don't understand you. If you truly hate me, reject me one more time. I promise I won't bother you again and we'll forget about this. With that, Li Nia released Lu Jingshan's hand and instead embraced him. She whispered softly into Lu Jingshan's ear, just say you hate me once, and I'll leave. I mean it. Lu Jingshan froze, unable to move a muscle, terrified that a single word might push Li Nia to do something drastic. In that moment, fear gripped him. What if he actually uttered those words? The consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. But if he didn't say it, she'd cling to him again. If Xin Yuwei saw them like this, he'd never be able to clear his name. He had assured her nothing would happen, yet now he was saddled with a girlfriend. What kind of mess was this? As Lu Jingshan's mind raced, Li Nia flashed a triumphant smile. She had studied expression management for a time, mastering the skill of forcing tears long ago. She could put on a convincing performance of suffering. She was betting that Lu Jingshan wouldn't have the heart to refuse her, allowing her to get her way. After 3 days, she was absolutely confident he wouldn't refuse to be her boyfriend. Lu Jingshan snapped out of it and pushed Li Nia away. He wanted to say something, but seeing her expression, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Maybe he should just let it go? Perhaps she'd back down after 3 days. He only needed to avoid being discovered during that period. After all, Li Nia had said that if he didn't agree after 3 days, they'd pretend this had never happened. He just needed to endure these 3 days and then reject her, right? Lu Jingshan glanced at Li Nia, who was on the verge of tears again. Feeling utterly helpless, he reluctantly agreed to the 3-day deadline. But Lu Jingshan still laid down 3 rules for Linnea. First, you can't openly tell others you're my girlfriend. Linnea immediately protested, then what kind of couple would we be? But seeing the serious look in Lu Jingshan's eyes, she knew she couldn't push too hard and reluctantly agreed. Second, these 3 days are only for appearances. No physical intimacy without my explicit consent. I protest. How am I supposed to do couple things with you like this? A couple without kissing or hugging is incomplete. Protest denied. Third, our couple status automatically ends after 3 days. Fine. With the first 2 conditions already set, Linnea felt the third one wasn't so bad. After all, she had her ways to capture Lu Jingshan's heart within these 3 days and make him fall for her. Once Lu Jingshan was head over heels for her, these so-called 3 rules would become utterly irrelevant. Linnea thought to herself, Sister Shin Yue, I'm sorry, but little sister here is going ahead first. Seeing Linnea nod in agreement, Lu Jingshan finally relaxed his stern expression. He exhaled a long breath. What on earth was going on? Just as Lu Jingshan sighed in exasperation, he felt his arm being gently taken, a soft pressure pressing against his skin. Lu Jingshan looked over and met those bright, sparkling eyes. Linnea's wide eyes blinked innocently as she spoke in an extremely vulnerable tone, it's so late already. As my boyfriend, could you please walk me home? No, Lu Jingshan almost refused outright. Please. Chapter 56, Hero High School. Night had fallen over Du City High School. Since the dormitory building was built, everyone in Class 7 had gained significant time savings. The Class 7 students were in high spirits, actively preparing for the college entrance exams. Since choosing their paths based on individual interests and hobbies, each student was now studying subjects they genuinely loved, fueling their motivation even more. The study room lights in the dormitory building remained almost perpetually on, with students occupying the space around the clock. Students from other classes who witnessed this scene couldn't help but express their astonishment. What's gotten into Class 7? Have they lost their minds? What time is it? Don't they ever rest? In truth, Lu Jingshan was actually hoping they would rest. He had even set strict requirements for their breaks. But the results weren't great. Some students always sneak in extra study sessions. With the times advancing and the internet becoming so accessible, even without a teacher, they could find online courses to study on their own. According to student feedback, while the online courses weren't as good as Lu Jingshan's teaching, they simply couldn't bear to idle away their time. And it was precisely this atmosphere that propelled Class 7 into a state of heightened excitement. Everyone studied for themselves, everyone's fighting spirit ignited, and no one wanted to regret years later that they hadn't charged forward alongside their teammates today. The clarion call of life's final sprint had sounded. Falling behind meant potentially never seeing the light of day again. They had tasted the bitterness of the bottom rung, they knew the sting of being looked down upon. They understood the horror of being the subject of whispered horror. They listened to those pointing fingers, declaring them hopeless cases, predicting their lives would never improve, and predicting they'd become burdens to society. Those words never faded away. Instead, they became the fuel driving them forward. They also understood how hard-won this feeling was. Lu Jingshan was the dawn in their lives. They understood that someone like Lu Jingshan, who had pulled them from the abyss, was almost impossible to find again in the future. That's why they cherished the state of being, this thirst for progress, more than ever. Returning to the school gates, Lu Jingshan gazed at the dormitory building aglow with lights, his heart filled with emotion. He could feel everyone's determination, and he knew he had to push himself harder too. The Olympiad competition was approaching soon, and he needed to step up his game. He gathered the group for a meeting. Linnea, who had returned, followed closely behind Lu Jingshan. Just before getting off the bus, Lu Jingshan had warned her not to display any signs of being his girlfriend in front of outsiders. She resented it. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, yet they still had to hide their relationship like this. But in Lu Jingshan's mind, this relationship was still a reluctant compromise he'd been forced into. In any case, he'd be out of it in 3 days. All he needed to do was maintain appearances and avoid arousing suspicion during that time. Meanwhile, inside a room at UA High School sat a boy and a girl. The boy's eyes sparkled with amusement as he studied the test paper before him, signed with the name Lu Jingshan. Beside him lay a Lolita-dressed young girl, sprawled on the sofa playing a game. The boy was named Duan Kuan, and the girl was named Duan Xin. They were the renowned rich kid siblings of UA High School. My dear little sister, did you hear? That genius from Du City High next door scored perfect marks in math recently. Word is he's also entering the Olympiad competition in 2 days. Duan Xin continued playing her game, replying casually. Lu Wenjing, right? She's always been top in math at Du City. Getting a perfect score after so long doesn't exactly make her a genius, does it? Duan Xin was the team leader for UA High's Olympiad squad this year. A perfect score math student and top of her class, she was UA's strongest candidate for a guaranteed admission spot at Longdu University. She was also a mathematical prodigy who had achieved perfect scores in math for 11 consecutive exams. Teachers had remarked that her admission to Longdu University was a certainty given her abilities. As second-generation wealthy individuals, both Duan Koan and Duan Xian had private tutors at home to guide their studies and assess their goals. Duan Xian's private tutor happened to be this year's competition instructor. In the teacher's estimation, Duan Xian possessed the highest mathematical talent she had ever encountered. In her words, if Duan Xian didn't take first place, the winner must have cheated. Not Lu Wenjing. She dropped to third place this time. I heard the two who surpassed her both came from the underachievers class. One is named Su Wang, a name I'd never heard before. And that first place winner? He was always a troublemaker and a slacker before. I never imagined a troublemaker could leap from over 300th place straight to first. Then it must be plagiarized. That's how those underachievers operate. They pass off stolen work as their own, completely unaware of their own limitations. Duan Koan flatly dismissed his sister's claim. It definitely wasn't cheating. According to my source, Du Qinghai even made him retake the exam specifically for this, and he still got a perfect score. So what? It's just a perfect score. Your sister has gotten perfect scores 11 times in a row. Can't you have a little faith in her? Seeing his sister's indifferent attitude, Duan Koan snatched her phone away. The little girl immediately protested, flailing her arms and glaring as she tried to grab it back. But she couldn't. She gave up, sulking as she plopped back onto the sofa, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at her brother. Spill it. Who is he that you care so much? Duan Xin grew curious about this person too. Not many could capture her brother's attention. His name is Lu Jingshan. I need you to utterly crush him in the math competition. Chapter 57, Departure. The next day. At 7 in the morning, the entire class gathered together. Heads kept popping out from the classroom building above, peering down below. Beside them stood a bus, carrying Lu Jingshan and his group. They had to depart for the competition venue a day early. The convoy had gathered early in the school plaza, and even the principal came to see them off. The future of Du City High rests on your shoulders, the principal said, looking at Lu Jingshan. 10 people were traveling together, 5 from Lu Jingshan's group and 5 from Class 1, forming the team for this competition. This is your accompanying teacher for this trip. The principal finished speaking, and the homeroom teacher stepped forward. The principal had actually approached teachers from other classes to see if they wanted to lead the team, but the moment they heard it was Class 7's group, they immediately shook their heads and refused vehemently. In their eyes, they had long given up hope for this competition. How could a bunch of underachievers from Class 7 possibly achieve good results? To avoid tarnishing their professional reputations, what had once been a coveted opportunity to lead the team had now become a hot potato. No one dared to take it except the homeroom teacher. Even at the assembly, when it was announced that Lu Donghua would be leading the team, everyone reacted with skepticism. Who knows what possessed that old geezer to take on such a task? If we'd sent Class 1, we might have snagged a few placements. But sending Class 7? That's just inviting other schools to laugh at us. Thank goodness this embarrassment didn't fall on us. That old man is probably going to ruin his reputation in his twilight years. Everyone assumed the elderly teacher had grown senile in his old age to make such a decision. Who didn't know what kind of students were in Class 7? Sending them to the competition was nothing short of courting disaster. He only got first place by cheating. Does he really think it was his own ability? If Lu Jingshan competed, his true abilities would inevitably be exposed. The accompanying teacher would be humiliated. Among the teachers who were skeptical about the trip, Wang Jinya actually wanted to go, but Lu Donghua beat him to it. After witnessing Lu Jingshan's transformation, this former math teacher genuinely wanted to see the current collective changes in Class 7. Yet after that math exam, he was reassigned to teach other classes. And it wasn't just him, all subject teachers originally assigned to Class 7 received the same notice. Unlike the others who were overjoyed, he was reluctant. The students of Class 7 had changed, and he wanted to see if he could help. Every child saved counted. He sought out the principal, who claimed it was the headmaster's decision. When he confronted the headmaster, he was told, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." This left him feeling utterly depressed. Later, he found time to visit Class 7, only to discover it was completely empty. He asked students from nearby classes, but none knew where Class 7 had gone. He only returned when he heard they were selecting a team leader. His original plan was to vie for that position, hoping it might reconnect him with Lu Jingshan. But unexpectedly, Lu Donghua was directly recommended for the position. The principal had named him outright. His world collapsed. Meanwhile, on the school plaza, students from other classes peered out and jeered. Some even hung a banner reading, "The crony will die a miserable death." Clearly, to everyone outside Class 7, Lu Jingshan was nothing but an arrogant, overbearing crony who'd bought the principal's favor with money. No one believed Lu Jingshan possessed genuine ability. Even if he did, he couldn't possibly lead a team, especially one comprising all 5 members of Class 7. This only deepened everyone's suspicion. What right did Class 7 have to compete? Someone watching this unfold in the hallway felt Lu Jingshan had stolen the competition spot rightfully theirs through underhanded means. They immediately hurled insults at him. "Damn cronyism. That spot was mine. If you're so skilled, face me one-on-one." What good is money if you can't compete fairly? Someone watching the scene below sighed. Heaven must be cursing our Deuce City High. The principal is blind. How could he let Lu Jingshan lead the team, especially with 5 Class 7 students on it? Are we just giving up on the competition? I heard Xiaoning High's team is led by some genius girl named Duan Xin. We're already rivals with them. This is like handing our spot over on a silver platter. Worst of all, the principal actually persuaded Lu Feifei, our strongest hope of the competition, to withdraw. With Lu Feifei, we could barely hold our own against Hero High. Now we have absolutely no chance. The principal has done nothing but harm. He must have been bribed by Lu Jingshan, otherwise he wouldn't commit such self-destructive acts. I'm going to report him. Faced with a barrage of insults and mockery, Class 7 seethed with anger. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Lu Jingshan stepped in to stop them. They won't be shouting for long. Once we prove ourselves, we'll silence them. Trying to shut them up now is impossible. Trust us. When we return, everything will be turned upside down. Seeing Lu Jingshan speak so decisively, the others found it hard to argue. This was Class 7's first time competing in a tournament-level event, and everyone had come to see them off. Just then, Linnea approached, pressing a fragrant pouch into his hand while whispering softly in Lu Jingshan's ear. Go get him, my hero. I'll be waiting for you at home. With that, Linnea flashed a playful smile, batting her eyes adorably. Soon, the convoy set off, heading toward the competition center. Competitions were considered the pinnacle events among high schools in the Dragon Nation. It not only determined the students' futures but also the fate of their schools, which is why the nation placed such high importance on each competition. This time, the delegation from Deuce City High School was led by Lu Jingshan, accompanied by 4 members from Class 7 and 5 from Class 1. When boarding the bus, the 5 from Class 1 deliberately chose seats far from Lu Jingshan and his group. Guys, why don't you move closer? We should discuss our strategy so we can coordinate better during the competition, Lu Jingshan suggested. One of the 5 Class 1 students replied. No need. You lot won't be much help anyway. Just don't admit you're from Duchang High during the competition. I'd be grateful if you didn't embarrass the school. His tone dripped with contempt, his eyes brimming with scorn. None of his classmates spoke up to dissuade him, tacitly accepting his behavior. Clearly, in their eyes, Lu Jingshan and his group had secured their competition spots through bribery and backdoor deals. To vent their anger, they even persuaded Lu Feifei, Changlian High's top math student, to withdraw. You lot! Su Wang instantly flared up. He'd been insulted before boarding the bus, and now he was being falsely accused on the ride itself. Could he tolerate this? Absolutely not. Su Wang was about to retort when the homeroom teacher promptly intervened. The old class monitor signaled Su Wang to sit back down with a glance, then addressed the disrespectful boy. If they're participating in the competition, it's because they possess the necessary ability. And Lu Jingshan was chosen to lead this team precisely because he's qualified for the role. He then stepped in to defuse the tension. If you still doubt their abilities, why not settle it on the field tomorrow? Then we'll see who's the real deal and who's the weak link. Seeing both sides quiet down, the old class monitor continued, the journey will take about an hour. Since this is everyone's first time participating in the competition, I'll explain the rules. This competition is graded at level A. Students must arrive a day early to register their information, followed by a full day of competition to determine the rankings. Representatives from major universities will be present. Securing a top 10 finish grants direct admission to prestigious institutions. Furthermore, the top 2 students will qualify for the S-level competition. The first place finisher will receive guaranteed admission to Longdu University, ranked number 1 among Longhua's institutions. Chapter 58, Encounter. The competition center resembled a research facility. The convoy pulled up at the adjacent hotel. Once the vehicles came to a complete stop, the old class monitor instructed everyone to disembark. At the hotel entrance, there wasn't just Lu Jingshan's bus, 3 identical coaches were parked there. After stepping out, Lu Jingshan glanced curiously ahead and spotted a Lolita-style girl among the crowd disembarking from the bus in front. Everyone else wore their respective high school uniforms, but that girl alone was dressed in Lolita fashion. Amidst the sea of uniforms, she stood out strikingly. Judging by the uniforms of the students around her, they were from UA High School. Lu Jingshan recalled what the principal had told him earlier. UA High has produced a math prodigy this year named Duan Xin. She needs to be thoroughly investigated. Standing among the UA High crowd, Duan Xin sensed Lu Jingshan's gaze and looked over at the same moment. They found each other amidst the crowd, locked in a gaze that seemed to make time stand still. Until Xin Yue came over to call him. What are you spacing out for? The homeroom teacher is calling us to assemble. Hearing Xin Yue's voice, Lu Jingshan snapped back to reality and quickly turned away, breaking their eye contact. In truth, their eye contact had lasted barely 3 or 4 seconds. Watching Lu Jingshan's retreating figure, Duan Xin picked up the lollipop in her mouth, flipped it over, and popped it back in. Her instincts told her that the man she'd just seen was the one she was looking for, and this time, she chose to trust her intuition. Watching Lu Jingshan's retreating figure, she smiled and murmured softly, "Found you, Lu Jingshan." Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan, having snapped out of his daze, caught up with the main group heading toward the hotel entrance. His falling behind drew a wave of mockery from the group. Getting lost like this? A dunce is a dunce. I don't know how you guys even got here. I'm begging you, please don't tell anyone you're from Do City High. I suggest you all take off your uniforms. It's embarrassing. This was the last straw for Class 7. Ever since boarding the bus, these people had been sniping at them non-stop, spewing nothing but contemptuous remarks. If not for Lu Jingshan and their homeroom teacher stepping in, they would have stormed over to confront them long ago. They'd held back this long. Even the Ninja Turtles have their limits. Before the boy could finish speaking, smack! A solid slap landed squarely on his face. The sharp, resounding slap came from Gu Changsheng, who stood closest to him. Having worked the fields with his grandmother since childhood, Gu Changsheng had a sturdy build and powerful arms. To the boys in their class who spent all day sitting in classrooms without exercise, Gu Changsheng was practically a god of war in their eyes. Lu Jingshan didn't even need to lift a finger. Gu Changsheng alone was more than enough. Su Wang and Xin Yue couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw the boy get slapped. Are you laughing? The stunned boy asked dazedly. No, we're not laughing. Don't worry, mocking classmates isn't our style. Seeing the girls struggling to stifle their laughter, the boy felt wronged and turned to the homeroom teacher, shouting, "Teacher, someone hit me." He then turned to Lu Jingshan and demanded, "How dare someone from your class 7 hit me? Aren't you going to explain yourselves?" But Lu Jingshan and Lu Donghua remained silent, pretending not to hear. Inside, they were quietly amused. This only made the boy feel even more wronged. Glancing at Gu Changsheng's imposing frame, a full head taller than him, he knew he stood no chance in a fight. At that moment, he felt like bursting into tears. Enough with the crying, big guy, Lu Donghua said. If anyone sees you, they'll mock us, saying all students from Do City High School are nothing but crybabies. Don't forget, you're representing Ducheng High right now. If students from other schools see you crying, you'll be the one bringing shame to the school. Lu Donghua's meaning couldn't have been clearer, while also taking a jab at his earlier words. Hearing that his tears would disgrace the school, he quickly forced the tears back into his eyes. Though the tears were held back, the burning sensation on his face made him feel like crying but unable to. Witnessing this utterly ridiculous scene, everyone fought back laughter, fearing their giggles might be overheard again. Alright, let's go inside, Lu Donghua said. As the top-ranked high school in Do City, it had consistently demonstrated formidable strength in past competitions, making it well known among other schools. The hotel had arranged special treatment for them. A stunningly attractive woman in a hotel uniform approached the group. Are you students from Do City High School? Lu Donghua replied, yes, I'm their chaperone. Then please follow me. I'll take you to register and get your rooms. The woman maintained a pleasant demeanor throughout, her signature smile never fading. Before long, everyone's information was registered, and the woman now held 11 cards in her hand. As she led the group toward the elevator, she explained, our hotel provides single occupancy rooms, hence the 11 cards. The rooms I've assigned you are on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The hotel's interior decor looked luxurious, and the lobby was spacious. Lu Jingshan noticed that quite a few students from various schools had already entered the lobby, including some from UA High School. The elevator was large enough to comfortably accommodate 12 people. The receptionist swiped her card and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened shortly. 3rd floor. Here are your room cards. Please keep them safe and don't lose them, it could be quite troublesome. With that, the elevator doors closed. The 11 students quickly located their respective rooms using the cards in their hands. Lu Jingshan looked at his own card, room 14, located on the right side of the corridor. Their rooms were almost all on the right side. The hotel's layout was symmetrical, with an equal number of rooms on both sides. Soon, Lu Jingshan found his room. The moment he entered, he spotted the 3-meter-wide bed. He tossed his bag aside and launched himself onto it in one swift motion. The hour-long journey had left him somewhat exhausted. But just as he lay down, the doorbell chimed. Reluctantly, Lu Jingshan climbed out of bed to answer the door. Standing there were Xin Yue and Su Wang. We're planning to explore the area nearby. Would you like to join us? Lu Jingshan had intended to refuse, but seeing Xin Yue's pleading eyes, he ultimately relented and followed them out. The elevator lobby housed 2 elevators. Just as Lu Jingshan stepped inside one, the doors of the adjacent elevator slid open, releasing a group of people. The same female voice repeated, 11 room keys in total. Please keep them safe. Your rooms are on the left side of the corridor. Simultaneously, their elevator doors began closing. Just as they were about to shut, Lu Jingshan caught sight of the Lolita-style girl once more. As if sensing his presence, the Lolita-style girl locked eyes with Lu Jingshan once more. At that very moment, the elevator doors closed. Chapter 59, The Surgery Begins. With the competition about to begin, the hotel lobby was already packed with people. Xin Yue held Su Wang's hand. Having spent so much time together in the math Olympiad class, the two had become close friends. Fun fact, when girls go shopping, it's also the most boring time for guys and the time they most desperately need a chair. Just as the two entered a clothing store, Lu Jingshan spotted a bench. Watching the two girls try on clothes, Lu Jingshan grew so bored he even yawned. He opened the system to check the time, the recharge period. Lu Jingshan had come to understand a principle: versatility pays off. Cooldown times gradually increased with each use. To acquire more skills faster, he had to calculate the timing precisely. When the time was up, he would go ahead and spend. He checked the recharge timer on the system panel. It's ready. But the required amount had already reached 80,000. At this rate, the next top-up would be 160,000, then 240,000. It would only keep climbing. At this rate, no matter how deep his pockets were, he'd eventually run out of money after just a few more purchases. Money! He'd have to start earning it. As for the 80,000 right now, that was more than enough. After finding out he'd become the team leader for this competition, his dad got so excited he topped up his card with another 200,000. This gave Lu Jingshan the confidence he needed. Pay to win. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired medical expertise. X-ray vision visually detects pathological lesions within the human body with CT-like precision. Cooldown 12 hours. Absolute precision merge host's intent with body for absolute control, ensuring every movement is perfectly steady and precise, without the slightest tremor. Simultaneously, upon activating this skill, a vast reservoir of ancient yet advanced knowledge flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind. Ancient Chinese medical traditions, from core theories like heaven-man unity to diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, as well as yin-yang and 5 elements, all entered Lu Jingshan's knowledge repository. Numerous ancient medical texts, such as the Huangdi Neijing, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, Shanghan Zabing Luan Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, Shinnon Benchao Jing Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, and Nanjing Classic of Difficult. Representative TCM techniques like acupuncture, bone setting, and massage were also absorbed. Western medicine encompassed its theoretical framework, including core principles of anatomy, physiology, and pathology. It also encompassed practical skills, emergency techniques, diagnostic abilities, and surgical procedures. This was an immense volume of knowledge. Lu Jingshan spent over half an hour merely processing and absorbing it. During that time, Lu Jingshan felt disconnected from his own body, as if it were merely a low-power shell capable only of simple movements. Fortunately, during that half hour, Xin Yue and Su Wang were merely moving between shops, and Lu Jingshan following behind them caused no issues. It wasn't until Xin Yue noticed something was off with Lu Jingshan and tugged at his hand that he snapped back to reality. Simultaneously, he had successfully assimilated the bulk of that vast knowledge. Just as Lu Jingshan assured her he was fine, a deafening crash erupted outside the store, the sound of shattering glass. The next second, cries for help echoed from the lobby below. The commotion caught the attention of the group. They leaned over the railing to look down. In the first-floor lobby, a person lay amidst shattered glass. Beside them, a young woman knelt, sobbing and crying out. "Help! Is there anyone who can call 120? A crowd had already gathered around the woman. A woman with a worried expression frowned. "This is bad. Because of the event nearby, there are so many people in cars. The ambulance might not be able to get through anytime soon." The woman looked at the man lying on the ground. Blood was already flowing from his neck, mixed with shards of glass. It seemed unlikely an ambulance would arrive in time. She scanned the area and called out, "Is there a doctor here? We need help." The crowd exchanged nervous glances, but no one stepped forward. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. What if he fakes an injury when he wakes up? I've got a family to think about, I'm staying out of this. Same here. What if he's deliberately targeting our wallets to extort money? Just as everyone hesitated, Lu Jingshan moved. "Lu Jingshan, where are you going?" Xin Yue asked. "To save him, of course." With that, Lu Jingshan dashed toward the underground lobby. Move aside, move aside. Let me see." It was a man in his 30s who had accidentally collided with the glass, sustaining a head injury. The shattering glass had also lacerated his throat. Using his X-ray vision skill, Lu Jingshan could clearly see the man's condition. Numerous glass shards were embedded in the wound, fortunately lodged in the surface without penetrating deeper. However, Lu Jingshan noticed the man was struggling to breathe. Lu Jingshan realized blood had clogged the trachea, preventing oxygen from reaching the lungs despite entering through the nose. The man was now showing signs of respiratory distress. Something had to be done immediately. The onlookers nearby noticed the situation and glanced at Lu Jingshan. "Young man, maybe you should stop. You're still so young and inexperienced. Don't make things worse." The bystanders clearly assumed Lu Jingshan was a medical student from some university. He was far too young for a doctor. Others chimed in, "Yeah, kid, you're not a doctor. Why try something like this? What if you can't fix it? You'll end up paying damages. It's not worth the trouble." Despite the crowd's pleas, Lu Jingshan didn't pause his actions. He simply left with a curt, "Don't worry, I'm a professional," before walking away. Two mall staff members had arrived at the scene, and Lu Jingshan spotted what he needed. "Excuse me, young man, could you please?" Before the staff member could finish, Lu Jingshan cut him off. "I need a scalpel, a clean thin tube, and an empty soda bottle." Seeing the staff member hesitate, Lu Jingshan pressed, "I'm a doctor. Do as I say. If we don't act now, that man will die." Hearing that the man was dying, the staff member finally sprang into action, rushing off to find what Lu Jingshan requested. Lu Jingshan went to get what he needed, a bottle of high-proof liquor from a passerby. But the man refused to hand it over. It was Xin Yue who arrived and paid 50,000 yuan to purchase it from him, simultaneously admitting that their failure had nothing to do with him. "Aren't you going to dissuade me?" Lu Jingshan asked, glancing at the two women following behind him. "Whatever you choose to do, I support you," Xin Yue replied without hesitation. Just then, the staff returned with what Lu Jingshan had requested. Seeing his supplies complete, Lu Jingshan crouched beside the injured man. The surgery began. Chapter 60, Medical Expertise. Lu Jingshan took the gloves and put them on. He then opened the bottle of high-proof alcohol and poured it directly onto his hands and the patient's wounds for a quick disinfection. He then used a small knife to cut a tiny hole in a beverage bottle. Inserting the tube's inlet into the alcohol, he then inserted the outlet and sealed it off. A homemade one-way valve was complete. With all preparations complete, Lu Jingshan activated his X-ray vision skill. The patient's condition became crystal clear. The victim exhibited pronounced venous dilation. This dilation was caused by elevated pressure within the chest cavity. The abnormal movement of the chest revealed lung damage at a glance. This injury was likely caused by the recent collision with the glass. This tension pneumothorax had formed because air had entered the pleural cavity surrounding the lung due to the rupture, but couldn't return to the lung, preventing the patient from breathing. His homemade one-way valve served to continuously expel air from the pleural cavity without allowing any backflow. The concept was sound, now came the execution. With the enhancement of his medical expertise, Lu Jingshan now moved with the seasoned confidence of a doctor with years of experience. He picked up the scalpel, activating the skill, absolute precision. Instantly, his body and mind became one, achieving absolute accuracy. Lu Jingshan fixed his gaze on the patient's chest, pinpointed the location, and raised the scalpel. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around, watching every move Lu Jingshan made. They were both spectators and witnesses. As they watched Lu Jingshan raise the scalpel, they held their breath in tense silence. They were now extremely cautious, afraid to disturb this young man and cause any unnecessary mistakes. Amidst the expectant gazes, Lu Jingshan swiftly executed a precise, ruthless incision. A wound appeared, and he immediately attached the drainage tube. Moments later, bubbles began rising continuously from the liquid beneath the wine bottle, a clear sign that the decompression was successful. With the successful release, the patient's chest visibly regained its natural rise and fall, a clear sign his respiratory function had returned. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Those who had previously suspected the young man of grandstanding now felt a pang of guilt. Many began to see this young man in a new light. In an era where helping someone could lead to bankruptcy, he had resolutely decided to rescue the victim despite everyone's warnings. The victim had just stopped breathing, and with no telling when the ambulance would arrive, he would have died without this young man's intervention. "Young man, you're not a medical student, are you? You must be a doctor at some hospital. People with such a kind heart are rare these days. Don't worry, young man. With us as witnesses, he won't be able to extort you." Others chimed in unison, "That's right. With us here, we won't let you suffer any injustice." Just then, a man dressed like a wealthy businessman approached Lu Jingshan. Without a word, he handed him a business card. With an extremely amiable tone and expression, he inquired, "Young man, how old are you? What brings you here?" Lu Jingshan glanced at the card and casually replied, "I just turned 18. I'm here mainly to participate in the competition. Duan Long, director of Duanqing Tech Plaza." Lu Jingshan scanned the address on the card. Duanqing Tech Plaza, that name seemed familiar. Suddenly, it clicked. The CS regional tournament was scheduled to take place at Duanqing Tech Plaza in just a few days. He'd heard that plot was part of Du City's core development zone. He never expected such an important figure to be here. Duan Long, however, was startled. The young man before him was only 18? He had witnessed every move the other party made earlier. Those weren't actions an 18-year-old could pull off. As a part-time investor himself, he had researched medical ventures. When he saw the injured man, he had wanted to step in, but hesitated, fearing his half-baked skills might worsen the situation. Yet here was this young man rising above the crowd and successfully saving a life. From his perspective, and this might be lost on outsiders, a traumatic pneumothorax was extremely serious. It was only after seeing Lu Jingshan's actions that he recalled this. Even some junior doctors easily overlook such details, yet this young man spotted it. Before he stepped forward to hand over his business card, he assumed this young man was at least a hospital resident. But the young man was only 18 years old. It was hard to believe, but this event had unfolded right before his eyes, forcing him to accept it. He wanted someone like this. While Lu Jingshan was still looking at the business card, he spoke up. "Young man, I see you possess remarkable skills and a warm heart. I'd like to invite you to be my medical consultant." The monthly salary is 200,000 yuan. Would you be interested? Duan Long wasn't impressed by Lu Jingshan's single rescue at that moment. He saw potential in Lu Jingshan's future. That someone barely 18 could possess such accomplishment and audacity, Duan Long admired it. This business card was both an olive branch and a recruitment pitch. With Lu Jingshan's talent, a few years of cultivation would undoubtedly make him a major force in the medical field. He didn't believe Lu Jingshan would think an 18-year-old kid with little worldly experience could resist the lure of money. But the next moment. Sorry, sir, I'm not interested, Lu Jingshan said, shoving the card back into his hand. Wait. What did he just hear? This kid wasn't interested in money? Was he serious? No joke? You're barely 18, haven't even passed the college entrance exam, and you're not interested in 200,000 yuan. Just as he was about to ask when, someone near the injured man gasped, "Hey, come quick. He's coming back to life." Lu Jingshan whipped his head around. Came back to life meant the boss had regained consciousness and sat up. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan didn't hesitate. He stuffed the business card into his pocket and hurried toward the injured man. Seeing his card accepted, Duan Long felt hopeful. He called out cheerfully after Lu Jingshan's retreating figure. "If you change your mind, call the number on the card. I'll always be in Deuce City." The young man who had sat up learned the entire story from the others and looked at Lu Jingshan with gratitude. First, he grasped Lu Jingshan's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Then, he fumbled for money, intending to reward Lu Jingshan. But Lu Jingshan refused to take it. With no other option, the man handed him his own business card instead. "Here's my card. I'm sure you'll find it useful someday." Lu Jingshan noticed how eager people here were to hand out business cards. But when he finally looked at it, he was startled. Chen He, chief organizer and chief examiner of the 2025 City Math Olympiad. Before Lu Jingshan could exchange more words with Chen He, someone called out. "Make way, the paramedics are here." Chapter 61, Registration complete, please proceed. By the time Lu Jingshan and the others returned to the hotel, it was nearly 8 p.m. The moment they reached their floor, the entire class spotted them, and another wave of mockery erupted. Duds will be duds. You knew this was just a formality, and now you didn't even bother cramming at the last minute. You really shouldn't have come here. Seeing Su Wang about to lose his temper, the group scattered like scared rats, scurrying away. But they left a parting shot. "Just wait till we get back, we'll see how cocky you can be then. Results don't lie, and this isn't school, don't think your bribery tricks will work here." The two managed to duck into their room just a split second before Su Wang's kick landed. But they refused to let it go, continuing their tirade from inside. "You filthy. If I didn't have a rule against hitting women, you'd be under us right now. Apologize to us now, before we get serious, and leave voluntarily. Then when we go back to school, we might even put in a good word for you." In the eyes of Class 1, Class 7 was a bunch of useless losers who couldn't do anything right. No one knew how these guys had pulled strings to get their spots in the competition. But that didn't matter. The school placed immense importance on each competition, not just the administration, but the students themselves were deeply invested. Because if they could achieve a high ranking in the competition, the school would receive rewards, and the students would also benefit, gaining access to more resources. In past competitions, Do City High students consistently delivered impressive results that translated into tangible benefits for everyone. If this time the students failed to gain benefits and were told that it was those few from Class 7 holding them back, there would be no need for the school administration to intervene. The students would band together and take matters into their own hands. This is precisely why they feel so unrestrained. They were utterly convinced their competition scores would surpass those of the 5 students from Class 7. Ultimately, the school's overall performance depended on their class to secure. Thus, they completely dismissed Lu Jingshan and his group as slackers. Their opinions, thoughts, and tone toward them were filled with contempt and disdain. This perception would soon be shattered. Su Wang, blocked by the door, heard the vulgar insults inside and was furious enough to smash it down, but Lu Jingshan stopped him. Lu Jingshan wasn't exactly kind-hearted either, he had a vindictive streak. He held Su Wang back because he had a better idea. The group whispered among themselves, discussing their plan. The more Su Wang listened, the brighter his eyes grew, and the more satisfied he became. He nodded in agreement. "All right then, remember to call me tonight." "No problem. You're the absolute protagonist. Who would dare leave you out?" "And me. I want to go too." Shin Youwei's eyes sparkled. The thrill of doing something mischievous was irresistible. "All right, you're all in." Soon, it was past midnight. The group crept up to room 312, the very dorm where the classmate who'd provoked Lu Jingshan earlier was staying. Lu Jingshan pulled out a bed card he'd snatched from the front desk. Yes, they were planning a night raid. Through the light, it was clear each of them was holding some sort of weapon. "Now, let's go over the action plan and key points. The moment the door opens, we charge in. I'll cover his mouth. Gu Changsheng, you and the other guy hold him down, don't let him move. The rest of you," Lu Jingshan addressed the 2 girls, "once we've pinned him down, you hit him hard. Remember how he spoke this morning? Tonight, it's our turn to strike back. After Lu Jingshan's pre-battle pep talk, anger flared in everyone's eyes. Soon, with a sharp click, the door to room 312 swung open. Lu Jingshan charged in first. Su Wang flipped the light switch while Xin Yue secured the door. The moment the lights came on, Gu Changsheng and another guy immediately pounced on the person lying on the bed. Before the man could comprehend what was happening, two burly figures pinned him down. Overwhelmed by terror, he tried to scream for help. But just as he was about to scream, a cloth stuffed with stones was forcefully shoved into his mouth, silencing him completely. "Alright, turn off the lights." Xin Yue obediently switched off the light. The next second, the bed in room 312 began to shake violently, accompanied by faint, muffled screams. But with his mouth stuffed with cloth by Lu Jingshan, he couldn't cry out, only managing to make muffled whimpers. Extremely disturbing scene, edited for content. The next day, during the assembly in the lobby, the old class monitor frowned and said, "Liangyu, what happened to you? The competition is about to start. Why are you covered in bumps? And what's with all the bruises on your body?" Lu Donghua pulled back Liangyu's clothes to reveal the flesh beneath. "Teacher, it's..." Before he could finish, Su Wang cut him off. "I'm sure Liangyu just had a bad dream last night and accidentally fell out of bed, didn't he?" All the while, Su Wang kept his gaze fixed on Liangyu, his eyes warning him. Faced with Su Wang's glare, the already timid Liangyu dared not say anything more and quickly agreed. Right. It must have been an accident last night. My fault." Though he said this, he had already mentally blacklisted Lu Jingshan and the others. Just wait until we get back to Do City High. You'll all regret this. I'll let you gloat for now, but once the competition starts, I'll show you what real cruelty looks like. Seeing Liangyu's clumsy performance, the old homeroom teacher instantly guessed what had happened. He glanced at Lu Jingshan and the others. Clearly, the five of them had snuck into someone's room last night and done something unspeakable. Watching them feign obedience, the old teacher shook his head and sighed. How could each generation be worse than the last? Back in the day, he and his brothers had pulled off far more brutal stunts, leaving their victims unable to get out of bed the next morning. They still needed practice. Old Ban knew exactly what was going on. But these were his kids, and as their teacher, he couldn't exactly do anything overtly. Still, he could turn a blind eye. Alright, time's almost up. Everyone, follow me. As the longest-serving teacher at Do City High School, Old Ban had led countless teams through math competitions, so he was well versed in the procedures. Leading the team out of the hotel, he headed toward the nearby competition center. The hotel wasn't far from the competition center, only 400 or 500 meters away, making it quite convenient to travel back and forth. Under the old teacher's guidance, the group swiped their passes to enter the center. Simultaneously, the competition center's PA system announced their arrival. The Dukhan High School team has completed registration. Please proceed to examination room 1. No sooner had Lu Jingshan stepped out than the announcement sounded again behind him. The representative team from Hero High School has completed registration. Please proceed to examination room 1. The Konoha High School team has completed registration. Please proceed to examination room 1. The Hongyun High School team has completed registration. Please proceed to examination room 1. At the entrance to examination hall 1, Lu Jingshan encountered the young girl again. The young girl also spotted Lu Jingshan and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Lu Jingshan." "Hello," Lu Jingshan replied politely, but the next moment, he sensed something was off. He abruptly looked up at the girl before him and demanded, "How do you know my name?" Chapter 62, The Exam Begins. Did you hear? This year, Do City High's representative team actually sent 5 academic underachievers. No way. How could Ducheng High do something so stupid? Don't let them fool you. No way. Our teacher told me. He personally asked his connections at Ducheng High. 5 members of this year's Ducheng High team are from Class 7, the worst performing class in the entire school. Those kids are nothing but troublemakers who never study. Hearing this intelligence from the student before them, the group felt their confidence in this competition soar. After all, Ducheng High had always been a formidable competitor, often securing multiple spots in the tournament. But sending 5 academic underachievers this time? They must be joking. Suddenly, someone urgently gestured for everyone to look in one direction. Look! That group over there is the Do City team. Gossip spread like wildfire, and soon nearly every team knew that Do City High had sent 5 academic underachievers to compete. It was practically handing them points on a silver platter. No one could fathom why they'd do this. Were they intentionally throwing the competition? Regardless, if Do City High gave up on this competition, it meant more opportunities for the others. Some immediately began gloating, unable to resist mocking Do City High as complete idiots. Were they sending these academic underachievers just to play the clowns? Others stood up and bowed toward the Dukhan High delegation. Others approached them directly, bowing before departing with a parting remark, "Thank you for gifting us the spots." This infuriated the 5 students from Class 1 to no end. If it weren't for these 5 pulling strings, would the situation have become so awkward and humiliating? Would they dare act this way if Lu Feifei were still here? Just as these thoughts swirled through their minds, a sudden gasp echoed across the venue. Someone pointed toward the entrance and exclaimed. Look, UA High is here. This year, Jinbu High School was foolish enough to cut off one of their own arms. How are they supposed to compete with UA High now? And I heard UA High has a genius girl this year, the absolute top seed. Her name is Duan Xin. That girl in the Lolita outfit is her. The moment Lu Jingshan heard the name Duan Xin, he immediately recalled the principal's warning, be extremely cautious around this girl named Duan Xin, she's exceptionally strong. Following the crowd's gaze, Lu Jingshan once again fixed his eyes on that familiar Lolita dress he'd seen countless times before. Lu Jingshan suddenly understood. The mystery was solved. No wonder could this be fate? Ever since arriving at the hotel, he'd felt someone's gaze fixed on him and kept crossing paths with her. Was this fate? And now, with her calling out his name just now, it all made perfect sense. At this moment, Duan Xin was undoubtedly the center of everyone's attention. Especially after hearing about her terrifying battle record, one by one, they gathered around UA High School, hoping to curry favor. This scene made the Class 1 students grin with envy. Upon learning of his strength, they were filled with regret and frustration. I shouldn't have come here to get beaten up. If only Lu Feifei were here, maybe Sister Feifei could have done something. It's all because of that person using dirty tricks to drive Sister Feifei away. What a despicable scoundrel. Exactly. If it weren't for that person, we might have had a glimmer of hope. Now we're truly doomed. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, flattery and condemnation alike, the 5 members of Class 7 remained oblivious, eyes closed in meditation. This was what Lu Jingshan had taught them, to adjust their state to peak condition before every match. Just then, a crowd suddenly surged into the square from all sides, carrying tables and chairs. Lu Jingshan watched the scene unfold, speechless. What era was this, still pulling stunts like this? Soon, the once empty square was filled with tables and chairs. It couldn't be clearer, this was the exam venue. All the students representing their teams entered the examination hall. Once inside the venue, everyone became adversaries. Soon, individual numbers were distributed, requiring everyone to find their assigned seats. As Lu Jingshan searched for his seat, the Lolita-style girl passed by and left a parting remark. Good luck. Once everyone had found their seats, 3 proctors entered simultaneously. One proctor announced. Before each of you lies an exam paper. It contains only 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and 3 essay questions. The total score is 120 points, and you have only 60 minutes. There are 60 of you here today, meaning 6 high school teams have gathered in this plaza. This will be your first exam, determining whether you advance to the next round. 20 of you will be eliminated in this initial stage. The rule is submission speed plus score. If you believe your performance is strong enough, you may submit immediately, though you will be unable to continue answering questions. For most people, this exam was far from easy. In fact, it was quite difficult. Just as everyone assumed the test would take considerable time to complete, someone handed in their paper barely 5 minutes after the exam began. This speed stunned everyone present except for Lu Jingshan and his group. They rose almost simultaneously with that person, Duan Xin. Within just 3 minutes, 6 people had already stood up to hand in their papers. It was utterly insane. To the eyes of the 5 students in Class 1, Lu Jingshan and his group appeared to have given up entirely, unable to solve a single problem. Instantly, they mentally cursed Lu Jingshan and his group all over again. To Duan Xin, however, the competition was starting to get interesting. This was someone who had even piqued her brother's interest. Clearly, his abilities were no slouch. The first round wouldn't faze him. But to her surprise, the opponent finished at the same speed as her. Moreover, Lu Jingshan's teammates also completed it simultaneously. She'd heard rumors that Du City High had sent 5 underachievers to make up the numbers, though she wasn't sure who they were. Could it be the 5 still working on the problems? She had a hunch those underachievers weren't the ones standing behind Lu Jingshan. It was a woman's intuition. Time ticked away, second by second, until the last person handed in their paper. The grading process involved both human and machine review. After the machine graded the papers once, a human reviewed them again, significantly improving both accuracy and efficiency. The 5 students from Class 1 who had just handed in their papers immediately voiced their dissatisfaction to Lu Jingshan and his group. Why did you come here? Don't you realize you're holding us back? How are we holding anyone back? Maybe you're the ones dragging everyone down, Su Wang argued. You finished in 3 minutes? Who do you think you are? Did you even understand the questions? Probably just wrote your names and got bored, so you handed it in early. The 5 students from Class 1 were furious. They saw themselves as the last hope of Du City High, while Lu Jingshan and his group were nothing but dead weight, here to drag everyone down. Please just go back now, okay? Stop embarrassing yourselves here. I'm begging you. The words were practically shouted. No way, Xin Yue protested. The results aren't out yet. We still have to make it to the second round. The Class 1 students instantly crumbled. Why would they make it to the second round? They were academic failures. What gave them that right? Ha ha ha. Second round? That's laughable. If you make it to the second round, I'll kneel and kowtow to you. No sooner had Liang Yu finished speaking than the large screen in the square lit up. Look, the results are out. Liang Yu tried to say something else to Lu Jingxin and the others, but he felt someone grab his arm. Liang Yu, look at the big screen. The person's voice was tinged with terror. The big screen? What's so interesting about that? Fine, I'll take a look just to see you guys get 0 points. Liang Yu turned to look at the screen. At the top was Duan Xin, the genius girl from UA High School that much was expected. But the names that followed completely blew everyone away. Seeing 5 out of the top 6 spots occupied by students from Du City High, Liang Yu was stunned. He could only stammer out one word. Holy? Chapter 63, The Snake. Holy crap! The 5 students from Class 1 stared at the screen, nearly frozen in shock. Is this even humanly possible? How could this be? It's impossible. First place, Duxing High School's Duan Xin, time, 3 minutes 21 seconds, score, 120 out of 120. Second place, Lu Jingxin from Duqing High School, time, 3 minutes 22 seconds, score, 120 out of 120. Third place, Su Wang from Du City High School, time, 3 minutes 23 seconds, score, 120 out of 120. Third place, Gu Changsheng of Duqing High School, time, 3 minutes 23 seconds, score, 120 out of 120. Third place, Ducheng High School Shin Yue, time, 3 minutes 23 seconds, score, 120 out of 120. Third place. Not only the 5 students from Class 1, but everyone present was stunned into silence. Even the teachers couldn't help but applaud. Fortunately, Lu Jingxin had submitted his paper quickly when they first received the test papers. They too were stunned. Only after several teachers carefully reviewed the papers together did they finally assign the final scores all perfect scores. Who would have thought this class would produce 5 prodigies? Some even burst into maniacal laughter. Impossible. How could this be? I absolutely did not cheat. No one could believe it was real. Geniuses who were once rare enough to appear only once now surface 6 at a time. How were they supposed to compete now? How were they supposed to play fair? As reality sank in, the crowd realized they'd been deceived by Du City High. These weren't 5 academic underachievers, they were 5 titans. They felt especially ashamed when they recalled how rudely they'd treated the Du City High students earlier. They had even thanked them for giving up their spots. They were utterly pathetic. All eyes immediately turned to the person who had spread the false information earlier, ready to demand an explanation. The only one who seemed slightly surprised was Duan Xin. She understood that Lu Jingxin could keep up with her pace, but the fact that the 4 behind him could match her speed as well? But Duan Xin quickly accepted it. The first round of the math competition wasn't particularly difficult, anyone with a solid foundation could manage it. Meanwhile, some believed Lu Jingxin and his group were merely strong in the first round and would definitely fall short in the second. Some even reported to the proctor, convinced Lu Jingxin hadn't earned his results through merit but through cheating. They were deeply resentful. How could anyone possibly achieve such results without cheating? But the response they received was that Lu Jingxin and his group had not cheated. In truth, the moment Lu Jingxin and his group submitted their papers, the proctors had suspected foul play. They immediately requested to review the proctoring footage. With over 100 high-definition cameras installed throughout the entire plaza, cheating was virtually impossible. Any attempt would be detected. The monitoring room's report stated unequivocally, no evidence of cheating was found. This single sentence instantly dismissed any possibility of foul play. Oomph, you got lucky this time. But you won't be so fortunate in the second round. True to their nature of not wanting to lose face, they attributed Lu Jingxin and his group's performance to mere luck. They just happened to run into a problem they'd practiced, so how could they not be quick? Lu Jingxin sighed inwardly. These guys really had thick skin, but he didn't mind their target wasn't this anyway. Their attention immediately shifted to the 5 students from Class 1, especially Liang Yu. Didn't you just say something about what would happen if we made it to the second round? When Lu Jingxin brought it up, Liang Yu immediately backed down, along with the others. But Liang Yu didn't go so far as to kneel and kowtow. He simply pleaded with Lu Jingxin and the others. We're all classmates, fighting for the school together. If you forgive me, once we're back at school, I'll spread the word about your deeds and make you the most famous people on campus. We don't want that. The others shook their heads hastily, unimpressed by such empty promises. Liang Yu panicked instantly, dropping to his knees and clutching Lu Jingxin's leg. Please, Lu Jingxin. I really can't kneel. Everyone's watching. Seeing Liang Yu's pathetic state, Lu Jingxin felt genuine disgust. How utterly spineless. He signaled to Gu Changsheng. Receiving Lu Jingxin's instruction, Gu Changsheng immediately moved to help him fulfill his own vow. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears and his head being forced down by Gu Changsheng, Liang Yu finally erupted, hurling curses at Lu Jingxin. Lu Jingxin, what the hell do you think you are? You're just a cheapskate who spends all day scheming and doing shady deals. Not only did you cheat last time, but you definitely cheated this time too. Otherwise, bottom of the barrel losers like you couldn't possibly pull this off. Changsheng. Lu Jingxin couldn't take it anymore and immediately ordered Gu Changsheng to give Liang Yu a hard shove. Liang Yu's character was truly despicable. With every forceful push of his head, he hurled another curse. This pushed Lu Jingxin over the edge. In all his years as a leader, he'd never encountered someone so brazen. He signaled Gu Changxing to lift Liang Yu off the ground. Even seeing Lu Jingxin, Liang Yu showed no restraint, immediately hurling insults at Lu Jingxin's parents. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air, leaving a bright red handprint across Liang Yu's face. The blow stunned him into silence. Before he could react or speak again, Lu Jingxin delivered another sharp slap. The scene left the other 4 classmates trembling in fear, none daring to intervene. As for Lu Jingxin and the others, Su Wang covered Xin Yue's eyes. Good girl, let's not watch. Only after Liang Yu had completely submitted did Lu Jingxin stop. It must be said, those 2 slaps left his own hand red. Lu Jingxin signaled Gu Changxing to release Liang Yu. Watching Lu Jingxin's retreating figure, Liang Yu felt a deep-seated grudge take root within him. This was a feud where neither side would come out unscathed. At that moment, Liang Yu seethed with a burning desire to destroy Lu Jingxin. Nothing was more unbearable than being humiliated in public. Watching Lu Jingxin's retreating figure, he declared, since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Soon, the second round commenced. Unnoticed by Lu Jingxin, Liang Yu entered alongside Duan Xian. The second round tests teamwork. Form pairs, one member must decrypt boxes to obtain keys, while the other unlocks the safe secret mechanism to activate the keys. Start finding your partners now. You have 1 minute. Just as Xin Yue was about to team up with Lu Jingxin, she noticed Liang Yu had already appeared beside him. Liang Yu had completely changed his earlier attitude, now wearing a fawning expression. Brother Lu, I truly know better. I promise to change my attitude once we're back at school. Seeing Liang Yu's change, Lu Jingxin frowned, sensing something was off. Oh, Brother Lu, it was my fault earlier. I deserved that slap. How could I be so lacking in manners? I really shouldn't have said those things to a female classmate. As he spoke, Liang Yu brought his hand down across his own face several times. Just as his hand was about to strike, Lu Jingxin stepped in to stop him. Enough. Admitting your mistakes is the first step to improvement. You can join my team. Are you going to look for the key or crack the safe? I'll stick with finding the key. I'm better at decoding than solving puzzles. All right. The moment Lu Jingxin turned away, Liang Yu couldn't help but smile, reaching into his pocket to confirm the item was still there. Soon, with the proctor's call of the competition begins, everyone sprang into action. Liang Yu pretended to decode, but his eyes never left Lu Jingxin's problem solving. He was waiting for the moment Lu Jingxin cracked it. Lu Jingxin worked swiftly, cracking the problem in no time before moving to unlock the mechanism. The moment Lu Jingxin unlocked it, Liang Yu lunged forward and shoved him aside. Holding a piece of paper, Liang Yu shouted at the proctor, I'm reporting Lu Jingxin for cheating. Chapter 64, Connections. Everyone present was stunned into silence by the scene. Someone was actually cheating in broad daylight. Where was this? This was the competition center, a place with zero tolerance for cheating. Anyone caught cheating would be banned for life. With Liang Yu's loud shout, all eyes turned toward him. They were curious to see who was bold enough to cheat. But upon recognizing Lu Jingxin, their expressions shifted to one of schadenfreude. If Lu Jingxin were truly banned for cheating, it would actually be a blessing in disguise. With only so many spots available, eliminating a strong competitor would be advantageous. Xin Yue and the others looked at Liang Yu, their faces frozen in disbelief. They refused to believe Lu Jingxin would cheat. They were certain Liang Yu was framing him. Xin Yue desperately wanted to rush over and prove Lu Jingxin's innocence, but Su Wang held her back. Going now won't help him at all. The only thing you can do is trust that he has a way to resolve this. Meanwhile, the proctor approached Liang Yu, retrieved the diagram, and unfolded it, revealing it was indeed the answer. The proctor then approached Lu Jingxin, unfolded the contents to show him, and stated, Do you have anything to say in your defense? Lu Jingxin didn't answer. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Liang Yu, his eyes like a hunter locked onto its prey. He turned to Liang Yu and asked, Liang Yu, what do you say? Did I cheat? At that moment, all eyes turned to Liang Yu, the accuser. Su Wang and the others could never have imagined that Liang Yu would betray Lu Jingxin like this. But at this moment, no amount of thinking or speaking would change anything. They could only hope Liang Yu still possessed a shred of conscience and would step forward to admit he had deliberately framed Lu Jingxin. Yet Liang Yu did not do so. Instead, he launched into a dramatic performance before the crowd. He slowly approached Lu Jingxin, his face etched with anguish. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. But I simply couldn't betray my own convictions. Why did we come to the competition center? Wasn't it to push ourselves to unprecedented heights through our own efforts? To pursue the ultimate limit? Why did you bring cheat sheets? Why? Liang Yu even began crying out at Lu Jingxin, demanding to know why he had cheated. I'm sorry for you. I know if I report you, you'll be banned from competition. But I can't escape my conscience. Brother Lu, you really shouldn't have cheated. Liang Yu's tearful performance convinced everyone present, who immediately began accusing Lu Jingxin of plagiarism. Disgusting. Bringing cheat sheets? And to think his brother treated him so well. People who sacrifice family for justice are rare these days. Don't be sad, reporter guy, we're all behind you. Cheaters don't belong here. Get out. Right. Plagiarizing scum don't belong here. Get out, you plagiarizing scum. Lu Jingshan surveyed the crowd. Facing their torrent of abuse, his expression remained utterly unruffled, a mere trifle compared to the trials of his past life. Facing Liang Yu's slander, he showed not a trace of panic. In his eyes, Liang Yu now resembled nothing more than a clown. His earlier question had been Liang Yu's final chance. Had he confessed, Lu Jingshan would have forgiven him and might even have considered helping him later. But all that had been shattered by Liang Yu's performance just now. Lu Jingshan turned to the proctor and stated, "According to regulations, I may request to review the surveillance footage of the entire process." The proctor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the existence of this provision, established to prevent any candidate from being wrongfully accused. But when the proctor returned, he brought bad news. The monitoring room says the camera in your section malfunctioned just now and is currently being repaired. So, is there anything else you wish to say? If not, I will record this as cheating. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room, 2 security guards watched everything unfolding in the exam hall. On the screen, Lu Jingshan's section was clearly visible. They had actually been bribed by Duan Xin earlier to falsely claim the surveillance was malfunctioning. At that moment, Duan Xin watched as Lu Jingshan was about to be permanently banned for cheating. Her goal was nearly achieved, and she couldn't help but let a smirk creep across her face. Every detail was caught in Lu Jingshan's gaze. Sure enough, these two had teamed up. At the same time, Lu Jingshan noticed the surveillance camera above his head still glowing green, a sign that the signal was functioning normally. This meant Duan Xin had colluded with the monitoring room and Liang Yu to frame him for cheating. This woman had gone to great lengths to harm him. As the proctor approached him, Lu Jingshan made his second request. "I'd like to borrow a phone to make a call." The proctor couldn't quite fathom what Lu Jingshan was thinking. What could he possibly accomplish with a phone call at this moment? Could it somehow prove he hadn't cheated? But bound by the rule to accommodate requests whenever possible, he reluctantly handed over his phone. Lu Jingshan pulled a business card from his pocket and dialed the number printed on it. On the other end, Chen He saw the unfamiliar number and instinctively reached to hang up. But something suddenly occurred to him, and he quickly answered instead. The moment the call connected, Chen He recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to the man who had saved him at the mall last time. "Hey kid, what's up? Got yourself into trouble? If you need help, just say the word. I'll take care of it." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingshan promptly recounted the entire incident to Chen He, sharing his suspicions as well. Upon hearing that his own people might be colluding with examinees to frame others, Chen He immediately assured Lu Jingshan, "Bro, give me a moment and I'll look into this right away." As he spoke, Chen He accessed the company's internal core surveillance footage. Within moments, he successfully located the recording of Liang Yu framing Lu Jingshan. Simultaneously, he discovered footage of the 2 security guards in the monitoring room meeting privately with someone, seemingly receiving something. Piecing together everything Lu Jingshan had experienced, he quickly drew his conclusions and picked up his phone once more. On the other end, Lu Jingshan handed his phone to the proctor and stated, "This is your chief examiner's number." The proctor assumed Lu Jingshan needed the chief examiner's number. Though puzzled by his intent, he still shook his head. "No. I said connect it." This time the proctor caught on, hurriedly taking the phone. After a brief okay, the call ended. Just as everyone assumed Lu Jingshan was likely finished, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The proctor walked straight up to Liang Yu, removed the exam badge from his chest, and declared, "You assisted in framing another examinee. You are hereby expelled and added to the ban list." Chapter 65, the second half begins. A shocking reversal no one had anticipated. Most present had anticipated Lu Jingshan's downfall, yet it was Liang Yu who was eliminated. As Liang Yu was escorted out, he shed his facade and stopped hiding. He glared viciously at Lu Jingshan, his mouth still spewing venomous curses. If not for the ongoing competition, Lu Jingshan would have charged over to punch him in the nose again. After Liang Yu was expelled, the competition resumed. The proctor had intended to ask Lu Jingshan if he needed assistance, but Lu Jingshan flatly refused. This was no challenge at all. It was still a quick and decisive battle. However, due to some unexpected circumstances, Lu Jingshan only placed 6th in the second round. Soon, the second round concluded, and everyone entered the break period. During the break, everyone would return outside to find their respective team leaders and regroup. Lu Jingshan had just found his homeroom teacher and was about to inform him about Liang Yu when the teacher waved him off. "I already know about Liang Yu. I truly never imagined this child would turn out like this." The old class advisor sighed helplessly. Although Liang Yu had previously expressed contempt for them, there had been some misunderstandings involved. He had believed that once the misunderstandings were cleared up and everyone witnessed the true capabilities of Lu Jingshan and the others, things would return to normal. But unexpectedly, forget about Liang Yu for now. I sent him back to the hotel. We'll all head back together after today's exams are finished. Alright, enough about him. Old Ben quickly changed the subject. How did you do in the first 2 stages? Based on your abilities, a top 10 finish is absolutely within reach. Just as Lu Jingshan and the others were talking, Duan Xin approached alone. The others signaled Lu Jingshan to look behind him. Duan Xin walked straight up to Lu Jingshan and said, I need to talk to you. Sensing something was off, Xin Yue grabbed Lu Jingshan's hand, her eyes fixed warily on Duan Xin. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a threat to you. I just want to have a simple chat with Lu Jingshan. Nothing more. Finally, Duan Xin glanced at Lu Jingshan and said, I'll wait for you over there. With that, she turned to leave. Fine, let's talk, Lu Jingshan replied, patting Xin Yue's hand softly. Don't worry, she won't do anything to me. I'll be back soon. The two left their original location and moved to a deserted area. So, what do you need to talk about? Lu Jingshan asked. Duan Xin, however, showed no urgency. She looked left and right, confirming no one was around before finally finding a spot to sit down. Once seated, Duan Xin didn't speak. She pulled out her phone and started playing with it. Lu Jingshan watched her, puzzled. What was she doing? Lu Jingshan tentatively suggested, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Finally, he added, then I really will be leaving. Just as Lu Jingshan turned to leave, Duan Xin called out to him. Lu Jingshan, do you know what the final segment of this afternoon's session will be? Lu Jingshan shook his head. He genuinely had no idea. The top 2 finishers this year will secure spots at the national level Olympiad training base. Sorry, I'm not interested in that. A national level Olympiad training base held little appeal for him. Moreover, entering such a program meant he'd have to focus solely on Olympiad mathematics, barring him from exploring other fields. That would be a complete disadvantage for his golden finger. All drawbacks, no benefits. Let whoever wanted it go for it. He certainly wasn't going. Seeing Lu Jingshan's indifferent attitude, Duan Xin assumed he didn't understand the significance of a national-level Olympiad program and proceeded to explain. Once they enter the national training base, they'll tackle higher-level global challenges and even engage in close-up exchanges with any living academic giant worldwide. Doesn't that excite you? Not tempted, Lu Jingshan replied flatly. Ha! This left Duan Xin completely baffled. Someone like Lu Jingshan, who shared her extraordinary talent in math competitions, shouldn't be uninterested in such opportunities. Ever since Liang Yu's suspension, Lu Jingshan's 2 perfect scores had earned Duan Xin's deep admiration. She wasn't opposed to becoming friends either. Geniuses like them should naturally gravitate toward each other. Geniuses like them all shared a common flaw, a deep-seated aversion to stupidity. Only those equally brilliant could truly understand and befriend one another. Those less intelligent than them, however, were instinctively rejected. For Duan Xin, aside from family, she had almost no friends. She'd assumed she'd have to wait until entering the national training base to find any. But after just 2 encounters this morning, she found 5 peers whose abilities matched her own. This discovery filled her with delight. Selecting the best among the best, Duan Xin began to consider persuading Lu Jingshan to join her at the National Training Center. But what she never expected was that Lu Jingshan would show no interest in the National Math Training Center. Good heavens, is he even human? As for Lu Jingshan, the so-called National Math Olympiad Training Center genuinely held no appeal for him. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan remembered something. He could ask the other 4, perhaps they might be interested? With that thought, Lu Jingshan departed. After all, there was nothing more to discuss. Back at the camp, he shared the news about the National Math Competition Training Center. The top 2 finishers in today's final round would earn spots at the National Training Center. But after Lu Jingshan finished speaking, the other 4 seemed rather uninterested. Xin Yue said, I'm not going. I'm competing to secure early admission to a good university. Going to the national base would be so exhausting. Gu Changxing shook his head. Me neither. My grandmother needs me to take care of her. What would happen to her if I left? Besides, what would you do without me, Lu? So I'm staying. After a round of discussion, almost none of them seemed eager to go to the National Math Olympiad Training Center. Yet one person remained silent. Su Wang had kept his head down the entire time, as if deep in thought. Lu Jingshan, noticing Su Wang's prolonged contemplation, asked, Su Wang, what are your thoughts? Unlike the others, Su Wang's response was, I actually want to go. I'm quite interested in math. So I want to give it a shot. The moment the words left her mouth, the room fell silent. No one spoke, only staring at her with solemn expressions. Lu Jingshan looked at Su Wang earnestly. Are you sure? We all respect your decision, but please think carefully and consider yourself first. The others chimed in, yeah, Sister Su Wang. We heard that national base is pretty far away. The commute might take some time. Of course, if you've truly made up your mind, Sister Su Wang, we'll all support you. Alright. It's not like you're never coming back. Don't make it sound so tragic, okay? Now that the spots had been decided, Lu Jingshan informed Duan Xin of the matter. Hearing the news, Duan Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Though not as talented as Lu Jingshan, the top 6 contenders were all exceptionally strong, with little to separate them. "Thank you," the little girl said, looking at Lu Jingshan. It was the first time she'd ever thanked a stranger. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of the second half. Chapter 66, Back to School. With the tactical arrangements in place, the subsequent matches proceeded much more swiftly. The top positions were firmly dominated by Do City High and Hero High. With the conclusion of the third round, the crucial fourth round, the final ranking decider, approached swiftly. The fourth round tested computational skills. 7 problems in total, 4 hours. The difficulty escalated progressively through the 7 problems, culminating in the final International Mathematical Olympiad IMO level challenge. This final problem stumped 97% of the entire field, while Lu Jingshan and his group were among the remaining 3%. Such problems were a breeze for them. Lu Jingshan could have finished and handed in his paper within 5 minutes of the exam starting. But out of consideration for Su Wang and Duan Xin, he didn't do so. Having coordinated beforehand, the group remained unhurried. The battlefield now boiled down to a duel between Duan Xin and Su Wang, a race to see who would finish first. The other students had already begun handing in their papers, as they could only solve those few questions and nothing more. Before long, the top scorer was determined. Su Wang proved superior once more, employing the method Lu Jingshan had taught her, which shaved off more than half the time. As Duan Xin handed in her paper, it signaled the end of the competition. "You may all return to your respective schools now. The results will be delivered to you in 3 days." Lu Jingshan departed after exchanging greetings with the chief examiner. The homeroom teacher, who had been waiting outside the entire time, now felt as though he were greeting his child returning home after the college entrance exams. Upon hearing that all the students had performed well, the old class teacher's smile never left his face. "Let's go. Back to the hotel to pack up, then we're heading back to school." Upon returning to the hotel, they discovered Liang Yu was nowhere to be found. They searched several rooms and even called his phone, but it remained unanswered. With no other options, the old classmate went to the front desk to check the surveillance footage. The footage revealed Liang Yu had left an hour before the group returned, taking his luggage with him. What on earth is this kid thinking? The old teacher was getting angry. They'd finally gotten the chance to go back, and someone in his group had left midway. With no clue where he'd gone, how could they possibly find him? There was no choice but to split up and search the surrounding area. Gu Changshan, head north. Su Wang, go northwest. Lu Jingshan, you take northeast. After the team leader finished assigning directions, everyone scattered to search their respective areas while he headed to the local police station to file a report. Meanwhile, Liang Yu, who had left the group, sat down beside a river. At that moment, his heart was black, his future gray. He regretted it. He shouldn't have listened to that woman named Duan Xin's seduction, framing Lu Jingshan, leading to his expulsion and a lifetime ban. To him, it felt like his entire future had been erased. Just then, several figures suddenly surrounded him. "Who are you? What do you want?" Liang Yu asked timidly, seeing their aggressive approach. "Who are we? What do we want?" They chuckled wickedly, closing in on Liang Yu. The burly leader grinned lecherously. "We just want to have our way with you, kid. Just satisfy us." Behind him, a subordinate introduced, "We're the local bullies." Pointing to their leader, he added, "This is their boss, Brother Tiger. His hobby? He especially enjoys giving some boys love. He's already set his sights on you. Just give up peacefully." Terrified, Liang Yu screamed, "Help! Is anyone there?" But his cries only fueled their excitement. "Sweetheart, you could scream yourself hoarse and no one would come to save you," Brother Tiger declared. "Scream your lungs out. Scream your lungs out." Seeing Liang Yu still refusing to calm down, Tiger Brother delivered a powerful punch to his nose, knocking him into submission. Normally, given his temper, he would have cursed him out at the top of his lungs. But looking at the people before him, he felt like fish meat on a cutting board. He didn't dare even curse, afraid of provoking them. Satisfied that Liang Yu had finally quieted down, Brother Hu sighed. "Ah, that's more like it. If you'd acted like this earlier, you wouldn't have had to take that beating. Come on, follow me home." Liang Yu tried to resist, but Hu Gu and his henchmen simply picked him up and carried him away. Meanwhile, Liang Yu, where are you? Damn it, the surveillance clearly showed him heading this way. How can we not find him? Keep searching. Keep searching. Everyone, search more thoroughly. The head teacher had visited the police station. When the officers heard that a contestant had gone missing, they were immediately alarmed. After all, every child participating in the competition was incredibly important. They were the nation's future. At the chief's command, the entire force mobilized. Through surveillance footage, they traced Liang Yu's last known location to Shiha village. Lu Jingshan scanned the narrow alley before him. An instinctive feeling guided him. This path might lead to a discovery. Thinking it, he did it. Lu Jingshan turned the corner and headed straight into the alley. After walking for an unknown length of time, Lu Jingshan stopped in front of a house. From inside, faint, strange sounds drifted out. Frowning, Lu Jingshan listened closely. The sounds actually resembled Liang Yu's voice. But how could Liang Yu be inside someone else's home? Curiosity got the better of him. He moved closer and pressed his ear against the wall, where the sounds became clearer. The nature of the sounds gave Lu Jingshan a bad feeling. Could Liang Yu have been captured and that? Probably not, but maybe. After confirming Liang Yu's location, Lu Jingshan hurried back to find reinforcements. Breaking into a house like this alone was simply unwise. Upon hearing that Liang Yu had been found, nearly everyone involved in the search arrived. When some of the more experienced searchers saw the house, their expressions shifted subtly. The chief patted old Ban on the shoulder reassuringly, "Brace yourself." He immediately ordered the rescue. Several officers acted decisively, kicking the door open and dragging out 3 naked men. Lao Ban glanced at them. Thankfully, Liang Yu wasn't among them. The chief and the other officers knew that Liang Yu was finished. The last officer emerged to report, "The subject has been located and is safe. However, he is unable to move and requires bed rest for some time." The door stood wide open, yet Lu Jingshan and the others hesitated to enter. They feared encountering something particularly unsettling inside. "We're pressed for time getting back. Let's call an ambulance, they should have a solution." Soon the ambulance arrived and transported Liang Yu directly to the hotel entrance. Their private car was already waiting at the hotel entrance, ready for them to board. Liang Yu's condition now meant he could only lie down, he couldn't even sit up, let alone stand. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan remembered something in the ambulance. "Excuse me, do you sell stretchers?" "Stretcher, 500. I'll take it." Lu Jingshan immediately scanned 500 yuan. He then called out, "Gu Changsheng, come over and help us quickly." With everyone's combined effort, Liang Yu was successfully transferred onto the stretcher. Lying on the stretcher, Liang Yu looked utterly dejected. He even wondered why he hadn't jumped into the river back then, at least then he wouldn't have to endure this suffering. Not only was he injured, but he'd been seen by so many people. His pride lay shattered on the ground once more. The group finally managed to load him into the vehicle. Driver, back to campus. Chapter 67, Each Other. Look, Ducheng High is bustling with activity. Everything was already in place at Ducheng High School, just waiting for the buses to arrive. The scale of the operation was so grand that even the principal had personally come out. According to the news relayed by Lu Donghua, Ducheng High School's competition trip had achieved a resounding victory. The position achieved was one rarely seen in the past. As the principal, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. They had even arranged for dragon and lion dances, along with a drum and gong troupe. Soon, 2 beams of light illuminated the nearby street. This sight instantly jolted the dean of students from drowsiness to full alertness. As the vehicles drew nearer, the principal finally recognized them as their own. The next moment, fireworks burst along both sides of the road, shooting skyward with a thunderous boom. The vehicle came to a halt, and everyone stepped out. Waiting to greet them was none other than the principal himself, a display that couldn't have been more grand. "Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." The instant Lu Jingshan stepped out of the car, a figure rushed toward him and threw her arms around him. Lu Jingshan recognized her immediately. It was Li Nia. She threw her arms around his neck, attempting to kiss him, but Lu Jingshan pulled her away immediately, thwarting her advance. Immediately, the surrounding students began to cheer and chant, "Kiss! Kiss!" Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lu Jingshan was utterly bewildered, having no idea what was happening. It took the principal stepping in to finally quell the commotion. The principal looked at Lu Jingshan, then at Li Nia, and said, "You're still in your senior year. Although Lu Jingshan has secured early admission, Li Nia, you must still prioritize the college entrance exams. I don't oppose you dating. After all, you'll graduate soon enough, and I won't be able to manage you then. Just remember to keep things under control." "Alright, I'm glad you're back. It's getting late, and I need to get back to work. You too, remember to take precautions." With that, the principal practically bolted. "Dating?" Lu Jingshan and Xin Yuwei exclaimed almost simultaneously. "What do you mean, dating?" Lu Jingshan was still completely bewildered. Sure, he and Li Nia had agreed to be fake lovers for 3 days, but there were rules no letting others know. But what was this situation now? Was he doomed? Meanwhile, Xin Yuwei watched Li Nia clinging to Lu Jingshan, then flashed a dangerous smile. "Lu Jingshan, I think you need to clarify exactly what your relationship is with her." "Wait." Before Lu Jingshan could explain, Li Nia cut in. "You guessed right. Lu Jingshan and I are dating. He loves me deeply, and I love him just as much. You shouldn't be here, interrupting our private time together." Holy crap! Lu Jingshan was stunned. Wait, didn't he already know about this? Seeing Xin Yuwei's face visibly change, Lu Jingshan was about to step forward to explain that it wasn't what she saw. But the next second, a pair of luscious red lips pressed against his face. In that instant, Lu Jingshan's brain nearly shut down. Xin Yuwei left only one sentence before turning to walk away, "Wishing you happiness." Watching Xin Yuwei leave, Lu Jingshan finally snapped. He shoved Li Nia away and demanded, "What the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten our 3 ground rules?" But before Lu Jingshan could finish, Li Nia threw herself back into his arms. Her perfect figure and soft skin brushed against his chest. Her arms wrapped around his waist as she whispered into his ear, "Am I that bad? Do you dislike me that much, baby? Don't you miss me at all? The entire day you were gone, you were with other women. I missed you terribly, and I'm jealous. I want you to be with me too." Lu Jingshan was utterly stunned inside. Amidst Li Nia's barrage of sweet words and honeyed flattery, he felt like a greenhorn recruit, completely immobilized. Li Nia was like a succubus, tempting him to devour her. No! Lu Jingshan steeled himself. He had Xin Yue. He couldn't possibly be with Li Nia. He needed to find Xin Yue and explain everything clearly. The first thing the now sane Lu Jingshan did was push Li Nia away. Rejected, Li Nia looked utterly bewildered. "What's wrong, baby? Don't you like it? If not, I can try a different approach." Li Nia wore a pair of provocative shorts, her long legs pressed against Lu Jingshan's inner thigh. She had on a lace-patterned bodysuit, covered only by a sheer jacket. She looked at Lu Jingshan and said, "If you want me, I'm yours tonight." Willing? Hell yeah, willing. How could a young man possibly resist such temptation? But thoughts were one thing, he couldn't act on them. A Sigma man must have willpower. "Sorry, you're beautiful, but I need to find Xin Yue." Hearing Lu Jingshan intended to find Xin Yue, Li Nia instantly grew displeased, blocking his path. Her expression had completely shifted, now teary-eyed and pouting with feigned hurt. "I'm like this now, and you still want to go find Xin Yue?" Lu Jingshan nodded. "Yes. Even when I said I could give myself to you tonight, you still won't spend time with me?" "I would, but Yui is definitely angry with me right now. I need to go and make it up to her." With that, Lu Jingshan sidestepped Li Nia and headed toward the direction Xin Yue had left earlier. Along the way, Lu Jingshan couldn't find Xin Yue anywhere. Meanwhile, at the school's artificial lake, Xin Yue's mind was filled with images of Lu Jingshan being kissed, leaving her utterly distraught. "You big pig's hoof, stinky pig's hoof. I've come all the way out here, why aren't you looking for me?" As she gazed at the moon, waiting for Lu Jingshan to find her, a boy approached. He wore a black jacket, his hair styled in a bright yellow punk look. "Hey there, looking pretty bored all by yourself. Want to chat? Talk about life?" Hearing the voice, Xin Yue lifted her head to glance at the man. That single glance made him freeze for a second. A rare gem, a 99% rarity. If he could get her into bed, it would be incredible. He was definitely interested in this woman. "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. I don't like chatting with strangers." "Thanks," Xin Yue said before taking a few steps to the side, putting distance between herself and the yellow-haired guy. The blonde guy didn't get angry. This kind of rare gem was the fun part, the challenge. The boring ones were the ones you could get easily. "Hey, beautiful, don't be so unromantic. Since we both ended up here tonight, it means we're meant to meet. Why not get to know each other? Think of it as making a new friend." "Sorry, I don't add strangers' contact info." "Well, once we get to know each other, we won't be strangers anymore. You seem pretty bored most of the time, right? Let's get acquainted. Maybe I can take you out for something exciting sometime." Xin Yue's brows furrowed deeply. She scanned the area but still couldn't spot Lu Jingshan. Had she run too far? Where could she have gone? No, she had to go back and check. Though Xin Yue was still furious about Li Nia kissing Lu Jingshan earlier, even feeling a pang of jealousy. But she believed Lu Jingshan would definitely come looking for her. His absence meant something must have gone wrong along the way. With that thought, Xin Yue decided to retrace her steps and search. Seeing such a prime catch about to leave, the blonde-haired guy quickly stepped forward to block her path. Only then did Xin Yue get a clear look at the blonde-haired guy's face. She let out a faint smile and a light chuckle. "You look like that and you're trying to pick up girls?" Seeing the woman dare to tease him, he knew the value of both soft and hard approaches. He immediately moved to take action. Xin Yue showed no intention of dodging, her smile only growing wider. But the blonde-haired man misinterpreted this as mockery, thinking she didn't believe he'd actually strike. Just as he was about to teach this woman a lesson, a hand seized his arm. The blonde turned to find none other than Lu Jingshan, who had finally arrived, standing behind him. "Hey, yellow hair, looks like you're harassing someone here." Lu Jingshan towered over the blonde punk, both in stature and physique, casting an imposing shadow behind him. How could the punk not get it now? These two were the real couple he'd been stealing someone else's meal. Seeing the situation turn sour, he immediately backed down. "Sorry, I'll get lost." With the blonde gone, only the two of them remained on the wooden bridge. Xin Yue, who had been delighted that Lu Jingshan had come to find her, suddenly recalled the earlier scene. Jealousy flared up, and she turned away, crossing her arms over her chest. She huffed, "You already have a girlfriend, don't you? Why come looking for me?" Chapter 68, Xin Yue's Despair. The artificial lake was quite pleasant at night, though summer meant a noticeable increase in mosquitoes. Seeing Lu Jingshan appear, a momentary impulse flashed in Xin Yue's eyes. She wanted to throw herself into his arms. Especially since he had come to pursue her, proof that the scene she had witnessed earlier must have been problematic. But just as she was about to act, she stopped herself. Sometimes, being overly sensitive really isn't something you can control, it's just a bodily instinct. Shin Yuwei deliberately ignored Lu Jingshan, turning her back so he couldn't see her. She deliberately adopted an indifferent tone as she said, "Why come looking for me when you should be with your girlfriend? Aren't you afraid of hurting her? Besides, we're not even anything to each other, you don't need to care about me. Besides, I don't care either way." During many phases, when girls are emotionally charged, surging hormones often cause them to speak contrary to their true feelings, a physiological reaction. Many boys would go along with it to appease the girl. But Lu Jingshan was a different kind of guy. He didn't understand Shin Yuwei's meaning. He genuinely believed she didn't care. Instantly, Lu Jingshan visibly relaxed. "I'm glad you don't mind. I was worried you might be upset." Lu Jingshan's cluelessness made Shin Yuwei laugh in exasperation, though she couldn't really say anything. After all, this boy had come to find her, hadn't he? "I wasn't angry. I just felt a bit hot and wanted to come here for some breeze. By the way, what's the deal with that girl? The moment we got off the car, she rushed over to you, claiming to be your girlfriend. When did you two get together?" Just thinking about Li Nia gave Lu Jingshan a headache. Hadn't he laid down 3 clear rules with her? Why was she so unreliable? He was genuinely baffled himself. What on earth was going on? She suddenly rushed at him, hugged him, and tried to kiss him with people around them even cheering her on. For a moment, Lu Jingshan's mind raced. So many people were egging them on to kiss, meaning they all knew about his relationship with Li Nia. And this couldn't have come from him, it had to be Li Nia. But why would she do this? What was her motive? But pondering this now was too late. Judging by tonight's commotion, even the principal believed he and Li Nia were a couple. But logically speaking, today was only the second day of their 3-day agreement. Technically, it was still within the time frame. And it was his promise. Lu Jingshan suddenly felt like he'd been set up. No. Where could he even go to make sense of this? What could he possibly say? That he and Li Nia weren't involved? Honesty is the best policy. But Li Nia was the one who broke the rules first. Sigh. Turns out, the prettier the girl, the less trustworthy she is, except for Yuwei. I'll have to have a serious talk with Li Nia about this later. It's nothing, just a minor hiccup. I'll handle it. Lu Jingshan still didn't tell Shin Yuwei the full story, mainly because he worried she'd feel uncomfortable knowing all the details. As long as he resolved it, they could pretend it never happened. Seeing that Lu Jingshan hadn't confided in her, Shin Yuwei didn't press further. She trusted him. The two stood shoulder to shoulder by the artificial lake, making no progress. Lu Jingshan had no idea what to say. He thought to himself, since Shin Yuwei said she didn't mind and it was fine, did that mean he could go back to the dormitory to sleep? He couldn't deny how much he missed the soft, spacious bed in his dorm room right now. But Shin Yuwei didn't see it that way. Her heart was filled with anticipation, waiting for Lu Jingshan to make a move. Her mind was filled with scenes from the romance novels she'd read as a child. When the male lead was with the female lead, he would quietly wrap his arm around her shoulder and pull her close to his chest. The mere thought of Lu Jingshan potentially doing this filled her with intense nervousness and excitement, tinged with a hint of anticipation. But after waiting a while, Lu Jingshan still hadn't made a move. Shin Yuwei even began to wonder if staring at him like this was making him uncomfortable. She closed her eyes, waiting for Lu Jingshan to come over and embrace her. Yet after half a minute, he still hadn't moved. At that moment, Lu Jingshan's inner thoughts were, "This is so boring. How much longer do I have to stand here? I really want to go back and lie down." Wait, why did she close her eyes? Is she planning to sleep here? But she can't sleep here, right? Resigned, and adhering to the principle that nothing happens unless you take the initiative, Shin Yuwei decided she'd make the first move. Just as she was about to make a move, Lu Jingshan's phone rang in his pocket. The sudden call abruptly halted Shin Yuwei's movement. Her raised hand dropped back down, and her body, which had been leaning toward Lu Jingshan, snapped back into attention. Lu Jingshan answered the call, and immediately the voices of his close friends Li Xiaoyao, Chen Kuang, and others came through. "Boss, are you back yet? We've been waiting at your school gate but haven't seen your car." "Yeah, we've been waiting this whole time, except when we left briefly to grab a bite." The voices on the other end were excited. "Boss, how did you guys do on the exams? Any hope of getting into university?" Recognizing the call was from Chen Kuang and the others, Lu Jingshan instantly beamed with joy as he recounted his achievements to them. "Of course. As your leader, I have to set an example. You guys need to buckle down on your studies too. I'll be testing you in a couple of days." Standing nearby, Shin Yuwei was on the verge of tears. The precious alone time she'd finally secured, the moment she thought she could have it, was utterly ruined by this phone call. Just then, Lu Jingshan exclaimed excitedly, "What did you say? Our 5-man team is finally complete?" On the other end of the line, Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao proudly recounted their accomplishments to their leader. For a moment, Lu Jingshan was eager to meet his newly formed squad leader right away. But considering how late it was, he settled for saying, "Meet at the internet cafe tomorrow after school." After hanging up, Lu Jingshan hurriedly said to Shin Yue beside him. Yue, let's head back. It's already late and I have something to do tomorrow anyway. Seeing this, Shin Yue felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage, but she managed to hold it in. She could only console herself internally. He's such a pig-headed jerk. He's just a pig. I'm human. How can a human get angry at a pig? Gritting her teeth, she nodded and agreed to go back. Chapter 69, Proof. Meanwhile, after Class 7's exam results were released, the names of Du City Senior High School's Class 7 and Lu Jingshan rapidly spread through all the parent groups. Everyone was paying close attention to this class that had suddenly appeared so close to the college entrance exams. Especially when rumors surfaced that Class 7 had leaped from last place in math scores to third place in the entire grade. This news sent shockwaves through the community. In one parent group, Parent Sugu said, "My neighbor is from Class 7. I asked them, and this is absolutely true. Their child scored less than 40 points on the last test, but this time they got a 93. But my neighbor doesn't really believe their kid did it. They think the kid must have cheated. The kid got so upset they refused to come home." Wang Xia's dad, "What do you mean ran away? I heard the principal even gave Class 7 the dormitory building. They're boarding now. Looks like the score thing is legit." Lin Gu's parent, "Everyone, I found out that among the 10 students representing Ducheng High in the competition, one is from Class 7. The team leader is also from Class 7. His name is Lu Jingshan. Sugu, I've heard that name Lu Jingshan from my neighbor. His son often mentions him. That kid wanted his parents to buy gifts and go meet this Lu Jingshan guy, but the parents thought it was just kids messing around and didn't take it seriously, so they didn't go." During this lull period before the college entrance exams, one class's average score skyrocketed, jumping from dead last to third place in the entire grade. This should have been newsworthy enough to stir up the entire parent body, yet the incident remained remarkably quiet, almost as if it had been swept under the rug. Even others at Du City High didn't find it strange. Cheating? Nothing to be ashamed of, though Class 7 had to retake the exam last time. But the prejudice lingered. Once they didn't believe, they wouldn't believe. They were convinced it was cheating, and no amount of proof could change that. The root cause was a deep-seated distrust and lack of faith in everyone in Class 7. Their parents were already convinced their grades were copied. This led to many students bringing home their excellent exam results, only to be met with their parents' harsh beatings when seeking praise. Instead, they were met with their parents' incomprehension and beatings. The parents believed their children had cheated to get such good grades. While beating them, they berate the children for learning to lie. No matter how the children protested, it was useless. This incident fueled a burning determination in the hearts of the students who left home. A burning desire to prove themselves, to prove their worth. They wanted to prove to their parents, to show them, that they relied on nothing but themselves. They possessed their own abilities. When these children informed their parents that the school had arranged dormitory housing for them, some parents saw it as a blessing their children would finally be out of sight and out of mind. Others dismissed it as impossible, believing Ducheng High's dorms were reserved exclusively for top students. How could their child possibly meet those standards? So when their child announced they'd be staying at school, they dismissed it as a joke. Even when the child hadn't returned home these past few days, they simply assumed he was staying at a classmate's house. It wasn't until recently, when Class 3 students were evicted from the dorms, that their parents collectively protested. The school's response was that Class 7 had been designated as exam preparation seeds. This exam seed status meant the school would select the top 150 students and place them on a special cultivation list. Students on this list received special privileges. When the parents heard this, they were stunned. The underachievers from Class 7 had been designated as exam preparation seeds? That sounded ridiculous, didn't it? Life isn't a movie, nor is it a novel. You can't just pull off an underdog comeback like that. How could that be possible? So initially, they unanimously believed this was just the school administration brushing them off, essentially using it as a fig leaf to cover up the principal's bribery. It wasn't until some parents conducted their own investigation into Class 7 that something seemed off. If cheating could explain the first time, how could cheating explain the second? Going from dead last to the top 3? Turning the impossible into reality. This parent also uncovered that 5 out of the 10 students representing Ducheng High in the upcoming Math Olympiad were from Class 7. It's important to note that Ducheng High places immense emphasis on academic performance, especially in competitive events. The likelihood of these students gaining spots through backdoor connections was virtually non-existent. This meant those 5 students from Class 7 most likely earned their spots through sheer merit. Upon discovering this, the parent nearly fell off their chair in shock. Initially, he doubted his own findings, but as the investigation deepened, the truth unfolded before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. He promptly shared all his findings in the group chat, instantly stirring up a storm. Who wouldn't want their child to excel in the college entrance exams? Parents tried every possible method to boost their children's grades: expert tutoring, after-school classes with teachers. No expense was spared, from 300 yuan a week to 1,000 yuan a week to the current 3,000 yuan per session for lessons with top-tier tutors. Yet their children's progress remained painfully slow. They were deeply troubled. Amidst their worries, they spotted the group chat message. Two keywords caught their attention: bottom-ranked student makes a comeback and Lu Jingshan leading the team in the competition. It was well known that only the top students in the school were eligible for the competition. Yet Lu Jingshan, a student from class 7, was leading the team, a fact that seemed inherently contradictory. Some boldly speculated that Lu Jingshan had become the strongest math talent in the entire school. Then someone dug up Lu Jingshan's previous report cards for comparison. In the previous math exam, he had scored a mere 6 points, a textbook example of academic underachievement. In the most recent math exam, however, Lu Jingshan achieved a perfect score. Moreover, insiders revealed that Lu Jingshan had achieved this perfect score twice. Instantly, numerous parents became excited, as if they had caught wind of a prize. They all started eyeing Lu Jingshan with interest. Parents of students in class 7 also caught on. Prompted by numerous parents' warnings, they too began to sense something amiss. Their thoughts began drifting toward that terrifying possibility. The next day, just as Lu Jingshan felt life was returning to normal, teaching, earning admiration points, leveling up, and waiting for cooldowns to end before spending real money, numerous parents came knocking, particularly those of class 7 students. Leveraging family connections, they directly reached Lu Donghua by phone, demanding to speak with their children. This unusual move initially surprised Lu Donghua, but as time passed, surprise gave way to unease. What began as a single call had now escalated to a steady stream of inquiries, some seeking their own children, others demanding to speak with Lu Jingshan. Calls about their own children were understandable, but since they were all in the same class, there was no reason to refuse them. Only when parents from other classes specifically requested to speak with Lu Jingshan did he decline. At the same time, Lu Donghua realized these parents had likely already heard about Lu Jingshan's abilities. Worry began to gnaw at him. If word of this spread, it would inevitably affect Lu Jingshan. The only question was whether that impact would be positive or negative. Chapter 70: The suit-clad man arrives. Principal, you wanted to see me. Lu Jingshan pushed open the door to the principal's office, this time behaving much more properly. At least he didn't plop down on the sofa and start brewing tea for himself the moment he entered. Nor did he take premium tea leaves from the principal's cabinet and brew them on the spot, as he had done before. Because Lu Jingshan noticed an outsider in the principal's office. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a bespoke suit, a brown briefcase resting on his left side. His hair was clearly well-groomed, and on his left wrist sat an emerald green watch. Patek Philippe. Moreover, the principal stood before the man like a subordinate, nearly pouring tea for him from the side. All signs pointed to this man being no ordinary figure. Spotting Lu Jingshan enter, the principal hurriedly pulled him outside. Little Jing, the gentleman inside is a big shot from Longdu. You'd better be polite to him later. From Longdu? He vaguely guessed something and tentatively asked, could it be that the results are out and he's here to discuss early admission? Well, you'll find out once you go in. Just remember, keep your mouth shut and everything will work out. Seeing the principal's nervousness, Lu Jingshan was almost certain the visitor was indeed the teacher discussing early admission. And for the principal, nervousness was only natural. If a student secured early admission to Longdu University, it would mean a substantial sum of money for Du City High School. That was precisely why he urged Lu Jingshan not to rock the boat. Who are you? What do you want with me? Lu Jingshan sat down directly across from the man, glanced at the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup without hesitation. Lu Jingshan's bold move sent a cold sweat down the principal's spine as he watched from behind. He silently cursed under his breath. The man, however, remained unfazed. He had come today representing Longdu University to assess the students' qualifications. Longdu University was the nation's most prestigious institution. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could gain admission. Candidates had to pass multiple rigorous tests. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a professor from Longdu University, here regarding the special admission spots for this Olympiad competition. Lu Jingshan nodded in understanding. The man then pulled 5 documents from his briefcase and presented them to Lu Jingshan. The results of the Olympiad competition are released on the same day. The reason we say they'll be announced in 2 days is to give us university representatives time to recruit students. The man continued, you and your 4 classmates all scored perfect marks. Therefore, logically, all 5 of you should be granted direct admission to Longdu University. What? Perfect scores? All 5 of them? The principal beside him gasped in shock. Good heavens, this was the first time he'd ever heard of perfect scores in the math Olympiad, and 5 of them at that. Earlier, Lu Donghua had only mentioned a bumper harvest in his reply. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would be this monumental. Quickly noticing the man and Lu Jingshan's gaze fixed on him, he snapped out of it and forced an awkward smile. I just remembered something exciting. No worries, carry on. I can step out if needed. Then you should leave, Lu Jingshan said. Huh? What? The principal froze. Wait, he was just joking. How could he possibly leave? He was the principal, for heaven's sake. The principal standing at the door? How ridiculous was that? Just then, the man in the suit glanced at the principal and said, "You go stand guard at the door. Don't let anyone else in. I have something to discuss with Lu Jingshan." The principal had wanted to protest. After all, he was the principal, how could he possibly guard a door? But at the man in the suit's command, he had no choice but to comply. There was no choice. This man in the suit was from Longdu University, he had to give him face. Instantly, the principal's expression underwent a complete 180-degree shift. "Alright then, take your time talking." As the office door closed once more, silence settled back into the principal's office. Lu Jingshan immediately extended his hand toward the man in the suit and said, "Hand over the spot." Just as the man in the suit was about to hand the documents over, Lu Jingshan caught a glimpse of their contents. But just as Lu Jingshan was about to touch it, the man in the suit snatched it back. "What's the rush? I never said Longdu University has decided to grant you a guaranteed admission spot." Lu Jingshan frowned as he watched the documents being withdrawn. "Since you've shown up here, you can't possibly be here just to amuse yourself out of boredom, can you? Besides, my name is on that document." In that split second, Lu Jingshan saw his name on the document, the recommendation letter. Below it, a blank space awaited his signature and seal. Lu Jingshan knew that only by actually writing his name on the document and affixing his seal would the recommendation letter become truly valid. Lu Jingshan stared at the man in the suit, his mind racing. The man had gotten straight to the point during their meeting, explaining that he and the other 4 individuals should, in theory, all be eligible for the recommendation spots. This connected with the man's earlier request for the principal to step out, claiming he needed to discuss something crucial, a matter that determined whether they would receive the spots. Once everything clicked into place, Lu Jingshan stared at the man in the suit, momentarily speechless. Was he being evasive? He de-stated his purpose the moment he appeared. Yet to say he wasn't beating around the bush? He was clearly playing coy, forcing him to guess. "Spit it out. What do you want me to do before you hand over the documents?" As soon as Lu Jingshan finished speaking, the smile on the man in the suit grew even broader. He replied, "You do indeed deserve the recommended admission spots. However, your performance at Du City High School hasn't been particularly impressive. You, Su Wang, Xin Yue, and the others, all former students of Class 7, your grades before this math exam were nothing short of disastrous. I found it peculiar. Judging solely by your previous scores, you definitely weren't cut out for direct admission, you were practically beyond redemption. Yet you managed to achieve 5 perfect scores in the Olympiad competition. I've been puzzling over it, how could someone improve so dramatically overnight?" The man in the suit stared into Lu Jingshan's eyes, his expression no longer carrying the earlier smile but instead an extreme seriousness. He looked at Lu Jingshan and said, "I don't believe in magic that can instantly make someone smarter. There's only one possibility, the 5 of you were deliberately hiding your abilities before. Tell me why you did that?" The room fell into an almost frozen silence. Lu Jingshan couldn't tell if the man in the suit was testing him or he was about to come up with some flimsy excuse to brush it off. But just as the words were about to leave his lips, the man's expression shifted again, his face breaking into a smile. "Haha, I was just joking. This is your secret. You don't have to tell me, and I won't pry. However, your previous results were simply too dismal. After discussing it with the leadership, we've decided. If your Class 7 achieves an average score ranking within the top 2 in the entire school on the next grade-wide mock exam, your 5 students must each score above 720 points across all 7 subjects. Longdu University demands talent. If you're promising prospects, prove it to me. I'll be back next month with the paperwork." With that, the man in the suit showed no intention of lingering. He packed his documents into his briefcase and rose to leave. Just as he reached the office door, he abruptly turned to face Lu Jingshan. He added, "I don't want anyone else to know about our conversation, only the 5 of you. The task I've assigned you must remain confidential. Should I discover you've sought assistance from anyone beyond your group of 5, your recommended admission status will be immediately revoked." With that, the man in the suit resumed his smile. "See you next month." Chapter 71, The Sky High Tutoring Fee. After the man in the suit opened the door and left, the principal rushed in impatiently, demanding to know what Lu Jingshan and the others had discussed. Lu Jingshan brushed it off as casual conversation. Seeing he couldn't pry anything out, the principal immediately shifted to the topic of the special admission spots. "Well, did you secure the spots? All 5 of your spots?" Lu Jingshan remained silent, only shaking his head. He wouldn't give up the early admission spots at Longdu University. It was only a month's time, after all. He accepted it. Seeing Lu Jingshan shake his head, the principal instantly assumed he hadn't secured the spot, his face immediately clouding over with disappointment. His words dripped with complaint. "If I'd known you were so unreliable, I never should have left. How did this sure thing slip through my fingers? Damn it! Damn it! This was a major opportunity. It concerns our entire faculty and student body. How could it just vanish like this? I told you to rein it in, but you still managed to screw things up." The principal's tone grew increasingly agitated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This was a golden opportunity. And it had been ruined by this kid right in front of him. Seeing the principal nearly lose his mind and start smashing things, Lu Jingshan could only say, "That person didn't discuss the recommendation with me. He just said he'd come back next month to talk about it." Hearing there might still be hope for the recommendation, the principal's temper cooled somewhat. But soon, the principal sensed something was off. He looked at Lu Jingshan suspiciously and said, "You're not lying to me, are you?" According to past practice, the recommended admission spots are almost always finalized within these few days. "And you say it'll take a month?" Lu Jingshan's eyes held unwavering resolve as he nodded firmly, even raising his hand toward the sky and declaring, "I swear on my honor if a single word of this is false, then." Before Lu Jingshan could finish, the principal cut him off. All right. Why make such an oath out of nowhere? It's bad luck. I'm not doubting you. But I never imagined it would take this long." The principal looked at Lu Jingshan helplessly. "Alright, since everything's settled, you should go back to class." Just as Lu Jingshan turned to leave, the principal's phone rang. The principal answered, hummed a few times in acknowledgement, then called out to Lu Jingshan, who had just reached the doorway. "Hold on a moment. Someone wants to see you." "Meet me? Who is it? What's the matter?" The principal shook his head. "I don't know why he wants to see you, but he's an important figure. I think you should meet him." Whether Lu Jingshan secured the recommended admission spot now directly impacted the interests of the entire school. The principal now considered Lu Jingshan practically family and shared the man's background with him. "He said he'll be here shortly and asked me to fetch you first. Since I've dealt with him many times before, it's hard to refuse. So I'm putting you out," the principal chuckled. It was utterly shameless. Just as Lu Jingshan reluctantly agreed and sat down, the office door swung open again. Father and daughter walked in. The moment Lu Jingshan saw them, his heart gasped in disbelief. It was Lu Wenjing? Hadn't she been expelled? How could she be here? Ever since the principal learned of Lu Jingshan's extraordinary mathematical abilities, he had swiftly made his choice between Lu Wenjing and Lu Jingshan. That choice was to expel Lu Wenjing. Honestly, this decision cost the principal a great deal. But every loss comes with a gain, and from the current perspective, the principal had definitely come out ahead. As for Lu Jingshan, he simply disliked the girl before him intensely. This Lu Wenjing had repeatedly caused trouble for him in class 7 before. She even spread rumors about him in the hallways, in front of other students. What purpose did such a student with such poor conduct serve? Therefore, during his conversation with the principal, Lu Jingshan had insisted on expelling Lu Wenjing. Now, witnessing the scene before him, Lu Wenjing's father sat down on the sofa and looked at Lu Jingshan, saying, "You must be Lu Jingshan. I hear it was you who persuaded the principal to expel my daughter, right? Sit down. Let's talk." He glanced at the man already seated on the sofa. Well, another man in a suit. But unlike the previous one who at least smiled, this one radiated arrogance beneath his stern demeanor. Lu Jingshan, once again, returned to his original seat. Lu Jingshan glanced at Mr. Lu, then at Lu Wenjing standing behind him. "Speak, Mr. Lu Wenjing. What brings you here? Surely it's not about your daughter's expulsion. You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" Lu Jingshan now suspected the man had come seeking revenge. But why the delay? Lu Wenjing had been expelled quite some time ago. Why had he waited so long to confront him? But even if this man had come to cause trouble over Lu Wenjing, Lu Jingshan wasn't worried. Until the recommended admission spots were finalized, he remained under the principal's special protection. No danger would be allowed to come his way. Just as Lu Jingshan had anticipated. The principal also assumed this father-daughter pair had come to cause trouble for Lu Jingshan. He gently advised, "This matter has nothing to do with Lu Jingshan. It was my decision. If you have any objections, you can address them directly to me." But Lu's father merely shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not here to cause trouble for you youngsters. I'm not that bored to pick on children." He then turned to Lu Jingshan and stated, "My daughter hasn't been expelled. She's merely on leave. By rights, she should still be able to attend classes here." Everyone felt disappointed, unsure what the man was trying to accomplish by saying this. The next moment, Mr. Lu declared, "I wish for you, young friend, to forgive my daughter. And I wish for her to be allowed to study in your class 7. Mr. Lu was one of the parents who discovered the strange occurrences involving Lu Jingshan in class 7 through the parent group chat. In hopes of securing better grades for his child, he had brought his daughter to apologize to Lu Jingshan, hoping it might earn them a spot in class 7. After hearing Lu's father's words, Lu Jingshan paused, unsure. "You really want her to transfer to our class 7? Logically speaking, Lu Wenjing was, after all, a top student in class 1. Before his arrival, she had consistently ranked first for years. Even if she were to transfer back, she should be returning to class 1. Why would she come to their class 7? Lu Jingshan's hesitation was interpreted by Lu's father as reluctance. As someone who'd navigated society for years, he possessed that level of discernment. He promptly pulled a stack of cash from his briefcase beside him and slammed it onto the table. "Here's 30,000 yuan. Consider it tuition for my daughter's tutoring. From now on, I'll give you 30,000 for every day she attends class. Chapter 72, Lu Wenjing. Seeing the 30,000 yuan on the table, Lu Jingshan admitted he felt a momentary flicker of temptation. As the frequency of in-app purchases increased, so did the amounts required. It had gradually become an absurdly large sum. He could no longer rely on his family's allowance for in-game purchases. He had to learn to earn his own money. And the demand from Lu Wenjing's father before him was simple. As long as Lu Wenjing attended one class in their class, he would receive 30,000 yuan. This was already a substantial deal he had no reason to refuse. But deep down, it was still because of the lingering unease Lu Wenjing herself had caused earlier. Seeing Lu Jingshan hesitate, Lu's father called Lu Wenjing over directly. Apologize to Lu Jingshan. No way. Lu Wenjing refused without hesitation. The two had already had significant conflicts before. Her presence here was only because her father had dragged her along. It wasn't her own choice. She hadn't even wanted to come here in the first place, let alone apologize to Lu Jingshan. She'd rather die than do it. She even shot Lu Jingshan a withering look. Could Lu Jingshan tolerate this? Was this the attitude when seeking his help? He immediately turned to leave, but was swiftly pulled back by Lu's father. Lu's father was deeply invested in his daughter's academic performance, especially since Lu Wenjing had consistently ranked first in math for her grade. Back then, Lu Wenjing was his pride and joy. But not long ago, his precious girl had been summoned by the school on charges of malicious harm to a fellow student. The school initially intended to expel her, but after his persistent demands, Lu Wenjing was allowed to stay home on medical grounds, simultaneously missing her chance to compete in the math Olympiad. This enraged him so much that he even struck his daughter. Yet the moment he raised his hand, he instantly regained his composure. He reasoned that since his daughter was so gifted, she could learn just as well at home. But as the college entrance exam date drew closer, his worries began to resurface. He constantly exchanged advice with other parents in the group chat. A couple days ago, someone posted updates about Lu Jingshan in Du City High School, which caught his attention. After learning about Lu Jingshan's recent progress, he decided to bring his daughter to attend a few days of classes in Class 7. If it worked, then everything he was doing now would be worth it. If the results were mediocre, it would prove there was something fishy going on in Class 7, and the loss wouldn't be too great. After much deliberation, he was certain they had to try Class 7. He then turned to Lu Wenjing and said, "Wenjing, come here and apologize to Lu Jingshan." Lu Wenjing's heart skipped a beat at the command. Apologize to whom? Lu Jingshan? Why should she? He cheated to steal her top spot and used his connections to nearly get her expelled. Now she was supposed to apologize to Lu Jingshan? No way. She was about to refuse outright. But just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she caught her father's gaze. It was an intensely oppressive look, warning her. That look alone forced Lu Wenjing to swallow the words already on her lips. Lu Wenjing's father turned to Lu Jingshan, his expression gentle and cheerful as he said, "I know there were some misunderstandings between my daughter and Mr. Lu in the past, but that was just youthful ignorance. I'd like to apologize to Mr. Lu on my daughter's behalf." He then glanced at Lu Wenjing. "This whole thing started with my daughter being unreasonable. I've told her to apologize to you, and she'll compensate you with 3,000 yuan. Let's just put this behind us, shall we?" Lu Jingshan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Wenjing. His stance was unmistakable. He was waiting for her to make the first move. Faced with such a large sum, even Lu Jingshan was willing to temporarily set aside past grievances for the money. The key was whether the other party showed genuine sincerity and abandoned their former stubborn ways. In the office, all three pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Wenjing, waiting for her apology. But nothing came. Lu Wenjing seemed frozen in place, standing motionless. Lu Wenjing's heart was filled with bitter resentment. Her pride refused to allow her to apologize to someone she looked down upon. She doesn't seem too keen on it. Let's just drop the matter, Lu Jingshan declared before rising to leave. No. Miss Lu is just figuring out how to apologize properly. Here's 1,000 yuan, please wait a little longer for her, Lu's father said, slapping 1,000 yuan bill into Lu Jingshan's hand. Frowning at the cash in his hand, Lu Jingshan thought, is this how you test your cadres? Seeing Lu Jingshan's dissatisfied expression, Lu's father's face froze. Good grief, not even graduated yet and already so greedy? 1,000 yuan isn't enough? Well, what the hell? It's all for the kid. Gritting his teeth, Lu's father produced another 4,000 yuan, bringing the total to 5,000. He offered a forced smile and said, I was thoughtless. Please forgive me. Have a seat for a moment while I speak privately with my daughter. This time, Lu Jingshan sat down. He glanced at the 5,000 in his hand, then at the 30,000 on the table, before looking at the father and daughter pulling Lu Wenjing toward the door. Lu Jingshan shook his head, feeling helpless at the scene. It was all the desperate measures parents took, hoping their children would succeed. How many parents enroll their children in so-called expert classes, clinging to that slim chance of success? They have to put on a smile, give gifts, and host dinners. They pour out money by the fistful, bending over backwards and smiling through gritted teeth, only for their children to score exactly what they would have anyway. Fortunately, Lu Jingshan was now the one receiving gifts. His parents didn't have to bow to anyone else. Looking at the money on the table, Lu Jingshan could already imagine what it would feel like in his hands. Judging by Lu's father's actions, it seemed he was determined to get Lu Wenjing into their class 7. This money was practically a sure thing. And just as Lu Jingshan had anticipated, the principal's office door swung open again. Lu Wenjing approached him, her expression still defiant, yet she bowed her head in apology. The simple apology earned a satisfied nod from Lu Jingshan. Seeing Lu Jingshan's nod of approval, Lu's father beamed with joy. In his excitement, he added another 2,000 yuan as a tip. Indeed, the wealthy handle matters with such clarity. Lu Jingshan remarked, "I like that." He then discussed with Lu's father what kind of person he wanted to cultivate Lu Wenjing into. Recalling the past, Lu's father said, "Originally, I wanted Wenjing to compete for a guaranteed admission spot, but I never imagined this would happen." Then he smiled resignedly, "Now it's up to her. Ideally, she'd get into Longdu University. If not, at least a top-tier university. Lu Wenjing is in your hands now. Consider this 30,000 yuan as today's tutoring fee." Watching Mr. Lu leave, Lu Jingshan seemed to think of something. He thought to himself. System. Present. Open the relationship map. To gain a clearer understanding of Lu Wenjing's talents, he directly opened the relationship map to see what direction she was suited for. Name, Lu Wenjing. Loyalty 13 out of 100. Talents, mathematics? Unknown? Unknown. Chapter 73, The Power of Domination. Today, Lu Wenjing will be joining our class. Please give her a warm welcome. Lu Jingshan introduced Lu Wenjing to the other students in class 7. By this point, Lu Jingshan had already categorized every student. For the 3 categories of academics, arts, and athletics, Li Nia was personally taught by her aunt. He was responsible for both arts and athletics, while the old homeroom teacher and he jointly handled academics. He had to admit, he recognized the old homeroom teacher's skill. You couldn't argue with experience. His lessons could significantly improve students' progress, though not quite as effectively as his own. Lu Jingshan had placed Lu Wenjing in the academic track, where she would be taught by the veteran instructor in the mornings. Seeing that it was Lu Donghua teaching her, Lu Wenjing felt nothing but contempt. She knew Lu Donghua was merely an aging teacher nearing retirement. She didn't believe his lessons would offer her any significant improvement. In that instant, she regretted not stopping her father from assigning her to this trash class, as if he didn't fear she'd be corrupted by it. Class 7 no longer held lessons in the academic building but instead used a study room in the dormitory building. This was the result of a discussion among the Class 7 students. They didn't want to expose themselves to public scrutiny too soon. Especially given Lu Jingshan's presence. Lu Jingshan's presence felt like a game-breaking bug to them. Like an in-game item, it granted them extraordinary focus and motivation. Moreover, whenever Lu Jingshan taught a class, no matter the subject matter or how complex and difficult it might be, it became incredibly straightforward. So simple that even calculus felt as straightforward as explaining 1 + 1 = 2. Add to that the recent mock exam where their class average had soared past 90 points. This positive feedback had dispelled their confusion about the future. Moreover, Lu Jingshan employed some tactics to aid their studies. Lu Jingshan knew some students couldn't overcome their own laziness, so he teamed up with Duan Long and Su Wang. These 2 former leaders of Class 7. Leveraging their intimidating presence in the class, they pressured students tempted to give up into voluntarily picking up their pens. Lu Jingshan himself wasn't idle either. His underlings worked on persuading the students' parents, achieving a major victory for the time being. This ensured every student received maximum support, both external resources and internal motivation. This allowed them to channel all their energy into their studies. This was precisely what made Lu Wenjing sense something was amiss. Why were the students in what was clearly the worst class in the entire school listening to the lecture with such intense focus? She looked around the study room filled with dozens of students. It was dead silent, broken only by Lu Donghua's voice lecturing and the sound of their pens moving across paper. She couldn't understand it. Shouldn't students in a low-performing class be noisy and undisciplined during class? Why was it so quiet? But she couldn't find the answer. All she could do was listen attentively to catch up with their progress. Meanwhile, ever since they gained the ability to see everyone's innate talents and their cultivation methods, every student in Class 7 could clearly feel their own pace of progress. Lu Jingshan calculated that at this rate, the class's average score would surpass Class 1 next month at the very least, officially becoming the top class at Deuce City High School. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was training the students who had chosen the sports track on the playground. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about sports, he possessed the training methods for these individuals. By following the instructions, their progress became remarkably evident. Additionally, Lu Jingshan discovered he had acquired a new skill called physical education teacher. Moreover, this skill didn't require him to spend any admiration points. Simply having these students train would grant him experience points for this skill. After advancing from physical education teacher LV0 to physical education teacher LV1, Lu Jingshan gained considerable insight into sports, making his coaching much more effortless. The sudden appearance of a training squad filled with unfamiliar faces on the playground quickly drew attention. Hey, what are those people doing over there? Looks like the school team training? Is the team practicing today? The varsity team? How come I didn't know about this? A boy in the crowd asked in confusion. He was on the school track and field team, how could he not know about today's practice? Looking in the direction his classmates pointed, he saw a training group indeed practicing there, but it wasn't the school team. Confused, he pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to the school team group chat, tagging the coach. Coach, do you recognize these people? The coach replied quickly, no, I don't. I'll go check it out. It wasn't that they disallowed others from training there, it was just that the spot where Lu Jingshan and his group were practicing was the very area they had always used before. A sense of territoriality made them unwilling to let others use their spot. Hey, which training team are you with? Stop training here. Hearing the voice, Lu Jingshan turned around. It was a tall, lean guy in a tracksuit, holding a basketball, his tone decidedly unfriendly. The marks on his body suggested he was trained, likely pursuing a sports path. What's the problem, buddy? Isn't this place open to everyone? There's no rule saying it belongs to anyone. Besides, we're only practicing for a bit, we won't be here forever, one student stepped forward to argue. I said no means no. This area is reserved for the school team's training. What if you damage something? Will you pay for it? They were using a section of the equipment area, right next to the track. Many pieces of equipment were concentrated in this zone, making it very convenient for workouts. Hurry up and leave before he kicks you out. The varsity team will be here to train soon. Hearing the man's voice, Lu Jingshan frowned uncomfortably. He glanced at the time. They'd barely practiced for half an hour. What good could that do? He was about to confront the man when a voice called out from nearby. Hey, kid, I see you've got some serious potential. You're a natural for sports. How about joining the school team and training with me? Chapter 74, The Bet. Lu Jingshan followed the sound and saw a middle-aged teacher trying to recruit one of his students. Hello, student. I'm the coach of the Deuce City High School team. Your form just now was exceptionally precise. Are you considering pursuing athletics? The boy blushed at the compliment, scratching his head as he replied. Heh, it's all thanks to brother Lu that I decided to pursue athletics. If it weren't for him, my form wouldn't be this precise, and I wouldn't be improving this fast. The coach listened without much interest. So, would you be interested in training with my team? I'm a professional, unlike those amateur coaches who'll only mess you up. The young man who had just sent the others away was surprised to see the coach trying to recruit the boy. Though he thought the boy looked ordinary, he felt compelled to back up the coach's words. He immediately chimed in. If our coach extends an invitation, consider yourself honored. Regardless of how you trained before, following our regimen will undoubtedly surpass any subpar coaching you've encountered. The school team coach stood nearby, listening with a relaxed expression. He didn't think the player had said anything wrong. He was strong, and the strong should look down on the weak. That's just how brutal sports are. But to their surprise, the boy showed no gratitude. He didn't jump at the chance to join like they expected. The boy stared at them as if they were lunatics. Hearing them call Lu Jingshan a hack, he shot back immediately. Who do you think you are to talk about my coach? My coach is great. I don't need any other coaches. Now please leave. We're about to start training. Exactly. What gives you the right to talk down to us? How dare you badmouth brother Lu? He's definitely a better coach than you. The other students immediately sided with him and fired back. The school team coach and players stared in disbelief at the unexpected backlash. Who were these kids? They were the school team. Countless students dreamed of joining them but lacked the qualifications. At Deuce City High, they were synonymous with athletic excellence. How many yearned to join their ranks? Some had even paid a hefty price just to get on the team and train under the coach. A chance so many craved but couldn't get was now being outright rejected by this boy right before their eyes, and he was even teaming up with others to trash talk them. Could they possibly tolerate this? Could the pride of athletes possibly let them endure this? If they could, they wouldn't be athletes. As the situation escalated, Lu Jingshan immediately stepped in to stop it. Lu Jingshan positioned himself between the two sides, silencing the Class 7 students. He then turned to face the school team coach with a stern expression and declared, "You're the coach and I'm their coach. You don't know my teaching standards, yet you criticize me freely. I think you should apologize to us." Apologize? To you? The school team coach and his players exchanged glances and chuckled. In all their years, they'd never encountered anyone who dared speak to them like this. If it were a coach from another school, they might have let it slide. But who did these people think they were, demanding an apology? In Deuce City, in sports, they were the ultimate authority, the undisputed kings. In Deuce City, they had never apologized to anyone. Demanding an apology from them? How laughable. The school team coach stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down his nose at Lu Jingshan as he said, You know what happened to the last guy who talked back to me like that? I stripped him naked and threw him out. You wanna be next? Lu Jingshan didn't back down, confronting him head on. You think I'm the type to be intimidated? All talk and no action? What? Just to show off? If you really can't handle it, I'll practice with you after school. Having grown up in the streets, Lu Jingshan never backed down from a showdown. Even if the other guy actually tried something, he wasn't afraid he had a move for that. Seeing his words failed to intimidate Lu Jingshan, and glancing around to find only himself and one other teammate against 6 opponents, he decided to swallow his pride for now. Fine. I'm a big man who doesn't hold grudges against small men. I'll let you off this time. But mark my words, our school team will be training here soon. Now get the hell out of here. Otherwise, when we're all here, you'll regret it. Lu Jingshan didn't back down, even stepping closer. The school never designated this area as your exclusive territory. We can share it. Just kicking us out like this isn't right, is it? What? Trying to bully us? Lu Jingshan's stance was clear, they just started training and needed the space. He also proposed the idea of shared use. But the school team coach didn't see it that way. Share? You bunch of nobodies with them? As if. He had Lu Jingshan and his crew up and down. They looked like an amateur team. He looked back at Lu Jingshan, just an ordinary young man, not a coach at all. You're telling me he's the coach? Could it be that the students appointed him themselves? They didn't give a damn about such an amateur team. But saying nothing would weaken their own morale. Then it dawned on him. He turned to Lu Jingshan with a look of realization and asked, "Are you their head coach?" That's correct. He'd just observed them. While these boys showed some talent, they were still raw and untrained. And as everyone knew, developing an athlete was an incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. Sometimes, even after months of effort, the results were nothing but a waste of time. So he intended to teach the self-proclaimed coach a lesson one he couldn't dispute if he lost. Alright then. Since we're both coaches, let's make a bet. A bet? What kind of bet? The school team coach smiled faintly and said, "Let's wager on the results of our training. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a month. After a month, our 2 teams will compete in 3 track events. Whoever wins gets this field. And..." The coach chuckled, "The losing team has to crawl around the track twice, plus buy the winning team drinks for an entire semester. How about it? Dare you? If not, then get lost." He was confident the other side wouldn't accept it. It was a wager no sane person would take. The so-called track and field triathlon referred to the 100-meter dash, shot put, and high jump. These events demanded innate talent and extensive training. For these amateurs, a month's preparation was utterly insufficient to compete against the school team members who trained for several semesters. So as long as this young man had any sense, he wouldn't accept it and would slink away with his crew. But just as he was brimming with confidence, Lu Jingshan's response left him stunned. "A month is too long. I can't wait. Let's do it next week." Chapter 75, Hell Week. What did you say? The school team coach was stunned. Had he heard correctly? He'd already considered a month impossible, yet this kid was saying next week? This was practically the same as admitting defeat. He frowned, glancing at Lu Jingshan and then at the other 5 standing behind him, cautiously asking, "Are you their coach? Do your words carry any weight?" He asked this mainly because the other party looked far too young for him to believe he could be a coach. Before Lu Jingshan could answer, the other 5 immediately chimed in. In a tone brooking no argument, they declared decisively, "He is our coach. If Brother Lu isn't our coach, then who else could it be?" Lu Jingshan turned to look at them, meeting the unanimous affirmation in his brother's expressions. In the eyes of everyone in Class 7, Lu Jingshan had gradually become almost mythical. They believed that with Lu Jingshan present, no matter how absurd the situation, it would be resolved with near-perfect solutions. Therefore, in their hearts, Lu Jingshan was undoubtedly their coach's unquestionable choice. There was no other reason Lu Jingshan always delivered on his promises. As the 5 of them unanimously declared Lu Jingshan their coach, the school team coach was dumbfounded. That meant the other side was serious about the 7-day challenge. They wanted to surpass them in just 1 week? He furrowed his brow, suddenly wondering if there was a trick involved. Were these guys actually big shots? But after carefully observing them all, he found himself puzzled. From his professional coaching perspective, only one of these 6 showed even a hint of talent. As for the others, could they train in sports? Technically, yes. But they all shared a fatal flaw: there was no trace of systematic training in their movements. In other words, these 6 were untrained novices, relying solely on instinct. It was well known that athletics demanded both training volume and innate talent. But with only 7 days to work with, even the most gifted individuals couldn't possibly achieve anything substantial. Especially these 5 complete novices showing no signs of training whatsoever. For such people to surpass them is simply impossible. Only 1 week. Frankly, even if that young man were a top-tier coach, it would be impossible to achieve without at least 3 months. But this young man before them was so confident. He clearly had a month, yet he'd reduced it to a week himself. How was that any different from courting death? Could it be? Suddenly, it dawned on him. This must be the kid's empty fortress ploy, stating an impossibly tight deadline to intimidate him into thinking they were martial artists, hoping he'd let them off. Close call. I almost fell for that kid's bluff. Thankfully, I kept my cool. He looked at Lu Jingshan, a flash of sharp insight passing through his eyes. Lu Jingshan's reason for agreeing was simple: he didn't want the hassle. A month from now, he'd likely forget who the man even was. Better to settle this once and for all next week. Besides, their training required water, and finishing sooner meant getting water sooner. As for whether a week was enough to train them properly, Lu Jingshan wasn't the least bit worried. Fine, a week it is. Since you've made your promise, your word is your bond, no backing out afterward. Rest assured, I always keep my word. But I have one condition. What is it? For the next week, this field is ours for training. Lu Jingshan paused before adding, you aren't worried we'll surpass you, are you? The coach, who had been hesitating, was spurred into action by Lu Jingshan's challenge. He no longer cared about the details as long as the other party agreed. Fine. This field is yours for the week. Next week at this same time, we'll settle this once and for all right here. After the school team coach spoke, he glanced at his players and said, let's go. Consider this field a handout to them. Watching the school team walk away, the other 5 members of Class 7 looked worried. They approached Lu Jingshan and said, Brother Lu, did we act too impulsively? We shouldn't have agreed to this. A week, that's way too rushed. The others shared the same look of unease, voicing their concerns one after another. We're just getting started. Compared to those school team members who've been training for 2 or 3 years, this is way too much to ask. Facing their doubts and worries, Lu Jingshan turned to face them all and spoke just one sentence. Do you trust me? Need we even ask? Of course we trust Leader Lu. If we can't trust Boss Lu, who else can we trust? Brother Lu is the most trustworthy person there is. Faced with their trust, Lu Jingshan seized the moment to boost morale. Since you trust me, I won't gamble with your futures. For the next week, you'll follow my lead. Hell Week officially begins. Chapter 76, Specialized Training. If you follow my lead this week, you won't necessarily surpass them, but you'll at least be able to go toe-to-toe with them. The other 5 stood in a line, equally eager to see what surprises Lu Jingshan had in store for them. They trusted Lu Jingshan not just because of his status, but also his approach to work. He never made empty boasts. Whenever he did promise something, he delivered. Especially after recently leading their class to achieve an astonishing score leap. Since then, Lu Jingshan had become the most influential voice in Class 7. Even if he claimed he could take them to the moon now, they wouldn't hesitate to believe him. Therefore, surpassing the school team didn't seem impossible to them. What intrigued them was what they would experience. From now on, I will tailor specialized training to each of your natural talents. The track and field triple event consists of the 100-meter dash, high jump, and shot put. The 100-meter dash demands explosive power and the ultimate coordination of the nervous system. Mastery requires neural reflexes plus fast twitch muscle fibers, physical structural advantages, and coordination control talent. The high jump demands spatial control and the conversion of elastic energy. Mastery requires vertical velocity plus spatial awareness, neuromuscular characteristics, and technical comprehension. The shot put demands a precisely engineered force transmission system. Mastery requires absolute strength plus torque generation, synergistic power chains, and perceptual aptitude. Simply put, one can determine which of the 3 events an athlete is suited for by assessing their physique and current performance limits. Selection is merely the first step. Talent alone is useless without training. Fortunately, Lu Jingshan's notebook contained tailored training regimens for each athlete. Soon, Lu Jingshan completed the group assignments. One athlete would focus on the 100-meter dash, while the remaining 2 events would be evenly distributed. First, he assigned training tasks to the 100-meter sprinter. The guy chosen for the 100-meter dash was thrilled. Standing 186 centimeters tall with a sturdy build, he exuded an imposing presence just by looking at him. Such a powerhouse physique was perfectly suited for sprinting. The saying sprinters are built like oxen wasn't entirely without merit. First, the fundamentals, reaction time and starting blocks. Run 1 lap so I can observe your technique. The guy was very obedient. As soon as Lu Jingshan finished speaking, he lowered his head and charged forward. Though his form was all wrong, his initial burst of speed was undeniably impressive. Lu Jingshan immediately began correcting his form. Just moments ago, Lu Jingshan had used his admiration points to instantly upgrade his level 1 sports coach to level 3. A level 3 coach rivaled national level expertise, flooding his mind with advanced knowledge. Combined with the training program provided by the system, the previous issues were no longer a problem. After correcting the form, Lu Jingshan tested the start again. This time, he could feel the wind resistance. The improvement was significant. With proper form and a correct start, he wasted no time diving into the core techniques. The core techniques for the acceleration phase, center of gravity and stride frequency control, plus slope adaptation training. Plus core stability drills like weighted planks and continuous hurdle jumps. Regarding existing issues, Lu Jingshan also conducted analyses and targeted training. For slow stride frequency, he prescribed grid running drills. For excessive leg swing backward, 80 support leg swings. For low center of gravity, 10 single leg deadlifts against the wall. After assigning these tasks, Lu Jingshan turned and headed to the high jump area. As usual, he had the athlete attempt to jump first to identify issues. But what astonished Lu Jingshan was the extraordinary talent both athletes displayed right from their initial attempts. Both were lanky and tall, but most crucially, their legs were exceptionally long and powerful. This physique was clearly ideal for high jump. They didn't disappoint Lu Jingshan either, clearing 1.5 meters on their very first attempt. They did it without even kicking the pole, a sign of exceptional talent for beginners. Their approach runs were chaotic and disorganized, lacking any technique or signs of training. Achieving this height was impressive enough. But to reach the next level, technique must come first, and core training is essential. First was mastering core techniques, controlling the run-up rhythm. Both lacked this, breathing erratically. Next, their takeoff power generation is incorrect. It should involve a triple extension, followed by strengthening arm swing and improving push-off angle. Simultaneously, implement a specialized strength enhancement program, including. Additionally, a series of arrangements are needed: technical refinement, maximum strength enhancement, power output, etc. Simply put, the goal is to enhance bodily coordination and strengthen leg and core power, enabling higher and farther jumps. After arranging the high jump group, Lu Jingshan turned and headed to the shot put group. Following the same approach, he started with 2 trial throws to gauge performance. The 6 kilogram shot sailed over 9 meters. After observing, he posed the same fundamental question. The technique was wrong, the power application was wrong, the details were wrong, they were relying entirely on brute force to throw it. Of the 5 athletes, these 2 possessed the most robust physiques, the strongest builds, and the greatest raw power. Unlike the previous 2 events, shot put demands more innate physical mass. 3 elements are indispensable: physical foundation and strength base, coordinated power chain, and innate sensory perception. Simply put, be big enough, be built right, have a solid foundation, be able to move effectively, and execute precisely. Both of these guys fit the bill perfectly: massive, burly guys who are solid shot put prospects. As mentioned, even if their technique is lacking, their form is poor, and their power delivery is subpar, they can still manage to throw the 5 kilogram shot put over the qualifying line. But to reach the next level, technique must come first, followed by core training. First comes core technique breakthrough training. The power chain needs rebuilding. Both athletes' mechanics are fundamentally flawed, with not a single correct movement. This includes spiral up power generation, center of gravity control, and the precise techniques required at the moment of release. Next comes specialized auxiliary training. Reverse ball pushes simulate back ball power generation to enhance core strength. Additionally, seated medicine ball pushes strengthen trunk rotational power and grip strength, enhancing hand power. A series of additional exercises are also essential, including but not limited to lower body explosiveness, trunk power transfer, upper body and effector control. Then there was the incorrect power generation method during the jump. It should be a triple extension, followed by strengthening the arm swing and improving the push-off angle. After Lu Jingshan slightly adjusted his form and power generation points, their second throw exceeded even his own expectations. The 6 kilogram shot put flew through the air in a perfect parabolic arc. Lu Jingshan measured it 11.39 meters. Just 1.11 meters short of the national junior standard. This just needed a little time. He definitely had great potential for the future. Soon, as Lu Jingshan rolled out plan after plan and training task after task, they plunged straight into an intense 1-on-5 training session. For some reason, whenever Lu Jingshan was nearby, the other 5 felt their progress accelerated dramatically. The guy running the 100-meter dash, who had previously clocked over 12 seconds, approached the 12-second mark in less than a day. The 2 high jumpers increased their height by nearly a meter from 1.5 meters. The shot putters saw their throws jump from 11.39 meters to 12.5 meters, just 0.11 meters shy of the national junior standard. Seeing such remarkable results, Lu Jingshan was genuinely surprised. Could these athletes' natural talent truly be this extraordinary? Soon, it was time for school to let out. Lu Jingshan had planned to stay and help them train further, but then his phone rang. Lu Jingshan glanced at his phone. Not only was it ringing, but dozens of messages had piled up. Linea's, baby, I really miss you. I truly can't live without you. Can't you give me one more chance? Messages from others followed, too numerous to list individually. Finally, Lu Jingshan saw the caller ID, Duan Long. Damn, he'd been so busy these past couple days he'd almost forgotten about this guy. The moment he answered, Duan Long's boisterous voice boomed through the phone. Lu Jingshan, we're all at the internet cafe. Today's the last day to sign up. Where are you? Chapter 77, The Competition. Is this the place? Lu Jingshan asked uncertainly, looking at the square. Yep, sign-up location, Huaxi Road, Duanqing Technology Plaza. Duan Long glanced at the registration form in his hand, then looked up at the plaza sign, his tone firm. Confirmed target, move in. The 5 of them walked inside. Hey, what should we name our team? Didn't we already decide? It's the Lu Sangun squad. You're the captain, Captain Lu. Standing amidst the bustling crowd in the square, they gazed at the golden neon sign before them, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Signing up? The woman at the registration desk glanced at Lu Jingshan and his 4 companions. Yes, Duan Long replied, handing over the registration form. After glancing at the registration form, the woman began entering the group's location details into the computer. When choosing an ID, Lu Jingshan had originally intended to pick a single character one. Simply because he was too lazy to think of an ID, he just typed his surname directly. But he was told IDs must be 2 to 3 characters long, so he had to change it. Just as Lu Jingshan hesitated over what name to choose, Lu Feifei and Duan Long exchanged a glance and shared a sly smile. In that moment, a mischievous idea crystallized between them through their knowing glance. Taking advantage of Lu Jingshan's distraction, Lu Feifei snatched the registration form. Seeing the ID Lu Jingshan had written for himself, he was stunned and tried to snatch it back, only to be blocked by Duan Long. Lu Feifei moved with fluid grace and lightning speed, submitting it directly. By the time Lu Jingshan broke free, it was too late. The form had already been submitted. The staff member handling the forms glanced at Lu Jingshan's ID and froze. Lu Xun. Upon seeing the ID Lu Xun appear, the staff member couldn't help but chuckle. They dismissed it as childishness, unaware of the significance behind adding God to an ID. After all, only 3 individuals in the entire CS2 professional circuit currently held the title of God. Their IDs all ended with the character for God. Ordinary players wouldn't dare adopt such an ID. It would inevitably stir resentment among others. He glanced at Lu Jingshan, thinking the young man was likely inexperienced and unaware of the unwritten rules. Or perhaps he was just young and impetuous, trying to follow in his idol's footsteps. What could she do? She could only silently wish him luck in pursuing his dream. 1 minute later, registration was complete. Captain and Commander Lu Xun. Sniper Fei Fei. Breacher Brother Long. Free Agent Xiao Wei. Support Big Bear. Team name 3 shots. The staff handed 5 nameplates to Duan Long. Number 12. Preliminary rounds will be held here on Friday and Saturday nights this week. Each match counts toward your points total. The top 8 players by points advance to the next round. You're right on time. The draw for group assignments starts in 15 minutes, and the first preliminary round of tonight's matches begins half an hour after that. The staff member pointed to the large screen on the stage beside them and said, "The schedule will be posted here in 15 minutes, and you'll also receive text messages on your phones with the match times." After explaining the competition details, the woman stretched lazily and sighed, "If you'd been 2 minutes later, I'd have already clocked out. Good luck to you all, I'm off now." The woman was clearly relieved. The worker was off duty. Time passed quickly, and the match schedule was finally released. Thunder Team, this team feels vaguely familiar. Lu Jingshan stared at the matchup chart, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the corner of the lounge, 5 individuals clad in Thunder Team uniforms stared at the freshly printed roster with palpable excitement. "Guys, why are we here?" the captain shouted. "To make a name for ourselves." Though not long ago, on that late night, they'd been beaten so badly by 3 opponents that they'd questioned their very existence, even getting kicked out of the internet cafe. But as the saying goes, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. They had been so psychologically scarred by that defeat that some even doubted their own skills and lost confidence. The team's morale had plummeted to freezing point, nearly leading to disbandment. But it was the captain who stepped up at the critical moment. He single-handedly turned the team's mood around, boosted morale, and restored everyone's confidence. From that point on, they embarked on a week of grueling training, determined to shake off the nightmare that night had cast over them. Their resolve only grew stronger. With so many teams in the regional qualifiers, they might not even face that opponent again. "Guys, the matchups are out. I'm up against a team called Lu Sanxiang. What a corny name. Let's crush them. We've endured brutal training, nothing can break us now. Let this be the first stepping stone to our legendary rise." The team's morale soared, brimming with unwavering confidence for their opening match. Soon, it was time for the match. Please welcome the Thunder Team players. As the opening match, the organizers thoughtfully arranged a more formal contest. The arena was packed with spectators and members of other teams. Have you heard? This Thunder Team has been challenging every other squad out there, and they haven't lost a single match. Some in the crowd recognized them and began discussing their glorious track record. "Bro, when was the last time you updated your news? They clearly lost 1 match, how can they be undefeated?" What do you know? That's called intentionally giving others a chance. They lost on purpose to keep themselves grounded. I saw them play at the Net Cafe last time. They're seriously good. I bet they'll go undefeated and take first place. I'm not exaggerating. Listening to the crowd's praise, the Thunder Team members couldn't stop grinning like AK-47s. It seemed their strength had finally gained widespread recognition. Indeed, as long as those 3 weren't around, they were unbeatable. The Thunder Team members waved their hands, grinning broadly as they greeted the crowd. But that smile froze the moment they spotted Lu Jingshan and his group walking up to the stage from the crowd below. Chapter 78, Encounter. The same roaring crowd, the same stage bathed in spotlight. The only difference lay in the expressions of the 5 members of the Thunder team. From the initial radiant faces, eyes sparkling with determination, radiating that fiery drive and a declaration of war against the future. Until those 3 familiar faces appeared before their eyes, instantly transporting them back to that unforgettable night. That night had taught them that there were always people more skilled than them, skies beyond skies. Stepping out of the internet cafe, they were still in a daze, wondering if it had all been a dream. The moment Thunder Team's captain saw Lu Jingshan and his 2 companions appear, his legs went weak and his hands trembled involuntarily. Merely seeing them triggered an instinctive, unnatural tension. It took the 5 of them supporting each other to avoid making a scene in public. The crowd below noticed this, but paid it little mind. Perhaps these 5 were simply overcome with excitement? Their former defeated opponents were now wildly boasting below the stage about how formidable the Thunder Team's 5 members were. They even began inciting the crowd to congratulate the Thunder Team members prematurely, swearing with absolute certainty. No one can possibly defeat Thunder Team's opponents. Just watch. Thunder Team is invincible here. No one can beat them. You ask how far they'll go? Let me put it this way, if they don't win the championship with a perfect record, I'll eat my hat. The boy who had been challenged by Thunder Team stood in the crowd, his face flushed with excitement, making a bold wager. Earlier, the Thunder Team had been on a rampage, challenging every team in their path, and they just happened to challenge the team at his internet cafe. As the champion team of their internet cafe tournament, he stepped up as one of their representatives to face the challenge. At the time, it had left him deeply impressed a team could be this strong. Ever since, he'd become a devoted fanboy of the Thunder Team, still promoting them to this day. Standing on stage, the Thunder Team members listened to the praise directed at them. They glanced at Lu Jingshan and his group approaching. They all wanted to beg the boy to stop talking. Bro, could you please stop dragging us into your bragging? Just then, the host announced. Please welcome Thunder Team's opponents, the Lu Sanxiang team, to the stage. Lu Sanxiang team? Never heard of them. What a corny name, must be some random team, right? Most teams here are already well-known gaming experts within the game. Some were led by skilled streamers, others were established teams competing professionally, and there were also casual squads formed purely for fun. Thunder Team, however, wasn't a veteran squad in the game, though many recognized them. Ranked in the top 10, they frequently appear in major streamers' videos, often causing headaches for those streamers. Because honestly, they're just too strong to beat. Consequently, many in attendance recognized the Thunder Team and believed they were strong contenders for the championship title. His opponent, Lu Sanxiang, the name itself sounded unfamiliar, and none of the players appeared to be streamers. Since they weren't a streamer team nor an established squad, they must be a random team. And random teams are never favored. Upon learning Thunder Squad was facing a random squad, the crowd collectively mourned for the team. Poor things, facing their first loss right off the bat. What skill could a random team possibly have? They're just here to make up the numbers, right? Looks like another one-sided slaughter. Hope these guys keep their cool and don't get scarred for life. That boy from earlier had even popped champagne mid-match, prematurely celebrating Thunder Team's first victory. Everyone was rooting for Thunder Team. Hardly anyone believed in Lu Sanxiang's squad. No one believed this obscure, unknown team could defeat the established veterans who had already shown their sharp edge. Except for the Thunder Team themselves. No matter how strong or dazzling they appeared to others. Only they knew how terrifying the opponents before them truly were. These 3 opponents couldn't be described as merely formidable anymore. They were terrifying, utterly terrifying. "Boss, should we keep fighting?" The team's breacher stammered nervously. Their fear was palpable, from the subtle tremors of their bodies to the psychological shockwaves the opponents had unleashed upon them. Yet as the saying goes, fear is a biological instinct, while courage is humanity's anthem. No matter how formidable or terrifying the enemy before them, they could not surrender without a fight. They would die standing. Of course we fight. My beloved teammates, that night is behind us. We are no longer who we were then. Have you forgotten all the effort we put in afterward? After that night, they were left with deep psychological scars, taking considerable time to recover. Once they emerged from that shadow, they pushed themselves harder than ever, pouring the bulk of their energy into training. They refused to endure that horror again. They were determined to erase that memory. After that, they underwent a transformation. The captain continued, "They are strong, but does that mean we are weak? Have we forgotten how we got here? So what if we can't beat them? At worst, we'll die standing. We'll never surrender without a fight." Inspired by the captain's words, the others began to steady themselves, their trembling legs gradually calming. Both teams proceed to the combat zone. The match will commence immediately. Both sides quickly took their positions. They would normally add each other as friends before creating a room, but since they had fought before, they skipped that step and went straight to creating the room. The first preliminary round begins now. The large screen began displaying the match. Map, Sand 2. Defenders, Thunder Team. Attacking Team, Lu Sanxiang Squad. Chapter 79, Reunion. Sand 2. Still defending. This is a sure thing. Thunder Team will win. Thunder Team fans below the stage were already waving their flags excitedly. In their eyes, the Thunder Team's victory was imminent. Since it was the preliminary round, the organizers had designed the format to move quickly. Each preliminary match required only one game per opponent, with the first team to reach 13 points declared the winner. They were confident Thunder would sweep through those 13 points with overwhelming speed. Yet the next second, the scene that unfolded silenced the cheering crowd instantly. First blood had been drawn, but not by the opposing team. It was Thunder Team's first blood. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Thunder Team conceded the first blood, and so quickly at the very start of the game. No worries, everyone makes mistakes. Let them have it for now. Victory will still be ours in the end. A zone. 2 on A Avenue. The defenders on a lane gasped, their breathing quickening. This feeling was eerily similar to that night. The precision of their aim, the speed of their reactions, everything was on another level. But he couldn't say it. His teammates were still fighting. He couldn't let his nerves affect them. All he could do was shout encouragement. They're strong, but we're no slouches either. Stay calm, just like we trained. He spoke to comfort his teammates, hoping this might offer a sliver of hope. But ideals were one thing, reality was brutal. Memories of that night flashed back through his mind, scene by scene. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He tried to move the mouse, only to find his hand frozen in place, refusing to obey. It's okay, it's okay. If we lose, there's always the next match. This isn't a do-or-die battle against them, it's just the qualifiers. Everyone, relax. Think of it like fighting a boss, like a nightmare-level training match. The captain of Thunder Team was still trying his best to console his teammates. The shock the opponents had dealt them was overwhelming. It felt like history repeating itself. Those three were already unstoppable. Now they had 2 more players? How were they supposed to compete? How were other teams supposed to compete against such powerhouses? It was utterly impossible. The crowd below the stage watched in disbelief as Thunder Squad was swiftly defeated in under a minute by the unknown Lusan Gun Squad. The boy who had just been confidently declaring Thunder Squad's victory froze in shock, momentarily doubting his own eyes. But when he saw the scoreboard showing Lu Sanxian's team gaining a point, he knew it was real. He hurriedly reassured himself and the others. It's okay. Thunder was just warming up in the first match. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't worry, the tournament's still long. Trust me, Thunder Team will come out on top. Many spectators below the stage accepted this reasoning, as Thunder Squad was a team formed by well-known grassroots pros, lending credibility to their claims. Thus, the Thunder Team's opening loss drew little reaction beyond mild surprise. At the same time, they began to take Thunder Squad's opponents seriously. That obscure, unknown team of randoms started drawing attention as people began discussing the members of Lu Sanxiang's squad. Did you guys see that? The sniper who got first blood on a lane? Seriously fast and steady. That sniper seems to be a girl, and she's pretty cute too. And those 5 opponents? Just look at their gunplay in the first round, they're incredibly tough and strong. Maybe today will bring some real surprises. No way. Trust me, they'll only win a few games. The first one was just Thunder Team not warming up yet, they just snuck one in. You'll see. Soon, the game moved into the second round. Guys, don't be afraid of losing. We've already lost to them once. Let's treat this as a practice match. Even if we lose, it'll be an honorable defeat. We've got nothing to lose. Let's go all out. The Thunder Team members comforted each other, propping each other up to muster the courage to keep fighting. Meanwhile, as the newcomers to the team, Xiaowei and Dexiong had only witnessed the skills of Lu Feifei and Duanlong. They hadn't seen the abilities of the person who had just appeared today. They were unfamiliar with Lu Jingxian and harbored some skepticism toward this sudden captain. Even Lu Sanxiang, wasn't that Lu the same as the captain's ID, Lu Jingxian? Even the team name bore his surname. If this captain didn't have real skills, they'd have every reason to question things. They were only here because of Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei had once worked as a game streamer for a period, making friends in high-level matches. Since they all happened to be in the same city, she asked if they wanted to team up, and they agreed. Their admission came only after both Duanlong and Lu Feifei rigorously tested their skills. The 2 brothers joined because of Lu Feifei. After witnessing the skills of the other 2, they were convinced. But from the moment they met the 4th member, they harbored doubts. They were uncertain at first. What if this person was a slacker? Their opponents were Thunder Squad, a renowned powerhouse team. Relying solely on their 4 members might prove challenging. Even though they won the first match, they remained tense. They also noticed something: their captain barely showed up on screen. All the heavy lifting was being done by Lu Feifei and Duanlong. As the strategist, he spoke very little. As the captain, he was barely visible. This couldn't help but make them question things. Xiaowei cut straight to the chase. Commander, how should we play this round? Chapter 80, 5 verses. 3 counter-killed. Do you even know how to play? Captain, how should we play the next round? Xiaowei asked. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Jingxian made no significant adjustments to the tactical plan. He had already upgraded his esports mastery to level 5, possessing the highly specialized skills only top professional players have on the spot analysis, tactical deployment, and strategic adjustments. From Lu Jingshan's perspective, it wasn't that they refused to change tactics, it was simply unnecessary. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. No matter what tactics they switched to, the opposing team had no chance of winning. Therefore, they remained steadfast in their approach, sticking to the original strategy. Same as before, Fei Fei and Duanlong take the A lane. The rest of you follow me through the middle. We'll maintain the strategy of double-teaming the main lane while focusing our main assault on the A side lane. Understood? Lu Fei Fei, understood. Duanlong, got it. X1. Big Bear, got it. X1. Though De Xiong was also meeting Lu Jingshan for the first time, his slightly older age lent him greater composure both in demeanor and mindset. He knew that if this captain lacked sufficient capability, Fei Fei and Brother Long would never entrust such crucial leadership roles to someone unreliable. Because he understood Fei Fei, he chose to trust her. But Xiaowei was different. He was even younger than Fei Fei, full of youthful vigor. His youth combined with genuine talent in CS meant he was constantly showered with praise. Gradually, an ingrained arrogance took root within him, one that proved difficult to shake. The only reason he agreed to join was because he and Fei Fei had once been teammates. He had witnessed her skills firsthand. She was solid, and he respected that. That's why he agreed. As for this so-called captain, he hadn't seen anything extraordinary about this captain yet. He often watched professional matches. And such simplistic, repetitive tactical arrangements didn't seem like something someone with strong command abilities would come up with. Especially since their opponents were a well-known team that frequently competed in the S tier. Every player on that team was exceptionally skilled. Using the same old tactics again? He suspected they'd be easily figured out. But since the orders were already given, he couldn't do much about it. All he could do was grumble to express his dissatisfaction. Lu Jingshan took that grunt to heart. Yet he made no further move. Trust, he knew, needed time to prove itself, not mere words. This youngster probably just thinks I'm unworthy of this position. He probably thought to himself. Let him take the middle path himself, handing over the manhwa to someone else. Then let others do the killing while he reaped the rewards, which was precisely youngster A's plan. Remember, A Avenue is always guarded and receives intel the fastest. The moment Fei Fei and Brother Long took the A route, the opposite side would know instantly and immediately send reinforcements to Area A. In the end, they'd either completely miss him or kill him themselves, while he'd perfectly dodge the danger. This utterly unremarkable tactic and the lack of any displayed skill only deepened the casual player's skepticism. He snorted in disdain once more. Planning like this, aren't you just scared of dying? Before Lu Jingshan could respond, Lu Fei Fei and Duanlong couldn't hold back any longer. Wasn't that a blatant questioning of Lu Jingshan's skills? Did anyone even need to question Lu Jingshan's skill? Didn't they realize why the team bore the Lu surname? The captain's decisions come with his own considerations. Shut up and focus on playing well, Lu Fei Fei said, holding back from being too blunt due to their friendship. Duanlong, however, was blunt. Don't underestimate the captain. He's stronger than any of us. Just follow his lead. Hearing both of them speak up, Xiaowei remained silent. With the two leaders having spoken, what else could he do? But the doubts in his heart about Lu Jingshan remained unshaken. After all, they were S-tier solo players. Yet this guy walked in as captain, and the team was even named after his surname. If he were actually skilled, it might be understandable. But watching him play, he was nothing but a deadweight, not firing a single shot, relying entirely on the others. This left him feeling uneasy, though he couldn't voice his thoughts. Soon, the game restarted. Both teams entered the map, their characters appearing. "Boss, how should we play this round?" asked a member of the Thunder team. Thunder team's captain began to think seriously. Even if they were going to be wiped out, they would stand their ground. Now, only one thought occupied their minds: even if they died, they would die standing tall, and ideally, they would take a bite out of the enemy. And precisely because all five shared this resolve, they were now fiercely united, each fulfilling their role. All eyes now turned to the captain, their commander. Since the gap in strength is an unbridgeable chasm, we'll fight with our backs against the river, sacrifice our lives to take theirs. Those three are too powerful, we can't beat them. But I recognize the IDs of two of their opponents. Their strength is comparable to ours. Taking that route gives us a better chance. Judging by their previous tactics, I'm betting they'll still take the 23 split route. Second, fourth, and fifth, we'll take the A side path to the A gate. Third, you snipe the center gate directly, throw items to slow them down, and buy us time. Third, Roger. The game began, and both sides started moving. Thunder Team's 5 members immediately sprang into action. The sniper threw a grenade through the door, while the remaining 4 charged the A side path together. With numerical superiority, they were determined to eliminate their opponents at the A side path. They moved swiftly, only crouching to muffle their footsteps once they reached the side path stairs. Meanwhile, Lu Sanxian's squad continued executing Lu Jingshan's tactical plan along the 2-3 split line. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan and his 3 teammates still advanced toward a small At the same moment, Long Jing gasped in surprise. A major seemed completely unoccupied. The instant he received this report, Lu Jingshan knew exactly who the enemy's target was. Staring at the blind corner ahead, Lu Jingshan suddenly froze. Just as he was about to shout that a small was occupied, a bullet shot out from the main entrance, exploding the head of the player in a small. Xiaowei, who had been mentally complaining about Lu Jingshan moments before, froze in shock when Lu stopped. Just as he was about to urge them on, the bullet struck. The suddenness of it all left him utterly unable to react. The very next second after A was shot, the Thunder Squad members burst out from the A side path. Seeing this, Xiaowei's heart sank. They'd fallen into a trap. The enemy had truly guessed their tactics. It was all the commander's fault for resorting to such outdated tactics. Now they were doomed to lose. Everyone watching, including the live audience, saw this and concluded that Lu Sanxian was finished this round. For against two, if Lu Sanxian could take out just one of them, it would be a decent result. This round is purely the commander's fault. Last round we relied on rifles and the sniper rifle, but this time we have nothing to fall back on. Someone sighed and nodded in agreement. This commander is pure weakness. But the very next second, something no one expected happened. But in the very next second, something even more astonishing unfolded. Several figures burst out from the side path, about to open fire on Lu Jingshan and his partner. Lu Jingshan reacted in 0 seconds. Preemptive fire combined with a crouch stand maneuver and a quick pull of the trigger line, instantly taking out the three who had jumped out. The remaining one hadn't even aimed properly before Lu Jingshan emptied a magazine into him. The scene unfolded too rapidly for many to register what had happened. Those who did gasped in shock, sending a wave of stunned cries rippling through the crowd. The scene was nothing short of dramatic. No one had anticipated Thunder Team's 4-on-2 match would unfold like this. 4 against 2, and one man took out all 4 of them. A spectator below the stage shouted at the Thunder Team members above, 4 against 2, and all 4 got counter-killed. What a bunch of noobs. Chapter 81, Going Home. The sequence unfolded so abruptly that no one had time to react before it concluded. Seconds later, the venue erupted in thunderous applause and gasps from the crowd. Holy crap! What the hell was that? 4 players getting counter-killed in a 4v2? That guy must be a monster. How weak is the enemy team? Getting wiped out 4v2 by a single AK? I could do that. Dude, cut the crap. Check their IDs, they're Thunder Squad. Every one of them is an S-tier solo queue pro ranked in the top 50. If they're weak, there aren't many stronger than them. It's not that they're weak, it's that their opponent is too strong. That guy named Lu, I just noticed his reactions are super sharp. He crouched to dodge the gunfire before the Thunder Squad even charged out. By the time they tried to adjust their aim, it was already too late. Some gasped, others analyzed the play. The guy who'd been bragging about Thunder Squad's invincibility moments ago was now practically frozen in place. He never imagined Thunder Squad would get wiped out like that, 1 kill against 4. The free agent got sniped, so that didn't count. Only the support player truly failed to react and got taken out by Thunder Squad. But this was supposed to be a scene where they took out Lu Sanxian and his 3 teammates. How could this happen? He was utterly dumbfounded, his mind filled with disbelief. What kind of reflexes were these? On the other side, Xiao A and Big Bear were both stunned. They both thought this was a dead-end situation. A sniper rifle aimed straight at the door, with 4 others charging out beside it. Even a random passerby wouldn't stand a chance. But the captain pulled it off clean and decisive. Is he even human? Watching Lu Jingshan take out 4 enemies, Big Bear shouted in excitement. Damn shot. Holy. You're too strong, bro. This was a direct slap in the face to Xiaoa, the free agent standing nearby. It was a stark reminder of how this captain earned his stripes. This time, Xiaowei remained silent. He etched this scene so exaggerated it seemed inhuman deep into his memory. Soon, the last sniper was also taken down by Lu Jingshan from a great distance. The match continued, and as the score climbed, the entire arena erupted. They had never witnessed such a direct, brutal. The gap in skill was simply not of the same tier. The Thunder Team had no ability to fight back. At first, some defended Thunder Team, attributing it to luck or players not being warmed up yet. But as the score gap widened, all explanations felt utterly hollow in that moment. They could only watch helplessly as the score climbed to 12-0, bringing Lu Sanxiang's team to match point. This sent Xiaowei and Big Bear into a frenzy. Who were those 5 opponents? They were renowned names on the leaderboards, a veteran team with established fame. Yet here they were, getting crushed 12-0 by a squad that hadn't even played a single practice match. At the same time, Xiaoa found himself genuinely impressed by Lu Jingshan. Throughout those 12 matches, Lu Jingshan's gameplay matched and even surpassed any one of them. Add to that his tactical command utterly flawless. They couldn't pinpoint a single mistake. This was because Lu Jingshan had upgraded his esports master skill to level 4, significantly boosting both his mechanical skills and tactical experience. Most professional players couldn't match him anymore. Soon, as the final match concluded, they secured a resounding 12-0 victory to kick off the tournament. The scene erupted into chaos. No one had ever imagined this suddenly appearing team could sweep the current hot favorite veteran squad. Lu Sanxian's emergence was like a boulder dropped into calm waters, sending ripples across the surface. Even the organizers hadn't anticipated such a dark horse emerging. Fortunately, it was only the preliminary round, and the pace of the matches was extremely fast. When Lu Jingxian and his teammates stepped off the stage, they were immediately swarmed by countless fans eager to strike up conversations. Newly emerged powerhouse teams like this inevitably drew massive attention, especially with a visual standout in their ranks. To put it bluntly, Lu Jingxian's looks were undeniably striking. Instantly, they garnered a significant following of female fans at the venue. But it wasn't just the female fans paying attention. "Hello, I'm the manager of the Green Dragon team. I'd like to talk with you. Hey guys, have you considered going pro? Would you consider a tryout with us? The conditions are excellent." But Lu Jingxian turned them all down. Facing the swarming crowd, he felt his scalp tingle. Without a word, he led his 4 teammates away from the scene quickly. By the time the evening's matches concluded at 10:30 p.m., their next opponent wasn't scheduled until the following day. With nothing else to do, they departed. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Lu Jingxian boarded the bus back to campus. Driver, back to campus. Chapter 82, gone. What did you say? The school team coach was stunned. Had he heard correctly? He thought giving the opponent a month was already impossible, yet this kid was saying it could be done next week? This was practically the same as admitting defeat. He frowned, glancing at Lu Jingxian and then at the other 5 standing behind him, cautiously asking, "Are you their coach? Do your words carry any weight?" He asked this mainly because the other party looked far too young for him to believe he could be a coach. Before Lu Jingxian could answer, the other 5 immediately chimed in. In a tone brooking no argument, they declared decisively, "He is our coach. If Brother Lu isn't our coach, then who else could it be?" Lu Jingxian turned to look at them, meeting the unanimous affirmation in his brother's expressions. In the eyes of everyone in Class 7, Lu Jingxian had gradually become almost mythical. They believed that with Lu Jingxian present, no matter how absurd the situation, it would be resolved with near-perfect solutions. Therefore, in their hearts, Lu Jingxian was undoubtedly their coach's unquestionable choice. There was no other reason Lu Jingxian always delivered on his promises. As the 5 of them unanimously declared Lu Jingxian their coach, the school team coach was dumbfounded. That meant the other side was serious about the 7-day challenge. They wanted to surpass them in just 1 week? He furrowed his brow, suddenly wondering if there was a trick involved. Were these guys actually big shots? Was it sheer overconfidence or genuine skill? But after carefully observing them all, he found himself puzzled. From his professional coaching perspective, only one of the 6 showed even a hint of talent. As for the others, could they train in sports? Technically, yes. But they all shared one fatal flaw: there was no trace of systematic training in their movements. In other words, these 6 were untrained novices, relying solely on instinct. It's important to remember that athletics heavily depend on both training volume and innate talent. But with only 7 days to work with, even the most gifted individuals couldn't possibly develop anything substantial. Especially these 5 complete novices showing no signs of training whatsoever. For such people to surpass them is simply impossible. Only 1 week. Frankly, even if that young man were a top-tier coach, it would be impossible to achieve without at least 3 months. But this young man before them was so confident. He clearly had a month, yet he'd reduced it to a week himself. How was that any different from courting death? Could it be? Suddenly, it dawned on him. This must be the kid's empty fortress ploy, stating an impossibly tight deadline to intimidate him into thinking they were martial artists, hoping he'd let them off. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Close call. I almost fell for that kid's bluff. Thankfully, I kept my cool. He looked at Lu Jingxian, a flash of sharp intelligence in his eyes. Lu Jingxian's reason for agreeing was simple: he didn't want the hassle. A month from now, he'd likely forget who the guy even was. Better to settle this next week and be done with it. Besides, their training required water, and finishing sooner meant getting water sooner. As for whether a week was enough to train the others successfully, Lu Jingxian wasn't the least bit worried. He possessed numerous potions that could accelerate their physical recovery and enhance their stamina, allowing their bodies to be trained more effectively. Fine, a week it is. Since you've made your promise, it's final, no backing out afterward. Rest assured, I always keep my word. But I have one request. What is it? For the next week, this training ground is ours. Lu Jingxian paused before adding, "You aren't worried we might surpass you, are you?" The coach, who had been hesitating, was spurred into action by Lu Jingxian's challenge. He no longer cared as long as the other side agreed. Besides, he knew full well that even if he gave them the field, there was no way they could catch up in such a short time. Fine. This field is yours for the week. Next week at this same time, we'll settle this here. The school team coach finished speaking, then glanced at his own players and said, "Let's go. Consider this field a handout to them." Watching the 2 school team members turn and leave, Lu Jingxian turned to face his 5 players. He had expected them to show signs of fear upon learning he'd agreed to the challenge 7 days hence. But Lu Jingshan scanned their faces and saw not a trace of fear or worry. All he saw was confidence in him and in themselves. Lu Jingshan looked at them and said, "I know you might be wondering 7 days is a short time and this is an almost impossible challenge. So why did we agree?" The 5 remained silent. They trusted Lu Jingshan, but an explanation would be most welcome. Lu Jingshan continued, "The school team members have been training for over a year each. Judging by that alone, it's true we'd find it difficult to surpass them. But human potential is limitless. I intend to use these 7 days to challenge you to discover what true limits are and what real progress truly means. Finally, I have one question for you all." Lu Jingshan turned to face the group, uttering only one sentence. "Do you believe in me?" The 5 members froze upon hearing Lu Jingshan's question. Did they trust Lu Jingshan? Need I say more? There could be no other answer to this question. Their responses came in perfect unison. "We absolutely trust Boss Lu. If we can't trust Boss Lu, who else can we trust? Brother Lu is the most trustworthy." Their cries were so synchronized and loud that an outsider might easily mistake them for some kind of pyramid scheme. And this was precisely what Lu Jingshan wanted: trust in him, obedience to him, and unwavering commitment to his choices. Facing their trust, Lu Jingshan seized the moment to rally their spirits. "Since you trust me, I won't gamble with your futures. For the next week, you'll follow my lead completely. And now, Hell Week officially begins." Chapter 83, It Can Only Be You. Morning Breeze Academy was the name of the upscale residential complex where Lu Feifei lived, the very place Lu Jingshan had brought Li Nia to back then. It was here that Li Nia resumed her journey in dance. Though it was difficult, Li Nia persevered. Before, he'd often hear her share stories about her training and how her aunt was doing. This was where her dreams took flight once more. It was also where Li Nia confessed her feelings to him. He didn't quite understand why she had suddenly developed feelings for him and confessed so abruptly. But he didn't blame her. Impulsive behavior was natural for young people. He believed that with proper guidance, she wouldn't act this way again. Night had deepened, with only faint bird calls breaking the silence, no pedestrians or other sounds. Having been here before, Lu Jingshan navigated the area with ease. After registering his name as usual, he entered the residential complex. While inquiring at the security booth, Lu Jingshan also asked where the tallest building in the complex was and whether it was locked. However, the topic was too sensitive, and the security guards immediately sensed something was off. They questioned Lu Jingshan about the purpose of his inquiry. Lu Jingshan simply claimed he was a plumber hired by the homeowner to inspect a water pipe issue. The guards weren't easily fooled and pressed him for the homeowner's name. Lu Jingshan promptly gave them Lu Feifei's address. Upon confirming the homeowner's identity, the guards relaxed considerably and gave Lu Jingshan a brief overview of the current situation in the complex. Having obtained the information he needed, Lu Jingshan immediately took off running toward one of the buildings. In the darkness of the night, Lu Jingshan suddenly halted mid-stride. As if sensing something, he looked up and caught sight of a dazzling figure against the night sky. Li Nia's perfect curves were accentuated by the moonlight, making her even more striking and dazzling. The pure white light radiating from her body instantly mesmerized Lu Jingshan. Her beauty was beyond words. Her long hair swayed casually at her waist, with a few strands faintly visible as they fluttered in the breeze. Confirmed. It was Li Nia. Lu Jingshan immediately snapped out of his trance and quickened his pace. Standing high above, facing the wind, she watched the person she'd been waiting for finally appear, running straight toward her. She smiled a smile of satisfaction, of relief, of triumph. Watching Lu Jingshan disappear from her sight, she confirmed no one else followed him before withdrawing her gaze. Her eyes shifted to the rooftop door. She waited. Waited for that door to open. Waited for that person to open it. Deep down, she already knew it was over between her and Lu Jingshan. She had tried countless approaches these past few days, but nothing worked. Ever since Lu Jingshan left her to seek out Xin Yue, she'd realized he was deliberately avoiding her. She didn't want that. It was too painful. So she made this decision to find Lu Jingshan and get things straight. She understood that the position of Lu Jingshan's girlfriend was no longer hers to claim, it already belonged to someone else. That person was the one Lu Jingshan would abandon himself for without hesitation, the one he'd immediately go searching for. So she didn't expect much. She was bold enough to express her love for Lu Jingshan almost frantically in public. But equally, she was timid. She feared that from this moment onward, Lu Jingshan and she would become strangers, that her actions might push them toward paths that never crossed again. At the same time, she possessed her own share of pretentiousness and impulsiveness. It must be said that what she did tonight was indeed a foolish act born of a momentary lapse of reason. Using the threat of jumping off a building to grab everyone's attention, thereby drawing Lu Jingshan over. It was a foolish method, and it wasted everyone's time. But she couldn't wait any longer. These past few days had been pure agony, and she felt she needed to say something to Lu Jingshan. Yet since that night, Lu Jingshan had ignored her completely, leaving her no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. She knew she'd let down those who worried about her, but she didn't regret it. Watching the door open before her, Lu Jingshan emerged. At that moment, Lu Jingshan was so afraid he might not make it in time that he was panting heavily. The moment he saw Linnea, he exclaimed, "I'm here. Don't do anything foolish. If there's something wrong, you can tell me. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll jump." Chapter 84, Return. The two stood on the rooftop, moonlight bathing them in a glow that made their faces clearly visible even in the night, despite the several meters between them. "I'm here. Let's talk this out. Please don't do anything rash. If this situation is because of me, I'm truly sorry. Even if we can't be together, we can still be friends. It doesn't have to come to this." Lu Jingshan slowly approached Linnea while trying his best to calm her emotions. Linnea's heart surged with emotion at the thought of remaining friends, but her joy quickly turned to worry. She looked up at Lu Jingshan as he approached and asked, "Can we really still be friends? Now everyone knows about our relationship. Even if you won't be affected, what about the others? What about Xin Yue?" The priority now was to get Linnea out of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Jingshan replied, "If others misunderstand us, we should respond with concrete actions. Let's show them through our behavior that we're just friends, okay? As long as our feelings are genuine, nothing can stand in our way. Even if they are affected, it will only reflect on them. Linnea, I can pretend none of that ever happened. And Xin Yue, she'll breathe a sigh of relief once she knows you're safe. She's been searching everywhere for you, worried sick about your safety. Everyone is worried about your safety." Hearing that her own recklessness had dragged others into this, Linnea felt a wave of guilt wash over her. But she had said it before, she didn't regret it. Seeing Lu Jingshan less than 3 meters away, she hurriedly reached out and said, "Don't come any closer. We're not done talking yet." But Lu Jingshan kept advancing, albeit a bit slower, replying as he moved, "Aren't we friends? If we're going to talk, why keep such a distance? Wouldn't it be better if I sat beside you?" Lu Jingshan pointed at the moon in the sky. "The moon is beautiful tonight, and the breeze feels so pleasant. Wouldn't it be nice to chat while enjoying the wind?" Then his tone shifted abruptly. "Or is it that you don't consider me a friend? Are you rejecting me?" Linnea grew anxious at once. "No, I'm not. I do consider you a friend, and I certainly don't look down on you. Then why are you keeping me at arm's length? Do you think I'll hurt you?" Lu Jingshan's tone gradually softened and grew gentler. "I'm in no rush to leave. I have all the time in the world today to watch the moon with you, chat about anything, even share stories about our adventures at the competition center lately. Then let's grab some late-night snacks, okay? It's getting late, and I'm feeling a bit hungry." Lu Jingshan's tone sounded as if he were genuinely planning today's activities with a friend, and indeed, he treated Linnea as such. Although Linnea had done things that caused misunderstandings before, nothing serious had come of it in the end. She hadn't violated any fundamental principles, just a youthful mistake born of a momentary impulse. She deserved the chance to make amends. And to be honest, Linnea hadn't really wronged him. If anything, he'd been forced to endure quite a bit of her flirtatious advances. The people Linnea truly owed an apology to were those she had deceived. Those who still worried about her and searched for her, it was them Linnea had wronged. She should seek their forgiveness and make amends. Seeing Lu Jingshan's earnest expression and hearing his sincere words, Linnea was momentarily lost in thought. She didn't even notice when Lu Jingshan had approached her. Only when Lu Jingshan took her hand did she snap back to reality. The next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. Lu Jingshan embraced her directly. For days, she'd been trying every trick to get closer to Lu Jingshan, craving more physical contact, but he'd always avoided her. This time, however, Lu Jingshan had initiated the embrace. At that moment, Linnea even forgot to breathe. She could feel her heart pounding even harder. This scene was beyond her belief, something she dared not imagine, yet it had happened. "We'll go back soon, okay? Okay. Mom, look. There's Batman on the rooftop." "Silly child, there's no such thing as Batman in this world. That's just... Wait. There are people on that rooftop. Hey. Is that Uncle Hat? Someone's about to jump off the building. Wait, there are 2 people. Wait, no, they're gone. They're not jumping anymore." On the rooftop, Lu Jingshan had successfully pulled Linnea to safety. They found a spot to sit down again. Following Lu Jingshan's suggestion, Linnea turned on her phone and called Lu Dongwei to let him know she was safe. At the school, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Linnea was safe, including Xin Yue, who stood nearby. Xin Yue craned her neck left and right, but couldn't spot that figure anywhere. She found Lu Dongwei and asked, "Teacher, have you seen Lu Jingshan? I haven't seen him all night." Faced with Xin Yue's inquiry, the homeroom teacher told a rare lie. "I don't know. Maybe he went to find Linnea too? He'll probably come back soon once he hears the news." Seeing the worry in Xin Yue's eyes, the teacher reassured her. "Don't worry. The school's security system is quite robust. As long as he's on campus, he'll be fine." Unfortunately, they were outside the school grounds. At a roadside stall, a stunningly attractive couple drew all eyes. Passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads, and many even discussed the pair. These days, why would handsome guys and beautiful girls ditch fancy restaurants for street stalls? Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was slurping down his bowl of wontons. In his past life, when he was still a street thug, he'd come to these stalls every night when hunger struck during his outings. Don't underestimate these stalls, the food was actually pretty good. Back in prison, he'd crave it endlessly but couldn't get his hands on it. Linnea sat across from him, her own bowl of wontons placed before her. She didn't eat hers, though. Instead, she watched Lu Jingshan eat. She wanted to eat too, but she had to watch her figure, so she couldn't have late-night snacks. Just then, a spoon was placed before her. It was Lu Jingshan. Seeing that Linnea hadn't touched hers, he assumed she'd never tried them before and immediately started raving about them. Try some. It's delicious. But Linnea hesitated inwardly. Should she eat it or not? But that spoon belonged to Lu Jingshan. If she took a bite, wouldn't it be like indirectly kissing him? But they were just friends. That wouldn't be right, would it? Finally, she decided to go for it. Losing weight could wait. If she missed this chance, it might never come again. She'd treat it as a little reward for herself. With her mind made up, Linnea stared at the spoon Lu Jingshan held out before her. Swift and decisive, she took it in one swift motion. Mum. The taste was indeed delicious, but more importantly, this was Lu Jingshan's spoon. Did that count as losing her first kiss? As Linnea was lost in her thoughts, Lu Jingshan waved his hand, interrupting her daydream. Once you've eaten off the spoon, take it yourself, okay? Don't expect me to keep feeding you. Linnea took the spoon, only to look down and find her own spoon missing from her bowl while Lu Jingshan's spoon remained in his. Lu Jingshan had handed her the spoon from her own bowl. And that wonton was from her bowl too. You seem a bit disappointed? Lu Jingshan noticed the change in her expression. I'm not. Linnea snatched the spoon in a huff and joined the late-night snacking crew. Chapter 85, Friends. The asphalt road was nearly deserted by nightfall. The vendor packed away the last two chairs, smiling as he said, "It's rare to see couples as well matched as you two. Be careful on your way home." Before Lu Jingshan could explain, the owner revved the engine and drove off. Glancing across the street at Linnea, who was staring straight at him, a cool breeze blew by, slightly easing Lu Jingshan's drowsiness. Surveying the silent, deserted street, Lu Jingshan suddenly remembered a crucial question: how are they going to get back? He was in good shape and had run here earlier. It had been a desperate measure. His phone had died, and fearing for Linnea's safety, he'd impulsively chosen to run. Now what? How were they supposed to get back? He looked at the girl before him, and she saw right through his thoughts. She giggled softly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. You silly goose, ran all the way here because your phone died, didn't you? Now you don't know how to get back, do you? Lu Jingshan spread his hands helplessly. Who told you to vanish? I acted on impulse, thinking saving you was the priority. Didn't he think twice? Linnea smiled, but her heart felt warm, touched and stirred. But the thought that they could never be together made her sigh helplessly. Linnea, use your phone to hail a cab. It's at least 2 kilometers to campus from here. Hearing Lu Jingshan's words, Linnea immediately had an idea. She flashed a mischievous grin, waving her phone at Lu Jingshan. Want to use my phone to call a cab? She teased. Nice try. If we're walking together. With that, Linnea didn't wait for Lu Jingshan's response. She tucked her phone away and turned to walk toward the school. She knew that once she returned to campus, there would be no future between her and Lu Jingshan. Opportunities like this, to be alone together, would likely become few and far between. She only hoped she could hold on to this memory. Lu Jingshan, upon hearing they were walking back, felt uneasy. He didn't mind running back alone if he had to. But now there was another person walking so slowly. For the other's safety, he had to keep pace. When on earth would they ever reach campus? The thought alone made Lu Jingshan feel utterly defeated. He stepped beside Linnea, his expression accusatory. It's 2 kilometers back to school from here. Are you sure you want to walk? So what? It's not that far. Think of it as a post-dinner stroll to aid digestion, Linnea replied nonchalantly, curling her lip. But this was torture for Lu Jingshan. He didn't want to walk. But looking at the beautiful woman before him, he felt utterly helpless. But it's getting late. We have classes tomorrow, Lu Jingshan pleaded. I don't care. I just want to walk back. What? You're a grown man and you're going to abandon a helpless woman like me to walk home alone? Aren't you afraid something might happen to me on the way? Linnea flashed a playful smile. Though adorable, her words were utterly shameless. Seeing Linnea's shameless, mischievous expression, Lu Jingshan genuinely wondered if this girl was here to torment him. But she had hit the nail on the head. He genuinely couldn't bear to let her go back alone. Besides, he'd already called old Ban. If he went back alone now, even if he claimed she insisted on walking back herself, that wouldn't sit well, would it? But he had a lot to do tomorrow, and he was dead tired right now. Watching Linnea humming a tune as she walked ahead more than 10 meters away, Lu Jingshan felt utterly helpless. Had he been outmaneuvered? He watched her striking silhouette, bathed in the soft golden glow of the streetlights, her hair swaying gently from side to side. Lu Jingshan gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve. If you won't play fair, don't blame me for losing my composure. He pulled a bottle of potion from his system space and downed it in one gulp. In the next instant, Lu Jingshan felt an unparalleled surge of strength enough to sprint back to school. He wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixed his gaze on Linia's retreating figure, his eyes hardening with resolve. The next instant, he charged toward her. Linia, walking ahead, couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Her original intention was to give the two more space to be alone. She had bet that Lu Jingshan wouldn't dare to truly abandon her and leave. But as things stood, her gamble had paid off. Lu Jingshan was utterly helpless against her, forced to obediently walk back with her. Moreover, she sensed Lu Jingshan running toward her, and her lips curled upward even more. Little guy. Just as she thought her plan was about to succeed. Suddenly, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist and legs, lifting her off her feet. The sudden change made her cry out instinctively. Only when she recognized Lu Jingshan did her screams subside, replaced by a look of suspicion as she surveyed her current predicament. She was being carried by Lu Jingshan? And in a princess carry, no less, sprinting forward at full speed. Once Linia recognized her surroundings, her initial panic faded, replaced by her usual composure. A faint blush even spread across her cheeks. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Lu Jingshan's chest and even catch a hint of fragrance. She couldn't quite place it, but it was undeniably pleasant. Being held like this, nestled against Lu Jingshan's chest, it didn't feel so bad after all. In fact, she found the sensation quite satisfying. Following the motion, her arms naturally wrapped around Lu Jingshan's neck. Turning her face away, she asked in a slightly bashful tone. Why did you suddenly do this? Are you? She knew the answer deep down, but she wasn't willing to let any chance slip away. She might as well test him with a playful tone. Lu Jingshan's expression remained unchanged, but his tone grew serious. His pace didn't slow at all. You're overthinking it. I'm just too tired and want to go back to sleep. This way is faster. Lu Jingshan chuckled softly. Also, did you eat a little too much? Go to hell. Linia fumed, swinging her fist in frustration. Before long, fueled by stamina potions, Lu Jingshan carried Linia for 2 kilometers, reaching the school gate in under 6 minutes. Seeing Lu Jingshan genuinely carry her the entire distance left Linia utterly stunned. She studied him curiously and teased, Lu Jingshan, with a body like that, it'd be a shame not to pursue that line of work. Noticing his displeased expression, she quickly apologized, don't get mad, I was just kidding. But seriously, your physical fitness is impressive carrying me this far without breaking a sweat or getting winded. Lu Jingshan glanced at Linia, unwilling to engage further. Since they'd already reached the school gate, there was no need to linger. He turned and headed toward the school entrance. He casually urged, hurry up, or they'll be waiting impatiently. Okay. Linia hurried to catch up, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan, does this mean we're friends now? Of course we are. I wouldn't lie about that. Does that mean I can come hang out with you often? Absolutely. Chapter 86, next week. Look. Linia and Lu Jingshan are back. Someone spotted the pair at the school gate and shouted excitedly, rushing to spread the news. Though Linia had been acting up a lot these past few days. But in the face of danger, everyone was more concerned about her safety. Learning she'd returned safely, everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Some who heard the news from their dorm windows peered out to see. Others rushed toward the returning pair. Linia's best friend immediately embraced her. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she looked at Linia with a worried expression. Where on earth did you go? Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Most of Class 7 gathered around Linia, their worried gazes fixed on her. There were no insults as expected, nor any untimely remarks. Only countless words of concern for Linia. Lu Jingshan watched the Class 7 students' concern and felt deeply gratified. Academically, Class 7 might still have room for improvement, but their unity was undeniable. Especially recently, after his efforts to transform them, their cohesion had grown even stronger. Mutual support and caring for classmates, the principles he had established. What began as a formal rule had now evolved into genuine, spontaneous concern for one another. Lu Jingshan knew his plan had advanced another step. He aimed to forge a perfect class. Talent in any field was irrelevant, he could cultivate it. By connecting them all, these individuals would become his network in the future. What does one rely on in the real world? Money? It matters. Power? Equally important. But here's the catch. How do you acquire them together? That requires a strong network. In the real world, it's all about brothers, it's all about connections. Lu Jingshan looked at the people before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction and contentment. Through the system, he knew exactly how much they admired him. Without false modesty, he was now the undisputed leader of Class 7. Once they matured, Lu Jingshan had no worries whatsoever about them betraying him. Loyal and capable connections were rare indeed. Though he had money and his family had some connections. But he looked down on his father's connections. He wanted to cultivate his own network through his own efforts. Moreover, his goal was to lead this group of brothers toward reform, guiding them onto the straight and narrow path to live with integrity. Thinking of this, Lu Jingshan turned his attention to Li Xiaoyao, Chen Kuang, and the others. How much progress had they made on their tasks? He had assigned tasks to his underlings. As a result, they'd been too busy to pursue other ventures lately. Lu Jingshan had directly assigned them to work on persuading the parents of Class 7 students. The students' own efforts were one thing, but their family's support was another matter entirely. As a result, students around campus noticed those troublemakers had vanished from sight lately. Some students, having not seen the troublemakers in so long, found themselves unexpectedly missing them for a moment. Thinking of them, Lu Jingshan reached for his phone to send a message, only to find it dead and powered off. He reluctantly put it away, resigning himself to waiting until tomorrow. Glancing at the crowd surrounding Linnea, Lu Jingshan considered slipping away quietly to head back to the dorm and crash. He was absolutely exhausted, feeling like he could fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. But when he looked up, Shen Yue's delicate face appeared right before his eyes. Yu Wei. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to say something, Shen Yue pressed her finger against his lips. She then wrapped her arms around him and whispered softly. Don't say anything. I know everything. You don't need to explain. It's enough that you brought Linnea back safely. Everyone was so worried about you both. After speaking, Shen Yue released her embrace, took a moment to look him over, and helped smooth out his clothes. You look exhausted. Go home and rest properly. Want some late-night snacks? I'll go get them for you. Seeing Shen Yue's gentle smile, Lu Jingshan instantly felt that everything he had done was worth it. No need. I already ate on the way. Let's head back to the dorms. While everyone's attention was still focused on Linnea, Lu Jingshan pulled Shen Yue away from the scene and headed toward the dormitory building. By the way, what's up with your phone? It's been turned off every time I tried calling, Shen Yue casually mentioned. Without giving it much thought, Lu Jingshan replied, it ran out of battery. I didn't expect it to die so suddenly. Then who paid for your late-night snack earlier? Lu Jingshan froze, realizing he'd let something slip. Hadn't he just indirectly admitted to having dinner with Linnea? Without hesitation, Lu Jingshan immediately dropped to his knees in apology. I'm sorry. Chapter 87, A Little Song of Progress. The next day, on the playground. Everything had returned to normal. But what was different was that Lu Jingshan had summoned his own group of underlings to the playground in his own way. Hello, Brother Lu. Dozens of young thugs stood in 3 rows on the field, greeting him in unison while bowing toward Lu Jingshan. The scene was quite a spectacle within the school, drawing the curious glances of other students. It wasn't that Lu Jingshan wanted them to pursue sports. It was simply that these young punks were only fit for physical education. Ever since gaining the ability to see others' talents, Lu Jingshan had been assessing each of these underlings individually. He'd hoped to find a few promising scholars, but every last one of them was either gifted in athletics or athletics. With no other choice, Lu Jingshan gathered them all on the playground for group training. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten his wager with the school team. The training for those athletic students in Class 7 never stopped. Instead, the intensity only increased over time. Under normal circumstances, the physical constitution of ordinary people couldn't withstand such high-intensity training. So Lu Jingshan brought out the recovery potions from his system space. These could rapidly heal physical injuries and fatigue. Lu Jingshan mixed a stamina potion with a recovery potion and had the group drink it. The physical strength and vitality they had expended were instantly restored to full capacity after consuming the potion. This water tastes so refreshing. Where did you get it, Brother Lu? This water is amazing. My back doesn't hurt anymore and my legs aren't sore. I feel like I could run 3 more sets. Su Tian downed his portion in one gulp, his face brimming with astonishment. The sets he referred to were combinations of speed endurance training plus strength training, repeated 30 times per set. As a sprinter specializing in short-distance training, he had spent the past few days either building explosive power or refining his technique. He could feel his progress was significant. Though it had only been 2 days, his 100-meter time had improved from an untrained 14 seconds to under 12 seconds, already meeting the standard for a third-level athlete. Through information gathered by Lu Jingshan's younger teammates, he successfully obtained the school team's test results. The fastest sprinter was a guy named Su Xing, whose best 100-meter time was 11.54 seconds, just barely qualifying him for level 2. Therefore, Su Tian's training goal was also set at level 2. 7 days might seem insufficient, but with the aid of the potion, it would be enough. Lu Jingshan held a tablet displaying the comprehensive data and test results of the 5 athletes. The 2 shot putters could already hurl the shot over 12 meters. To increase the difficulty for them, Lu Jingshan used the heavier 7.26 kilograms shot. They had already met the standards for national third-level athletes. Lu Jingshan's target for them was 14 meters, the standard for level 2 athletes. The 2 high jumpers had likewise met the level 3 standard. They were exceptionally talented, with one already nearing the level 2 mark. They truly possess remarkable talent. The system hasn't deceived me. It revealed each person's greatest talents, allowing Lu Jingshan to precisely identify their suitable paths and provide systematic training. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan showed no favoritism toward the others. He brought his own group of trainees to join this week-long grueling training regimen. Lu Jingshan showed no stinginess, distributing potions for them to consume as well. He had plenty of these potions. Many had formed connections with him during this period, each receiving 1 or 2 potions though the types were randomly assigned. Over the next few days, Lu Jingshan immersed himself entirely in comprehensive training. After organizing the training on the field, he still had to find time to return to the dormitory building for classes. The old instructor was getting on in years and couldn't handle such an intense teaching schedule, so he had to let Lu Jingshan take over for the time being. Interestingly, after attending just one of Lu Jingshan's classes, Lu Wenjing's father sought out Lu Jingshan, hoping to keep Lu Wenjing in class 7 for a longer period. Ever since hearing Lu Jingshan's lecture, Lu Wenjing had become remarkably well behaved. Before heading home, she clung to her old father, refusing to let go. I don't care. I'm a class 7 student in life and a class 7 ghost in death. Seeing his daughter throw such a rare tantrum, he had no choice but to agree. At the same time, his curiosity about Lu Jingshan grew even stronger. It was still the principal's office, and the principal was still waiting outside. He pulled out a check for 500,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Jingshan. My daughter really enjoys your lectures. Here's 500,000 yuan. Could you let her stay in class 7 and continue attending your classes? To his surprise, Lu Jingshan shook his head in refusal. His expression and tone were earnest as he said, Sir, since you chose to renew the contract, it means our education has impressed you. As we agreed earlier, it's 30,000 yuan per day. You can attend for as long as you wish and pay the corresponding amount. Is this 500,000 meant to extend the contract for another 16 days? This was purely a transaction, and he held all the leverage. Lu Wenjing had already offended him and sought to frame him. 3,000 a day was already a bargain for her. Moreover, Lu Wenjing's father was quite wealthy. He didn't believe this daily tuition fee of 30,000 yuan would pose any difficulty for them. After all, everyone who had passed through his class had undergone earth-shattering transformations. This competition was the best proof for class 7. The fact that the other party could come up with 500,000 and seek him out again was proof enough. He was short on cash from spending on in-game purchases, so here it came. Just as he'd anticipated, Lu's father was genuinely pondering whether to proceed. Finally, gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. All right then. I'll add another 400,000 yuan. That makes a total of 900,000 yuan per month for my daughter's tutoring fees. Additionally, if my daughter performs well on the mock exam at the end of the month, I have someone I'd like to introduce to you. I'm certain you won't refuse. Lu Jingshan's curiosity immediately piqued. Who are you introducing? Mr. Lu smiled and shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. I can't tell you yet, young man. Suffice it to say, these are people you simply cannot refuse. And I'm only doing this because I believe you need to prove yourself. Soon, another check was placed into Lu Jingshan's hands. I'm counting on you for my daughter, Lu father said before departing. The office was left with only Lu Jingshan. System. Present. Open the system panel. Ultimate Scholar System. Host, Lu Jingshan. Age, 18. Skills, Super Lecturer, Advanced Mathematics, Full-Time Esports, Master Level Painting, Medical Expertise, Gold Medal Coach. Admiration Points, 3014. Pay to win 400000 to acquire 1 new skill. Relationship Catalog, 87 individuals cataloged. Inventory, Strength Potion X17, Recovery Potion X19, Stamina Potion X22, Spirit Potion X11, Memory Potion X6, Luck Potion X1. Lu Jingshan glanced at the system and silently muttered. Pay to win. Chapter 88, First Victory. A week passed quickly as promised. On the playground. The week is up. Along the edge of the field, a large group marched toward Lu Jingshan and his companions. Leading the way were the school team's coach and that arrogant athlete from last time. Ready to climb the playground? I even lent you our training field. You agreed to this bet, so you better keep your word. The school team numbered nearly 40. At first glance, it looked like they'd come to start a fight. The atmosphere was tense. Not far away, Li Xiaoyao and the others, who were also participating in training, saw the scene. Ha! A fight? Isn't that their specialty? Coming here to cause trouble? Right in front of their boss? Could they just stand by and watch? Guys, back up the boss. Instantly, the two groups on the field stood facing off against each other. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. People watching from afar mistook it for a playground brawl, debating whether to call security. Just like we agreed before, we'll compete in 3 events. I won't go easy on you, you can send everyone, and we'll match your numbers. We'll add up the scores for each event, and the first to win 2 out of 3 takes it. If you lose, your people crawl around the field. If we lose, you get exclusive use of this field for a month, and we'll cover your water bills. But, that's impossible. As the school team coach finished speaking, the players standing behind him shot contemptuous glances at Lu Jingshan and his group. Their words dripped with arrogance and disdain. "Coach, you're worrying too much. How could we possibly lose? Better have them get ready for the laps." One member of the school team seemed unusually excited, leaning close to the coach and glaring at Lu Jingshan. His tone, expression, and gaze radiated the same extreme confidence. "Hey, aren't we supposed to race? Get on with the first event, the sprint. Finish it quick so you can get lost. Don't waste our school team's training time." The guy wore track pants and spikes, occasionally doing spot jumps. He continued, "Consider yourselves lucky. A national second-class athlete is competing against you, it's your honor. Back in the day, not just any fish and chips could challenge me." His tone remained arrogant, so much so that Su Tian couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't get cocky. We'll see after the race." Su Tian's words drew the man's gaze. His outfit was ordinary plain shorts, a shirt, and regular running shoes. He shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. "Amateur. Way too amateur. Bro, remember this day. This is the highest level of terror you'll ever experience." The rest of the school team watched the scene unfold without much reaction, each of them treating it as a form of entertainment. Their expressions remained relaxed, they saw nothing arrogant about the youngster. In sports, performance speaks for itself. Those with better results naturally carried an air of superiority toward those with worse ones. Especially since the remark came from their fastest sprinter. If he had no right to speak, then no one did. To them, it felt perfectly normal. As for the outcome of the match, no one cared anymore. In front of these professionals, they didn't think these scattered practitioners stood a chance. Soon, both groups gathered at the 100-meter track. Two athletes stood at the starting line. Upon reaching the starting line, the second-class athlete couldn't resist showing off. "Don't get left in the dust by me later, okay? With your skinny frame, can you even break 13 seconds? Ever seen a professional athlete?" Su Tian was completely immune to this trash talk, his expression serious as he stared intently at the track. This past week, he'd run countless times, pushing himself to near exhaustion, training until he vomited every single day. In the final test, he barely scraped into the 11-second range, just barely qualifying as a level 2 athlete. No matter what the other side did, he only needed to perform at his own level. What he didn't know was that Lu Jingshan had deceived him. In reality, his performance was far better than anticipated. The intense training regimen would have crushed any ordinary person. Yet they had successfully recovered through the serum, rapidly absorbing the benefits of their training. Though only a week had passed, the transformations in their bodies were ongoing. Talent combined with hard work, plus a little something extra, produced astonishing results. "Ready!" The school team coach wasted no time, immediately raising the starting pistol. Ducheng High School had one major advantage, its advanced facilities. Not only the educational facilities, but also the athletic facilities, they all utilized electronic running tracks. However, during training sessions, he never used electronic timing devices, only manual timing. So Su Tian didn't know his actual time. Soon, the starting pistol fired, and the electronic clock began ticking. Simultaneously, the two athletes at the starting line surged forward. Their speed was blazing fast, and they were nearly neck and neck at the start. But Lu Jingshan, possessing the skills of a gold medal coach, could clearly see the gap between them. The school team members' start was half a beat slower than Su Tian's, a crucial difference. As they started, accelerated, and picked up speed, their figures seemed to overlap. This scene stunned everyone. They watched in disbelief. They knew exactly what level the school team's runner was at, he was their top sprinter. But what kind of opponent was he facing? Barely a week of training under his belt, right? Yet he was running neck and neck with their top sprinter. This undoubtedly added suspense to the race. Seeing this, the school team began cheering for the young man. Li Xiaoyao and Shen Quan weren't about to be left behind. They shouted right back. When it came to cheering, they weren't afraid of anyone. Instantly, the indoor training hall echoed with their cheers. Yet while their approaches appeared similar, they were fundamentally different. The school team coach was seasoned. From the moment he saw Su Tian's preparatory movements, his brow furrowed, something felt off. Professional. Too professional. But he didn't think much of it at the time. A week was plenty of time to practice a move. It wasn't until Su Tian began his power surge that the coach spotted the real problem. Su Tian's starting power and explosive force were no weaker than his own, perhaps even stronger. He could see they were outmatched at the start, so their only hope lay in the middle stretch. He refused to believe that a self-taught practitioner with only a week of training could outrun them athletes who'd undergone 2 years of formal training. The gap in sprinting was decided in an instant. They couldn't afford to slack off until the very end. The gap between the two began to widen gradually. As they entered the middle stretch, the distance between them started to show. Su Tian pulled ahead by a full body length. The school team members watching from the sidelines all wore expressions of astonishment. Holy crap! That guy's about to pass Brother Fan. No way! Could Brother Fan actually lose? Some disapproved of such premature gloating and immediately rebuked them. Can't you root for Brother Fan? What good would it do you if we lost? Look at who we're up against, a bunch of nobodies who've barely trained a week. Besides, there's still a lot of distance left. Mid-range is Brother Fan's strongest stage. He just got a little careless at the start, didn't expect that ordinary guy to have some skill. That's why he let him get ahead. At that moment, the man called Brother Fan was startled. He had indeed underestimated his opponent, but that didn't mean they were holding back. He had intended to crush the other team with sheer dominance. But unexpectedly, the opponent's start was even faster. Still, being a pro, he quickly regained his composure. The middle distance was approaching his comfort zone. A strong start was normal for the other guy. He'd spent a whole week training for the race, pushing himself to the limit. Anyone could do that. But sprinting wasn't just about the start. As long as he hadn't finished the entire race, there was still hope. The gap between ordinary people and professional athletes often lies in the middle distance. The essentials of technique, power generation points, breathing rhythm, and so on all require considerable time to hone. He himself had only achieved a second-level certification after over a year of training due to his natural talent. He couldn't believe someone could become that strong after just 1 week of practice. But reality proved cruel. No matter how hard he chased, he couldn't close the gap. In fact, the distance only widened. Watching this unfold, the coach beside them felt a mix of emotions. He couldn't believe it, his own trained fighter was truly being defeated by someone self-taught. At the same time, he marveled at the performance Su Tian was displaying. The school team members' emotions shifted from initial disdain and contempt toward Lu Jingxin and his group to surprise, then resignation, and now utter disbelief. Could they really be losing? Their expressions, eyes, and emotions shifted through a series of rapid transitions. The outcome was exactly as Lu Jingxin had anticipated. Su Tian secured the first victory of the match, finishing 3 body lengths ahead of his opponent. His time stood at 11.07 seconds. Immediately after the first round concluded, 2 burly men stepped forward from the school team. We underestimated you in the first round. Now, for the second round shot put. Chapter 89, Shot Put. TSK, what a disgrace to our school team losing to amateurs, one burly man remarked. In the end, we'll still have to rely on our shot put team. Standing over 180 centimeters tall, the burly man possessed a frame far larger than average, his arms bulging with muscle. Such a build stood out in the crowd, and there was another person like him on the opposing team. The school team coach glanced at the 2 men, his confidence visibly rising. The loss in the sprint was unexpected. He hadn't anticipated such an outcome. He could only be grateful it wasn't a single elimination match. The thought of the 2 remaining events instantly dispelled his disappointment over the sprint loss. So what if the other team truly had someone with exceptional sprinting talent? It only proved his keen eye for talent. To reach level 2 in sprinting within a week was undeniably a sign of talent. But such talents were always few and far between. Sports demand natural talent above all else. So what if the other side had lucked into someone with exceptional sprinting talent? He doesn't believe they'll have anyone who can win the other 2 events. Sprinting demands explosive power and propulsive force. Shot put pursues maximum destructive distance. High jump challenges gravity's limits. Each discipline has its own challenges. Though they all demand the instantaneous unleashing of human potential, their paths are entirely different. He didn't believe their coach could produce athletes superior to his own. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great students. A good coach really makes a difference. That kid across the way looked like nothing more than a high schooler. How could his experience and ability possibly compare to his own? With this thought, his confidence returned. He looked at Lu Jingxin and said, "You won the first round, but who's throwing the shot put for you in the second round?" Hearing the shot put was next, the 2 standing beside him stepped forward. "Coach Lu, let us compete." Over the course of a week, the way they addressed Lu Jingxin had changed again from Brother Lu to Coach Lu. Over this week, they had become the most qualified to judge the caliber of Lu Jingxin's training. Their progress was plain to see. Without Lu Jingxin, how could they have improved so dramatically? Thus, they attributed all the credit to Lu Jingxin, which led to the nickname Coach Lu. When the school team saw the 2 men sent by Lu Jingxin, several couldn't help but laugh out loud. Both men were shorter and slimmer than the school team members, though their arm muscles hinted at rigorous training, and their waists were noticeably thicker. To the school team members, however, these 2 looked far too slight. How could such builds possibly throw far? This time, the school team coach didn't adopt the dismissive attitude he had at the start. He just wanted to end this quickly. Something felt off, and he needed to move fast. He glanced at the team members behind him, fixing his gaze on the burly man who had spoken earlier and the similarly built man beside him. "Ado, Ajuan, you 2 go. Remember what I taught you, give it your all." He could only offer one more piece of advice to his students, his unease gnawing at him. He tried to reassure himself, it'll be fine. The first round was just a fluke. How could anyone master sports skills in just 1 week? My students have trained for nearly a year. How could they possibly be outmatched by those who've only trained for a week? If he wins the remaining 2 events, he'll prove his coaching skills surpass that high school kids. Maybe that sprinter will even change his mind and come back to him. These thoughts renewed the school team coach's resolve. He had to win. He looked up at Lu Jingshan and said, "I'll set the rules this time." Lu Jingshan waved dismissively. "Of course. You can set the rules for all 3 events." Lu Jingshan truly didn't care, for he knew he was unbeatable no matter what they did. Then our 2 shot put teams will each take 1 throw. The distances are added together, and whoever throws the farthest wins. Sound good? No problem. Seeing Lu Jingshan's indifferent demeanor, the school team coach felt a surge of anger. How dare this kid show such a lack of respect? Fine. He'd show this ignorant brat what respect meant soon enough. He shot a knowing glance at someone in the school team's crowd. The man, catching the signal, silently slipped away from the group and headed toward the gym. Turning back to Lu Jingshan, he explained, "The shot put balls are all in the gym. I sent him to fetch them." Soon, 4 shot put balls were delivered on a cart. Just as the shot putter from Lu Jingshan's team reached for the equipment, the student immediately called him back. Realizing his mistake, he quickly offered, "Let me get it for you. You can save your strength." With that, he handed over the shot put lying nearby. The 2 didn't dwell on it, simply accepting the shot put. Meanwhile, the school team shot putter's expression froze momentarily upon receiving the shot put. Though he quickly regained his composure, his expression returned to normal. But every detail was caught by Lu Jingshan, who stood nearby. At that moment, the school team coach spoke up. "Since we're all high school students, let's use the U18 weight. Each shot put is 5 kilograms. He glanced at Lu Jingshan and smiled. "Coach, is that okay with you?" Lu Jingshan placed his hand on the shot put and replied, "No problem." Chapter 90, Accept the consequences of your bet. Lu Jingshan knew full well the other side had tampered with the shot put. He inwardly cursed the man's cunning. This old man was quite cunning. Didn't he fear the weights being checked and found inconsistent? But he remained unconcerned. This weight difference wouldn't pose a problem for those 2. To the school team coach, this meant his plan had gone undetected. The tension in his heart instantly eased. This was his backup plan. Since it was a best-of-3 format, even though he had confidence in his athlete, the unpredictability of sprinting had prompted him to devise this scheme. Though resorting to such underhanded tactics was wrong, the reputation of the school team was at stake. To be safe, he had no choice but to do it. He had come to terms with it. If they really lost, a month without water wouldn't matter. What would others think? They'd be beaten by a bunch of guys who'd only trained for a week. Who would want to join their school team then? What would the principal think? Would they blame his incompetence for the loss? What would come next? Expulsion. The thought of the consequences if they lost made his nerves and fear intertwine. He never imagined they could actually win. But that's just how it is. He had no choice but to do it, and you can't blame him for that. He only made a slight modification to the opponent's shot put. It would reduce the shot's throwing distance. But the modification was so subtle that it was virtually impossible to detect without close inspection. As for the perceived weight, it felt almost identical to the original. Both teams approached the sandpit. Someone acting as referee announced, "The competition begins now." The school team throws first. Shot put rankings are divided as follows: 12.3 meters for third-class athletes, 13.8 meters for second-class athletes, and 16.6 meters for first-class athletes. Don't be fooled by the short distance, just over 10 meters, but most people can barely manage 10 meters. Soon, the school team member named Ado stepped forward into the center of the circle. Holding the shot, he fixed his gaze ahead, took a deep breath, and in one fluid motion, rotated his hips and thrust forward. It must be said that the school team athlete had received professional training. After all, he was no ordinary person. His throw landed at 13.9 meters. 13.9 meters class 2. A crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, and upon hearing the distance, they all looked stunned. After all, a class 2 standard was sufficient for university admission, though better scores were needed for top-tier institutions. Yet at Deuce City High, they couldn't imagine anyone else throwing farther than this. Yet the next contestant would shatter their expectations. Next up was Zhuang, the very burly man who had earlier spoken disrespectfully to Lu Jingshan and his group. He circled the shot put, sizing out the 2 competitors Lu Jingshan's team had sent out. Both were lean and unmuscular. Could such builds possibly throw a shot put well? Give me a break. He made no effort to hide his contempt. Watch closely, rookies. Don't think throwing a few meters makes you gifted. Here, talent is the last thing we lack. With that, Zhuang took 2 steps forward. Mimicking his previous motion, he hurled the shot put. 14 meters. Class 2, the spotter announced. The crowd nearby gasped in shock at the distance, utterly incredulous. No way. That's practically a level 1 throw. See? The most talented ones are all on the varsity team. That sprint earlier was just a fluke. The varsity team is on another level no ordinary person can compare. Their combined distances are nearly 28 meters. How could he possibly surpass that? There's no way they can surpass that. Those 2 are definitely going to lose. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs, all expressing pessimism. Meanwhile, Zhuang couldn't resist adding his taunt, "See that? That's the gap." The school team coach finally relaxed at the sight. This was already beyond their usual performance. If they still lost now, it would be a miracle. But when he turned to look at Lu Jingshan, the other man still wore that same calm, composed expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man was utterly confident. Even with a 28-meter lead at distance, few professionals could achieve. Lu Jingshan remained unfazed. His eyes and expression radiated confidence, as if defeat were simply not an option. Soon, Lu Jingshan's team took their first shot. Against all expectations, he threw the first shot. The motion differed slightly from the school team's two players. Only Lu Jingshan knew this on the spot. Besides him, only the school team coach sensed something amiss, though he didn't think it mattered. The result? The ball flew from the hands of a slender figure. To everyone's astonishment, it soared an extraordinary distance. The scorekeeper's startled voice rang out, 16.30 meters, just 0.3 meters short of first place. The moment the voice echoed, the entire stadium fell silent. What? 16 meters? Did I hear that wrong? How is that possible? The school team's best throw barely reached 13 meters. This one surpassed it by 3 meters. But no matter how unbelievable it seemed, what unfolded before their eyes was undeniably real. The school team coach froze in shock upon witnessing the result. His expression froze, doubting his own ears. Glancing at the landing spot, he knew it was real. In that instant, he wanted to curse under his breath. No way, this guy's a freak, right? We're all 18 years old, how did you get so far ahead? But then, astonishment gave way to admiration. The coach's initial astonishment gave way to admiration as he studied the young man. 2 out of 5 opponents had already displayed astonishing talent. Recruiting them all to the school team would undoubtedly elevate his position and status in the martial arts world to new heights. Best coach wasn't out of the question. Even after facing the possibility of defeat, he felt neither discouraged nor angry, only exhilaration. Could such talent truly exist at Du City High? How had he failed to notice it before? If these two joined his team, losing wouldn't matter, he'd cover the cost of that month's water. If these two joined his team, the principal might not even punish him, he might even get a raise. As for them rejecting him? That possibility hadn't even crossed his mind. His earlier refusal had been solely to spare his brother's face. He looked at Lu Jingshan, his eyes brimming with contempt. What skill could a kid who hadn't even grown a full beard possibly have? He couldn't seriously think it was because of his coaching, could he? The coaching profession valued seniority above all else. Seeing Lu Jingshan's youth, he automatically assumed the other was inferior to himself. After all, he had won championships and possessed 15 years of coaching experience. He refused to believe his skills were inferior to those of the cocky little punk standing before him. He was certain that once he showed them a glimpse of his true skills, these two prodigies would be begging to join the school team. But just as he was imagining his triumphant recruitment of the pair, another shocking announcement echoed through the venue. It snapped the school team coach out of his daydreaming. The scorekeeper stared at the measuring tape in utter shock, his voice trembling. 16.4 meters. The crowd erupted in an uproar. That's a combined 32 meters, a full 4 meters farther than the school team. Unbelievable. They must be cheating. How could they throw that far? Good heavens, has the second level standard become this easy? The school team coach leapt to his feet the moment he heard the second throw's distance. Another 16 meters. No. What the hell is going on here? He was starting to question his entire existence. They trained their asses off for a year or two, only to be outdone by someone who trained for a week. The once proud brothers on the school team had gone completely silent. Now they looked like dogs with their tails between their legs, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Including them, the entire school team had shed their former arrogance, heads bowed in silence. They weren't fools. If they couldn't beat them, they couldn't beat them. Defeat had to be accepted. On the other side, the school team coach had no choice but to accept this reality. So what if it meant giving up a month's worth of water? So what if it meant ceding the training grounds? He accepted it, vowing to shoulder all the consequences. But he was determined to recruit those few players. Chapter 91, Turning Over a New Leaf. The match ended with Lu Jingshan's team winning by a landslide. Someone uploaded the video to the campus network. The footage quickly spread across video platforms, drawing significant attention. Instantly, the news that Duqing High School possessed such an incredibly formidable sports team spread like wildfire. Lu Jingshan took the 5 members out for a meal. After all, victory deserved celebration. In just 7 days, he transformed from an ordinary person into a second-level athlete. They had made the impossible possible. They looked at Lu Jingshan, who seemed almost godlike. They knew exactly how they had trained step by step to reach this point. Without Lu Jingshan, they would never have achieved this feat. Never forget your roots. This was the first lesson Lu Jingshan taught them, and they had engraved it deeply in their hearts. They knew it was Lu Jingshan who had guided them step by step to where they stood today. During the tests a few days ago, Lu Jingshan deliberately submitted false data, leading them to believe their abilities fell short. Yet judging by today's performance, each of them had reached level 2, an immense surprise. Yet they refrained from overly enthusiastic displays, for they were already so overwhelmed with excitement they didn't know what to do. Su Tian's eyes were red, and he quickly wiped them with a tissue. Seeing his reaction, the others couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Simultaneously, their admiration for Lu Jingshan deepened. Without Lu Jingshan, none of this would have been possible. Ding! Su Tian's affection rating increased to 95% solid. Acquired skill, physicist. Ding! Chen Zhenghe's affection level increased to 95% solid. Acquired skill, chemist. Ding! Chen Jingyi's affection level increased to 95% solid. Acquired skill, historian. Ding! Listening to the system's notification sounds, Lu Jingshan now possessed 5 skills. These corresponded to 5 academic disciplines: physics, chemistry, history, Chinese language, and English. All 5 were required courses. Previously, when he taught his class subjects other than math, he had to prepare lessons himself, mastering the material before teaching it to them. But this approach proved both inefficient and subpar in quality. Now, he no longer needed to prepare lessons. He could even leave his textbooks behind, as he could now recite all the knowledge for these 5 subjects up to freshman year level from memory. This dramatically improved both the quality and efficiency of his teaching. After dinner, Lu Jingshan assigned homework and headed toward the dormitory building. The old homeroom teacher was getting on in years and couldn't handle the high-intensity teaching schedule anymore, so it fell to him to take over. This meant he too had become increasingly busy. But then again, hard work pays off. When he imagined these students becoming leading experts in their respective fields someday, he could proudly declare, "I was their teacher." He felt everything he was doing now was worthwhile. The moment Lu Jingshan stepped into the study room, a voice immediately rang out from within. "Stand up." The next moment, everyone stood up in unison and bowed deeply. "Good morning, Teacher Lu." After nearly half a month of adjustments, Lu Jingshan had acquired several new titles, from Brother Lu to Big Brother Lu to now Teacher Lu. He didn't dwell on it much as long as everyone was comfortable. He didn't mind how they addressed him. The practice of bowing before class had begun several days prior. At first, Lu Jingshan found it quite unnatural and wanted everyone to revert to the simple, unassuming manner of before. But they refused. They explained it was a sign of respect. It was a symbol of his status as their teacher. It was a gesture that came from the bottom of their hearts. This scene was witnessed by Lu Wenjing, seated in the back row. In the past, she would have burst out laughing. Then she'd have made an untimely remark. A pig with 2 green onions stuck in its hair, pretending to be an elephant. But after attending a few classes in Class 7, especially after hearing Lu Jingshan's lectures, she changed. That day had shaken her to her core, her worldview shattered and rebuilt. She realized she had been wrong, utterly and completely wrong. Listening to Lu Jingshan's lectures felt like a spiritual elevation. It was only after attending Lu Jingshan's lectures that the bottleneck she'd struggled with for years began to shift. She finally understood how foolish it had been to doubt Lu Jingshan in the first place. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. Her thoughts had never flowed so freely. That night marked the first time she had scraped together her father's money to pay for tutoring. Now, seeing everyone rise to welcome Lu Jingshan, she stood up too and bowed along with them. With Lu Jingshan by her side, her dream school no longer felt out of reach. Just then, her phone buzzed. A message popped up. Her best friend was looking for her. Ding. "Etienne, why haven't I seen you around lately?" Ding. "Wanna go shopping?" Ding. "Oh, and that person who made you drop out? I've got a way to deal with her." On the other end of the phone screen, Lu Wenjing's best friend clutched her phone, staring at the display, waiting for a reply. Her best friend had been forced to drop out because of that guy named Lu Jingshan. She couldn't let her best friend suffer like this. And now she'd gotten wind of something. Xin Yuwei from Class 7 was getting pretty close to Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan was a tough nut to crack, but Xin Yuwei was the opening. She wanted to share the plan with her best friend to get revenge. But after staring at the screen for ages, there was still no reply. Out of curiosity, she typed a question mark and sent it. Then a glaring red exclamation mark popped up. She'd been deleted. On the other end of the phone. After blocking her best friend, Lu Wenjing exhaled a long breath. Close call. That woman nearly ruined her bright future. That wicked woman was actually scheming to harm Lu Jingshan. That was something she couldn't tolerate now. Anyone who harmed Lu Jingshan was now her enemy. Ding. Lu Wenjing's affection rating has increased to 80% best friend. Congratulations on obtaining 1 lucky potion. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to begin class, the system notification jolted him to a halt. Lu Wenjing's favorability toward him had actually risen to 80%? He remembered this woman had framed him before. Why was her affection for him so high now? He couldn't figure it out. He shook his head. Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Back to class. He looked at the Class 7 students and said, "Today we'll cover physics." Chapter 92, the website. As we all know, physics has 5 pillars. Namely classical mechanics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, relativity, and quantum mechanics. Originally, we were supposed to cover high school physics. Lu Wenjing, who had been eagerly flipping through her textbook to prepare for class and review her weak points, felt a vague sense of unease upon hearing Lu Jingshan's words. Lu Jingshan tossed the high school physics textbook behind him, clapped his hands, and laughed. Today, we'll cover the advanced stuff. The Large Hadron Collider in particle physics. Many have heard of it but don't understand it. So today, we'll discuss what these things are actually for, how we can build them, and what we should pay attention to when using them. Lu Wenjing froze mid-page, her hand still turning the book. What had Lu Jingshan just said? Had she heard correctly? Build a Large Hadron Collider? That's something you only see in videos and news reports, a term you hear in the media. Now he was talking about teaching them how to build one? Seriously? They were only in their senior year of high school. Think about whether we could even understand this, you jerk. Lu Wenjing had assumed everyone else would share her thoughts until she glanced around and noticed something was off. Why did none of their expressions show confusion or bewilderment? She could understand all that, but what was with the expectant looks from the crowd? Accompanied by waves of gasps. Seriously? Are we really going to hear how to build a Large Hadron Collider? Could it be she was the only one in the entire class who didn't get it? Lu Wenjing was devastated. She was, after all, the top student among the top students in the honors class. Before Lu Jingshan burst onto the scene, she had always been number one in math. She, a universally acknowledged math prodigy, was now the worst performer in a class widely regarded as subpar. She was truly, utterly defeated. What had these days in Class 7 felt like? It felt like a complete dimensional downgrade. She'd been downgraded. It wouldn't have bothered her if she'd been worse than these kids in other subjects, those weren't her strengths anyway, so no big deal. But in math class her pride and joy were she'd hoped to regain some confidence. But in the recent pop quiz, she only managed a mid-range score, ranking 19th in the class. And that was only because 5 students who usually compete in math contests didn't participate. Plunging from top of the grade to mid-tier in her class, the blow was devastating, leaving her reeling with a sense of utter defeat. For the first time, she doubted herself, doubted her life, doubted all her previous efforts, and doubted whether she even had a talent for math. She dared not bring the results home and hid them away. Now, Lu Jingshan was about to lecture on the Large Hadron Collider. The entire class looked expectant, many already taking notes. Some even pulled out their phones to record the lecture, planning to rewatch it during evening study sessions after school. Lu Jingshan's classes allowed considerable freedom as long as it didn't disrupt others or hinder one's own progress. Anything that boosted learning efficiency was permitted. Lu Jingshan actively encouraged diverse learning approaches and was currently developing an online teaching platform. He would post key concepts and focal points from various subjects on the site for everyone's use. This includes, but is not limited to, simplified tables of physical laws, cosmology, condensed matter physics, particle trajectory visualization, cathode ray tube demonstrations, and the 7 millennium problems. Additionally, it features answers to classic questions. Why is time irreversible? Why do chips keep getting smaller? Do parallel universes exist? And what about the 7 bridges of Königsberg, the Monty Hall problem, Hilbert's Hotel paradox, and more? However, the website is still under development, with the primary challenge being the low computer ownership rate among its target audience. Most families simply cannot afford to provide their children with computers during high school. He could certainly pay for computers for the entire class out of his own pocket. But that wasn't the right approach. After years in prison, he had come to understand that teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. His goal was to transform people, not to support them. Computers needed to be earned through their own efforts, purchased with their own money. But how could he enable everyone to earn money they earned themselves while also enhancing their academic growth? He devised a solution, establishing a leaderboard in various awards, including Special Achievement Awards, Poverty Alleviation Awards, Enthusiasm Awards, and Progress Awards. Every week, his class would take a short quiz, and students would be ranked based on their scores. The top 10 on the leaderboard would receive corresponding cash rewards. Students not in the top 10 focused their efforts on the specialized awards. The Poverty Alleviation and Enthusiasm Awards, as the names suggest, involved helping classmates ranked below them. If the person made significant progress, both would receive rewards. Special awards, however, came with a restriction: those ranked in the top 10 were ineligible to participate. Lu Jingshan sought every means to motivate everyone while providing external support. Though modest, these bonuses proved sufficient for high school students. The class proceeded as usual, with Lu Jingshan covering topics ranging from the fundamental nature of the Large Hadron Collider to its construction methods. The core objectives were identifying the origin of mass in all matter, exploring dark matter and dark energy, recreating the primordial soup following the Big Bang, and how to simulate particle acceleration and detection at low cost. Though Lu Wenjing still didn't grasp many of the concepts covered in the lesson, she was surprised to find that she actually understood some parts. It felt almost magical. As the bell rang to end the class, Lu Jingshan then announced the ranking system and special bonuses. I'll have Xing Yue and Gu Changxing oversee this. They'll track your real-time rankings and learning progress to determine eligibility for the bonuses. Additionally, I will launch our class website next Sunday. I will post various knowledge points, key concepts for each lesson, and challenging problems on that site. Each person's account will be their student ID. Since this is a class-specific website, each account can only log in from one IP address. I don't want it appearing in public view. Understood? The group responded in unison, understood. No one here is stupid. Top universities have limited spots, and at the end of the day, we're all competitors in the college entrance exam. The internal competition was already fierce enough. Why would anyone share the website with outsiders? Only a fool would do something like that. So they all tacitly agreed this was something best enjoyed alone. Lu Jingxin glanced at the time, then checked the date. Soon, a message pinged on his phone. Waiting for you at the school gate. Alright, the CF regional qualifiers were happening again these past 2 days. Last week, they swept through most of their opponents like a whirlwind. With just tonight's few remaining teams left, they could secure a perfect record and advance to the next round, the knockout stage. Without delay, Lu Jingxin grabbed his phone and power bank. He didn't carry much anyway and walked straight out of the classroom. But as he stepped out, Lu Jingxin found himself blocked. It was none other than Lu Wenjing. Excuse me, student, what's the matter? Since she had paid and not a small amount, Lu Jingxin couldn't really complain. He even put on a professional smile. After all, the customer is always right. Since he'd earned their money, he had to deliver proper service. Is there something you don't understand? You might want to ask quickly. I don't have much time. Under Lu Jingxin's gaze, Lu Wenjing finally spoke up. About that website you mentioned earlier, can I use it? Lu Jingxin paused upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated this possibility. She wasn't a classmate from their original group. She'd only recently joined their class, and their bond wasn't strong. Would she share the website with others? That was hard to say. But if she was willing to pay that much, would she really care about such a small profit? Lu Jingxin nodded with a smile. Of course. Your account will be your student ID. I'll notify you once the website is up. Oh, and remember, this is our own thing, got it? Got it. Under Lu Jingxin's gaze, Lu Wenjing, fearing he might forbid her from using the site, nodded earnestly in assurance. Rest assured, absolutely no one else. Satisfied with her response, Lu Jingxin nodded. Alright, since everything's settled, I'll be heading out now. Before he finished speaking, he had already left. His teammates were still waiting for him, and he couldn't keep those 4 little ones waiting too long. Chapter 93, Public Opinion. The school gates were packed with people due to the end of the school day. However, the moment the other students spotted Lu Jingxin, they deliberately moved aside, keeping a certain distance. Lu Jingxin noticed this. Though he didn't understand why they were doing it, it was a good thing. At least he wouldn't have to deal with the crowd. Yet as he made his way through the crowd, he still caught whispers of murmurs around him. That's him, the local bully of Deuce City. Cheating, pulling strings, threatening people. Stay away from him, bad luck. Who knows what the principal was thinking? He drove senior Lu Wenjing away. Let this guy cheat his way to high scores and pull strings for competition spots, and now there's no word from him. How is someone like this still in school? Exactly. Haven't you noticed? No one from class 7 shows up for lectures anymore. Looks like they've given up on the college entrance exams. Total underachievers hogging the school's best resources. I also heard someone tried to jump off the building yesterday. Looks like they pushed themselves to the edge. No hope for the future, so they just wanted to end it. Sigh, all I can say is that in this trash class, anyone would be ruined. It's truly one bad apple spoiling the whole barrel. Listening to the murmurs of discussion around him, Lu Jingxin remained expressionless on the surface, but inside, he was utterly bewildered and filled with confusion. When did their reputations sink this low? It was practically unforgivable. They hadn't actively addressed the rumors, but surely it couldn't be this bad? Lu Jingxin furrowed his brow, sensing a whiff of conspiracy in the air. The rumors spread with alarming speed and a clear agenda. Stepping out of the crowd, Lu Jingxin pulled out his phone and sent a message. After sending it, he looked up to see Duan Long and Lu Feifei waving at him from ahead. Lu Jingxin jogged over, his face filled with apology. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? No problem, we're still on time. Let's get in the car first? As the car started moving, Duan Long turned to Lu Jingxin and said directly, Old Lu, you must have heard about it when you came out just now, right? Duan Long's expression was grave, his tone equally low and solemn. Public opinion storms like this had happened before, but none had reached the current scale or intensity. At this point, even if they came forward to refute the rumors, it would be useless. No one would believe them. People would only think they had hit the nail on the head. From years of navigating the underworld, Duan Long possessed an exceptionally keen instinct. In the past, even if something happened, it would fade away soon enough. Most people treated it as a passing hot topic to discuss. Once the buzz died down, the matter would be forgotten. How could it be like this now? Especially during the 2 months leading up to the college entrance exams when everyone should be most focused, the rumors just keep getting louder and more intense. It feels like Lu Jingshan cut in, answering for Duan Long, like being led by someone else's strings. Duan Long nodded emphatically. He hadn't spent all these years navigating the underworld for nothing. The moment the point was made, it clicked instantly. But this only deepened their confusion. Who else in the entire school could orchestrate such a massive wave of public opinion, besides the two of them? Old Lu, have you crossed someone lately? Lu Jingshan shook his head. He had no idea who it could be or why they'd do this. It was beyond his comprehension. Seeing Lu Jingshan shake his head, Duan Long pressed on, since we don't know who it is, let's take the initiative and find them. Ask them why they're doing this? Yeah, I've already put Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao on it. Alright, I'll have my people look into it too. Investigating together should speed things up. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao slipped into his Du City High uniform. To avoid recognition, he donned a mask and feigned a cough as he blended into the crowd. Listening to the surrounding chatter, especially the slander directed at Lu Jingshan, he nearly lost his composure. He forced himself to suppress his anger. He knew why he was here to gather intelligence. If he exposed himself now, all these years of Li Xiaoyao's undercover work would be wasted. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, he adopted a bewildered tone and asked, "Hey, guys, who exactly is this Lu school bully you keep talking about?" Hearing the voice, the two who had been whispering turned in unison to face the sudden intruder. They scanned him up and down, recognizing him as neither a friend nor a foe. Moreover, he appeared to be a student from Du City High School. His genuinely curious and clueless expression and gaze automatically lowered their guard. After all, gossip was gossip, didn't it matter who they shared it with? They quickly accepted this stranger they just met. They began discussing the notorious school bully from Du City High they just mentioned. Like how he'd blatantly cheated on the mock exams using Lu Jingshan's connections, then pulled strings to snatch up 5 competition spots. Li Xiaoyao interjected, could it be they earned those competition spots through their own merit? But this suggestion was immediately shot down by both of them. Impossible. The competition ended a week ago. The top-tier class students' results are all out. Those kids from class 7 never did well academically, and now there's no news about them. Who would believe they earned their spots on merit? Li Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully, feigning deep contemplation. Then he noticed something amiss. Notifications for competitions like this were only sent to the contestants themselves and the school administration. Even when the school made announcements publicly, they were typically framed as congratulatory messages for specific students who had placed in the competition. But as far as he knew, the school hadn't officially released any congratulatory list for the competition yet. Which meant this list either came from a high-ranking official within the school or... Li Xiaoyao continued to ask doubtfully, how did you guys even hear about this? I've never heard anything about it. Seeing Li Xiaoyao's genuinely bewildered expression, the two boys realized he truly had no idea. Wanting to share the scoop, they exchanged a knowing glance, nodded, and revealed their source to Li Xiaoyao. It's from a senior in grade 12. She claims to have first-hand intel. All 5 students from the honors class have received follow-up notifications, while none from class 7 have. Only those who failed the competition would receive no updates. This was a significant piece of information, pinpointing the target for the leak. Li Xiaoyao then learned from these 2 students why they called Lu Jingshan the tyrant of Du City High. They also explained the rumors about him pulling strings and threatening others. But even they didn't know who started the rumors. They only knew that lately, people kept bringing it up. As more people spoke, emotions flared, and they began to unite in opposition. Though he didn't know who was fueling the repeated accusations, his visit wasn't entirely fruitless. He had gathered some information. To gather more intelligence, Li Xiaoyao had no intention of leaving just yet. After bidding farewell to the 2 kind souls who had shared clues with him, he blended into another group discussing Lu Jingshan. Playing dumb with a look of confusion and ignorance, they all chose to speak up. This time, however, he didn't gain much direct information. Instead, he managed to gather some information about that senior classmate, learning she was a student in Senior 3, Class 1. Simultaneously, Li Xiaoyao received another piece of intelligence. Someone in Class 3 of Grade 11 frequently brought up Lu Jingshan, whether intentionally or not, reigniting a wave of discussion. But since school had already ended, all grades except the key senior classes had left campus. He'd have to investigate that Grade 11 Class 3 student tomorrow. As Li Xiaoyao walked back to school, he sent Lu Jingshan a message, reporting the details he had uncovered. Chapter 94, Former Pro Player. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan, who had just finished a preliminary match, also received a message from Li Xiaoyao. Senior 3, Class 1, and Senior 2, Class 3? Lu Jingshan murmured softly as he read the message Li Xiaoyao had sent. Old Lu, it's our turn. Duan Long called out. Got it. Coming right up. Lu Jingshan shouted while replying to Li Xiaoyao. Observe closely, infiltrate gradually. After sending the message, he quickly stowed his phone and headed to the lineup. They had 3 matches left before the next round. Not many, but they'd mostly been quick victories with clean sweeps. Since last week, their Lu Sangun squad had maintained a perfect shutout streak, continuing right up to this moment. The name Lu Sanxian now echoed throughout the entire venue. Opponents who had faced them all agreed they were too strong, almost inhumanly so. Despite their winning streak, Lu Jingshan remains unsatisfied. They haven't yet faced a truly formidable team, leaving them uncertain of their own true strength. If this statement were made public, it would likely enrage many spectators to the point of fury. Listen to that, is that even human speech? Everyone here has already conceded defeat to you, and now you come out with, our opponents are too weak to gauge our true potential. Just then, a few figures gathered below the stage, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing up at Lu Sanxiang's position. Among them was a man wearing staff referee attire. He took a USB drive handed to him by another person. With others crowding around, no one noticed. For the young master, go ahead. The man patted the referee's shoulder and gestured toward the stage. At this moment, it was the second and final team remaining from Lu Sanxiang's squad. Judging by their track record, it was no surprise another clean sweep was inevitable. The Lu Sanxiang team was simply too formidable. The competing squads included not only elite teams like the Thunder Squad but also squads led by famous streamers. Yet, without exception, every single one had been swept by Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan found it tedious, so he always gave his all, aiming for swift, clean sweeps to finish early. Among the many teams, one stood out as particularly unique. Its uniqueness lay in being the only team on site featuring a retired pro player. The team was called Linglong, led by an 18-year-old captain named Ling Xiaotian. Dressed in extravagant attire and adorned with an array of accessories. Even at a glance, one could tell his status was far from ordinary. Another peculiarity lies in its captain. Ling Xiaotian's skill level so far? Calling him a noob would be an understatement. Their survival thus far relies entirely on the remaining 4 members. Led by a former pro player, the other 3 members were all household names on the peak rankings. This was undeniably a powerhouse team built for carrying others to victory. It's precisely because of these 4 players that Linglong team secured second place in the preliminary round standings, defeating numerous renowned teams including Thunder Team. The top spot on the leaderboard belongs to Lu Sanxiang, whom they will face in the next round. After observing them over the past few days, the Linglong team realized they might not necessarily be able to defeat this Lu Sanxiang squad. Their team demonstrated formidable strength in both individual player capabilities and team coordination, though their command structure remained largely undisclosed. Lu Sanxiang had advanced through the qualifiers purely on his individual marksmanship, fighting his way through to this stage. As for tactical planning, Lu Jingshan insisted it wasn't crucial yet. It wasn't yet time for the commander to truly showcase his strength. Facing such an unpredictable squad where every member was maxed out in skill, even former pro players admitted the odds of victory were slim. Accompanying them was Ling Xiaotian's butler. In the butler's view, Lu Sanxiang was simply too formidable. Losing in the qualifiers didn't matter now, it wouldn't affect their advancement. But what if they faced them in the next elimination round? Their young master had long yearned for the professional stage and invested considerable effort in this pursuit. Lu Sanxiang was like a ticking time bomb for them, you never knew when he might strike. Therefore, for the young master's dream, the task of eliminating formidable opponents fell squarely on his shoulders. Soon, in this match, Lu Sanxiang once again dominated with overwhelming pressure, shutting out his opponents completely. The opposing team consisted of 5 kids who had snuck out without their parents' knowledge. Now, they sat in their seats, each one crying. The 5 children had been beaten into tears, wailing loudly. Lu Jingshan saw it all, but he couldn't do anything about it. In competitive matches, respect for opponents meant giving it your all. He had shown these children considerable respect. If necessary, he could vouch for them, telling their parents they had gone to a classmate's house to study. Soon, they arrived at the final match. Both teams, please take the stage. As this was a match between the top 2 teams on the leaderboard, a large crowd had naturally gathered below the stage. And since it was a match between the top 2 teams, the production value was stepped up. Just like the opening match earlier, they had a large screen, a stage, an announcer, and even a referee. It all looked quite professional. As the crowd watched Lu Sanxiang and his team take the stage, cheers erupted instantly, chanting their names. The reason was simple, they were formidable. In the first round, the 5 members of Lu Sanxiang's team had undoubtedly demonstrated the strongest performance among all competing squads. With 12 consecutive victories under their belt, defeating Linglong would mean advancing to the next round with a perfect 13-0 record, all matches ending in shutouts. As for their opponents, the Linglong team. Were they strong? Absolutely. Ranked second on the leaderboard, their strength was undeniable. They too had achieved 12 consecutive victories so far. However, any discerning observer could see that their overall strength still fell short of Lu Sanxiang's team. The contrast between the 2 captains is especially stark. Linglong's captain? Anyone could tell he was a pretentious hack, entirely carried by his 4 teammates to that second-place position. As for Lu Sanxiang, words were unnecessary. The vivid memory of him single-handedly eliminating all 5 members of the Thunder team still lingered in everyone's minds. The 2 teams stood side by side, kings facing kings, generals facing generals. The former pro player looked at Lu Jingshan. He remembered this man well. He'd watched nearly all of Lu Sanxiang's matches. Professional instincts screamed that Lu Jingxian hadn't been taking this seriously at all, holding back significantly against every opponent so far. He made up his mind. He was determined to see if he could test the opponent's true capabilities. He would play this match with his former professional identity, giving it his all to leave no regrets. Seeing a promising younger player stirred his competitive spirit. Soon, the match commenced. Map selection. The first map was still Desert 2, a classic old map. Lu Sanxiang's team as the attackers. Linglong team as the police. First round, pistol phase. Chapter 95, The Legend. That ID looks familiar, someone remarked, staring at an assault rifle player's ID on the big screen. Isn't that High God? The former pro assault player from Green Bubble? Who'd have thought he'd show up here? As a former pro player, High God still had some name recognition. Sure enough, he was recognized immediately. But why is he on the Linglong team? Linglong's owner is loaded, you know. See that guy sitting in the middle? He's the owner of Team Linglong. Rumor has it he shelled out a fortune to recruit High God. Wow, this is so confusing. Which side should I root for? Linglong is High God, but Lu Sanxiang isn't weak either. And I hear their captain is pretty strong too. Because of High God, many spectators began to waver in their support for the Linglong team. After all, he's a former pro. No matter how strong the other team is, how could they possibly match a professional player? The crowd had initially leaned more toward supporting Lu Jingxian, but as more people recognized that ID, the crowd shifted its support toward the pro player. Even the absolute best gamers out there are just called pros. Being good at gaming doesn't guarantee you'll go pro, but if you make it pro, you're definitely good at gaming. Many felt conflicted, carefully weighing the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. According to insiders, during High God's era, he won Best Assault Player 3 consecutive times and made it to the international finals 3 times. Unfortunately, fate seemed to have other plans. In those 3 international finals, his best result was runner-up. To this day, not having won a single international championship remains a major regret in High Shin's career. But as the saying goes, defeat is not the fault of the general. Any discerning observer could see that High God gave his all, often turning the tide of battle and single-handedly overcoming overwhelming odds in countless clutch situations. Yet, it always fell just short. 3 years ago, High God announced his retirement from competitive play to become a CS streamer. No one expected him to reappear here, let alone serve as someone else's enforcer. Yet some offered rational analysis. High Shin hasn't played professionally in 3 years. He's definitely not at his peak anymore. But you never know, a shot in the dark could pay off big. I'm betting on Lu Sanxiang. Hey! That's where you're wrong. Veterans may be seasoned, but their strength lies in their wealth of experience and split-second decision-making. Even after 3 years away from pro play, he's still not someone ordinary players can match. So what? CS ultimately comes down to gunplay. Forget about Linglong's captain, his skills are nothing special. Every member of Lu Sanxiang's team has undeniable raw talent. Don't forget, Lu Sanxiang is the only one to ever achieve 12 consecutive clean sweeps. Can Linglong pull that off? The group erupted into a heated debate over whether Linglong or Lu Sanxiang was the stronger team. Meanwhile, bets were being placed at the venue. No takes back. No takes back. Linglong versus 3 guns, even money. Place your bets now. On the other side, glancing at the IDs in the game, all 4 players except Lu Jingxian froze for a moment. Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly, "That's High God over there. I thought he looked familiar when we faced off earlier, but I never imagined it would actually be him." Xiaowei had been a fan of High God before. Even after High God transitioned to streaming, Xiaowei occasionally tuned into his broadcasts. He'd assumed someone as big as High God would never appear in a low-tier regional tournament like this, so for a moment he thought he'd misidentified him, that they just looked alike. But now, with that familiar ID confirmed, Xiaowei was absolutely certain the man sitting across from them was none other than former pro player High God. He'd won several domestic championships, though he'd always fallen just short on the international stage. Upon realizing his opponent was High God, his idol, Xiaowei visibly grew excited. The other 3 players all looked a bit off, to varying degrees. They all played the same game, and especially for those aiming for the professional scene, understanding the history of pro tournaments was essential. High Shin had secured 3 consecutive international runner-up titles. Yet as a striker, his skill earned him the title of international best striker for 3 straight years. High Shin's name is etched into the annals of professional gaming history. Even though he's long since stepped back from the front lines, his fame remains undeniable. So when the 4 players confirmed that the opponent was indeed the High Shin they had in mind, they were all somewhat shocked. None expected such a renowned pro figure to appear in this regional qualifier. Sensing his teammates' excitement, Lu Jingxian, who never watched professional matches, looked utterly bewildered. High Shin, is he that strong? Lu Jingxian genuinely had no idea who the man was. Xiaowei quickly interjected, he's more than just strong. 3 years ago, he was the world's top rifle player. But now the top spot belongs to a 17-year-old from the north, even stronger than him. Duan Long's expression turned serious as he hurriedly explained, Hai Shin is a former pro player. He quit competing 3 years ago to become a streamer. I never expected to run into him here today. He's no pushover, we need to be careful. Though Hai God was formidable, they were now adversaries. They had to challenge him at their absolute best and defeat him. Knowing their opponent's strength only made them more determined. Xiaowei also set aside other emotions, focusing entirely on the game. Even though he was Hai God's fan, Hai God was now his enemy. He had to find a way to defeat Hai God and secure victory for the team. Now, everyone shared a single thought, securing the final victory for their team. Meanwhile, Hai God glanced at the idealist Lu. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He'd held back somewhat in previous matches, but this time, he intended to unleash his full power against his opponent. He wanted to see just how high Lu's ceiling truly was. As a pro player, he sensed something about Lu Jingshan that drew him in, compelling him to give his absolute best. He began gradually taking command of the entire team. Inside the match. As the attacking side, the initiative should be firmly in their grasp. Learning from his teammates that the enemy had such a formidable player, Lu Jingshan decided to step up the intensity, adjusting his microphone slightly upward. From this moment on, I'm in command. Everyone must ensure absolute unity in execution. Can you do it? Got it, the team responded in unison. The first pistol round imposed greater limitations than long-range rounds, heavily testing players' individual skill. Lu Jingshan issued his first tactical call, the entire squad would rush to be sight. Professional players generally possess strong fundamentals, but if they encountered opponents on the central or A routes, they would be at a disadvantage in terms of technique. Since the enemy was unaware of their tactical style, the first round left the opponents essentially blind. By rushing B zone at full speed, even if that god-tier player defended B, Lu Jingshan was confident they could at least achieve a 1-for-1 trade. Soon, the crowd realized Lu Sanxiang's team's full plan. They're going for a speed rush, someone in the crowd analyzed. They want to take the first point quickly while Linglong is still unfamiliar with their tactics. They exploited Linglong's initial focus on gathering intel on the 3 guns. Their scattered positions made rapid regrouping difficult to swiftly capture B. If they avoid casualties, they could even push for a 2v2v1 defense. Indeed, Linglong's initial 5-man positioning was quite spread out. Hai Shin remained unhurried. His first priority was gathering sufficient intelligence, so he adopted a 2-1-1-1 defensive hit-and-run strategy. 2 players guarded B as the main defensive focus. 1 each was assigned to the side path and a lane. If B was threatened, the A lane player would switch to the side path. The side path player could choose either the shortcut or the main entrance. The remaining player would directly infiltrate the enemy's rear if a lane was unguarded. Hai Shin chose to charge straight through a lane. If a lane was clear, it meant the enemy was definitely pushing B, allowing him to immediately coordinate with the teammates guarding the side path. Within half a minute, news came from B zone. They've reinforced B zone. Too many of them, I can't switch positions. Withdrawing first. Understandable, survival comes first. Pistols differ from long guns. Long guns offer a higher chance of taking out multiple enemies, while pistols are more balanced. The side with more numbers holds the advantage. 5 enemies suddenly appeared. Not running meant certain death. Hai God immediately adjusted the plan. Zone A, take the path to the main gate and support Zone B. I'll flank around the back. Chapter 96, Hai God 2. The 4 individuals Linglong had invited were no slouches either. Although Lu Jingshan secured the first kill, the timely arrival of the side path team allowed them to coordinate and secure both the dog hole and the main gate. With equal marksmanship, it came down to who would lose their nerve first and who could make decisive, ruthless calls. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan's bag had been dropped. The timer entered the 40-second countdown. Now the roles reversed, the police team had to enter and defuse the bomb or they would lose. But breaching the door carried risks. With all 5 of Lu Jingshan's team present, charging in would be futile. The situation stalled momentarily, with only 1 person remaining free. That was Hai Shin, who had already positioned himself at the rear. Everyone focus on my position and keep applying pressure, Hai God instructed. The standoff turned into a tug of war. Lu Sanxiang's formation was 221, 2 guarding the side paths, 2 covering reinforcements from Area A, and 1 free agent. And that free agent was Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan watched the seconds tick by, sensing something was off. He needed to make a move. Just then, Hai God made his move. Without any props, he directly peeked out and went head-to-head with Xiao and Dashang guarding the small path. A dramatic scene unfolded. Hai God landed 2 headshots, taking out both Xiaowei and Big Bear. Despite firing several shots, they couldn't land a single kill. This scene was projected onto the big screen. The audience's initial tension dissolved as Hai God's clutch play instantly turned the tide. Fans and spectators erupted in excitement. That's why they call him Hai God. He seizes opportunities even when at a disadvantage. The enemy never gave him a chance, it's just that Hai God's aim is too solid, forcing his way through. Meanwhile, with Hai God's successful maneuver, the 2 players at a door began applying pressure, pushing towards the B area. Lu Jingshan knew it was time to make his move. That double kill was impressive. He had to start taking this seriously. Haishan stopped advancing once he reached the middle of the tunnel. He knew someone was waiting for him ahead. That person was none other than Lu Jingshan. His teammates had already started applying pressure, preventing the two opponents from retreating. This meant the tunnel would become a one-on-one showdown between him and Lu Jingshan. Both men's breathing grew lighter as their focus sharpened. Both were waiting for the moment their opponent appeared, ready to push human limits to the extreme. Each was waiting for an opening to fire first. Shooter games differ from others in that victory or defeat often hinges on split-second decisions. This stalemate actually favored Lu Sanxiang and his team. Their payload was already secured, and only 29 seconds remained. If Linglong's group didn't act soon, defeat was inevitable. Hai God understood the situation too. The doors were mostly locked, and the pressure they applied only kept Lu Sanxiang and his two men from making rash moves. A frontal assault would put them at a disadvantage. Ultimately, it was up to him to make a move. That was the mindset of a professional player. He stared at the screen and said, "Countdown 3, 2, 1. Charge together." Straight in. The two from Linglong replied in perfect unison, "Got it." They were all skilled players. A split-second difference could mean a world of difference. The audience watching the screen had already begun to tense up, some even forgetting to breathe. They knew this was the moment that would decide the outcome. The next moment, Hai God abandoned passivity and went on the offensive. A feint followed by a crouching pull aiming to deceive Lu Jingshan's line of fire while granting himself a faster shot opportunity. But despite his clever plan, the moment he exposed himself, Lu Jingshan's preemptive shot fired. The first shot hit his arm. By the time Hai God adjusted his aim, the two were locked in a firefight. But because Hai God's aim wasn't fully adjusted and he was rushing, his shot only managed to chip away 35 HP from Lu Jingshan. That shot earned him Lu Jingshan's second bullet. Lu Jingshan's second shot followed the head perfectly, taking him down in one. The crowd erupted in gasps once more. It truly proved that in a clash between masters, victory hinges on the smallest details. Hai God flexed his wrist and let out a long sigh. This kid's got it. His aim is spot on, and his reflexes are lightning fast. He didn't voice it, but his mind was already filled with praise for Lu Jingshan. Just in the tunnel alone, the opponent handled things exceptionally well. He remained calm and collected, knowing that rushing would only benefit them. That was precisely what he capitalized on. Too bad. The next round won't be so easy for him to win. The real game had only just begun. The first round ended with a narrow victory for the Lu San gun squad. For the second round, pistols were swapped out for assault rifles. Xiaowei and Big Bear, having just made a mistake that allowed Hai God to take out two of them, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Lu Jingshan quickly reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Our opponents are strong too. Just relax and do your best. Besides, we haven't lost yet. Just bring your A game and put on a great fight." Chapter 97, Hai God 3. Second round. A sharp gleam flashed in Hai God's eyes. During the preliminary feelers of the first match, he had gathered a rough understanding of his opponent's capabilities. Combined with his pre-match analysis of Lu Jingshan's team's previous 12 matches. Combined with the current state of their team. Only 4 members of their team possessed actual combat prowess. The remaining one was their boss. Though their boss lacked skill, he was incredibly generous with his offers. He'd promised Lu Jingshan $1,000,000 if he could get him into the finals of the national championship. Although he had earned a decent sum during his professional gaming days, he had spent most of it over the past 3 years. Streaming income was ultimately limited, and taking on private matches was both exhausting and slow. He'd figured this minor tournament wouldn't be too tough, and with the short time frame, he could rake in $1 million in just a few months. That was almost as much as a professional tournament prize. How could he refuse? He immediately agreed and contacted 4 friends he knew from gaming to join him. The boss agreed to up the ante besides him. The other 3 each got 200,000 yuan. He assumed a lineup like there's wouldn't face any formidable opponents in a minor regional tournament. But the appearance of the Lu San gun team delivered an unexpected surprise. Yes, a pleasant surprise. It had been ages since he'd faced serious competition on the battlefield. Ever since stepping back from the professional scene 3 years ago due to certain circumstances and retreating to secondary streaming roles, even his high-level matches were confined to his small streaming room. Nothing compared to the thrill of a real tournament. But now, he had it. His excitement was palpable. Though it had been 3 years since his last match, he was confident his skills and tactical knowledge could hold their own against any random player. Competing with him on tactics? Ridiculous. From their previous matches, it was clear that Lu Sanxiang favored a dual-lane strategy. They relied on the aggressive play of their assault and sniper to tear open a path. Then their captain's individual skill would carve out another path. Captain Lu Sanxiang's skills are formidable, even surpassing his own. So this time, he's going to take a gamble. This time, we'll execute a 4-1 flanking maneuver. Their 4-man squad was evenly matched with the enemy. He suspected the opposing team would definitely go for a 3-pronged assault this round. The confident player named Lu would push the lane, so they'd simply let him go without provoking him. First, take out one of their points to create a direct counter threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Captain, how should we play this round?" asked Xiaowei. At this moment, Xiaowei had become thoroughly convinced of Lu Jingshan's abilities. Gone was his earlier disdain. After 12 matches, he finally understood why this man had become their captain. He deserved it. He deserved it so much. Among the 5 of them, only he was capable. At this moment, he was practically obeying Captain Lu's every command. Lu Jingshan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Where had that young man's former pride gone? Lu Jingshan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He too was trying to anticipate how the other side would predict their moves. That guy with the ID high god wasn't someone to mess with. And he was a pro player. His own teammate had described him as incredibly skilled. This couldn't help but make him overthink, recalling their previous 12 matches against each other. The other team was pretty much on par with them, both favoring brute force to win matches. But Linglong team had something they lacked. They were particularly adept at executing counter strategies. They gathered intel in the early games, quickly deciphered their opponent's go-to tactics, and then countered them head-on. In their first match, that player High God didn't hold a defensive position. He seemed to be flanking around the back, likely gathering intel on their tactics too. Now, there are 2 possible paths. First, trust that they'll keep gathering intel in the second game, and stick with the fast attack strategy. Second, they've already prepared countermeasures. 2 seconds later, Lu Jingshan said calmly, "We'll stick to the 3-lane split as usual, but we'll make slight adjustments this time. Fei Fei and Duan Long, take the middle path to a side. I'll go through a lane, then regroup at A area." Xiaowei and Dexiong feinted B zone, ready to block reinforcements of the zone at any moment. Chapter 98, Fierce Assault. The second round commenced once more. After a brief psychological battle, Lu Jingshan made a simple tactical switch. This time, the main assault would target Area A instead of Area B. The only difference was that this time, he would be speeding up solo. Moreover, he now had enough funds to purchase a long gun. As the team captain, he didn't splurge on a sniper rifle. Instead, he bought a submachine gun and saved the rest for other gear. Before the match began, the organizers changed the rules. The format shifted from 11 rounds to decide the winner to 21 rounds, with automatic team switching after 11 rounds. With the increased number of rounds, managing in-game finances became crucial. Many matches were lost because players ran out of money, unable to afford good weapons or essential gear. Moreover, this team no longer required him to charge at the forefront. He only needed to fulfill his duties as captain. After one last glance at the AK, Lu Jingshan opted to purchase an MP9 for the next round. The moment he secured the MP9, the 5 members immediately advanced toward their pre-arranged positions. Since Lu Jingshan needed to fire the first shot, the other 4 positioned themselves at the blind spot near the central door, exposing only a sniper rifle and an AK. As for Lu Jingshan, he paid no heed to his footsteps. Confident in his marksmanship, he knew that even if he charged head-on, it would be the enemy who ended up dead. So he charged forward boldly. The spectators watching this unfold outside were utterly dumbfounded. The commentators were at a loss for words. Does the captain of Lu Sanxiang's team not fear exposing his footsteps? His style matched his flashy ID. From the bird's eye view, both teams' tactics and player positions were clear. Apart from Hyson, all 4 members of Linglong's squad headed toward a lane. Only one door separated them cross it, and they'd clash head-on. And Linglong's members clearly heard Lu Jingshan's exposed footsteps. They smirked inwardly, thinking, just as we expected. Hazen's guess about their tactics was spot on. That Lucian over there seemed to be nothing more than their plaything. Since he dared to adopt an ID so similar to high gods, it would make him understand that the name of a god was not something to be taken lightly. They heard only one set of footsteps approaching. That was practically a free kill, one they absolutely had to secure. For against one they could at least reduce the enemy's numbers first. It wasn't just them thinking this, the spectators outside the arena were thinking the same thing. Though in their first match against Thunder Team, Captain Lu Sanxiang had pulled off a 1v4 kill streak, even securing a pentakill in the end. But that was just one instance. It was hard not to dismiss it as a fluke. So now, watching the big screen, the crowd held their breath in tense anticipation. Some spectators' eyes betrayed contempt and disdain. Daring to take the name of the gods, he must learn the price. Without the strength to back it up, even the best ID is useless. The commentator on stage held the microphone and voiced his opinion. Good grief, Captain Lu Sanxiang of the Lu Sanxiang squad is being reckless, exposing his footsteps like that. Doesn't he fear being heard and shot before the battle even begins? Is the first blood about to happen? Is the captain of Lu Sanxiang's squad really going to give up his first blood like this? The crowd on site shared this belief. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. The Spirit Cage members clearly knew someone was at the A door, their gun lines already prepped. They were just waiting for Lu Jingshan to step out. Spectators watching this scene couldn't help but sigh with regret. Who would have thought the captain would become the team's weak link? I figured someone daring to take the ID Lucian must have some skill. What's so strong about him? Just some cocky kid who doesn't even know how to use step dodge. Well, that's that. First blood's gone now. Let him learn what happens when you mess with a god. Inside the match, Lu Jingshan still hadn't slowed down. He knew he needed to speed up. He also knew that if he stepped outside now, he'd encounter enemies. Though he didn't know how many opponents awaited, he believed he could handle them. He possessed that confidence, and accompanying that confidence was his skill. Chapter 99, 1 versus 4 kills. Lu Jingshan had now upgraded the esports master skill to level 5. Reaching level 5 cost Lu Jingshan 5,000 admiration points. Reaching level 6 would require a total of 10,000 worship points. The required worship points had practically doubled. Fortunately, he hadn't been idle all these days. As he took on more responsibilities, he often found himself unintentionally showing off in front of others. Plus, he had the constant stream of worship points from his reliable power source, the students of Class 7. His worship points remained quite ample. However, for the 8 skills already listed in his system inventory, it was still barely enough. Fortunately, reaching level 5 made the skills quite formidable. A level 5 esports player was currently comparable to a top-tier professional player. Though still a notch below the absolute elite, it was more than sufficient for tournaments at this level. As for the skill level cap, Lu Jingshan still didn't know. Recently, however, he noticed these skills gradually forming distinct categories. Through his research, he discovered that this system was actually a growth-type system. Many questions remained unanswered, such as why he had been reborn with the system either remaining silent or responding. The system does not know. He sensed immense secrets within this system, not even knowing its limits. Might it introduce new features one day? He had no idea. This stubborn system never answered that question. So he could only take things one step at a time. To prepare for this regional tournament, he directly boosted his esports skills to level 5. The caliber of a top-tier pro player was more than enough for him to dominate this regional tournament and cover for his teammates. But the appearance of a player of Haitian's caliber was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, the opponent had been out of the top tier for a long time, and his skills were limited. During their first matchup, he had already gotten a good sense of the opponent's aim. As for the opponent's tactical playstyle and system, Lu Jingshan needed more matches to gain a deeper understanding. This sudden formation change in the second round was a bold gamble on his part. He was betting that High God would stick to the previous game strategy, allowing him to gradually probe and uncover their tactical approach. A team's tactical approach was crucial. Once figured out by opponents, they'd become easy targets, stuck in a passive position. Now, to protect his team, Lu Jingshan proactively switched tactics for the first time, also to probe Haitian's intentions. This was a game of wits between the two of them. Lu Jingshan, wielding his MP9, charged through the A door. Just as he was about to burst out, he halted. His professional instincts kicked in. Professional instinct was an additional minor skill gained after his esports master skill reached level 5. It granted a chance to foresee impending danger. At that moment, Lu Jingshan's alarm bells were ringing. His instincts screamed that danger was just a second away. But Lu Jingshan paused for only a second before charging forward. Lu Jingshan, armed with his MP9, was instantly spotted by Linglong's men. They were positioned at the corner, watching the direction of Gate A, precisely because Lu Jingshan's earlier movement had alerted them to someone approaching. And now Lu Jingshan had appeared. The moment Lu Jingshan emerged, Linglong's assault rifle and sniper teams reacted first. The sniper opened fire immediately, while the AK-47 unleashed a burst of fire toward Lu Jingshan. Just as everyone assumed Lu Jingshan was surely dead, a miracle occurred. Lu Jingshan wasn't dead. He had merely feigned a move, drawing the sniper's shot and several bullets from the assault rifle. In that split second of feinting, Lu Jingshan had pinpointed the enemy's positions in numbers. Now it was his turn. He leapt forward, pulling his gun to take out the rifleman first. But that wasn't enough. Wielding his MP9, Lu Jingshan swept his gun across, landing 2 headshots with 2 bullets, taking out both the rifleman and the sniper. The sequence unfolded too abruptly for the remaining 2 to react beyond briefly exposing themselves to fire at Lu Jingshan. But their speed was far too slow. A single magazine, combined with a quick crouch stand maneuver, took out the last 2 as well. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. The audience hadn't even processed it yet when the announcer's voice left them stunned. 1 on 4 and got quad killed? Chapter 100, another comeback kill? The sudden quadra kill stunned the entire audience and High God himself. High God stared blankly at the scoreboard. No way, dude. We're barely a minute into the game and 4 people are already dead? What's the point of playing anymore? Even in random matches, he'd never encountered anything this absurd. Even someone as well-mannered as him was tempted to curse. Getting counter-killed in a 4v1? What kind of player does that? But he swallowed his words. The match had just begun. Cursing now would mess with his teammates' heads. What then? Just then, his teammate's apologetic voice came through. Sorry, bro. That guy's acting weird. He seems to predict their shots and even knows how many of us are where. Boss, the enemy captain's off. Watch him, he's a sniper. We're no match for him. Hail, keep it up. You're the whole village's hope now. Even their captain, the young investor who funded the team, knew his presence offered little help, his tone tinged with regret. "It's my fault too. If my skills were just a bit better, maybe I could have taken him out." Seeing everyone apologizing to each other, High God didn't blame them. Instead, he comforted them. "It's fine. Everyone gave it their all. That Lu is indeed formidable." As he spoke, High God's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who knew him understood this was his signature look when he was serious. As the team's sole former pro player and its senior member, he understood his teammates well, even if only 3 possessed actual combat prowess. Wiping them out wasn't going to be easy, which indirectly reflected the opponent's strength. It was just as he'd anticipated before the match. Their strongest player was indeed their captain. Now that their captain's position was exposed, it was his turn to act. The situation didn't look promising. Lu Jingshan was flanking from the rear, and he knew someone was closing in on the mid lane. In a mere instant, he grasped Lu Sanxian's tactical arrangement, a classic exchange of primary forces. As for the remaining 4, if his hunch was correct, they were waiting just around the corner ahead of him. From a bird's-eye view, he now faced a situation mirroring the one Lu Jingshan had just endured. After receiving news of Lu Jingshan's decisive victory on a lane, the remaining 4 members of Lu Sanxiang's squad accelerated toward Area A as planned, inevitably taking the narrow path where Haishan was positioned. Just as the audience outside marveled at Lu Jingshan's moves, calling it a miracle, someone pointed out the current state of the match. The commentator, having just recovered from his own shock, also noticed the situation. Another 1 versus 4 situation. Only this time, the protagonist was High God, a figure renowned even within the esports scene of Dragon Nation. What would he do? Continue the miracle or concede defeat? It's over. This one's definitely lost. This is a competitive match, there's no room for miracles here. Even High God would struggle in this situation. Unless, maybe the peak High God could pull off a slim chance. Offstage, many were High God's fans. News of High God's appearance at the Du City regional qualifiers had been uploaded online, prompting many of his fans to rush over. Watching their idol's perilous situation on the big screen, they felt tense, worried, and even a hint of reluctance mixed with hope. "High God, unleash your divine power once more." The legendary marksman. The next moment, as if answering their prayers, the screen showed High God. The commentator's voice rose with excitement. High God is moving. He's advancing. He didn't retreat to wait for an opportunity. He knows exactly what he's doing right now. Even High God's teammates watched this scene with intense nervousness. No one spoke, afraid to disturb him. They had all witnessed the peak of High God's prowess to some extent. The current High God was only about 60 or 70% of his peak self. But in this moment, watching High God's execution, his teammates felt something different. On the screen, High God sidestepped with his AK, peeking around the corner with perfect aim, and fired a full magazine in advance. Due to High God's movement restriction, Duan Long and his team had no idea someone was waiting for them around the corner. And because Lu Jingshan had just pulled off a 1 versus 4 feat, everyone was hyped, shouting, "Captain's on fire!" This actually lowered their guard. When the preemptive shots erupted, no one reacted in time. Duanlong, positioned at the front, was headshot first. Next fell Big Bear, followed by Xiaowei at the rear. High God widened his firing arc to take them all down. Lu Feifei, positioned at the rear, realized the danger too late. Her reaction was delayed, and she was taken down with a single shot. A stunning quadruple kill was completed. Chapter 101, Aftermath. That was my research project. It was mine. How dare you say I stole it? 10 years. For these projects, for this country, I worked tirelessly, burning the midnight oil for 2 days straight. 2 days. Just to complete the project entrusted to me by the nation. And now you're telling me I stole my own student's project? Stole my own student's achievements? A momentary silence fell over Jiangcheng's first courtroom. Lu Jingshan stood accused of research theft, reported by his own student. The audience gazed at the former nuclear energy PhD with profound disappointment and contempt. Whispers soon shattered the temporary stillness. The evidence is right before your eyes. Even his own wife testified in court. A villain is a villain, still unrepentant, spouting such brazen lies. I used to admire him, but who knew he was such a shameless, despicable scoundrel, worse than a beast? Our Dragon Nation despises such scum. We demand the judge impose the harshest sentence. The stinging barrage of mockery, curses, and vilification from the spectators' gallery felt like knives twisting in his gut. Across from him stood his beloved, the woman who had sworn to accompany him for life, vowing never to abandon or forsake him. Yet now she stood there, holding fabricated documents known only to him, testifying falsely in court alongside his most prized student to frame him. I'm sorry, Professor. I never wanted to expose this, but academia must remain pure. Don't keep making mistakes. Wake up, Professor. Turn back while there's still time. When you come out, you'll still be my good teacher. Before him knelt a figure in his 20s, now wearing an expression of concern for his well-being. With tears streaming down his face and snot running, he pleaded on the floor for his mentor to see the light. This act resonated with everyone present, intensifying their condemnation of him. But that was all built by his own hand, stroke by stroke, bit by bit. What was there to awaken from? Lu Jing stared deeply at the figure before him, his once most favored student, to whom he had imparted nearly all his knowledge. Never did he expect that the moment his apprentice mastered the craft, the first bite would be taken out of the master. He scanned the room, finding not a single soul willing to speak in his defense. Loneliness. Infinite loneliness. Alone, unknown to anyone. So quickly had he become a solitary figure. At that moment, his grief was nothing short of heartbreak. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Only now did reality seem to sink in. Lu Jingshan, the student before him, stepped forward and patted his shoulder softly. Well done, Lu Wei. You've taught your teacher a lesson. From now on, you are no longer my student, and I am no longer your teacher. I'll remember what happened today. Lu Jingshan sighed deeply after speaking, closing his eyes tightly. All that remained in his heart now was regret. As a leading figure in Longhua's nuclear energy sector, he had burned his bridges to catch up with foreign advancements, dedicating limited resources exclusively to controlled nuclear fusion. Yet the device remained only halfway complete. Full control remained elusive, and his sentence now meant he could almost certainly bid farewell to scientific research. He feared he might never witness the day controlled nuclear fusion became a reality. This would likely remain his eternal regret. If only he had been granted more time. Just as the judge was about to bring down the gavel, a sudden surge of blood rushed to his throat, and sweet-tasting blood gushed forth. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He staggered back a few steps before losing consciousness. Yet after losing consciousness, Lu Jingshan's consciousness entered an unknown space. Ding, this is the system space. System binding successful. Lu Jingshan stared at the translucent blue and white screen before him. A string of text appeared on the screen. Still reeling from the betrayal by his student and lover, Lu Jingshan merely skimmed through it. Divine Tier Reward Research System. The stronger and more renowned the professional abilities of the apprentices guided by the host, the more technology points they receive. Upon reaching certain thresholds, random rewards may be obtained. Pearl-like insight, host can perceive others' most prominent talents. Newbie gift pack issued, controllable nuclear fusion basic blueprint X1. Ding. Detecting disciple Lu Wei's loyalty below 50%. Option to retrieve imparted knowledge. Proceed? Lu Jingshan's eyes lit up at this sight, his body trembling with excitement. You may choose to retrieve the knowledge imparted. Proceed? His emotions were incredibly complex at that moment, a mix of sorrow and joy. Sadness at his disciple's betrayal, joy at acquiring the system. Moreover, the system offered hope for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. In the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, the Dragon Nation could finally surpass the Eagle Nation. His life's work had not been in vain. As the blueprints and data flashed through his mind, he knew these designs were viable. Lu Jingshan was itching to dive into research immediately, but he was stuck. He could only continue studying the system. Within the system lay cutting-edge technology even he didn't know about. Fortunately, the system's introduction allowed Lu Jingshan to clearly understand its name and functions. Its contents included, but were not limited to, military technology, weaponry, biotechnology, civilian applications, cyber systems, space exploration, medicine, and more. All these technologies required tech points to unlock. To obtain tech points, he needed to take on apprentices and acquire them from his disciples. Finally, his gaze settled on the selection prompt. Do you choose to retrieve it? Retrieving the knowledge grants 7,700 tech points. I choose to recall. Chapter 102, Aftermath 2. Welcome to the Dragon Nation's Great Invention Showcase. Next up, please welcome our third contestant. After delivering her lines, the beautiful hostess on stage turned her gaze toward the entrance. Amidst the audience's applause and guided by the spotlight, a man wearing a rabbit mask emerged from the aisle carrying a briefcase. He strode confidently onto the stage. Hello everyone, I'm the third contestant, the masked man said as he took the microphone. Dragon Nation's Great Inventions is a program dedicated to showcasing grassroots technology, attracting a steady stream of contestants. Directly below the stage sat 4 judges, each an academic heavyweight in their respective fields. If a contestant's invention earned the approval of any judge, they could join the judges' class as a student and participate in more advanced competitions. Of course, they would also receive a 500,000 invention prize. But this time, he had come neither for the competition nor the prize money, only for one thing. Revenge. 2.5 years ago, he was denounced by his own students. They accused him of stealing their academic work, threatening their lives, and sexually harassing female classmates. They even drove him into a psychiatric hospital. He remembered every single one of these accusations. Fortunately, 2.5 months ago, he made a full recovery. He awakened the system, completed an experiment, and brought it here today. Today, he would prove himself and tear his former student apart. Alright everyone, our contestant is now on stage. Please tell us about the product you've brought today. The hostess handed him the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed judges, my invention today is controlled nuclear fusion. As the words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Lu Wei, one of the judges, was instantly captivated. He was a leading figure in the nuclear energy field. His teacher, Lu Jingshan, had once been a giant in Longhua's nuclear energy sector. During experiments on controlled nuclear fusion, he had colluded with other students to report his own teacher. He had appropriated all his mentor's achievements and usurped his position. His presence here was merely for the sake of self-aggrandizement. All these years, his guilty conscience haunted him, often bringing dreams of his mentor and the unfinished controlled nuclear fusion project he had cherished. So when the man on stage spoke of controlled nuclear fusion, he felt utterly uneasy. Especially when he caught sight of the masked figure, it bore a striking resemblance to his mentor. He was terrified. Lu Wei flew into a rage, snatched the microphone, slammed it on the table, and stood up. Nonsense! Sensationalism! Do you really think controlled nuclear fusion is something just anyone can achieve? Security! Security! Get this man out of here! The sudden commotion halted when another judge called out just as security approached the stage. Lu Wei, calm down. This isn't how a judge should behave. Let's first see what this man can actually present. Held back by his colleague, Lu Wei reluctantly sat back down and composed himself. Explain to us what exactly is controlled nuclear fusion. It's a challenge the entire world is striving to overcome. Even I can't achieve full control. You? Controlled nuclear fusion? If you've already achieved it, what use am I? Though Lu Wei couldn't outright kick him out, his attitude couldn't have been worse. Seeing the nation's nuclear energy authority express skepticism, the other three judges shook their heads in unison. Even the audience in the back rows began pointing fingers at the masked man on stage, whispering that he was incompetent yet pretentious. Watching Lu Wei stomp his feet like a monkey, the face hidden behind the mask smiled faintly. Controlled nuclear fusion harnesses the fusion of hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium to generate immense energy. Controlled nuclear fusion means regulating the duration and output of this energy to convert its immense power into electricity. The entire process involves heating, fusion reactions, electrical conversion, magnetic confinement, and other stages. Seeing the masked man explain it so coherently, the expressions of the judges shifted. They had all encountered nuclear fusion materials to some extent. The man before them was speaking with complete accuracy, leaving them stunned and incredulous. Yet as professors, their professional pride quickly asserted itself, and they regained their composure. Lu Wei, who had been caught off guard, felt the same. Yet as a leading authority on controlled nuclear fusion, he couldn't accept having his reputation challenged by a newcomer. I suspect you've merely gathered this information online, Lu Wei retorted. You're just spouting empty rhetoric here. Didn't you claim to have invented controlled nuclear fusion? Prove it now. Is it that box in your hand? Lu Wei sneered, though his heart was pounding. Lu Jingshan smiled calmly, slowly pulling out the box in his hand. Just a moment. Controlled nuclear fusion is on its way. But before I demonstrate that, let me show you something else. As everyone knows, current controlled fusion technology operates at a negative power output of 50%. In other words, using current controlled fusion devices consumes 1 kilowatt of electricity while only producing 500 watts. The problem lies in the high temperature, high pressure magnetic confinement stage. Current materials fail to meet the requirements and instead become a liability. What I'm about to show you is the room temperature, atmospheric pressure superconductor. It perfectly resolves these issues. Lu Jingshan placed the box on the table before him. His words sent ripples through the audience, instantly sparking a flurry of whispers. Pulling a fast one. Take off his mask, I want to know who he is. Room temperature, atmospheric pressure superconductors. This is a material that could change the world. You must know that among all the research teams worldwide, only the United States has announced at a press conference that they are on the verge of completing it. Even the 4 judges shared this skepticism, Lu Wei's expression particularly grim. His gut told him this masked man was dangerous. He refused to believe a mere mortal could create something even his own mentor couldn't achieve. The crucial point was the data was correct. The more accurate the data, the more terrified Lu Wei became. Watching the figure on stage gradually merge with the image etched in his memory. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Lu Jingshan had already opened the box. Inside the box appeared a compact device, with a square object floating above it. Witnessing this, the other 3 judges rose simultaneously, utterly stunned. It was important to note that despite the air conditioning, the room temperature was only in the low 20s, an environment unsuited for low temperature pressure. There was only one possible explanation: room temperature. If this truly was a room temperature, atmospheric pressure superconductor, then the masked figure's claim about controllable nuclear fusion might just be real. A terrifying thought spread through everyone present. Lu Wei, unable to contain himself any longer, rushed onto the stage to examine the levitating device. Other judges quickly followed suit, gathering around to examine this Nobel Prize-worthy invention. Who the hell are you? Lu Wei stared at the masked figure in disbelief. He couldn't believe a mere mortal could create something even his own mentor couldn't achieve. Unless. But that was impossible. That man should be in a mental hospital. How could he possibly be here? The masked man remained silent, but beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He raised his hand and placed it over the mask. Chapter 103, the game continues. Holy crap, a second quadra kill. What the hell is going on today? 2 quadra kills in a match of this caliber, and in the same game. The entire arena erupted. A scene no one had anticipated unfolded. Already a professional player, many in attendance viewed him through rose-colored glasses, and numerous fans had come specifically to see him. The gasps from the crowd were louder than when Lu Jingshan had secured his quadra kill earlier. High God's quadra kill. Such scenes were once exclusive to professional tournaments. Now, many claimed High God was past his prime, a relic of the past. This quadra kill was like a slap in the face to those critics. It was satisfying and spectacular. Even the organizers hadn't anticipated this happening. They've hosted regional tournaments before, but never witnessed a king versus king showdown with dual quadra kills right at the start. Especially when the opponent was none other than High God. Because of him, the entire arena erupted in chants of his name. Because of him, the entire arena erupted. Holy crap, what year is this? 3 years later, High God is still this strong. What level of competition is this? Is this really the kind of spectacle expected at a regional tournament? High God gets another quadra kill. High God hasn't aged a bit. Did you all see that? This is why God follows his ID. Which opposing team is in trouble now? The God has awakened. High God's teammates erupted in cheers, while their sponsor nearly jumped out of his skin with excitement. He was a die-hard fan of High God himself. To get up close to his idol and experience a pro match firsthand so he could brag to his buddies back home, he'd shelled out the cash to build this team. High God's sudden surge was an unexpected delight, filling him with excitement and thrill for the player. During the 3 years since High God stepped back from the scene, countless rumors had swirled about him. This quadra kill gave him a fleeting glimpse of the player he was 3 years ago. In that moment, he felt that everything he had done, every penny spent, and the effort to bring High God back for this match, it was all worth it. The other 3 teammates, playing alongside Hyson, also offered their congratulations. They were thrilled that High God had carried them. But joy aside, the match wasn't over yet. The enemy still had 1 player left. That player, who had also secured a quadra kill, was equally formidable. With only the strongest player from each side left on the field, the tension instantly reached a fever pitch. High God's fans began chanting his ID to cheer him on. After 12 matches, Lu Sanxiang had also amassed a following, and the scene gradually escalated into a fan war, a battle to see which side could shout louder. At one point, the commentators even had to step in to stop it. The commentator's enthusiasm was ignited at this moment. He had never hosted a match of this caliber before. Both sides were top-tier powerhouses. Meanwhile, in-game, the other 4 members of Lu Sanxiang's team had shifted from initial shock to calm composure. They reported Lu Jingshan's health status and the unfolding situation. Though stunned by High God's skill, they were now his opponents. Meanwhile, within Duanlong and Lu Feifei's minds, a storm of emotion raged. High God's gameplay made them both see the shadow of Lu Jingshan. It felt exactly like that time in the internet cafe when Lu Jingshan had taken on all 3 of them single-handedly. Headshot after headshot, with lightning-fast reflexes. Lu Feifei frowned. This was her first time encountering such a situation, and her tone inevitably turned serious. Lu Jingshan, that High God over there is incredibly strong. You need to be careful. Duanlong chimed in, old Lu, that guy's gun handling and reflexes are on par with yours. Don't go down so easily, we're counting on you to win this match with us. The remaining players, Big Bear and Xiaowei, also urged him to be cautious. Though High God was Xiaowei's idol, when duty called, he relayed some of High God's habits to Lu Jingshan. High God relies on instinct and acts decisively. When facing him, you can't hesitate. The moment you falter, your thinking slows down, and you'll be a step behind him. Lu Jingshan nodded, then casually remarked to reassure everyone and lift their spirits, just wait for the news of our victory. Now only the 2 of them remained on the course, each aware of the other's position. Lu Jingshan was on path A, while High God was on path A's side lane. As the terrorist, Lu Jingshan had to take the initiative. But now there was a crucial problem, the bag. The package had initially been on Big Bear, but Big Bear had died in the central lane, creating a death trap. Especially with someone already positioned at that spot, whoever went there would die. Meanwhile, everyone else had caught on. This Lu 3 shots is a tough nut to crack. The package fell into the open central lane. He'll have to get past High God first. This is going to be rough. Chapter 104, New World 2. Lu Jingshan, let's get a divorce. Hearing the woman's voice, Lu Jingshan paused mid-cooking. He turned toward the sound and saw mother and son standing at the doorway. He forced a smile. Ruyan, don't joke like that. The child is here. Come eat first. Eat? Lu Jingshan, don't be naive, okay? It's been half a year since you were suspended. All you've done is sit around at home doing nothing but cooking and housework. We can't afford the mortgage anymore. The court's coming tomorrow to repossess the house. Look at yourself. What good are you? With you, I see no future at all. But Yao Hui can. He's a third-tier martial artist with both the strength and money. Now look at yourself just sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die. Yao Hui, he knew him. Lu Ruyan's boss, who had once pursued her. He never imagined that they were all ready. Yet Yao Hui's status as a third-tier martial artist left him utterly powerless to resist. In this world, might ruled supreme. The higher a martial artist's rank, the greater their power and status. He had once been a martial artist himself, a fifth-rank fighter who made his living by competing in tournaments for wagers and prize money. A year ago, he was reported for fixing matches. Though he knew it was a setup, he was banned from competition. Even his cherished martial arts were stripped away. Without an income, he found himself drowning in debt. Over the past year, he tried countless jobs, desperate to repay his debts. But as he aged, he faced a midlife crisis. No one would hire him anymore, and all his job applications went nowhere. While job hunting, he took on all household chores, driven by the desire to contribute more to his family. Yet he never imagined that all his efforts would be seen as utterly useless in her eyes. Let's just consider ourselves husband and wife for a time. I beg you, spare us my son and me. Let's divorce. Seeing Lu Ruyan's pleading eyes, Lu Jingshan felt a mix of emotions. He nodded. Alright, I'll go with you to get the divorce papers later. Let me see our son first. Lu Jingshan crouched down to look at his son, only to find the boy hiding behind Ruyan, refusing even to glance at him. Don't worry. Yao Hui and I will take good care of him. Besides, he really likes Yao Hui. Hearing Ruyan's words and witnessing his son's avoidance, the last shred of hope shattered within Lu Jingshan. In that moment, he even doubted whether he was truly that inadequate. His company had collapsed, his home was gone, his wife had left him, and his child called another man dad. Outside the Jiangcheng Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Jingshan didn't know how he'd managed to leave. He'd watched his wife and child get into another man's car, powerless to do anything. He pulled out a cigarette, but the rain extinguished it before he could light it. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Qualified host detected. Daddy, make your comeback. System bound. Binding gift pack delivered. Congratulations on obtaining first-tier martial artist proficiency. Hearing the system's voice and feeling the changes within his body, Lu Jingshan finally believed this wasn't a dream. His shattered dantian had actually healed in that instant, and he could feel his strength had broken through to a new level. The next instant, a virtual interface materialized before him. Name, Lu Jingshan Martial Artist, Tier 1. Level 1. Age, 36. Vitality, 167. Average male, 100. Spirit 132. Average male, 100. Points 0. Usable for leveling up and enhancing attributes. Mystery box requires 1 point to open, may yield any item. Mountain Splitting Fist Mystic Tier, Low Grade, Mastery 22%. Blazing Fist Yellow Tier, High Grade, Mastery 16%. Seizing Hand Yellow Grade, High Mastery 23%. Skills, Martial Arts Level 5, Cooking Level 3, Housekeeping Level 3. Note, each use of a martial art or skill grants 1 point in corresponding experience. Lu Jingshan's body trembled with excitement. He didn't know how long it took him to calm down and accept all of this. Simply put, this system allowed him to grow stronger by using any skill or martial technique. Those martial arts and personal skills had existed within him from the start. Before, he had been a level 5 martial artist, so learning martial arts was perfectly normal. It was only because his dantian had been destroyed that he could no longer use them. Now, not only had his dantian recovered, but he'd also gained the cultivation of a level 1 martial artist. For his current state, this level 1 cultivation was immensely helpful. At the very least, it gave him hope in the face of despair. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the court. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Jingshan? This is the Jiangqing court. We are formally notifying you that if you fail to pay your mortgage, we will proceed with the forced repossession of your current residence. Hearing the voice on the line, Lu Jingshan didn't panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. He noticed a poster on the wall beside him advertising a boxing tournament held by an underground gym. The first win earned 50,000 yuan. Each subsequent victory doubled the prize, culminating in 1,000,000 yuan for the final champion. And the first match was scheduled for tomorrow. Now that he possessed the system, his confidence had returned. I'll pay tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Jingshan glanced at the mere 1,000 yuan left in his phone, then looked at the nearby store. Shortly after, Lu Jingshan emerged from the store with his purchases. What martial artists needed most was vitality and spiritual energy. Wealthy individuals would buy expensive potions and serums. A more affordable option was to buy common supplements meant for ordinary people. Though the effects were minimal, they were better than nothing. Carrying his purchases, Lu Jingshan arrived at an old warehouse. He pulled up the roller door, and dust fell from the ceiling. It had been unused for a long time. This was the place he had trained at a year ago. Now he was back. After a quick sweep, he began. A powerful punch struck the sandbag. The mountain-splitting fist unleashed its damage in an instant, sending waves of wind surging outward. Ding! Used martial skill once. Points +1. Noticing the points he'd earned, Lu Jingshan turned his attention to the blind box. He was curious to see what he could get. Draw blind box. Chapter 105, Gunfight. The audience watched the scene unfold on the large screen, holding their breath in tension. Remember, Lu was on the terrorist side. To win this round, he had to either eliminate the police or detonate the bomb. Meanwhile, due to a teammate's mistake, the bomb had fallen onto the central path. Because that stretch offered almost no cover, and Haishin held the high ground, picking up the bag or taking out the enemy proved extremely difficult. The enemy already held the advantageous terrain, giving them the upper hand, while Lu Jingshan had no choice but to retrieve the package. He now had only one choice, to confront Haishin head-on. At that moment, both spectators and teammates held their breath for Lu Jingshan. Looks like High God's got this one in the bag. He's got everything going for him. I can't see how he could lose. Some of High God's fans exclaimed excitedly, "See that? That's High God. High God is back." Those who had marveled at Lu Jingshan's quadra kill and believed Lu Sanxiang had this round in the bag were now swiftly changing their tune. They switched sides in the heat of battle. None believed Lu Jingshan could win the match. Meanwhile, his teammate Duan Long was consumed by guilt. If only he had been stronger, if only his reflexes had been quicker, would he still be alive? Would the loot bag have fallen into enemy hands? What had been a sure win had now turned into a disadvantage because of them. But he dared not speak now, much less express his feelings. He feared he might once again affect Lu Jingshan. Lu Feifei noticed the tension and offered reassurance. "It's okay, Lu Jingshan. Don't carry the weight of this loss. Even if we lose, it's a split decision. We can always fight back." Xiao chimed in, "Yeah, Captain Lu, it was our fault this time. We got too complacent. But we promise, we'll absolutely make it up in the next round." Lu Jingshan maneuvered his character back to the spot where he'd secured his quadra kill earlier, picking up an AK-47 from the ground. "Don't worry, we won't lose." The AK, a rifle frequently used by assault players. Its high damage output and compact design made it popular, though its significant recoil made it difficult to control, requiring exceptional recoil management skills. Lu Jingshan smiled as he examined the AK in his hands. For him, the AK felt like it had summoned him. Ever since he first picked up CS2, this rifle had been his go-to weapon. Its satisfying burst sound, its effectiveness in clutch situations, and its suitability for outnumbered scenarios made it his signature weapon. It was only due to differing tactical roles that he had gradually moved away from it. The moment he gripped the AK again, Lu Jingshan felt that power return. That invincible version of himself, the one who could take on 5 opponents single-handedly, had returned. At that moment, High God watched the unfolding battle and breathed a sigh of relief. The advantage was finally on his side. He stood at the staircase corner of a vantage point where he could gain a split-second advantage in any firefight. That split-second advantage was enough to secure victory. He felt his body trembling. After securing that quadra kill, he rediscovered the sensation he once felt on the competitive stage. His strength was returning, not overwhelming, but sufficient. With his strength restored and the elements aligned in his favor, how could he possibly lose? This was the perfect chance to avenge his previous loss. Even the other members of Linglong began celebrating prematurely, as if victory were already theirs. Only High God kept his eyes glued to the screen. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he couldn't let his guard down. His opponent wasn't someone to be taken lightly. He was utterly focused now, listening intently to every sound coming through his headset, occasionally craning his neck left and right to gauge which direction Lu Jingshan might appear from. Only 2 players remained in the game, both IDs bearing the character God. Who will be the last one standing? The atmosphere had thickened with tension. High God feared his carelessness might lead to his downfall. So before time completely froze, he remained on high alert, watching both lanes intently, anticipating where Lu Jingshan might appear. After clashing with him, he knew Lu Jingshan was no pushover. In fact, he was extremely formidable. The slightest lapse in his guard could cost him dearly. Just as he peered out through the central gate once more, Lu Jingshan materialized. The moment their eyes met, gunfire erupted from both sides almost simultaneously. Chapter 106, Cheating. The results of the second round flashed across the giant screen, starkly dividing success and failure into 2 distinct halves. The crowd stared at the screen, transfixed for a long moment. Only when someone clapped did the silence break, replaced by a chorus of applause and cheers from the entire venue. Their voices united in chanting that person's ID. The one wielding the AK, fearless in the face of adversity, who had pulled off an incredible comeback in the face of certain defeat through sheer marksmanship and masterful positioning. All eyes fixed on the figure on stage as applause and cheers erupted. Ding! Congratulations on earning plus 507 admiration points. Captain Lu! Captain Lu! Captain Lu! Over 500 spectators rose to their feet, chanting his name. Just moments ago, this single character ID had pulled off an improbable comeback with nothing but an AK. Haishin was once again a split second slower than Lu Jingshan, failing to land a single shot. Staring at the word failure displayed prominently on his screen, High God froze in shock. He had practically maxed out his aim, and even with the advantage of securing prime terrain first, he still lost. In the previous match, his split-second delay in the gunfight could be attributed to rustiness from infrequent play. But even after securing a quad kill and regaining his rhythm, he still fell half a beat behind. Then he realized something terrifying. Not only was his own aim improving during the match, the opponent, the solo player Lu, the captain of Lu Sanxiang, was also getting better. Yet, Haishan still couldn't shake the feeling that this might not be the opponent's limit. The mere thought of it startled even him. His technique was top tier even in the professional circuit. Though long retired, the adrenaline rush from his recent quadra kill had temporarily restored his pro-level reflexes. Yet even at this professional level, he was still half a beat slower than his opponent. And if he sensed this wasn't the opponent's limit, it meant Captain Lu's skill was at least above average professional level. And it wasn't just him. After 2 rounds of contact, his teammates the sniper and the rifleman also seemed to be approaching professional level skill. The realization made a bead of sweat form on High God's forehead. This terrifying lineup: 2 Demon King S rankers, 2 near pro players, and 1 super pro player. Such a lineup, appearing in this place. They had thought their team's presence alone was already absurdly terrifying. But it turned out there was something even more absurd. For those unfamiliar with professional standards, the sheer magnitude of the gap might be hard to grasp. Only High God knew that even if he gave it his all, he couldn't change the outcome of today's match. He stared at his trembling hands, stunned by the extent of his defeat. His teammates tried to offer comfort, but he refused their support. "Big spender, looks like we're losing today," High God managed to say. "It's okay. Everyone played well. What makes me happiest is seeing the real you again." The match continued, but after the groundwork laid in the first 2 rounds, the outcomes of the subsequent rounds came as no surprise to anyone. Within just over 10 minutes, the score reached 10-0. Winning one more game would secure victory for the Lu Sangun team. The Linglong squad members watched the impending final score and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was ending. Continuing any longer would have been unbearable. Haishan, however, was in much better shape. As a professional player, his career had begun with relentless beatings, so his resilience was quite strong. His interest in Lu Sanxiang's captain only grew stronger. Just as they were about to begin the final match, on the competition stage, the referee standing behind Lu Jingshan suddenly shouted, "What's plugged into your computer case? How dare you cheat?" Chapter 107, I'll make a call. Suddenly, the situation changed. Amidst Lu Jingshan's stunned expression, the referee suddenly pulled out a USB drive and held it high above his head for all to see. "Team Lu Sanxiang is suspected of cheating. We request they be disqualified." The crowd erupted in gasps. Cheating? Impossible. How could anyone cheat in a competition like this? Some questioned aloud. Others believed it, cursing loudly. I knew they were cheating. Think about it, how could someone who can't even beat High God be competing at this level? They'd have gone pro long ago. Disgusting. Cheating in a tournament? It betrays the spirit of esports. They should be permanently banned. I agree. Zero tolerance for cheaters. How dare they even compete? It's an insult. It's no secret that cheating in esports is an unforgivable offense, something everyone demands be punished. So when the referee raised his hand and shouted, nearly half the crowd hurled abuse at Lu Sanxiang and his teammates. The rest felt the matter wasn't settled yet and preferred to wait for the official outcome. Amidst the crowd, the elderly man in the suit watched the scene unfold, adjusted his glasses, turned away, and began to walk off. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Jingshan knew he'd stumbled into a setup. The others finally snapped out of their shock and turned their gaze toward Lu Jingshan in unison. Seeing Lu Jingshan shake his head helplessly, he said, "Guys, we've got a scam artist on our hands." The few who caught on immediately lost their composure. As the former high school bully, Duan Long had always been one to confront issues head-on, and he didn't mind settling matters with force. Just as Duan Long was about to step forward to confront them, Lu Jingshan stopped him. "I'm requesting surveillance footage and calling the police. Until Uncle Hat arrives, nothing you say now matters." Having dealt with a similar situation at the competition center before, Lu Jingshan now knew how to handle it. First, prevent the situation from escalating. Then, access surveillance footage if available, and call the police if necessary. They were no longer the big shots they once were. They couldn't rely on old ways to solve problems. They had to use the law to protect themselves. Simultaneously, Lu Jingshan turned to the host and the staff below the stage, issuing a direct order. "Stop standing around. Do as I say. Host, come control the situation now. Staff, go retrieve the surveillance footage." Prompted by Lu Jingshan's command, the previously flustered staff members below the stage sprang into action. The host also snapped into action to regain control, while 2 staff members approached the judges with laptops in hand. "We need to inspect the USB drive you're holding." Since they hadn't detected any issues with the computer backstage, they could only examine the USB drive to determine if it was faulty. The staff member took the USB drive, inserted it into the computer, and began typing on the keyboard. The referee stood nearby, looking apologetic toward Lu Jingshan. Young man, I know you really want to win, but esports requires fairness. I can't ignore this. The referee then explained to the staff how he had discovered Lu Jingshan's cheating. But his explanation was nothing more than a fabrication. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan's other teammates were desperately trying to explain on their behalf. But the staff members simply replied, "We'll have to wait for the surveillance footage to be reviewed." A faint smile flickered across the referee's face upon hearing this. They had colluded with the staff long ago. How could there possibly be any surveillance footage? Without evidence to prove their innocence, they would inevitably be branded as cheaters, suspended, and have all their results annulled. Then the only strong team left in the entire competition would belong to their young master. And just as he had anticipated, the staff investigating the proctoring returned with bad news. The surveillance system is broken. There's no footage. Suddenly, the only external device that could potentially corroborate their story was gone. Lu Jingshan glanced at the proctor, attempting to verify, as he had before, whether the monitoring system was genuinely malfunctioning. But under his scrutiny, he noticed the device truly showed no signs of power. This meant the monitoring system was genuinely malfunctioning this time. Lu Jingshan felt utterly helpless. Why did these things always happen to him? Having grown accustomed to it, he took out his phone and addressed the referee and nearby staff. I request to make a phone call. Chapter 108, 5 minutes. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to call the police, the event supervisor approached. His expression was stern as he approached the group. He glanced at the staff conducting the inspection, then turned to the referee standing nearby and asked, "Are you certain you saw them cheating?" The referee nodded, his expression utterly serious, stating with absolute certainty, "I'm certain. They tried to grab the USB drive after being caught, but I was faster than him." Just as the official was about to make a decision, the inspection staff nearby finished their work. Only their expressions carried a hint of confusion. They had just examined the USB drive and Lu Jingshan's computer, discovering some peculiarities. They had indeed detected a cheating program on the USB drive. Yet, no data alterations were found on Lu Jingshan's computer, nor any additional data inputs. It was quite peculiar. Just as they were about to report their findings, the supervisor cut in abruptly. Did the USB drive test reveal any issues? The staff member nodded. We did detect a cheating program, but... Before the staff member could finish, the supervisor cut them off, delivering the final verdict. Then what else is there to discuss? They were caught red-handed. Register these 5 individuals for suspension. Hearing about the ban, Lu Feifei panicked. She rushed forward to explain, "We didn't cheat. That USB drive isn't even ours, it belongs to that judge. He framed us." Frame us? The supervisor sneered with a hint of amusement in his voice, glancing at Lu Feifei before pointing to the referee beside him. You know each other? Lu Feifei froze, glancing at the referee. She could confirm they had no connection whatsoever. She nodded, then shook her head. Even if they didn't know each other, how could they just assume he was framing them? Maybe something else made him act this way, but that doesn't matter. What matters is we didn't cheat at all. We're innocent. The supervisor laughed upon hearing this brazen, mocking laugh. Everyone who makes a mistake claims they're innocent. The surveillance was broken. Maybe you did it. With that, the supervisor turned away without another word, thinking to himself. Who told you to mess with the wrong people? It was clear he was desperate to pin the cheating charges on Lu San's gun team. He'd taken the butler's money and used his back-end access to delete the mall's surveillance footage. Now the other side had no way to prove their innocence. They were left with no defense. There was no other reason. The offer was simply too generous. He was just a manager, and this was his only way to make some extra cash on the side. Meanwhile, in a rather lavish office on the top floor of the plaza, the man studied the report handed to him. Someone's cheating at the scene? Yes, the on-site supervisor just relayed the news. Just as the man was about to speak, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Half a minute passed, yet the coughing didn't subside. It only grew more intense until he coughed up a small amount of blood before finally stopping. Sir! The secretary rushed over anxiously, but the man waved her away. He had lung cancer. Though not yet at an incurable stage, his condition remained grim, relying solely on medication to temporarily delay its progression. His thoughts drifted back to the young man he'd encountered earlier in the mall. So young, yet possessing such remarkable medical skill. With that kind of talent, perhaps he might have a solution. As the saying goes, it takes a long illness to seek a doctor. Since being diagnosed with lung cancer, he'd been scouring the city for specialists, visiting over a dozen hospitals and consulting more than a dozen doctors. Through constant exposure, he had gained considerable insight into doctors and medical treatment. That's why he knew, for that young man to perform surgery on the street, especially without diagnostic equipment and on such a sensitive organ as the lungs, no one could guarantee success. But he remembered the unwavering resolve in that young man's eyes, his precise and decisive movements truly professional. From that young man's eyes, he knew he had confidence. Such individuals were rare indeed. He sighed, glancing at his phone. He wished he had asked for the other man's number. He wiped away the bloodstains, stood up, glanced at the report on the desk, then turned to his secretary. Since the incident occurred under my jurisdiction, I'll go down and take a look. Chapter 109, your call. Get lost, you cheating bastard. Stop disgusting people. Where's your sportsmanship? Cheating like that. You deserve to be banned. I thought he was something special, beating High God like that. Turns out it was cheating. High God really is unbeatable here. Listening to the audience's insults and mockery below the stage. The Linglong team members sitting across from Lu Jingshan never expected this turn of events. They exchanged stunned glances, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Cheating? The guy across from us is cheating. No way. I was about to get beaten into submission, and now you tell me they were just cheating all along? Suddenly snapping out of it, the group leapt up from their chairs, excitedly hugging each other as if they'd already won the championship. Except for Hyson. High God stared across the table, his brow furrowed. Even though they'd been crushed 11-0, and he himself had been utterly stunned by the beating. But out of principle, he never once suspected the other side of cheating. The opponents were strong, but in his view, they were still within the bounds of reason. Moreover, he had reviewed their previous match recordings multiple times. Their performance didn't feel like cheating to him. Rather, they resembled a skilled professional player. As a former pro player, Lu Jingshan struck him as an active top-tier player with formidable technique and awareness. It would be a shame for someone of this caliber not to pursue a professional career. He was even willing to make an introduction for him. But he truly hadn't expected this little twist to occur. He stared across the table, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured, cheating? That shouldn't be possible. Captain. If they're cheating, we can advance directly. Aren't you happy? A teammate excitedly ran over, shaking his shoulders, eyes sparkling with the joy of a newfound opportunity. He understood completely. Originally, everyone had lost all hope, sinking into deep despair, wishing only for the opposing team to end the match quickly. But now the tables had turned dramatically. The opposing team had been reported by the referee for cheating, which meant suspension. Suddenly, the glimmer of victory had emerged from the depths of despair, bathing them in hope. Just as they were about to pull their captain into the celebration, they realized he had already left his seat. He was walking toward the match seats of the Lu Sangun team. At the same time, the supervisor was about to leave when Duan Long and the others stopped him. They refused to believe Lu Jingshan would cheat. Lu Feifei sat right beside Lu Jingshan. She had witnessed the entire scene of him being falsely accused. She stepped in front of the supervisor, explaining everything she had witnessed. The others chimed in agreement. Brother Lu would never cheat. He's incapable of such a thing. Even if the surveillance is broken and can't prove his innocence, it's fine, just test our abilities. If necessary, we'll retake the exam. You can watch over us the whole time. Their almost pleading tone still failed to make the supervisor turn around. The supervisor wouldn't turn back. He left only one sentence. The facts are clear. If you cheated, you deserve punishment. Talking more will only make me think you're making excuses. And there's no way we'll let you replay the match. That wouldn't be fair to the other team either. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hyson, directly opposite the supervisor, declared. There's no unfairness here. Linglong squad accepts the rematch. Since the monitor malfunctioned, to avoid wronging anyone, we're willing to rematch against the Lu Sanxiang team. Seeing that High God would actually speak up for the Lu Sanxiang team, even the official looked utterly stunned. He never imagined that High God, their enemy, would speak up for their opponents. After all, Lu Sanxiang had dominated them throughout the entire match. Now that their opponent had finally been suspended, not only was he not upset, but he actually came forward to speak on their behalf. He'd never encountered anyone like this before. And just as both sides seemed to accept the rematch, the manager still shook his head and quickened his pace to leave. We won't make a mistake. It's almost closing time. Stop bothering me. The match is settled. Just as the official was about to descend the stairs, Lu Jingshan reached out and stopped him. What do you want? The manager asked, startled, glancing at the hand gripping the phone. Lu Jingshan rotated his arm, revealing the incoming call displayed on the phone screen. Lu Jingshan looked at the manager, shook the phone, gestured, and said, Your call. Chapter 110, Spotlight. At the same time, the manager was about to leave when several people stopped him. They refused to believe Lu Jingshan would cheat. But there was nothing they could do. All their explanations fell flat against the other party's flat denial. No matter what Lu Feifei said, the supervisor maintained an expression that seemed to say, You explain, but I decide what's true. She stood in front of the supervisor, explaining everything she had witnessed. The others chimed in agreement. Brother Lu would never cheat. He's incapable of such a thing. Even if the surveillance is broken and can't prove it, that's fine, just test our skills. If necessary, we can replay the match. You can watch right behind us. Their almost pleading tone still didn't make the supervisor turn around. The supervisor wouldn't turn back. He left only one sentence. The facts are clear. If you cheated, you deserve punishment. Talking more will only make me think you're making excuses. And there's no way we'll let you replay the match. That wouldn't be fair to the other team either. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone appeared, blocking their path. Hey Shun! Xiaowa recognized him instantly and exclaimed in surprise. But his expression darkened as he realized who it was. You're not here to mock us, are you? At Xiaowa's warning, the other's expression shifted, glaring at High God. Little never imagined his idol would one day be so close. Just as he too began to suspect the man had come to mock them. High God wore a white casual t-shirt, his right hand instinctively tucked into his pocket. His hair was parted in a messy 3:7 style, a ring of scruffy stubble framing his unkempt face. He looked every bit the stereotypical scruffy middle-aged man. The audience's mocking laughter abruptly fell silent. Countless eyes turned to him, filled with confusion. All wanted to know what he intended to do. Some sighed. Looks like the High God is genuinely furious. He's actually stormed up to protest in person. Well, that's understandable. Who would accept being beaten by a cheater? It's only natural to be angry. The audience buzzed with speculation about High God's sudden appearance, assuming he'd come to confront them over the cheating. At that moment, High God's gaze swept over the group with piercing intensity before lingering on Lu Jingshan for several seconds. Finally, he addressed the event organizer. Team Linglong requests a rematch. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire venue erupted in chaos. The organizer stared at High God in utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom anyone being so foolish. To actually request a rematch. All they needed to do was keep quiet, and they could advance to the next round immediately, entering the hallowed halls of higher-level competitions. What on earth could have driven him to step forward and do this? Because he wasn't alone. He had teammates. He might not care about this level of competition, but his teammates certainly did. If he didn't care about himself, he should at least consider his team and his sponsors. Remember, someone paid for him to be here. By speaking up for Lu Sanxiang now, he'd be betraying both his sponsors and his teammates. Lu Feifei and the others standing beside the team leader heard what he said and looked utterly stunned. After all, they were enemies. They had all been hoping for a rematch. After all, a rematch required the other side's consent. Yet unexpectedly, High God had volunteered. And it was for them. Just moments ago, they had utterly crushed their opponents in the match, yet the other side still agreed. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, this enemy, a legend in China's CS scene, rose to a whole new level of respect. Even Lu Jingshan hadn't anticipated the opponent stepping forward to request a rematch for them. This incident made Lu Jingshan reconsider his estimation of the opponent. It also planted the seeds for future connections between the two sides. Even the audience below the stage was taken aback. Hey, God isn't here to mock us, he wants a rematch. Makes sense. Getting crushed 10-0 by cheaters would make anyone want revenge. I'm all for a rematch. Let's see how pathetic they are without their hacks. Exactly. Let everyone see if Lu Sanxiang and his crew can survive a High God speedrun without cheating. The audience began chanting in unison for a rematch. This turn of events caught the event organizer off guard. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. The situation was spiraling out of control. But there was no way he could grant their request for a rematch. He glanced at the referee standing behind the crowd. He knew the Lu San Gun squad hadn't cheated at all. It was all their own skill. If they replayed the match, the outcome wouldn't change. Everything they'd done would become meaningless. Everyone would realize they had wronged Lu Sanxiang and his team, and that would cause serious trouble. They couldn't accept that happening. After all, the initiative still lay with them. As long as they refuse, a rematch is impossible. Hey Shin, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can act above the law. Here, you're just another competitor. As for the rematch, you alone don't get to decide. It requires unanimous agreement from you and every single one of your teammates. You don't represent your team. He thought that line was perfect. After all, everyone wants victory. Everyone wants first place. And this was their employer, even if only the manager behind the scenes was acting. He was certain the actual backer wouldn't approve either. Having come this far, having reached the final stage, how could they not want the ultimate championship? Someone was bound to object to a rematch. Then he'd have a legitimate reason to refuse it, avoiding the appearance of a unilateral, hardline decision. Should trouble arise later, they wouldn't be able to pin it on him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, members of the Linglong team had already arrived behind High God. Hyson turned to look at each of them in turn, the comrades who had fought alongside him. He knew their original purpose in coming here was indeed for victory. His sudden departure from the team to request a rematch was deeply unfair to his teammates. But he could sense that the opposing team wasn't cheating. Years of professional experience had honed his technical instincts. He could judge whether an opponent was cheating or genuinely skilled based solely on their in-game performance. The character bearing the same divine prefix ID as his own left him with an overwhelmingly suffocating sensation. It was a sense of overwhelming power, not the kind that comes from cheating. It stemmed purely from razor-sharp aim, impeccable gun handling, and meticulous tactical judgment. It felt like facing his own peak self across the battlefield. With unmatched marksmanship and tactical prowess, they were being utterly dominated 5 against 1, with no glimmer of hope. Overwhelmingly powerful. He saw the shadow of his own peak self reflected in them. It was unreasonable. When the gap between opponents isn't vast, resentment and rivalry can still fester. But when the gap was too vast, there was no room for rivalry or defiance. Only admiration, respect, and awe remain. He admired the other player. He believed the other belonged on a grander stage, one that should extend far beyond this moment. But once labeled as a cheat or match fixer, there's no way to enter the professional arena. And upon seeing how young the other player was, he became even more convinced of his belief. This promising talent couldn't be ruined like this. Even if it meant betraying his teammates and sponsors, he refused to let such potential be buried here. Just as he looked at his teammates, about to say something, his teammates patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't say another word. We wouldn't be here without you, so we support whatever decision you make." You guys? Haishin was instantly speechless, looking at his teammates with a mix of relief and deep emotion. His gaze then shifted to his sponsor. He felt most guilty toward this sponsor, who had funded their entire participation in the tournament. And now, because of him, they were about to lose first place. "I'm sorry, Before he could continue, the sponsor cut in. "You don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize at all. Haishin, you're my idol. Your decision today honors my admiration. Whatever you do, I'll follow. If you say we replay. It's just going through it all again." With that, the members of Linglong team exchanged knowing smiles. With his teammates' unanimous support, High God found his resolve. Turning to face the manager, he declared firmly, "The entire Linglong team unanimously agrees to a rematch." The official watched it all unfold, his expression turning as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Who could have imagined this happening? What were these people doing? What were they thinking? Didn't they want to win? He felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Agreeing was wrong, but refusing was equally bad. In the end, he gritted his teeth with resentment. He'd fight for the money. Who wouldn't go for the money? Then, thickening his skin, he declared, "Even if you agree, there can be no rematch. We organizers never make mistakes. There's absolutely no need for a rematch. There's no need to argue. Cheating is cheating, and we absolutely will not tolerate any cheating. The competition is over. Please leave now." As he spoke, he quickened his pace to leave. He had no desire to linger in this place any longer. Just then, two people stepped forward from the audience and said in unison, "It's still early. There's no need to end the competition so soon." Chapter 111, The Truth. The organizer trembled at the sound of their voices. He stiffly turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. He never imagined they would appear here. That they would come in person. This square, including the overall event supervisor, was his direct superior. His power and status far surpassed his own. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't care about this event at all. Yet here he was, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. This introduced more variables to the situation. The situation was already unfavorable for him. If the superior took a sudden interest and insisted on forcing a rematch between the two teams, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Then he would be finished. All his efforts would come to nothing, and his true intentions would be laid bare. He must strike first and seize the initiative to have even a sliver of hope. Thinking it, he acted it out, instantly switching to a fawning expression as he approached. "Oh my, General Manager, what brings you here? We've already wrapped up and started cleaning up. And we just caught a cheater red-handed. Their skills are actually terrible, so there's no need to dirty your eyes with them anymore." Hearing the manager slander them, Duan Long immediately bristled, rolling up his sleeves to confront him. But security guards, arriving at the scene, caught his eye and immediately seized him, escorting him off stage. This scene made the chief supervisor frown, looking at him with confusion, demanding an explanation. The man hastily explained, "They're just a bunch of rude, foul-mouthed students. Once they get attached to you, there's no escaping them." This was the only way. The chief supervisor then pointed at Lu Jingshan and his group behind the man. "And what about this situation?" By now, the security guards, prompted by the man's signal, had begun ushering Lu Jingshan and his group toward the exit. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead as anxiety gripped him, terrified the truth would be exposed. He blurted out. After being caught cheating, they refused to leave and tried to bribe the winners to play along. "Luckily, I caught them in time and stopped it." Before the chief supervisor could respond, the man continued with an obsequious smile. "The competition has concluded. You may return to your office first. I'll deliver this year's team results list to you shortly. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with attending in person." His sycophantic demeanor drew disdainful boos from some onlookers. But the man didn't care. He only wanted his boss to leave quickly. Instead of leaving, the superior approached Lu Jingshan and his group. He remarked, "No rush. I've got nothing pressing to attend to right now. I heard there might be cheating going on here, so I came to look into it. Might as well see if anyone's been wrongly accused. Manhwa Esports is still short on talent, after all. Just as he rounded the corner, his eyes seemed to catch sight of a familiar silhouette. His brow furrowed as he frantically searched his memory. Seeing the chief supervisor heading toward Lu Jingshan and his group, he sensed trouble brewing. If the two sides met, Lu Sanxiang and his men might cry foul, potentially sparking unforeseen complications. This was unacceptable to him. He immediately stepped forward to block the path again. Simultaneously, he gestured behind him for security to quickly escort the others downstairs. Just as he finished all this, the chief organizer finally recognized that silhouette in his mind. It was the young man he had encountered in the plaza near the competition center back then. He never imagined encountering him here. He'd been thinking about him for days. To actually meet him here, today. His mind was suddenly filled with a single thought. Given the other's expertise in medicine, perhaps he might have a better perspective on his illness? Perhaps even a solution? He quickened his pace toward Lu Jingshan and the others, calling out as he went. Wait! Don't leave yet! At that moment, the man standing nearby was utterly panicked. He had no idea what to do. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he followed them, determined not to let the other speak. Simultaneously, he inquired. Is the general manager meeting an old acquaintance? Or is there an issue with the competition details? If it's about the competition, feel free to ask me, I know it best. All the while, he watched the other man's expression. But the other person didn't acknowledge him at all. How ridiculous. Would he go around telling everyone about his illness? Listening to the man's words, he frowned impatiently. He sensed something different about the man today. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. So he said nothing. He walked quickly, and after that shout, the security guards, recognizing the voice of the chief supervisor, dared not pursue him further. With the guards no longer pushing them, Lu Sanxiang and his men finally came to a halt. Duan Long broke free from his restraints and cursed at the two security guards. Consider yourselves lucky this isn't school grounds, and that I didn't bring backup. Otherwise, we wouldn't be done with this today. The others, however, fixed their gaze on the man approaching them. It was precisely because of that man's shout that the security guards had halted their actions. This proved the man's identity was far from ordinary. As Lu Jingshan looked at the newcomer, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place him just yet. Just as he pondered why the man had called them over, the stranger had already approached him. Before Lu Jingshan could react, the man seized his hand. His face brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Young man, do you remember me?" Seeing the man's gesture, recognizing his face, and hearing his words, Lu Jingshan's memory began to stir. With these clues and his exceptional recall, he instantly recognized the man. His eyes lit up instantly. He had a solution. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "You're the one who handed me your business card in the square that day." The man was delighted to be remembered. But this made the supervisor standing nearby extremely displeased. Listening to their exchange, he felt like he wanted to die. He never imagined these young people would know his boss. Yet judging by their gestures and tone, it seemed more like they'd only met once before. A sliver of hope lingered in his heart. What if they merely knew each other and weren't on good terms? He tentatively inquired, "General Manager, what brings you here?" Hearing the manager's inquiry, he didn't hold back and simply explained that they were merely acquaintances who had met once. Seeing that his assumption was correct, they truly had only met once, the manager felt considerably relieved. At least it wasn't a hopeless situation. All he needed to do was make the general manager believe he'd made a poor choice in people. He immediately adopted a regretful expression and said, "General Manager, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This young man you encountered, his character is lacking." Hearing this, the chief supervisor frowned and looked at him, his eyes filled with confusion. He thought to himself, "Lacks integrity? Are you kidding me? Would someone of poor character risk their life alone to save a patient in danger, ignoring all warnings? Would someone of poor character remain unmoved by his high-paying job offer? You call this person unprincipled? After getting his contact info and his promise, he didn't reach out? He didn't even take the patient's payment. You tell me this person is unprincipled?" After hearing the manager's explanation, he found it even more absurd. He stared at the manager like he was crazy and said, "You're telling me he cheated by switching plates?" "Yes. His actions were utterly despicable. We've made our ruling and imposed a ban." As the supervisor continued to rant about how despicable Lu Jingshan's actions were, he completely failed to notice how grim the chief supervisor's expression had grown. The supervisor, observing this, assumed the chief supervisor was furious upon discovering the young man's malicious intent. He failed to notice the icy glare the other man was directing at him. "Are you finished?" Seeing the chief supervisor's icy tone and stern gaze, the supervisor immediately dared not say another word. "I'm done." Lu Jingshan feared the man might believe the other party and was about to speak up. He was waved off by a dismissive gesture. His gaze toward Lu Jingshan brimmed with confidence, and the chill had vanished from his voice. "Rest assured, I'll investigate thoroughly and uncover the truth for you." Chapter 112, Completion. The scene fell deathly silent, the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. The chief investigator fixed the man with a piercingly cold stare. He demanded, since you claim he cheated, where's the evidence? The man, sensing trouble, lost his earlier swagger. His voice faltered as he scanned the room and spotted the referee. He immediately pointed at him as if he'd found a savior. He had the cheating USB drive. The other side caught him red-handed using it. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he knew it was best not to die. But if he had to go down, he intended to take as many with him as possible. The man followed his gaze in the direction he pointed. The referee now realized he'd been dragged into this mess, but he couldn't say anything. Now, he had only one path left, to go all the way down this road. He had to stick to his guns about the Lusan gun team cheating. Seeing the chief supervisor approaching him, though panic surged within, he forced himself to maintain composure. He squeezed out a smile and handed over the USB drive, declaring, "Chief Supervisor, this is the cheating USB drive I discovered. It was plugged into his computer at the time." Pointing at Lu Jingshan, he continued. "When I caught him, he refused to repent and tried to snatch it back. Luckily, I was quick enough to prevent him from succeeding." He delivered the story vividly, as if it were a true account, practically unleashing every ounce of acting talent he possessed. Watching Lu Sangxiang and the others seethe with frustration, they finally understood what it meant to spread rumors at zero cost and how effortlessly it could be done. Lu Feifei and Duan Long were furious and wanted to confront him immediately, but Lu Jingshan stopped them. After Lu Jingshan gave them a reassuring look, they truly held back. Since it was Lu Jingshan's decision, they simply followed his lead. Nothing else mattered. Trust was paramount. The chief organizer, catching Lu Jingshan's gesture out of the corner of his eye, felt a warm surge of emotion. He hadn't expected this young man to place such trust in him. How could he let him down? Having worked alongside his subordinates for so many years, did he not know their little schemes? Usually, he preferred to avoid trouble, and since they did help him out, he often turned a blind eye. But bullying his little brother? That couldn't be let slide. He took the USB drive, glanced around, then fixed his gaze on the two staff members who had conducted the earlier tests. "What about your test results?" Before the two could answer, the supervisor cut in. His piercing stare alone silenced him. He then turned to the two and said, "Spill everything. Do you know what happens if even a single thing is fake?" Hearing this, the two staff members grew even more terrified and dared not conceal anything. They revealed everything they knew. "We did indeed detect a cheating virus on the USB drive." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, the supervisor instantly straightened his back, his expression returning to normal. His expression screamed, "I did nothing wrong." But the second half of the sentence sent him plummeting into an ice cave. However, during our computer inspection, we found no traces of USB drives or specialized software being used. The chief supervisor raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, just as I suspected. He said, "So they didn't use a virus?" Both men nodded vigorously. "That's correct. It was common knowledge that inserting and using a USB drive would inevitably leave traces on the computer. But the staff hadn't detected anything, meaning Lu Jingshan and his team were indeed framed." He shot a cold stare at the supervisor. Under that icy stare, the supervisor trembled inwardly and lowered his head to avoid the gaze. "Lu Hao, I have a question for you." Hearing his name, the supervisor instinctively lifted his head. Lu Hao was indeed his name. But in the past, being addressed by his full name always meant trouble was coming. His heart sank. He knew he must have been exposed. But he refused to accept it. Why? The other guy was just a youngster. What gave him the right to get the top guy's favor? And compared to his relationship with the boss, he was clearly closer. Why did the boss suddenly side with this young upstart the moment he appeared? They were nothing more than strangers who'd met once. He'd worked with the boss for years. He refused to believe the boss would do anything to him over some young upstart. So when the boss asked him earnestly, "Lu Hao, did you do something wrong?" he gave a serious reply. "I don't believe I did anything wrong." Upon hearing his answer, the chief supervisor suddenly burst into laughter, loud, hearty laughter. He looked at Lu Hao, shook his head, and sighed, "I never imagined, Lu Hao, that after all this time with me, you would do something like this." Then, turning to his secretary and the security personnel present, he declared, "In my capacity as the chief supervisor of the CS2 tournament and general manager of Duanqing Technology Group, I hereby dismiss Lu Hao from his position as tournament supervisor. He is placed on a blacklist, and all enterprises in Duqing are notified to prohibit his employment." The room fell deathly silent the moment he finished speaking, broken only by the faint sound of several people gasping. No one had anticipated that an ordinary local CS2 tournament would witness the event's chief organizer personally dismissing a long-time subordinate over a young man. His decisive action instantly intimidated the crowd, silencing any audible reactions. Breathing slowed unconsciously. Duan Long quietly approached Lu Jingshan, nudged him with a finger, and whispered into his ear. "Wow, you actually know someone this important." Duan Long finished with a look of pure amazement. Lu Jingshan merely shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. He hadn't expected the man to be this influential. Although the man had given him a business card, it only bore his name, Jiao Zhuochuan. So when the manager bowed respectfully to him, Lu Jingshan was genuinely taken aback. He never imagined that the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man he'd casually met had such immense connections. Zhao Shuochuan turned to his secretary and said, "Did you take note? Go handle it." Prompted by his reminder, the secretary snapped out of it, nodded, and left to print the documents. As the secretary departed, the scene gradually returned to normal. The manager snapped out of his daze he'd just been laid off and blacklisted by the entire Do City enterprise. In an instant, he had plummeted from being the event organizer with a respectable job to the depths of being blacklisted by the company. He stared at the other man in utter disbelief, knowing the man had the power to do this. What he couldn't fathom was that the other party would blacklist him over a young man they'd met only once. He refused to accept it. How could he possibly accept it? Instantly, rage consumed him. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhao Shuochuan, then turned to Lu Jingxian. All because of this man standing before him, he'd been fired like this? Staring at Zhao Shuochuan, he pointed at Lu Jingxian and roared, "Why? What do you mean, why?" Zhao Shuochuan frowned, confused by the accusation. "Why did you fire me? Just because of him? After all this time working under you, I'm suddenly less valuable than a stranger? Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for this entire plaza? How many things I've done? And you treat me like this for some stranger?" The man's voice was furious, bordering on a scream. He unleashed his fury without restraint. Zhao Shuochuan watched it all unfold, sighed, and said, "You weren't fired because of him, but because of your actions. From the very beginning, I've always told you to treat everyone fairly. I'm not unaware of everything you've done. I've been cleaning up your messes all along. But what about you? Abusing your position to take bribes, misusing your authority. And after all this time working under me, you sold my personal information and the company's confidential data to our competitors for personal gain. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? I gave you countless chances, extending leniency out of respect for our years of working together. But you? Time and again. If I hadn't fired you today, it would have happened sooner or later." Hearing Zhao Shuochuan's words, the man's surging anger instantly cooled as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Fear filled his eyes. He never imagined his opponent knew everything he had done. Instantly terrified, he tried to beg for mercy. Zhao Shuochuan waved his hand. "Security, escort him out. Blacklist him, no entry permitted." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 security guards arrived to escort him away. After handling the situation, Zhao Shuochuan approached Lu Jingxian, his expression tinged with apology. "My apologies for the spectacle." Lu Jingxian shook his head. "It's not your fault. Every company has its share of troublemakers. I understand." Seeing Lu Jingxian wasn't angry, Zhao Shuochuan breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured invitingly and said, "Young man, since we've crossed paths, why don't you come to my office? I happen to have a favor to ask of you." Having just received his assistance, Lu Jingxian couldn't possibly refuse and agreed. "Sure." Chapter 113, Lung Cancer. Duanqing Technology Plaza was one of the largest plazas in Du City. It wasn't an open-air plaza in the traditional sense. Rather, it was a commercial plaza themed around technology, hence the prefix tech in its name. The plaza spans 6 floors, including the floor housing the general manager's office. The general manager's office occupied nearly 100 square meters, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that offered an unobstructed view of the entire plaza from within. Only 2 people occupied the office. Zhao Shuochuan, acting quite the host, served Lu Jingxian a cup of tea before pulling him into a conversation about everyday matters. All this chatter made Lu Jingxian drowsy. "Just get to the point. There's no need for this." With no other option, Lu Jingxian had to break the current impasse. Seeing Lu Jingxian speak up, Zhao Shuochuan gave a knowing smile. "You really can't hide anything from the young man, can you? Well then, I'll get straight to the point." With that, Zhao Shuochuan's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by a serious look. "Young man, have you studied lung cancer?" Lu Jingxian's heart skipped a beat at the question. This question couldn't have been asked out of the blue. It must be related to lung cancer. Lung cancer was notoriously difficult to treat, especially in its advanced stages when it was nearly incurable. As he looked at Zhao Shuochuan, a thought exploded in his mind. Could it be? Seeing Lu Jingxian's incredulous expression, Zhao Shuochuan knew the young man had guessed correctly. As if confirming his own thoughts, Zhao Shuochuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then he bent down, opened the bottom drawer of his desk, and pulled out a report. He handed it to Lu Jingxian. "Mid-stage lung cancer is gradually worsening. The doctor says it will progress to late stage within a year. By then, even a god couldn't save him." Hearing this, Lu Jingxian grew suspicious. He looked at Zhao with doubt and asked, "Then why did you come to me? You've already seen a doctor." Zhao Shuochuan chuckled, almost as if mocking himself. "Perhaps I was desperate and grasping at straws. But the day I saw you rush into the square to save someone, I had a feeling maybe you could cure me? Genius can emerge from anywhere. What if you're that genius?" Before Lu Jingxian could respond, he continued, "If you can cure me, ask for whatever you want. And from now on in Du City, I'll be your protector. If anyone gives you trouble, just call me. I'll handle it immediately." He hadn't neglected seeking medical help, he'd sought it frequently. But the answers he received were consistently bleak. Perhaps it was the long-suppressed emotions finally finding release. His emotions began to collapse, and tears streamed down his face. He grasped Lu Jingshan's hand. "Young man, I know this might be difficult for you, but I'm truly at my wit's end." Realizing his outburst, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for startling you. I shouldn't have placed my hopes on someone else. If this is too much for you, feel free to leave. I won't hold it against you. I just hope you'll visit me more often." Given the other man's words, coupled with the help he just provided, walking away immediately wasn't in his nature. He glanced around and said, "Where's the restroom? I'll give you my answer when I come out." Lu Jingshan finished speaking, and Zhao Shuchuan pointed to a corner of the office. "Go ahead. I'll wait here for your answer. Whatever it is, I'll believe you." Lu Jingshan offered no reply, heading toward the restroom in the direction indicated. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he summoned his system. Of course, he wasn't just there to use the restroom. Soon, the familiar system interface appeared before him. He immediately located the professional doctor skill and activated it. This was something he later discovered: skills could be activated individually. Each major skill contained a series of minor skills. Taking professional physician as an example, it further subdivided into various departments: internal medicine, surgery, cardiopulmonary medicine, and so on. Further down were the specific skills. For instance, Lu Jingshan found the skill he needed below. Mobile CT. When the host uses this skill, their eyes function like a CT scanner, enabling precise detection of the location of lesions and underlying issues within a patient's body. Price: 500 skill points. Skill points: 5789. After the match, his skill points kept climbing steadily, showing no signs of stopping. He was practically overwhelmed by the surplus, more points than he could ever use. Lu Jingshan didn't hesitate, clicking to purchase immediately while also acquiring other necessary items. All of them were related to lung cancer knowledge. Immediately after purchasing, knowledge about treating lung cancer flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind. But it wasn't enough. Zhao Shuchuan's lung cancer had progressively worsened, demanding more advanced knowledge. To address this, Lu Jingshan upgraded his professional doctor skill by 3 levels. He advanced from professional physician to medical authority. Instantly, a flood of medical knowledge poured in, overwhelming Lu Jingshan to the point of dizziness. He decided to examine Zhao Shuchuan's condition first, then return to absorb all the information before figuring out a plan. With this newfound confidence, Lu Jingshan decided to accept the mission. Seeing Lu Jingshan emerge from the bathroom, Zhao Shuchuan, who had been waiting impatiently outside, hurriedly asked, "So, what's your answer, young man? Will you help or not?" As he asked, Zhao Shuchuan's heart was torn with conflict. He dreaded rejection yet feared acceptance. He dreaded the possibility that the other party might have been capable but refused, causing him to miss a chance at treatment. He feared that if the other agreed but couldn't cure him, it would bring yet another disappointment and possibly worsen the condition. But he understood a truth: indecision only invites chaos. Since he had made the request, he had to accept any possible outcome. Just as he waited for an answer, Lu Jingshan instructed him to close his eyes and stay still. Though puzzled, he obeyed Lu Jingshan's command, closing his eyes and remaining perfectly still. Seeing his eyes shut, Lu Jingshan activated his mobile CT and began scanning Zhao Shuchuan. In an instant, he pinpointed the location and size of the pathological focus within Zhao Shuchuan's body. Seeing the size of the lesion, even Lu Jingshan frowned. It was the largest lesion he had ever encountered, and its location was the most critical. Moreover, the patient had large cell carcinoma, which grew and metastasized rapidly. No wonder the other doctors were helpless. Located in a critical area, the chances of successful surgery were slim, and the risks were high. But it didn't matter. He had a solution. Currently, only 5 potential solutions exist worldwide. Surgery, the primary and preferred curative approach for early-stage non-small cell lung cancer, aims for complete tumor removal. Radiation therapy. Radiotherapy uses high-energy rays to kill cancer cells. Can be used preoperatively to shrink tumors, postoperatively to eliminate residual cells, or for symptom relief in advanced patients inoperable for surgery. Chemotherapy uses drugs to kill rapidly dividing cells. Typically employed for small cell lung cancer or advanced postoperative non-small cell lung cancer. Targeted therapy targets cancer cells with specific genetic mutations. These drugs act like precision-guided missiles, offering high efficacy with relatively fewer side effects. Requires prior genetic testing. Immunotherapy activates the patient's own immune system to attack cancer cells. Has become a key treatment for advanced lung cancer. Interventional therapy techniques like radiofrequency ablation or microwave ablation are used for early-stage patients inoperable for surgery. There's always a treatment that fits the patient, and with the knowledge in the system, he's confident he can cure them given enough time. He accepted the case. Retract the mobile CT. Lu Jingshan then gave the other party his answer. "I agree, but I have a few conditions." Hearing the other party agree, Zhao Shuchuan was instantly overcome with excitement. As long as you can cure me, I'll agree to any number of conditions. Lu Jingshan nodded in acknowledgement of the other's attitude. He then stated, first, I need to return and develop a treatment plan tailored to you. This will take some time. Once it's ready, you can come find me. Facing this request, Zhao Zhuochuan naturally nodded in agreement. It was a reasonable request. Seeing his agreement, Lu Jingshan continued, the second request is that you must fully cooperate with me throughout the entire treatment process. Zhao Zhuochuan nodded. Of course. The third requirement, you will be responsible for all expenses incurred during the treatment. Zhao Zhuochuan nodded in agreement once more, and instantly, their agreement was sealed. As long as Lu Jingshan cured him, he would agree to anything. He then saw Lu off. Thanks to his intervention, the Lu Sangun squad was cleared of cheating allegations. They secured advancement to the next tier, earning a ticket to the national championship scheduled for the following month. Just as Lu Jingshan was about to leave after collecting his reward, someone called out to him. Several people turned toward the source of the voice and recognized it as High God. Under the gaze of the crowd, High God approached Lu Jingshan. When you have time, I'd like to talk with you. After a moment's thought, Lu Jingshan agreed. All right. Chapter 114, Invitation to join the professional circuit. Outside the plaza, in the rest area, the evening breeze carried the coolness of late summer, dispersing the daytime tournament's clamor. Lu Jingshan glanced at the group before following High God away, promising he'd return soon to head back with them. The two stepped outside the venue and found a relatively quiet corner to sit. The distant city lights flickered, contrasting sharply with the slightly tense atmosphere. What did you need? Lu Jingshan cut straight to the point. He didn't have a bad impression of High God. In fact, he admired the latter's tenacity on the field and his final act of speaking up for justice. High God didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and offered it to Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan waved it away. High Shan lit his own, took a deep drag, and frowned as he looked at Lu Jingshan. Do you know my real name? Lu Jingshan naturally didn't know. He only knew everyone called him High God. Seeing Lu Jingshan's blank expression, he knew the answer was no. My name is Zhou Hao, former pro player. Nice to meet you, Zhou Hao introduced himself with casual familiarity. Lu Jingshan. Today's match, you guys were strong. Zhou Hao blew smoke rings, his voice slightly hoarse. Too strong for what this tournament should be. Thanks, Lu Jingshan replied flatly. Zhou Hao smiled, sizing him up. You remind me of myself. Me at my peak. Lu Jingshan perked up, curiosity piqued. Your prime? What did you look like? So strong it felt like cheating. No, even cheating couldn't match my level. Your awareness, your aim, your command, especially your skill level absolutely shouldn't be wasted in a tournament like this. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. I've reviewed every record I could find on you. It's like you appeared out of nowhere. Obscure before, then suddenly making a name for yourself. Can you tell me why? Lu Jingshan fell silent. The existence of the system was something he couldn't reveal, so he skirted the issue. I didn't have the chance to play before. Only recently did I find the right teammates. This answer clearly didn't satisfy High God's curiosity, but he didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject. Have you ever considered going pro? Before Lu Jingshan could respond, he continued, with your talent and systematic training, your future is limitless. Since my retirement, the Dragon Nation CS2 pro scene hasn't seen another prodigy like you. If you're interested, I can arrange tryouts with a few clubs. With my connections, I can't guarantee a spot on the top-tier teams, but getting you into a second-tier seed team without a trial shouldn't be too difficult. Had anyone else heard those words, they would have been beside themselves with excitement. Such an opportunity was beyond most people's wildest dreams. Yet here it was, unfolding before him. A personal recommendation from the legendary player High God meant one foot was already firmly planted on the threshold of the professional scene. Yet Lu Jingshan's reaction caught Zhou Hao off guard. He showed no trace of excitement or enthusiasm, merely furrowing his brow slightly as if weighing something. Thank you for your kindness, Lu Jingshan said, his tone still calm, but I can't fully commit to the professional scene at this time. Why? Zhou Hao asked, puzzled. Is there some difficulty? If it's academics or family. Not entirely, Lu Jingshan interrupted, his thoughts turning to the responsibility of treating Zhao Zhuochuan he'd just taken on, and the vast amount of medical knowledge within the system that required time to digest and absorb. I have more important matters to attend to recently. Besides, my teammates still need more training. Zhou Hao studied him, searching his eyes for hesitation or insincerity, but found only utter sincerity and an unshakable resolve. It was a look he'd seen only in the rarest of elite competitors' absolute conviction in the path they'd chosen. What a pity, he said, stubbing out his cigarette and sighing. So what are your plans now? The national tournament starts next month. We'll compete in the national championship, Lu Jingshan affirmed. That's the path we promised to walk together. As for what lies beyond, we'll see. All right. Zhou Hao wasn't one to beat around the bush. He stood up, patted Lu Jingshan on the shoulder, and said, see you at the nationals. When we meet there, I hope to see a stronger you and a stronger Lu Sanxiang. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Lu Jingshan replied, rising to his feet with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Without another word, they nodded farewell. Watching the high god's figure vanish into the night, Lu Jingshan drew a deep breath of the cool air. The professional circuit? That might be a path in the future, but not now. For the moment, he had a peak he had to conquer. Back at the original spot, Duanlong and Lu Feifei were still waiting for his return. Seeing Lu Jingshan return, they swarmed around him, their curiosity ignited, firing questions left and right. Bro Lu, what did High God want with you? Trying to recruit you for pro gaming? Xiaowei blurted out, his face brimming with excitement and curiosity. Lu Jingshan briefly recounted High God's proposal and his decision. You turned it down? Duanlong's eyes widened. Are you crazy? That's a recommendation from High God. It's just temporary, Lu Jingshan explained. Our foundation isn't solid enough yet. Jumping into the professional scene recklessly might not be wise. Plus, he paused. I do have personal matters to handle recently that require a lot of time and energy. Lu Feifei, ever observant, recalled Zhao Shuochuan keeping Lu Jingshan behind alone earlier that day. She asked softly, is it related to that Mr. Jiao? Lu Jingshan nodded without concealment. He's very seriously ill. I promised to see if I could help him. Naturally, he omitted any details about the system or lung cancer treatment. Though the others found it hard to believe Lu Jingshan could treat illnesses, today's events had instilled in them a blind trust in him. If he said he could try, then it must be possible. Is there anything we can do to help? Lu Feifei asked. Yeah, brother Lu, just tell us what you need. Seeing the sincerity on his teammates' faces, Lu Jingshan felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, but this isn't something you can help with. Your task now is to train intensively. The national competition is packed with formidable opponents, we can't afford to stop here. Understood, they replied in unison. Before officially parting ways, Lu Jingshan handed each of them a training plan. Then he returned to his dorm room. The night was deep now, and the surroundings were utterly quiet, perfect for deep thought. It was the perfect opportunity to digest the knowledge the system had just poured into him in Zhao Shuochuan's office. His consciousness plunged into the system interface. The skill tree for medical authority was vast enough to take his breath away. Pathology of lung cancer, classification, various treatment protocols, the latest research findings, surgical techniques, medication guidelines. Countless pieces of information flooded into his brain like a vast starry sea. A sharp, throbbing pain surged through him once more intense than any previous episode. Lu Jingshan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. He forced himself to stay lucid, absorbing this knowledge enough to transform not just an individual but the entire medical field like a sponge. Time ticked by second. Outside the window, the sky transformed from deep black to a hazy gray, then gradually lightened to the first hint of dawn. When the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtain slits, Lu Jingshan finally opened his eyes slowly. In the depths of his gaze, the youthful naivety had diminished, replaced by a steadiness and world-weariness born of profound insight into life. He opened his notebook, picked up his pen, and began writing rapidly, almost without pause. A comprehensive treatment plan tailored specifically for Zhao Shuochuan, incorporating the world's most cutting-edge technologies and even some concepts from the era beyond our time, gradually took shape beneath his pen. Certain targeted drug combinations and immune modulation protocols within it, if leaked, would be sufficient to cause a major uproar in the international medical community. Upon finishing, he wasted no time, opening his laptop and logging into a renowned international medical database. Leveraging his system privileges and expertise, he began verifying details within the plan and arranging purchases for specialized medications and experimental equipment unavailable domestically. Fortunately, Zhao Shuochuan had pledged to cover all expenses. By the time he finished, dawn had broken. Lu Jingshan felt no fatigue. Instead, his mind was unusually sharp. Staring at the thick stack of documents covering his desk, he knew this wasn't merely a treatment plan, it was a promise, a path that might save lives. He picked up his phone and dialed the private number Zhao Shuochuan had provided. Mr. Zhao, the preliminary plan is ready. Some medications and equipment need to be procured urgently. I'll email you the list. On the other end, Zhao Shuochuan's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. So fast? Great. I'll have someone handle it immediately. We'll do everything possible. After hanging up, Lu Jingshan walked to the window and pushed it open. Just then, a knock sounded at his door. Lu Jingshan opened the door, and Xin Yue, dressed in a pink dress, stepped inside. She held a breakfast tray and handed it to Lu Jingshan. Here, breakfast for you. Chapter 115, Treatment. On the other end of the line, Zhao Shuochuan's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. So soon? Great. I'll have someone handle it immediately. We'll do everything possible. The moment he hung up, a soft knock sounded at his door. Lu Jingshan opened the door to find Xin Yue standing outside, dressed in a pale pink long dress. She held a thermal bag in her hand, her face adorned with a faint, slightly worried smile. Here, breakfast for you, she offered the bag with a soft voice. Duanlong and the others mentioned you had trouble during the competition, so I thought I'd come by early to check on you and bring breakfast. Lu Jingshan felt a warm glow in his heart as he took the still warm bag. Thanks. We did work late, but everything's sorted now. Xin Yue looked utterly unconvinced. She pulled Lu Jingshan toward the bed. This sudden move startled Lu Jingshan. Wait, when did this girl become so bold? Ignoring his shock, Xin Yue even threatened, shut up if you want this over quickly. Lu Jingshan knew when to back down. He immediately shut his mouth and let Xin Yue take control. Xin Yue pushed Lu Jingshan down onto the bed and pulled off his shirt. Even as Lu Jingshan struggled desperately, he was powerless to resist. With a faint, don't. His clothes were pulled away. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lu Jingshan was utterly shocked inside. Was he really going to be forced by this little minx right here today? His purity. But clearly, he was overthinking it. Why such a big reaction? I'm just giving you a massage. Xin Yue pushed Lu Jingshan over, positioning him face up. Lu Jingshan exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. I thought. You thought? Xin Yue smiled faintly, her laughter escaping her lips. You thought I was going to take you right here and then? That single sentence silenced all possible responses from Lu Jingshan, for it was precisely what he had been thinking. No reply came, only a long, drawn-out silence. Xin Yue realized it too. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She pinched the soft flesh on Lu Jingshan's waist hard and chirped, "You shameless hypocrite, humph." Lu Jingshan could only force out a couple of awkward laughs. 20 minutes passed as he watched Xin Yue's retreating figure. Lu Jingshan stood up, dressed, and picked up the breakfast Xin Yue had brought him from the table. He glanced at the time. His homeroom teacher was covering his class this morning, allowing him to attend to Zhao Zhuochuan's medical treatment. Just as he finished tidying up, his phone rang again. Zhao Zhuochuan's secretary's voice came through, polite and efficient. Mr. Lu Jingshan, the special vehicle is already waiting at your school entrance. All the items you requested have been prepared. We're just waiting for you. Alright, I'll be there shortly. Lu Jingshan gave a few more instructions before hanging up. His expertise as a medical authority made him acutely aware of the complexity of Zhao Zhuochuan's condition and the challenges of treatment. This was no trivial matter. Lu Jingshan adopted a comprehensive treatment plan he had devised by integrating the latest knowledge with the system's cutting-edge concepts. Centered on targeted and immunotherapy, supplemented by meticulously formulated Chinese herbal decoctions to strengthen the body's foundation and mitigate side effects. This was paired with his proprietary breathing guidance technique to improve Zhao Zhuochuan's lung function and mental state. Every adjustment to medication dosage, every selection of acupuncture points, every CT-like examination of Zhao Zhuochuan's physical condition consumed immense mental energy from Lu Jingshan. The results were remarkably effective, bordering on miraculous. After just one session, Zhao Zhuochuan's qi and blood had significantly recovered. The pallor that had clouded his complexion due to illness and chemotherapy gave way to a faint flush of color, and the persistent fatigue that had long plagued him eased considerably. Feeling the changes in his own body, Zhao Zhuochuan's gaze toward Lu Jingshan had transformed from the initial desperation of clutching at a lifeline to one of awe and gratitude, almost as if he were looking upon a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, the legendary physician. During this period, Lu Jingshan operated on 4 fronts simultaneously. He had to monitor the progress of Class 7 members, meticulously plan their next course of action. He also pushed the other 4 members of the Lu Sanxiang squad to intensify their training. He also found time to check on the physical training of Chen Quan, Li Xiaoyao, and others. Then, a week passed, bringing his second treatment session for Zhao Zhuochuan. That afternoon, after completing the latest treatment at the villa, Zhao Zhuochuan's spirits were noticeably lifted. "Jingshan," he said, accepting the ginseng tea offered by the servant with a tone warmer than usual, "I feel so much better truly, like I've been reborn. Your hands are nothing short of divine. You flatter me, Mr. Jiao. It's your strong constitution and high compliance that made this possible," Lu Jingshan replied calmly while packing away the silver needles. The continuous exertion left his face slightly pale, yet his gaze remained serene. Zhao Zhuochuan waved his hand. "I rarely admit defeat, but you've truly earned my respect. Such skill at your age, it's incredible." He paused, as if gathering resolve, then leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. "You saved my life. This debt, Zhao Zhuochuan here, will remember for a lifetime. Nearly reimbursing your expenses and looking out for you in the future won't suffice. That's too little." Lu Jingshan didn't pause his movements, merely glancing up at him. Zhao Zhuochuan continued, "Tonight, you'll accompany me to meet someone a truly influential figure. His reach far surpasses that of a provincial businessman like me. If you could earn his approval, it would be an immense boost to your future prospects." Lu Jingshan raised an eyebrow slightly, not responding immediately. His motivation for healing the sick and saving lives had never been to curry favor with the powerful. With the system within him, he placed greater faith in accumulating his own strength. Zhao Zhuochuan seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. "Don't misunderstand. Introducing you is partly repayment, partly because someone with your skills shouldn't be wasted. This person has a unique background and has been in poor health for years. He's consulted countless renowned doctors with little effect. Perhaps, you might have a solution. Of course, whether you meet him is entirely up to you." Lu Jingshan pondered for a moment. He needed to rapidly accumulate resources and connections both to prepare for potential future challenges and to better apply his knowledge. Accessing higher-level figures might be a shortcut, though it inevitably came with risks. "Who is this?" he asked cautiously. Zhao Xuechuan lowered his voice further, almost to a whisper, uttering a name and a vague title. Despite some mental preparation, Lu Jingshan's heart skipped a beat. He'd occasionally heard this name in television news, a figure frequently featured in provincial and even national reports, commanding immense prestige and influence. "What exactly is his condition?" Lu Jingshan inquired, his tone steady though his mind churned. This was indeed an unexpected big shot. Zhao Xuechuan sighed. "I can't go into details, it's complicated. It's a chronic condition stemming from years of nerve issues and old injuries. Western medicine hasn't been effective, and surgery isn't advisable. We've consulted numerous experts both domestically and internationally, but they've only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause." He looked at Lu Jingshan, his eyes brimming with expectation. "What do you say, Jingshan? Interested in meeting him? I can arrange it, absolute confidentiality guaranteed. Even if we can't help, just getting acquainted and leaving a good impression would be nothing but beneficial." Lu Jingshan took a deep breath as knowledge of the medical luminary raced through his mind, weighing every possibility. This was undoubtedly a monumental challenge, yet also an unprecedented opportunity. Minutes later, he lifted his head, his gaze regaining its usual composure and confidence. "All right, Mr. Zhao, I'll leave the arrangements to you," he said slowly. "As for whether it will be helpful, I need to meet the person first and assess the situation personally before I can judge." Zhao Xuechuan's face lit up instantly. He slammed his fist on the sofa armrest. "Great! Fantastic! I'll get in touch right away. Jingshan, if you can pull off another miracle, your future prospects will be limitless." Chapter 116, Nighttime Rescue. Zhao Xuechuan worked with remarkable efficiency. The list of medicinal herbs and equipment Lu Jingshan had requested was assembled at an astonishing pace, propelled by vast financial resources and extensive connections. Some items were even airlifted in through international special channels. Just as Lu Jingshan finished Zhao Xuechuan's second comprehensive treatment, noticing his complexion had grown noticeably rosier and his cough nearly vanished, Zhao Xuechuan's private phone rang. After the call, his face clouded with concern, yet a hint of expectation flickered as he looked at Lu Jingshan, who was packing away the silver needles. "Jingshan, I have an unreasonable request." Zhao Xuechuan rubbed his hands together. "An old superior who once mentored me, surnamed Yan, is a colonel in a certain department of the Dragon Nation. His elderly mother has been bedridden for years, paralyzed, and renowned doctors have all been at a loss. They happen to be recuperating in Du City and heard about your work. They'd like to invite you to take a look." Lu Jingshan didn't pause his movements, his tone calm. "All right, but Mr. Zhao, you know the rules, I need to see the patient first." "Understood. Absolutely understood." Zhao Xuechuan nodded hastily. Half an hour later, Zhao Xuechuan personally drove Lu Jingshan to a secluded convalescent villa in the western hills of Du City. A young man in plain clothes stood guard at the entrance, his gaze sharp. Though not in uniform, his rigid posture and watchful eyes betrayed his military background. After announcing their arrival, the two were ushered into the living room. A man in his 50s sat on the sofa, his shoulders straight and his face stern. His brow bore the authority of long-held power and a trace of unshakable worry. Beside him sat a woman of delicate beauty and gentle demeanor, presumably his wife. A young girl, about 11 or 12, peered anxiously through the crack of a nearby bedroom door. "Colonel Yan, this is Dr. Lu Jingshan, whom I mentioned to you," Zhao Xuechuan hurriedly introduced. Yan Long lifted his head, his gaze darting toward Lu Jingshan like lightning. When he saw the excessively youthful, even student-like face, the expectation in his eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by deep displeasure and suspicion. "Mr. Zhao." Yan Long's voice was low and powerful, dripping with obvious displeasure. "I respected you as a former subordinate of my father and trusted your word, believing you had truly brought some reclusive master. You had me drop my military duties and rush here in haste, only to have some greenhorn examine my mother?" He sprang to his feet, his imposing presence instantly filling the living room. "My mother's health is not a practice ground for quacks like you. Nor is she a tool to curry favor." Zhao Xuechuan paled and hurriedly explained, "Colonel Yan, you misunderstand. Though Mr. Lu is young, his medical skills are truly..." "Enough." Yan Long waved his hand, cutting him off. "Out of respect for past ties, I'll let this matter drop. Please leave now." The atmosphere instantly turned icy. Yan Long's wife tugged at him gently, but only sighed in return, clearly sharing his distrust. Just then, the little girl who had been crouched by the door suddenly ran over. Her eyes red, she tugged at Yan Long's trouser leg, her voice trembling with tears. "Daddy, let this brother try. Grandma said it hurt again just now. Lily doesn't want Grandma to be in pain." "Lily, stop it." Yan Long snapped, though his tone softened slightly when addressing his daughter. Lu Jingshan, who had remained silent since entering, now looked calmly at Yan Long. "Colonel Yan, does your mother's condition include lower limb atrophy, severe nighttime pain, and old injuries at the third and fourth vertebrae?" Yan Long's massive frame jolted violently, his eyes blazing with disbelief. "How do you know?" He had never shared these details with outsiders, especially the location of the old injury, a deeply private matter. Observing her complexion and listening to her breathing, I made a rough deduction, Lu Jingshan replied, his tone still unruffled. If my assessment is correct, it's not complete nerve severance, but rather caused by blood stasis and pressure from the old injury. Delay another 6 months, and with worsening atrophy and complete nerve necrosis, even a reincarnated Huatua would be powerless. Yanlong's expression flickered with shock and disbelief. Lu Jingshan had cut straight to the heart of the matter, leaving him stunned. Yet Lu Jingshan's youth made it impossible for him to accept this diagnosis. Oomph. Perhaps you've heard rumors elsewhere, but empty words hold no weight. Yanlong remained unyielding. Please leave. Lu Jingshan said no more, merely nodding. He turned to Jiao Shuochuan, Mr. Jiao, let's go. Jiao Shuochuan gave a bitter smile and reluctantly followed. Yet no one noticed the small figure of Yan Lily. She gazed at her grandmother's pain-sleeping face, then at Lu Jingshan's departing silhouette. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Just as the two men got into the car and it started to pull away, the girl suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Tears streaked her cheeks, her eyes red from crying. Panting from running, she bowed deeply to those inside the car. Please. I'm sorry. My dad was so anxious. Please, save my grandmother. Lily begs you. Her large eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Jingshan sighed inwardly. A child's intuition is the purest she could sense who genuinely wanted to help. Did you sneak out? Lu Jingshan asked. Yan Lily nodded vigorously. I know the code to Grandma's room. Brother, will you come with me? Seeing the pure plea in the girl's eyes and her deep love for her grandmother, Lu Jingshan nodded. Lead the way. Sneaking back into the Yan family villa, Yan Lily skillfully evaded the guards and led Lu Jingshan into the old lady's room. The room was filled with a faint medicinal scent and the lingering presence of age. A white-haired old woman lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her complexion ashen, and her breath faint. Lu Jingshan wasted no time. He swiftly opened the needle case he carried with him. Under the moonlight, the silver needles glinted with a cold, crisp sheen. He focused his mind and calmed his spirit, seamlessly blending the knowledge of a medical authority with the insight of a mobile CT. His fingers brushed over the elderly woman's gaunt back, pinpointing the exact location. His hands moved like lightning. Several silver needles were inserted into acupoints using a special technique. The depth varied, and the twisting and lifting movements contained a peculiar rhythm. Had any master of traditional Chinese medicine been present, they would surely have been astonished by this long-lost golden needle of crossing calamity technique. Lu Jingshan's forehead glistened with sweat as the needles traversed the old man's body, clearing meridians blocked for years and stimulating nerves on the verge of necrosis. Yan Lily nervously covered her mouth with her hand, her large eyes fixed on the scene without blinking. After about half an hour, Lu Jingshan slowly withdrew the needles. The instant the final silver needle left the body. Mum. The elderly woman on the hospital bed emitted an extremely faint yet distinctly audible moan. Immediately afterward, her withered fingers twitched ever so slightly. At that very moment, the bedroom door burst open with a loud slam. Yanlong, who had received the duty report and rushed over in a panic upon discovering his daughter missing, witnessed Lu Jingshan removing the needles and his mother's fingers twitching ever so slightly. What are you doing? Yanlong's eyes bulged with fury, his rage erupting like a tidal wave. You bastard! How dare you touch my mother? I'll kill you! His hand instinctively reached for his waist, his anger palpable. Dad! Don't! Yan Lily screamed in terror, throwing herself between them. Lu Jingshan stood motionless, his expression serene. He merely looked calmly at Yanlong, then shifted his gaze to the elderly woman on the bed. Yanlong lunged forward, ready to grab Lu Jingshan. But his movement froze mid-air. Because the elderly mother on the bed, paralyzed for years and declared beyond hope of waking slowly, painfully, opened her eyes. Those once cloudy eyes, though weak, now held a glimmer of clarity. She gazed blankly at her enraged son, her lips trembling as she uttered a faint whisper. Long, son, what is all this? It struck him like thunderclaps ringing in his ears. Yanlong froze completely, staring at the scene before him in utter disbelief. His wife, drawn by the commotion, rushed in and instantly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mom! Mom! You're awake? Yanlong's voice trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelming joy intertwined with his earlier rage, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The old lady seemed to want to nod, but she lacked the strength. Instead, she gazed tenderly at her son and granddaughter. Yanlong whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto Lu Jingshan. The look in his eyes was incredibly complex: shock, wild joy, shame, disbelief. The next moment, this iron-willed, unyielding colonel abruptly bent his normally rigid spine and bowed deeply to Lu Jingshan. Mr. Lu. I apologize. I, Yan, was blind. I misunderstood a true master. For any past offenses, I offer my deepest apologies. Thank you for saving my mother. This kindness, the Yan family will never forget. His voice boomed with the characteristic frankness and remorse of a soldier, each word resonating with conviction. Lu Jingshan gently waved him off. Please rise, Mr. Yan. The matriarch has only just regained consciousness and remains extremely frail. She requires rest and quiet recuperation. Several more sessions of acupuncture and medicinal treatment will be necessary before she can gradually recover. We shall follow whatever instructions Mr. Lu deems necessary. Yanlong now held Lu Jingshan in utter reverence, regarding him as a deity. He carefully settled his mother into bed, gazing at her face, weak yet visibly more vibrant, tears welling in his fierce eyes. After his mother had fallen back into a peaceful sleep, Yanlong solemnly approached Lu Jingshan. From the inner pocket of his robe, he retrieved an ancient, plain black iron token. Engraved on its front was a bold and vigorous character for Yan, while its reverse bore the image of a coiled dragon. Mr. Lu, Yanlong presented the token with both hands. This is the emblem of my Yan family. For the next 2 months, my mother and I will be recuperating in Du City. During this time, should you encounter any trouble, be it from the law or the underworld, present this token at any location bearing this emblem. Presenting this token is like presenting me personally. All resources under the Yan family's command will be mobilized to resolve your matter. Even after my transfer in 2 months, this token still carries some weight within most systems. Lu Jingshan examined the token, its surface cold to the touch yet radiating considerable energy. Without hesitation, he accepted it. Thank you, Colonel Yan. It is the Yan family who should be thanking you. Yanlong gripped Lu Jingshan's hand firmly. Mr. Lu, great favors need no thanks. Should you ever require anything in the future, the Yan family will never refuse. Chapter 117, The Final Exam Approaches. Dawn was breaking, yet the study hall in the dormitory building of Du City High School was already ablaze with light. The rhythmic clacking of keyboards, the soft scratching of pencils on paper, and the low murmurs of formulas and theorems intertwined, weaving into an uplifting symphony of diligence. Every student in Class 7 operated like a wound-up clockwork mechanism, precise and tireless. Their eyes burned with intense focus. Reflected in the depths of their pupils were not only the knowledge from their textbooks, but also their yearning for the future and their promise to that person. Only 7 days remained until the grade-wide mock exam. This time, it wasn't just a battle in math, it was a comprehensive contest spanning Chinese, math, English, and the liberal arts and science comprehensive exams. This was the ultimate test to prove their remarkable transformation over the past month and their best chance to silence all doubters and those who judged them through tinted glasses. The key to this function problem lies in understanding its periodic changes. Look here. Lu Jingshan stood before the whiteboard, his marker flowing effortlessly across the surface. His explanations remained as clear and accessible as ever, even the most complex problems became lucid and understandable through his breakdown. Below the podium, everyone including Lu Wenjing held their breath, afraid to miss a single word. Their eyes followed Lu Jingshan, their gaze carrying not just the respect of students for their teacher, but an almost religious reverence. It was this man before them who had pulled them out of the mire, giving them hope and strength, making them believe they weren't born useless wood but could be carved into something valuable. Without Lu Jingshan, Class 7 would not be where it stood today. Even during break time, the atmosphere remained intense. Xin Yue patiently explained the essentials of classical poetry appreciation to several classmates struggling with humanities subjects. Her profile, illuminated by the light, appeared gentle yet resolute. Gu Changsheng, meanwhile, was surrounded by a group of boys, passionately debating multiple solutions to a physics competition problem. His clear logic had solidified his status as the second pillar of the science department. Su Wang shook her neatly cropped hair and smacked the back of a dozing boy's head, her tone unusually stern. Snap out of it. Did Brother Lu work his ass off to get us here so you could meet the Lord of Dreams? Review your error log again. The boy jolted awake, not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Sis Wang's right. I'll get right on it. Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao returned arm in arm from outside, lugging several large bags of Red Bull and coffee, which they dumped onto the table. Chen Kuang bellowed, guys. Brother Lu's treating. Wake up and get pumped. Let's make those who look down on us gape in shock. Li Xiaoyao was a man of few words, but he gave a firm nod. His gaze swept across the entire class, carrying a protective aura. The two of them had practically become Class 7's logistics officers and security chiefs, responsible for setting the mood, handling miscellaneous tasks, and ensuring everyone could study without distraction. Class 7 was united like never before, their cohesion terrifyingly strong. A fierce determination burned within each of them, a burning need to prove themselves and show everyone what they were made of. However, not everyone welcomed this change. Classroom, Senior 3, Class 1, Academic Building. What did you say? That bunch of trash from Class 7 actually wants to beat us in the mock exam? A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Zhao Feng, now Class 1's top math student, spat out the words. Since Lu Wenjing took a leave of absence, he had naturally become the new top student. Hearing the remark from someone nearby, he couldn't help but snort derisively. The sound wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for several people around him to hear. A girl beside him pushed her glasses up, her tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Exactly. Heard they've been going crazy lately, holed up in the dorms cramming like mad every day. Think last-minute cramming will actually work? Oof. A bunch of cheaters who could only scrape by to third place in the grade? They really think they're hot stuff? Another boy chimed in, his tone dripping with sourness, clearly still bitter about Class 7's unexpected upset in the last math test. Third place? That was pure luck, and who knows what underhanded tricks they pulled. Zhao Feng snorted coldly, his tone unwavering. This time it's a comprehensive exam. Their shallow foundation won't stay hidden. Trash is trash. No matter how fancy the packaging, it can't hide the rotten core inside. Exactly. Underachievers should know their place. Why not just stay at the bottom? They had to come out and embarrass themselves. Heard that Lu Jingxin from their class actually thinks he's some kind of god? That's laughable. What kind of waves can he make with a bunch of useless losers? The taunts flew like icy barbs among the elite students of Class 1. They looked down on Class 7 from the bottom of their hearts, a sense of superiority cultivated by years of occupying the pinnacle of the pyramid. To them, Class 7's efforts were nothing but futile death throes, even a laughable desecration of the very concept of learning. This deep-rooted prejudice wouldn't be swayed by a single reversal in math scores. Instead, Class 7's recent high-profile actions only intensified it. Two starkly contrasting atmospheres silently collided and brewed within Du City High School. On one side stood Class 7, determined and united, with nothing left to lose. The other is Class 1, arrogant and dismissive, watching coldly from the sidelines. A storm was gathering quietly before the mock exam arrived. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day of the mock exam arrived. Outside the exam hall, crowds surged. The students of Class 7 gathered together, with Lu Jingxin standing at the front, delivering his final pep talk. Remember the sweat we've poured over this past month. Remember what we're here to prove. Lu Jingxin's gaze swept over every tense yet hopeful face. No need to be nervous. Just perform as you normally would. You're far more capable than you give yourselves credit for. His voice was calm, yet carried an oddly reassuring strength. The group nodded firmly, their eyes set with resolve. Just then, Class 1, led by Zhao Feng, marched in with great pomp and circumstance. The two groups met at the entrance to the exam hall, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Zhao Feng pushed his glasses up, sizing up Lu Jingxin from head to toe. A mocking curve touched his lips as he spoke in a voice neither loud nor soft, yet loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Well, isn't this Lu God from Class 7? Bringing your elite crew to get a taste of the exam hall atmosphere? He deliberately emphasized the words God and elite, the sarcasm unmistakable. A stifled snicker erupted from the Class 1 students behind him. Su Wang's eyebrows shot up and he started to step forward, but Gu Changxing gently pulled him back. Gu Changxing stepped forward, meeting Zhao Feng's gaze calmly. In the exam hall, only results matter. Wasting breath on empty words now serves no purpose. Zhao Feng looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Achievement? Ha! Achievement in Class 7? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just kindly reminding you not to mark the wrong answers on your answer sheets later. That would truly be the last shred of dignity gone. A girl behind him chimed in, exactly. Don't think getting lucky on math last time makes you special. When you show your true colors in this comprehensive exam, don't come crying to us. The Class 7 students flushed crimson with rage, fists clenched, but remembering Lu Jingxin's warning, they forced themselves to hold back, nearly glaring at him with furious eyes. Lu Jingxin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. His expression remained utterly unruffled, as if the earlier outbursts had been nothing more than the buzzing of flies. Alright, that's all. If you have nothing important to say, you may leave, he said indifferently. His gaze swept over Zhao Feng and the others before settling on his own class. Remember your goals. Go in. It was an attitude of complete disregard, as if the mockery from Class 1 had never reached his ears. This indifference stung Zhao Feng more deeply than any sharp retort could have. Watching Class 7 students follow Lu Jingxin into the exam hall orderly, their eyes burning with purpose, that sense of unity and conviction stirred an inexplicably faint unease deep within him. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd emotion. All pretense. Just wait until the results come out, then we'll see how you keep up the act. Zhao Feng snorted coldly and led his Class 1 students into the exam hall. The exam bell had already rung. Chapter 118, Smooth Passage. The exam bell echoed across campus, signaling the official start of the mock exam battle. Inside the exam hall, the scratching of pencils on paper sounded like a dense downpour, pounding on everyone's hearts. The air was so thick you could almost squeeze water out of it, filled with the faint scent of ink and the sound of suppressed breathing. The students of Class 1 bent over their desks, furrowing brows as they wrote furiously. Occasionally, someone would lift their head and exhale a heavy sigh. Clearly, the questions were no walk in the park. Zhao Feng wrote with intense focus, yet the fine beads of sweat on his temples betrayed his inner turmoil. The mock exam's difficulty far exceeded his expectations. Yet, in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of Class 1, the scene in exam room 7, occupied by Class 7, was entirely different. Lu Jingxin scanned the exam paper, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Too easy. After his grueling training and the intensive instruction from the super lecturer, these questions seemed almost as straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2 to him. He didn't immediately put pen to paper, instead sweeping his gaze across his classmates. Xin Yue remained serene, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Her pen moved steadily yet swiftly, her logic clear and her steps distinct, already displaying the poise of a master. Gu Changsheng was utterly absorbed. Usually a bit flighty, he was now intensely focused, effortlessly pulling formulas and theorems from memory. His solving speed even edged out Xin Yue slightly, making him the sharpest blade in the science department. Su Wang chewed on his pencil, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. His initial impatience had been suppressed, replaced by a stubborn determination to master the problems. Though he occasionally hit roadblocks, he quickly regained his train of thought. Barely a fifth of the time had passed when Lu Jingxian raised his hand. "Teacher, I'm done." His clear voice cut through the silence of the exam hall, drawing everyone's attention. The proctor paused, clearly surprised that someone would finish so quickly, especially a student from class 7. Zhao Feng looked up at Lu Jingxian's confident retreating figure. His expression froze for a moment before a sneer twisted his lips. He muttered under his breath, loud enough for only those nearby to hear, "What's he trying to pull?" He probably couldn't answer a single question and just gave up. Those beside him murmured in agreement, "Exactly. A loser is a loser. What a waste of exam time." But before their mockery could fully land, "Teacher, I'm done too." Xin Yue stood up, her exam paper filled to the brim with neat, elegant handwriting. Immediately after, "Teacher, I'm done too." Gu Changsheng rose as well, a relaxed smile on his face. As if a switch had been flipped. Handing in. "Me too. Teacher, here you go." Su Wang, Ji Long. One by one, the students of class 7 stood up, calmly handed in their papers, and then left the exam hall in an orderly fashion. There was no disappointment or resignation on their faces, only a calm sense of accomplishment and quiet confidence. Before half the exam period had elapsed, nearly half the seats in class 7's exam hall were empty. This scene stunned not only the students in class 1, but also the scattered early finishers in other exam halls. The entire building seemed to whisper, "What's going on with class 7? Did they all give up?" Zhao Feng watched class 7 file out one after another, and that lingering unease surfaced again in his heart. But it was quickly suppressed by an even stronger arrogance. Desperate attempts. Trying to grab attention like this will only make them look more ridiculous. I'll see how long they can keep up the act. The next 2 days of exams became nothing short of a solo performance by class 7. In every subject, they collectively handed in their papers early, and each time, earlier than the last. By the final comprehensive exam, they had all left the testing hall after using only half the allotted time. This abnormal phenomenon became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire grade. Doubt, ridicule, and puzzled stares nearly overwhelmed class 7, yet they paid no heed. After each exam, they swiftly returned to their dormitory building. Led by Lu Jingxian, they immediately plunged into final revisions for the next subject, their composure eerily steady. The bell signaling the end of the final exam finally rang. All the examinees poured out of the exam hall like a tide, their faces showing relief, exhaustion, or anxiety. Class 1 students gathered downstairs, chattering away as they compared answers and complained about the difficulty of the questions. Zhao Feng stood surrounded by his peers, basking in their praise, though he felt his performance hadn't been flawless. Just then, their attention was drawn to a group of people not far away. The students from class 7 stood together in perfect formation, waiting quietly for something. Their faces bore neither the euphoria nor the despair typical after an exam, only a quiet strength. It was as if they had just endured not a grueling test, but a routine practice session. And standing out like a sore thumb among them was Lu Wenjing. Their former math prodigy from class 1 was now standing with that bunch of losers, looking perfectly at ease, even whispering something to Su Wang beside her. A surge of anger flared up inside Zhao Feng. A sense of betrayal and contempt gripped him. He shoved aside the people beside him and strode up to the class 7 group. His gaze locked directly on Lu Wenjing as his voice dripped with undisguised scorn. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this our former genius from class 1? What's this? Willingly wallowing with a bunch of losers who can only cheat their way to third place in the grade? How does it feel? Planning to land third from the bottom this time? His words were sharp and loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lu Wenjing's face paled, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. But before she could speak, Su Wang stepped directly in front of her, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. Watch your mouth, Zhao Feng. Who are you calling useless? Who do you think you are? Did I say anything wrong? Zhao Feng sneered, scanning the entire class 7. Who else but losers would hand in their exams early every single time? Are the questions too easy, or do you just know you'll fail anyway, so you might as well not waste your time? Lu Wenjing, I genuinely pity you. Why leave a decent class 1 to seek validation in this trash heap? Zhao Feng. Gu Changsheng stepped forward, his expression composed. The exam results aren't out yet. Isn't it a bit premature to jump to conclusions? Premature? Zhao Feng snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. Wait for results? The truth is right before our eyes. What level class 7 is it doesn't the whole school know? Don't think that last math exam was a fluke that'll turn things around. Trash will always be trash. The students of Class 7 clenched their fists, anger burning in their eyes. Even Xin Yue, usually the most composed, grew cold. Lu Jingxian clapped his hands lightly and stepped out slowly from behind the crowd. His gaze was calm as he looked at Zhao Feng, his eyes seeming to regard him as nothing more than a clown. So, what do you want? Lu Jingxian's voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly silenced all the noise. Zhao Feng felt uneasy under Lu Jingxian's stare, but with his back against the wall, he steeled himself and shouted, "Nothing much. I just can't stand seeing you useless losers putting on airs. You got the guts to take a bet? What's the wager? The average score on this mock exam." Zhao Feng threw caution to the wind, his voice rising sharply. "If our Class 1 average beats your Class 7, every single one of you Class 7 heirs has to bow and say hello, big brother, whenever you see us from Class 1. Plus, you're cleaning every toilet in the whole school for a month." The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The stakes were utterly humiliating. And what if you lose? Lu Jingxian raised an eyebrow. Us lose? Zhao Feng snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. Class 1 losing to you guys? If we lose, same deal. Every single one of us will bow and call you big brother. And we'll clean your toilets for a month. Deal. Lu Jingxian uttered the two words with almost no hesitation. His decisive response momentarily stunned Zhao Feng and the entire Class 1. Fine. Lu Jingxian, you just wait. Zhao Feng spat out a threat before storming off with Class 1 in tow. Students from other classes watched the scene unfold, murmuring among themselves. Hardly anyone gave Class 7 a chance. Class 7 must be out of their minds, daring to bet against Class 1 like this. Just wait to clean the toilets. Lu Jingxian is way too cocky. Class 7 students gathered around, their eyes flickering with concern, but more so with a kind of ignited fighting spirit. Brother Lu. Don't worry, Lu Jingxian said, his gaze sharp and brimming with confidence as he looked at his classmates. Remember how arrogant they are now. When the results come out, we'll make sure they and the entire school remember today. Soon the crowd dispersed. As the moon rose high, someone knocked on Lu Jingxian's door. Lu Jingxian opened the door, slightly surprised but immediately accepting the visitor, stepping aside. The man entered Lu Jingxian's dorm room and sat down on a nearby chair. Before the man could speak, Lu Jingxian said, "Since you're here, that means you already have the results, right?" Hearing this, the man smiled, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Lu Jingxian. Smart. No wonder you're this year's competition champion. Tonight, I'm here to formally notify you all every single one of you is passed. Chapter 119, New Goals, New Journeys. In a classroom, Lu Jingxian had gathered all the members of Class 7 who had participated in the competition. Upon entering, they found not only Lu Jingxian but also a man in a suit, holding a leather briefcase in his right hand. Yet they made no unnecessary movements or asked questions. They knew Lu Jingxian would explain everything. The man standing at the lectern watched them take their seats, his eyes filled with admiration. He retrieved 5 official documents from his briefcase, exact replicas of the ones from the principal's office that day. He then addressed the group. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Qiming, and I am the head of the admissions office at Longdu University." He handed the documents to Lu Jingxian. "These are the final score confirmation and award certificates for this math competition. Congratulations, Lu Jingxian. You secured first place with a perfect score. Congratulations also to the 5 students from Class 7, Xin Yue for second place, Gu Changxing for third, Su Wang for fourth, and Sun Yu for fifth." The man exclaimed in admiration. The top 5 spots all went to Class 7 of Du City High School, an unprecedented miracle in the history of Manhwa competitions. Facing Wang Qiming's congratulations, the other 4 students showed little reaction. Under Lu Jingxian's guidance, they had gained a clear understanding of their own capabilities. Finishing in the top 5 of a competition was hardly a feat worth boasting about. If they hadn't achieved this, they wouldn't have had the face to show themselves to Lu Jingxian. Seeing the group accept their awards with such matter-of-fact expressions, devoid of any pride, even he as a mentor from Longdu University couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, he gave an awkward chuckle. He then stated, "Your achievements not only bring personal honor but also qualify you for the nation's premier mathematics competition. Longdu University has specially prepared a month-long intensive training camp for you, inviting the nation's finest coaches and professors. Once you enter our camp, we guarantee you'll make progress like you've never seen before." When Wang Qiming finished speaking, he looked at everyone with excitement, eagerly awaiting their enthusiastic sign-ups. After all, Longdu University was ranked number 1 in the country. To receive training from Longdu University was an opportunity many could only dream of. He was supremely confident that with the prestige of the Longdu University training camp, these individuals would scramble for spots like old men fighting over eggs. But after he finished speaking, time passed without a single sound. No one rushed to find him to join. He froze, glancing at the crowd below the stage and asked, "Aren't you interested in joining?" Xin Yue, not interested. Gu Changsheng, I'd rather learn from the boss. Sun Yu, exactly. Su Wang, boring. Wang Qiming. What? Wang Qiming froze, almost convinced he'd misheard. Do you have any idea how rare this opportunity is? It's a ticket to the national stage and even. Before he could finish, Lu Jingshan cut him off. Sorry, but I don't think we should attend that so-called training camp either. After a pause, Lu Jingshan's gaze swept over his 4 classmates. I believe the best training for us isn't at that camp. He continued, we have our own rhythm and methods. Going to the training camp would only disrupt our pace. Besides, he looked at Wang Qiming, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I believe the path we've carved out for ourselves isn't necessarily inferior to what the training camp offers. The results speak for themselves, don't they? Wang Qiming opened his mouth, staring into Lu Jingshan's deep, confident eyes. He glanced at Xin Yue and the other 3 beside him, who showed no objection whatsoever, as if whatever Lu Jingshan said was gospel. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This young man was no ordinary student. His abilities and vision had likely long surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. He didn't need step-by-step cultivation, he was the rule-maker himself. But, this is the established procedure, and it serves as motivation for the other contestants. Wang Qiming tried to argue further. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible, Lu Jingshan replied calmly. If the committee requires it, we can sign a voluntary waiver to opt out of the training camp. We'll bear all consequences ourselves. We'll still participate in the national competition, and our goal remains unchanged, first place. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniably compelling aura of authority. Wang Qiming looked at Lu Jingshan, finally giving a resigned smile and shaking his head. Alright, I respect your decision. I'll explain your situation to the committee. I look forward to seeing you achieve even greater success at the national competition. After seeing Wang Qiming off, the dormitory fell into a brief silence before erupting with excited chatter. Brother Lu! The national competition! We actually did it! Sun Yu was overcome with excitement. Gu Changsheng pushed his glasses up, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. This is just the beginning. Brother Lu, what's our next move? Su Wang clenched his fist. What else could we do? Keep following Brother Lu, of course. Let's take down the national champions too. Xin Yue remained silent, but her gaze toward Lu Jingshan brimmed with unwavering trust and support. Lu Jingshan surveyed the group before him, a team he had forged into a single, cohesive force, and felt a surge of ambition welling up inside him. He didn't crave the limelight. What he sought was to be the mastermind pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Alright, enough excitement, Lu Jingshan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. The national competition isn't the end goal, it's not even the most important objective. It's merely a touchstone to test our progress. With the mock exams concluded and competition rewards distributed, the old landscape had faded. The strength of Class 7 could no longer be confined by their current grade level. He wanted them to go farther, higher, and better. He walked to the whiteboard in the study room, his gaze sweeping across the entire class, all the members of Class 7, now transformed and burning with passion. Below the podium, Class 7 gazed at Lu Jingshan as if he were a deity. Even Lu Wenjing, who had joined Class 7 midway through the year, had a gleam in her eyes, her gaze fixed entirely on Lu Jingshan on the podium. Since joining Class 7, she had realized just how foolish she had been to harbor ill will toward Lu Jingshan. Even now, the thought made her feel guilty. Lu Jingshan clapped his hands and declared, "Today, we're going to have a different kind of lesson. Today, we'll learn our goals. After the mock exam, I clearly realized we've fulfilled the pledge we made to each other 2 months ago. Every student in Class 7 now possesses the ability to get into their dream university. But then what? What is our goal? Have we lost sight of it? Today, I'm here to set a new goal for all of us, a goal that's farther and grander, one we dare not say is unattainable. That goal is this: for every single person in Class 7 to find their own stage and shine with the most dazzling light. System. He silently commanded in his mind. I am here. Ultimate Scholar System. Host, Lu Jingshan. Skills. Admiration points, 5892, rapidly rising. Relationship registry, 91 individuals enrolled. Comprehensively scan the current talent advancement status and optimal development paths for all members of Class 7. Lu Jingshan issued the command. Command received, scanning. Scan complete. Generating 50 personalized talent advancement plans. A torrent of information flooded Lu Jingshan's mind, swiftly absorbed and processed by his formidable mental prowess. He closed his eyes, then opened them moments later, his gaze now clear and focused. He picked up a marker and began writing on the whiteboard. Xin Yue, your mathematical aptitude is nearing the threshold of scholar level. Yet your humanities thinking is equally exceptional, particularly your insight into language and history. Do not confine yourself to mathematics alone. Your future lies in becoming a top-tier interdisciplinary scholar. Here is a list of upcoming national humanities competitions and academic essay contests tailored for you. Gu Changsheng, your logical reasoning and physical intuition are exceptional. The physicist's skill tree has begun to unlock. Your battleground lies in physics and informatics Olympiads. Here is your advanced study plan and experimental project guide. Su Wang, your explosive power, spatial awareness, and hands-on skills are top tier. Chemical scholar and engineering specialist are your paths. The National Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition and the Chemistry Olympiad are your next targets. Here are the key practical training points and project concepts. Sun Yu, your talent lies in data analysis and model building. Li Xiaoyao, your physical coordination and tactical thinking are outstanding. The path for athletic scholarship students is paved for you, but don't neglect your academic subjects. Aim for top universities that integrate sports and education. Chen Kuang, your innate organizational skills and command presence mark you as a natural leader. Business management and public relations are fertile ground for you. These books and case studies are your next phase assignments. Lu Jingshan spoke steadily and logically, outlining clear, transformative advancement paths for every student in the class. He provided detailed, almost tailor-made next step plans for each of them. Everyone was stunned into silence, including those singled out like Xin Yuwei and Gu Changsheng. They knew Lu Jingshan was formidable, but never imagined he could be this extraordinary. It was as if he could see the potential deep within their souls. This wasn't mere academic guidance, it was a precise roadmap for their entire lives. Ding, Xin Yuwei's affection rating increased to 100% die-hard loyalist. Ding, Gu Changsheng's affection level increased to 100% loyalist. Ding, Su Wang's affection level increased to 100% die-hard. Ding. Sun Yu's affinity increased to 98% solid. Ding. Entire class loyalty significantly boosted. Admiration points plus 2,100. Lu Jingshan felt the system notifications, his expression unchanged. He looked at the group whose eyes burned with fire, and finally said in a deep voice, "Remember, you're not fighting alone. You are one entity, Class 7. I will provide every resource, method, and guidance you need. But the path ahead? You must walk it step by step yourselves. The sweat? You must shed it yourselves. Do you have the confidence to make Class 7's name echo across the nation and beyond?" Yes. The deafening roar nearly shook the dormitory building's roof off. Every pair of eyes burned with boundless fighting spirit and absolute loyalty and trust in Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan nodded with satisfaction. The mastermind behind the scenes, orchestrating strategies from the shadows, nurturing one world-shocking genius after another. This feeling was far more satisfying than simply standing in the spotlight himself. Chapter 120, Tools. The news that Lu Jingshan had mapped out the future for the entire Class 7 spread like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. Within a small circle, it stirred up a raging storm before transforming into an unshakable resolve for action. The atmosphere in Class 7's study room underwent another transformation. If before it had been a united, determined struggle, now it resembled a highly efficient, precision-focused military assault with clear objectives. On each desk, alongside the standardized review materials, sat Lu Jingshan's personally issued personalized advancement task lists. It detailed immediate objectives, essential knowledge points, recommended learning resources, and phased assessment criteria. Combining his super lecturer skill with specialized expertise as a medical authority, physicist, and chemistry scholar, Lu Jingshan effortlessly grasped the essence and interconnections of each concept, conveying them in the most accessible manner. He now rarely stands at the lectern delivering uniform lectures, instead roaming the study halls to provide precise, one-on-one guidance. Here, your application of energy conservation is off, it hinges on defining the boundary conditions. Look at this model. Your analysis of this classical text is constrained by traditional commentaries. Try approaching it from the perspective of contemporary social productivity. For this chemical reaction catalyst selection, the textbook's choice isn't optimal. Try adding a trace amount of this substance, I'll write down the ratio for you. Each of his remarks struck directly at the core of the issue, sparking sudden clarity and boosting learning efficiency exponentially. Simultaneously, the system's admiration points skyrocketed. Lu Jingshan wasted no time in using these points to upgrade various skills in exchange for large quantities of mental potions, memory potions, and luck potions. Diluted and mixed into the class water cooler, they subtly enhanced everyone's mental state and learning capacity. Class 7 now functioned like a supermachine fueled by top-tier energy and precision blueprints, every gear spinning with frenzied yet flawless efficiency. Occasionally, students or teachers from other classes would curiously inquire about Class 7's seclusion secret, but Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao would always politely decline with a smile. Today, Class 7 stood as solid as a rock, utterly impervious to the whispers and rumors circulating outside. That day, as Lu Jingshan guided Su Wang through the design concepts for an innovative experiment, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, a message from Jiao Zhuochuan containing just one sentence: "Professor Yen wishes to meet with you to express his gratitude in person. You set the time." Lu Jingshan considered it for a moment before replying with 2 words, "Weekend." He was busy now, but this connection with old Yen was worth making time for. This wasn't just about gratitude, it represented a crucial network resource. It could prove invaluable for his future protection of Class 7 and access to certain special resources. On the weekend, Lu Jingshan arrived at the West Hill Convalescent Villa as promised. This time, the guards at the entrance had clearly received strict orders. Upon seeing him, they immediately saluted, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence as they respectfully ushered him inside. Yan Long had been waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Lu Jingshan, he immediately strode forward and clasped his hand tightly. Mr. Liu. You're here. No need for thanks, my mother. She can now slowly stand up using the armrest. The voice of this iron-willed colonel was unexpectedly choked with emotion. Lu Jingshan smiled faintly. She's recovering remarkably well, faster than I anticipated. This shows both her robust constitution and formidable willpower. It's all thanks to you. Yan Long exclaimed emotionally. Mother has been talking about you constantly. She's feeling especially well today and insisted on thanking you in person, this young miracle doctor. Entering the bedroom, the elderly Mrs. Yan was reclining on the bed, her complexion rosy and her eyes clear. Spotting Lu Jingshan, she immediately broke into a kind smile, struggling to sit up straighter. Madam, please stay still and rest comfortably. Lu Jingshan stepped forward promptly, his fingers casually resting on her pulse. Mobile CT, scan complete. Your recovery is excellent. Your meridians are much more open now. Keep taking your medicine and acupuncture and practice the breathing technique I taught you. Walking again is just around the corner. Good, good. We'll follow the young doctor's advice. The old lady clasped Lu Jingshan's hand, nodding repeatedly, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. I never imagined these old bones of mine could stand again. Child, thank you. Truly, thank you. She then turned to Yan Long and instructed, Longer, this young doctor is a great benefactor to our Yin family. From now on, whatever he needs, you must treat it as your top priority. Do you understand? Yes, mother. Rest assured. The entire Yin family will forever remember Mr. Liu's kindness. Yan Long snapped to attention, his tone unwavering. After performing another meticulous acupuncture treatment on the old lady, Lu Jingshan politely declined the Yin family's invitation to stay for dinner. Yan Long personally escorted him to the door. Before parting, he solemnly reiterated, Mr. Liu, keep this token safe. In Du City, should you encounter any trouble, presented no one will dare cause you trouble. Even beyond Du City, it will secure you some measure of respect. Lu Jingshan nodded. Thank you, Colonel Yan. I should be thanking you, Yan Long said, giving Lu Jingshan's hand a firm squeeze. Come often. My mother is always delighted to see you. Leaving Shishan, Lu Jingshan gazed at the black iron token in his hand. Its surface felt icy cold, and the coiled dragon engraved upon it seemed to hold some kind of power. This was not merely a promise, but an invisible talisman. Back at the academy, Lu Jingshan sensed an awkward tension lingering beneath his dormitory building. Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao stood at the entrance, their expressions sour. Brother Lu, you're back, Chen Kuang greeted him. What's going on? Lu Jingshan asked. That Zhao Feng kid just brought his crew over to make snide remarks again, Li Xiaoyao muttered. They said Class 7 was putting on airs. With the mock exam results coming out soon, they'll see us exposed for what we really are. They even said they'd prepared cleaning tools for the bet, welcoming us to take up our posts in the restroom. Hearing this, a cold, sharp curve lifted the corners of Lu Jingshan's mouth. Just a bunch of clowns. Ignore them. Once the results come out, they'll shut up. He lifted his gaze toward the bright windows of the study hall, where his beloved Class 7, a group of geniuses transforming into butterflies, was hard at work. Tools? Lu Jingshan chuckled softly. They should indeed prepare them. Because soon, they'll be putting them to use. Chapter 121, The Results. On the day the mock exam results were released, the bulletin board outside the Academic Affairs office at Du City High School was swamped with students. Every student craned their necks, searching the dense grid of names and scores for their own. And the final ranking of Class 7, the class that had recently stirred up the entire school. It's here! It's here, someone shouted, sending ripples of excitement through the crowd. A faculty member affixed a massive overall ranking chart to the most prominent spot on the bulletin board. Every pair of eyes immediately fixated on the name at the very top and the class designation beneath it. The next second, the entire hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Top of the grade, Lu Jingshan, total score, 750, class, senior 3, class 7. Second place, Xin Yue, total score, 750, class, senior 3, class 7. Third place, Gu Changsheng, total score, 750, class, senior 3, class 7. Fourth place, Su Wang, total score, 750, class, senior 3, class 7. Fifth place, Sun Yu, total score, 750, class, senior 3, class 7. All top 10 spots were claimed by Class 7, with an astonishing 7 students achieving perfect scores. Class 7 claimed 27 spots in the top 30. On the average score leaderboard, Senior 3 Class 7 dominated with a staggering lead, leaving the perennial top-ranked Senior 3 Class 1 now relegated to second place, trailing by nearly 40 points. Impossible. A shrill scream, filled with disbelief and utter collapse, shattered the silence. Zhao Feng stared fixedly at the ranking sheet, his eyes bloodshot as if he could bore holes through the paper. His face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably, his lips quivering. Cheating! They must have cheated. How could this be? How could the trash from Class 7 possibly score like this? He whipped around, clutching at the last straw, and bellowed at the Class 1 students around him, equally stunned and frozen. Did you see that? This is absolutely impossible. They must have used some trick. This time, however, the response wasn't mocking agreement. Instead, he met a series of complex gazes, some tinged with pity, others with distant detachment. An exceptional performance in one math subject might be luck, but dominating every subject with an average score gap of 40 points? That couldn't be explained by any cheating method. This could only be an absolute crushing of ability. Students from other classes snapped out of their initial shock, and whispers spread like a tidal wave. Holy crap! Did Class 7 just collectively ascend to godhood? 7 perfect scores? Are they monsters? Can humans even achieve these scores? 27 of the top 30 are from Class 7. And I used to mock them as a dumping ground for losers. I'm the clown. A myriad of gazes turned toward Class 7, who stood calmly at the edge of the crowd. There was shock, awe, disbelief, but above all, a bewilderment born of utterly shattered expectations. Lu Jingxian stood at the front of Class 7, his face expressionless, as if the astonishing results had nothing to do with him. He cast a faint glance at Zhao Feng, who was practically foaming at the mouth, then stepped forward, leading Class 7 toward Zhao Feng in Class 1. The crowd parted automatically, forming a path as their gazes followed. Lu Jingxian stopped before Zhao Feng, his voice calm yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Zhao Feng, the results are in. It's time to honor the wager. Zhao Feng sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face flushing crimson as he shrieked. Honor what bet? Don't you know where your scores came from? Do you think cheating scores deserve us honoring a bet? Dream on. Oh? Lu Jingxian raised an eyebrow. Where's the evidence? Neither the Academic Affairs Office nor the proctors found any issues. You're just making baseless accusations that we cheated? Do we need evidence? Zhao Feng had completely lost his mind, spewing venom. Who doesn't know what kind of trash Class 7 is? How could you possibly score so high without cheating? You must have used some high-tech trickery that slipped through the cracks. You're nothing but a bunch of sewer rats, even dressed in dragon robes. You'd never look like princes. You want Class 1 to bow down and clean your toilets? Put. In your next life. His words were viciously insulting. The Class 7 students erupted in fury. Su Wang lunged forward, only to be held back by Gu Changxing's iron grip, though the rage in his eyes nearly boiled over. Zhao Feng. If you can't handle losing, just say so. Stop spewing filth. Gu Changxing snapped coldly. Who can't take a loss? You won unfairly. Zhao Feng stubbornly argued, his neck stiff with defiance. Just then, Wang Haihe, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. His gaze swept over the scoreboard, and his expression darkened instantly. Seeing his own class crushed by Class 7's overwhelming lead, a wave of humiliation and disbelief washed over him. He immediately positioned himself beside Zhao Feng, addressing Lu Jingxian in Class 7 with a tone dripping with condescending reprimand and blatant favoritism. What's all this commotion? Causing trouble the moment the results are out. Lu Jingxian, don't think you can run wild just because you somehow managed to ace this exam. What do you think you're doing gathering your class here? Intimidating your classmates? His sharp gaze swept over Class 7, his tone growing increasingly contemptuous. Even if you did slightly better this time, it was just luck or... Wang Haihe sneered coldly before continuing. Do you really think everyone here is an idiot? Your weak foundations, poor academic habits, it's ingrained in your very bones. One lucky break and you forget who you are. Daring to bring up some bet? It's laughable. All of you, go back and reflect on yourselves. Wang Haihe's words were even more venomous than Zhao Feng's, dismissing all of Class 7's hard work and progress as mere fluke and unearned. That bone-deep sense of superiority and contempt made every student in Class 7 tremble with rage. Teacher Wang. Xin Yuwei spoke for the first time, her voice as cold as ice. Please respect our hard work and achievements. The wager was proposed by Zhao Feng himself, and we accepted it on the spot. Many classmates heard it. Now that the outcome is settled, are the students and teachers of the elite class really such untrustworthy, sore losers? You have no right to speak here. Wang Haihe, confronted by a student he'd once deemed unworthy of a glance, flew into a rage. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Think you can disrespect your elders just because your grades improved? Typical of someone from Class 7 utterly lacking in manners. Just as the tension reached a boiling point and the confrontation threatened to escalate, a stern voice cut through the air. What's all this commotion? The principal approached with a stern expression, clearly drawn by the commotion. He first glanced at the honor roll, his eyes flashing with immense surprise and a hint of barely perceptible delight, before turning his gaze to the two sides locked in confrontation. Wang Haihe immediately interjected, Principal, you're just in time. The students from Class 7 gathered here causing trouble right after their exam, forcing Class 1 students to fulfill some ridiculous bet. It's absolutely outrageous. Zhao Feng, as if finding his anchor, quickly chimed in, Principal, there must be something wrong with Class 7's grades. Demanding they clean the toilets is downright humiliating. Lu Jingxian remained silent, merely observing the principal calmly. The principal glanced at the Class 7 students, their faces flushed with anger yet struggling to maintain composure, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Feng, whose fierce exterior concealed inner weakness, and Wang Haihe, whose bias was blatantly obvious. His mind was already made up. He had heard rumors about the changes in Lu Jingshan in Class 7, even keeping a discreet watch. In the end, Lu Jingshan hadn't disappointed him. He felt both relieved and excited. "What's this about a bet?" the principal asked in a deep voice. Students from other classes immediately chimed in, recounting the incident in a flurry of voices. Their accounts were largely objective, favoring neither side. After listening, the principal's expression darkened as he turned to Zhao Feng and Wang Haihe. "Proposing a wager yourself, then flatly denying it once the results came out. Zhao Feng, is this the responsibility you uphold as a student in the honors class? Teacher Wang, is this how you teach your students to honor their commitments?" Wang Haihe and Zhao Feng instantly turned pale. "Principal, I." Wang Haihe tried to defend himself. "Enough." The principal cut him off. "The facts are clear, the wager stands. Zhao Feng, along with the students from your class 1 who participated in the wager, will fulfill their promise. Starting tomorrow, you will clean all the school toilets for 1 week. As for the bow." The principal paused, glancing at Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan spoke calmly, "The bows can be waived. Class 7 seeks a righteous victory, not humiliation. But the cleaning duty must be carried out." A flicker of approval crossed the principal's eyes as he nodded. "It shall be done as Lu Jingshan says. Teacher Wang, you will oversee the execution. Any further objections will result in disciplinary action." The principal's final word left Zhao Feng and the Class 1 students who had participated in the wager looking utterly devastated. Wang Haihe's face turned ashen, his dignity completely shattered. Students from other classes watched the scene unfold with mixed emotions. The once mocked useless class not only achieved astonishing academic results but now enjoyed the school's public endorsement, even putting the elite classes in their place. Class 7 had truly risen to prominence. The news spread like wildfire throughout the school and even beyond its walls. Over the next few days, Du City High witnessed an unprecedented spectacle. The once haughty students of Class 1 were now seen, disgraced and dejected, carrying cleaning supplies in and out of every restroom. Meanwhile, Class 7 students became campus legends, drawing countless gasps, admiration, and mixed reactions wherever they went. But that wasn't all. The story of Class 7's remarkable turnaround spread far and wide, catching the attention of more and more people. Parents began inquiring about Class 7's teaching methods, wondering if there was some secret formula. Some even pulled strings to try and transfer their children into the class. Administrators from neighboring schools privately contacted Principal Lu to seek advice. Multiple educational institutions, sensing a business opportunity, offered hefty sums to poach Lu Jingshan, the celebrated teacher of Class 7, or invited Class 7 students to share their study experiences. Even admissions officers from top universities caught wind of the buzz early on, turning their attention to the sudden emergence of an academic powerhouse. They privately approached top students like Xin Yue and Gu Changsheng, dangling generous offers and the lure of guaranteed admission spots. Yet, faced with all these temptations and overtures, the response from Class 7 students was remarkably unanimous. But they were all firmly rejected. Su Wan was especially blunt, rolling his eyes at a chatty admissions officer. "What's with all the chatter? I said no. If you bother me again, tell your boss." Though Chen Kuang and Li Xiaoyao weren't top students, they caught attention for their athletic talents. Linking arms, they grinned. "We don't know anything, but following Brother Lu is definitely the right move. No one can change our minds." The hearts of every Class 7 member rallied tightly around Lu Jingshan. They knew full well that without Lu Jingshan, they wouldn't be where they were today. Their loyalty was unreservedly pledged to the boss Lu who had led them to create miracles. Lu Jingshan stood at the dormitory window, watching the crowd below gradually disperse, his gaze deep and contemplative. The reputation had been established. The next step was to leverage that reputation to weave a larger, more robust network. He would make Class 7 the most solid foundation of his future empire. Meanwhile, in Class 1's classroom, Zhao Feng slammed the rag into the bucket, splashing dirty water all over himself. Staring out the window, his eyes burned with venom and resentment. "Lu Jingshan. Class 7. You just wait. This isn't over." Chapter 122, The Situation in Dragon Nation. In Zhao Zhuochuan's villa, the faint sense of medicinal herbs and tea mingled in the air. Lu Jingshan withdrew his fingers from Zhao Zhuochuan's wrist and nodded. "The recovery is progressing better than anticipated. The lesions in the lungs have significantly shrunk. At this rate, just a few more treatments should bring it to a stable condition." Zhao Zhuochuan exhaled a long breath, his face reflecting both the relief of having narrowly escaped death and an almost blind trust in Lu Jingshan. He personally poured Lu Jingshan a cup of hot tea and remarked with emotion, "Jingshan, you literally dragged me back from the brink of death. I'll never forget this favor, brother." After several treatments, their relationship had long transcended that of ordinary doctor and patient, evolving into something akin to mentor and friend. Their conversations had grown much more casual. "You flatter me, Mr. Jiao. It's simply my duty as a physician," Lu Jingshan replied calmly as he accepted the tea. For him, treating Zhao Zhuochuan was not only fulfilling a promise but also a chance to validate his skills and build crucial connections. Duty or not, your skills are nothing short of miraculous, Zhao Shuochuan waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice slightly. Speaking of which, that Colonel Yan I mentioned last time couldn't praise you enough. His elderly mother can now walk a few steps with support. It's nothing short of a miracle. Lu Jingshan smiled faintly, taking no credit for himself. Yanlong's mother's condition, though challenging, stemmed from blocked meridians and nerve compression. With the knowledge of a medical authority combined with the precise targeting of a mobile CT scanner, supplemented by specialized acupuncture techniques and herbal formulas, clearing the blockages and restoring balance was no difficult feat. Colonel Yan is a straightforward man, a real tough guy, Zhao Shuochuan continued, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. But the weight on his shoulders is too heavy. Lately, he's been utterly preoccupied with that tech summit. The tech summit? Lu Jingshan's interest stirred, though his expression remained composed as he sipped his tea. Well, to put it plainly, it's a war without gunpowder between the four major powers, Zhao Shuochuan sighed. Though he was in business, his connection to Yanlong meant he had heard whispers of high-level developments. The Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, the Elephant Nation, and our Dragon Nation on the surface, it's technological exchange, but secretly, who doesn't want to outdo the others? Especially military tech fighter jets, stealth materials, propulsion systems. Fall behind in any of these, and you lose your clout on the international stage. He turned to Lu Jingshan, as if suddenly finding his voice. Yanlong sighed often over quiet drinks with me, mentioning how the Eagle Nation's 6th-generation Nighthawk fighter had already achieved combat readiness, and rumors say their 7th-generation model is undergoing test flights. The Bear Nation's 6th-gen polar bear may be a bit crude, but its firepower is formidable and intimidating enough. As for our 6th-gen, Psy, we started late and are struggling to catch up. If we can't bring something substantial to this meeting, it'll be a real blow to our reputation. Lu Jingshan listened quietly, his mind churning. Though his memories from his previous life were hazy, he retained a broad understanding of global trends and technological trajectories. He understood profoundly that without formidable technological and military strength as its foundation, a nation's prosperity was nothing but a castle built on sand. A thought began to take root in his mind. Wasn't the best path simply to follow the nation's course and strive for its sake? This would not only maximize the value of his abilities but also provide the strongest protective umbrella for his brothers in Class 7 and everything he wished to safeguard. Setting down his teacup, he spoke with apparent casualness, yet his eyes held an unwavering seriousness. A fighter jet? Sounds intriguing. Maybe I could help Colonel Yan secure some hardware to make a grand entrance? Zhao Shuochuan froze at the remark, then chuckled, dismissing it as youthful bravado after hearing thrilling tales. He patted Lu Jingshan on the shoulder. Jingshan, I believe you're a genius in medicine. But building planes? That's not like treating patients. There's too much involved. Don't tease your old buddy like this. Lu Jingshan didn't argue, merely lifting the corners of his mouth in a meaningful smile. Whether it's a joke or not, you and Colonel Yan will find out soon enough, Mr. Zhao. But for this endeavor, I'll need your help connecting the dots and borrowing your name and facilities for a while. Seeing Lu Jingshan's deadpan expression, Zhao Shuochuan found the idea utterly preposterous. Yet, driven by his trust and gratitude toward Lu, he nodded in agreement. Deal. Just say the word, and I'll get you the people in the place. I'm dying to see what kind of miracle you'll pull off next. Chapter 123, the 7th-generation stealth fighter. Zhao Shuochuan proved remarkably efficient in pulling strings. Although Yanlong found it utterly absurd that a high school student like Lu Jingshan wanted to build an airplane, out of respect for this young miracle doctor and the immense debt of gratitude he owed him, he adopted a mindset of indulging the kid's whims. He provided some non-core, publicly available technical parameters and advice, and tacitly authorized Zhao Shuochuan to utilize the resources of his group's next-generation small precision manufacturing plant. Of course, in Yanlong and Zhao Shuochuan's eyes, this was merely an opportunity for Lu Jingshan to experience the complexities of industrial manufacturing. They assumed he would inevitably hit a wall and back down. But they vastly underestimated Lu Jingshan's resolve, the game-breaking system backing him, and the Class 7 Dream Team he'd forged a group with boundless potential. After obtaining the basic parameters and factory access, Lu Jingshan immediately returned to Class 7's study room. He didn't rush to explain, instead activating the system once more. System, scan all my current skill points and admiration points. Prioritize exchanging for aerodynamics specialization, aerospace materials science, aircraft design, precision manufacturing, and related skills. Max out all levels. Simultaneously, identify classmates with relevant talents and generate a collaborative task list. Command received. Exchange successful. Worship points 3,800. Loading skills. Collaborative task list generated. Gu Changsheng logical reasoning, physical intuition S+, assigned overall aerodynamic layout and stealth structure calculations. Xinyue mathematics S+, meticulous as a hair, assigned core algorithm and flight control system simulation. Su Wang hands-on capabilities, spatial perception S+, allocation model prototyping and material compatibility testing. Sun Yu data analysis S, allocation parameter optimization and simulation testing. Li Xiaoyao, Chen Kuang perimeter security and logistics coordination, prevent all forms of surveillance. A torrent of knowledge flooded into Lu Jingshan's mind. Instantly, Lu Jingshan transformed into a commander, smoothly issuing clear task directives one after another. Simultaneously, Lu Jingshan used his computer to sketch the blueprint for his 7th-generation fighter jet design. The others froze in shock before their eyes lit up with disbelieving excitement. Build an aircraft? A 7th-generation fighter jet? Working with brother Lu truly makes every day explosively thrilling. No questions, no hesitation, only absolute trust and a feverish eagerness to dive in. Mission accomplished. Gu Changsheng was the first to stand, adjusting his glasses as his eyes behind them flashed with extreme rationality. Leave the algorithms to me. Xin You's voice was soft yet resolute. Finally, my chance to shine. Su Wang rubbed his hands together eagerly. Data optimization is mine. Sun Yu excitedly powered up his computer. Brother Lu, rest assured not even a fly will get in. Li Xiaoyao and Chen Kuang immediately rose to arrange security. A project that could only be described as insane, the 7th-generation fighter jet development plan began quietly unfolding in the small study room of the dormitory building. Lu Jingshan anchored the command center. Leveraging his maxed-out skills, he synthesized the limited data provided by Yan Long, the cutting-edge knowledge from the system, and his own visionary concepts that transcended the era. He broke them down into specific technical challenges and assigned them to the right people. The theory group led by Gu Changsheng and Xin Yue soon hit their first bottleneck. Existing materials couldn't meet the exaggerated stealth performance and structural strength requirements in Lu Jingshan's blueprints. Brother Lu, your design demands skin materials and structural frameworks with strength far exceeding what current specialty alloys and composites can deliver, Gu Changsheng reported, frowning. Lu Jingshan pondered for a moment as his knowledge of materials science rapidly synthesized and simulated possibilities in his mind. Try incorporating trace amounts of graphene and a specific rare earth element into the titanium-aluminum alloy base. The ratio should be. Additionally, modify the heat treatment process too. He rattled off a series of parameters precise to 3 decimal places and an almost fantastical processing sequence. Su Wang's practical team immediately began testing in the factory lab provided by Jiao Zhuochuan. Failure after failure, adjustment after adjustment. With the covert boost from the lucky potion and Lu Jingshan's almost cheat-level guidance, 3 days later, they had actually managed to concoct a new composite material shimmering with a dark silver luster, extremely lightweight yet stronger than steel. When the test data came out, everyone involved was stunned. Its performance far surpassed all materials used in current fighter jets. Both the theoretical and practical teams were galvanized, throwing themselves into the work with renewed fervor. Flight control systems, engine air intake optimization, vector nozzle design. One challenge after another was raised, only to be systematically overcome through Lu Jingshan's masterful oversight and the relentless, round-the-clock efforts of Team 7. A month passed in a whirlwind of intense pressure and relentless work. The day before the technology conference, within Jiao Zhuochuan's heavily guarded small factory warehouse, a streamlined object covered by a massive red cloth stood silently in the center. Core members Lu Jingshan, Xin Yue, Gu Changsheng, Su Wang, and Sun Yu stood before it. Though each bore dark circles under their eyes and wore signs of exhaustion, their eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Yan Long arrived as promised, staring at the large model aircraft concealed beneath the red cloth, torn between laughter and tears. He simply couldn't believe this thing could be connected to the world's most advanced fighter jets. Jingshan, this is what you came up with in a month. I appreciate the effort, but for this meeting. He shook his head, leaving the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear: this thing was unpresentable. Lu Jingshan maintained his usual calm demeanor, yet his tone carried unquestionable confidence. Colonel Yan, please transport it to the venue. As for what it is, you'll discover that yourself when you personally unveil this red cloth tomorrow. Seeing the fire burning in Lu Jingshan's eyes and those of the young people around him, Yan Long's initial disdain began to waver. He took a deep breath and waved his hand decisively. Fine. I'll go along with your madness this once. Men, pack it up. Escort it under the highest security clearance throughout the entire journey. Chapter 124, Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens. Dragon Nation Capital, International Science and Technology Conference Exhibition Center. The venue buzzed with the scent of perfume and the flurry of hairpins as top scientists, engineers, and military representatives from around the world mingled. Their demeanor was polite on the surface, but beneath it lay a hidden battle of wits. Each exhibition booth represented a nation's cutting-edge prowess in a specific field. The full-scale model of Eagle Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet, the Nighthawk, was undoubtedly one of the centerpieces. Its streamlined form and sci-fi paint scheme drew countless admiring glances and attention. The Bear Nation's booth radiated raw power, its rugged design silently boasting of formidable firepower. The Elephant Nation's exhibits also held unique appeal. In contrast, the official 6th-generation fighter concept model from the Dragon Nation, though exquisitely crafted, seemed to lack the awe-inspiring impact of the Eagle Nation's mature design. Yan Long stood near the Dragon Nation's main exhibition area in his crisp military uniform, his mood complex. He stared at the large aircraft model covered in red cloth, one he had personally signed for and transported here. He felt he must have been insane to believe a high school student's claims and bring this thing to an event of this caliber. Colonel Yanlong, is that your nation's new exhibit? Why is it still covered? A familiar British military attaché approached with a champagne glass, his tone tinged with teasing. Could it be you're preparing some surprise? His entourage behind him let out a few low chuckles. Yanlong's face stiffened, unsure how to respond. Just then, Lu Jingshan's calm voice sounded behind him. It's about time, Colonel Yanlong. You may unveil it now. Yanlong turned to see Lu Jingshan had appeared in the venue unnoticed, accompanied only by Xing Yue and Gu Changsheng. Though dressed in simple casual attire, the composure and confidence in their eyes stood starkly out of place amidst the surroundings. The arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Stealing his resolve, Yanlong strode purposefully toward the red cloth-covered exhibit. In an instant, countless gazes, curious, probing, even mocking, converged upon him. Many reporters sensed something unusual and immediately trained their cameras on the scene. Ladies and gentlemen. Yanlong's resonant voice cut through the din. This is a prototype concept model of a new aircraft brought by a civilian collaborative team from my country, Manhwa. Today marks its global debut. With that, he grabbed the corner of the red cloth and yanked it off with force. The red cloth slid away. In an instant, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the aircraft before them. What a sight it was! Its streamlined design seemed to come from the future, the dark silver hull flowing with a cold, elegant sheen under the lights. Hardly any visible rivets or seams, the fuselage and wings seamlessly integrated. Its aerodynamic layout defied every known fighter design principle. An extreme minimalism that radiated a heart-stopping aura of menace. This was no mere large-scale model aircraft. It was clearly a prototype fighter jet, a crystallization of extreme industrial aesthetics and cutting-edge technology. What is this? Good heavens! That aerodynamic configuration, I've never seen anything like it. How low will its radar cross-section be with that stealth coating? Look at its air intakes and what appear to be vectoring nozzles, the maneuverability. After a deathly silence, a roar of discussion erupted. Experts from various nations instantly swarmed around it, their eyes burning so intensely they seemed ready to melt the fighter jet. The British military attaché who had just made a sarcastic remark dropped his champagne glass with a loud crash, shattering it on the floor. His mouth gaped open as he stared fixedly at the fighter, his face turning instantly pale. Impossible. Could this be a 7th-generation fighter? Yanlong was equally stunned. Standing closest, he saw it most clearly. Every detail of this fighter radiated technological sophistication far beyond his comprehension. He whipped his head toward Lu Jingshan, his voice cracking. Jingshan, this was built by you guys in just 1 month? Lu Jingshan stepped forward, gently caressing the cold metal hull as if admiring a work of art. He looked at Yanlong, then at the stunned representatives from around the world surrounding them. His tone was calm, yet it thundered through the room like a bolt of lightning. That's correct. This is the 7th-generation airspace integrated stealth fighter prototype, the Dragon Soul, independently designed and manufactured by our Class 7 team over the course of 1 month. He paused, his gaze sweeping the entire hall, before dropping an even heavier bombshell. It employs revolutionary plasma stealth technology, achieving a radar cross-section below 0.0001 square meters. It's equipped with an adaptive variable cycle engine capable of exceeding 3.5 Mach in supersonic cruise. With an AI-assisted autonomous flight control system, its air combat effectiveness surpasses current 6th-generation aircraft by 300%. Each piece of data elicited a collective gasp. Silence. Complete silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this series of unimaginable performance specifications. 1 month? A civilian team? 7th generation? Performance that completely crushes the competition? This was pure fantasy. Yet it was unfolding before their very eyes. The next instant, flashes erupted like a torrential downpour, nearly drowning the entire exhibition stand. Every lens, every gaze, converged on the dark silver Dragon Soul and its strikingly young creator beside it. Yanlong stared at Lu Jingshan, the man now the center of the world's attention, and at the Dragon Soul destined to shock the globe. Overwhelming elation and pride instantly shattered his rationality. He stood ramrod straight and, facing Lu Jingshan and the entire world, roared at the top of his lungs. Excellent! What in Dragon Soul? What a Lu Jingshan! What a young man of our Dragon Nation! From now on, let's see who dares claim our Dragon Nation's technology is backward. Let's see who dares underestimate our Dragon Nation's youth. His voice shook the wilderness, his dragon's roar pierced the heavens. Chapter 125, The Dragon Soul Emerges. The crimson cloth slid away, revealing the dark silver dragon's soul like a dormant beast suddenly baring its fangs. The streamlined fuselage reflected a cold, sharp gleam under the lights, instantly stealing the breath of the entire audience. The venue fell deathly silent. Countless eyes were glued to the revolutionary aerodynamic design and seamless fuselage. Experts from various nations stared in disbelief, their pupils dilating as whispers of astonishment and gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. Yanlong stood beside the dragon's soul, his chest heaving violently as overwhelming awe and pride nearly engulfed him. He turned to the calm-faced Lu Jingshan beside him, his voice hoarse with emotion. Jingshan, is this real? As you see, Colonel Yanlong, Lu Jingshan replied in a matter-of-fact tone, as if merely presenting an ordinary object. Yet this silence, worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, did not last long. A jarring, cold laugh filled with arrogance and scorn erupted like cold water splashed into hot oil. Ha! 7th generation? Dragon Nation? 1 month? That's the funniest joke I've heard this century. The crowd parted automatically as a tall man in the uniform of a high-ranking Eagle Nation officer stepped forward, his meticulously trimmed beard framing his face. The stars on his shoulder insignia revealed his distinguished rank, Colonel Layton. His contemptuous gaze swept over the dragon's soul, finally settling on Lu Jingshan and Yanlong, his lips curling into a sneer. You expect to deceive the world by passing off some flashy model, cobbled together from who knows where, as a 7th-generation fighter jet? Layton's voice boomed through the venue's sound system, dripping with unmasked racial prejudice and malice. Is this the kind of deception and self-delusion you Dragon Nation people are born to excel at? Just like your industrial capabilities that can never catch up, you're only fit to pick up the scraps of technology we discard. Colonel Layton. Watch your language. Yanlong's face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his temples as he stepped forward and barked the warning. The surrounding Long Kingdom entourage glared at him with fury. My words? Layton sneered, not only refusing to back down but growing even more brazen. He deliberately shoved aside a young Dragon Nation technician who was frantically taking notes in his notebook. Caught off guard, the technician stumbled and fell to the ground, his notebook and pen flying out of his hands. Layton didn't even glance back, as if he'd merely crushed an ant. Looking down at the fallen technician, he sneered in broken Chinese. Oh, sorry, didn't see you, you little-eyed Dragon Country guy. But aren't you Dragon Country folks supposed to be so agile? How come you can't take a bump? The insulting words and brutal actions instantly ignited the fury of every Dragon Nation citizen present. Bastard! Yanlong nearly lunged forward, held back only by his aide's firm grip. Apologize. Apologize immediately. Members of the Dragon Nation delegation swarmed around him, their voices filled with fury. Layton spread his hands, wearing an expression that was both innocent and infuriating. Apologize? Why? Because he blocked my path? Or because your Dragon Nation deceived the world with a ridiculous model, and now you're furious that I exposed it? He pointed at the technician on the ground, his voice suddenly rising as he shouted into the surrounding cameras. Everyone, come see. This is the quality of Manhwa people. This is their technology. What else can they do besides fabricate lies and stage accidents? I seriously doubt this so-called 7th-generation fighter jet is anything but a piece of scrap metal that can't even take off. A complete and utter scam. He whipped around to face Lu Jingshan, his eyes brimming with provocation. Kid, you claimed this was real? Dare you prove it to everyone? Dare you pit it against our Eagle Nation's genuine, battle-tested 6th-generation Nighthawk in a real aerial duel? He sneered, enunciating each venomous condition. If you refuse, or if your toy can't fly, then you along with your entire Dragon Nation delegation will kneel before the world and confess, you are frauds. Dragon Nation technology will forever lag a century behind our Eagle Nation. A vicious demand and utter humiliation. The venue erupted in uproar. All eyes fixated on Lu Jingshan. Yanlong's face drained of color. He urgently lowered his voice to Lu Jingshan. Jingshan. Don't agree. He's trying to bait you. We can't even be sure it can take off properly. This was Yanlong's deepest fear, shared by every informed Dragon Nation military officer present. What if? What if this miraculous fighter jet was merely an elaborate mock-up? What if it couldn't fly? Then all the glory of this moment would instantly turn into the most devastating humiliation, utterly trampling Dragon Nation's dignity. Layton caught Yanlong's tension and the sudden freeze in the Dragon Nation delegation's atmosphere, his smugness swelling. His laughter grew wild. Ha ha ha. See? I knew it. You don't dare. Dragon Nation people only know how to. The contest it can proceed. A cool, calm voice, not loud but clear, cut through Layton's raucous laughter. Lu Jingshan stepped forward, his gaze steady and unwavering as he met Layton's eyes. The depth in his stare made Layton's arrogant grin freeze slightly. However, Lu Jingshan raised his hand, pointing toward the young technician who had just scrambled to his feet, his face etched with humiliation. Before the contest, I demand you kowtow and apologize to him for maliciously knocking down our citizen and insulting his character. What? Layton yelped like a cat with its tail stepped on. You want me to apologize to him like a yellow-skinned dog? Kneel? You're dreaming. Then there's no deal, Lu Jingshan said, his tone utterly unruffled as he turned to leave. If you lack the courage to take responsibility for your despicable actions, what right do you have to question others' achievements? Is the honor of British soldiers really about publicly bullying the weak and then flatly denying it? You! Layton's face flushed crimson with rage. The surrounding representatives and journalists exchanged pointed glances, their stares turning accusatory. Lu Jingshan's words had cornered him and his nation morally. Refuse to apologize, and they'd be branded arrogant and racist. Apologize, and it would be a crushing humiliation. Layden's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. Finally, under immense public pressure and driven by the desperate urge to expose the scam completely, he fixed a deathly stare on Lu Jingshan and ground out the words. Fine. I'll apologize. But if your plane can't fly, or if you lose, I want you to kneel down and lick my leather shoes. Under countless cameras, Colonel Layden's face turned ashen. Like swallowing a fly, he performed a humiliating, rapid, symbolic single-knee bow toward the Dragon Nation technician, muttering an indistinct sorry before abruptly standing up as if he'd been infected with a plague. The technician clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with rage and excitement, yet his eyes burned with an extraordinary intensity. The Dragon Nation delegation felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads, both vindicated and profoundly humiliated. This dignity must be reclaimed through victory. Now. Can we begin? Mr. Fraudster. Layden practically roared, his eyes burning with venom as he glared at Lu Jingshan. Lu Jingshan seemed oblivious to the vitriol, merely nodding faintly to Yanlong. Prepare. Yanlong's heart instantly leapt to his throat. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. The Dragon Nation soldiers behind him were equally tense, nearly suffocating, their eyes fixed intently on the dark silver dragon soul. Their hearts raced with desperate prayers. It must succeed. It must take flight. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation's ground crew had already begun emergency launch preparations for their 6th-generation Nighthawk fighter jet, moving with practiced efficiency and confidence. On the Dragon Nation side, only a handful of people, Lu Jingshan, Shen Yue, Gu Changsheng, and others, approached the Dragon Soul. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Jingshan personally conducted the final inspection. Initiate self-check procedure, he murmured into the communicator. Shen Yue's fingers danced rapidly across the temporary control console. Self-check complete. All systems normal. Dragon Soul, ready for launch. The crisp electronic voice boomed through the loudspeaker, startling everyone. This AI voice sounded too smooth to be a model. Layden's expression shifted slightly, though he forced himself to remain composed. Pulling some magic tricks. Requesting takeoff clearance, Lu Jingshan said, glancing toward the control tower. Yanlong took a deep breath and waved his hand decisively. Clear for takeoff. Good luck, Jingshan. His voice carried an imperceptible tremor. At that moment, every heart in Dragon Nation clenched. On site and in front of screens, countless people held their breath. Lu Jingshan slid into the cockpit, closed the canopy, a motion as fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The engines roared to life, not with the expected frenzied roar, but with a deep, powerful hum, like the awakening heartbeat of a colossal beast. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the Dragon Soul fighter glided gracefully out of its display bay and onto the temporary runway area. It actually works, someone murmured. Layden's mouth twitched. The next instant, the Dragon Soul's tail vector nozzles adjusted their angle, and the deep hum abruptly sharpened into a piercing screech. Without a lengthy runway roll, the fighter jet shot forward as if propelled by an invisible giant hand, erupting with astonishing acceleration. It nearly took off vertically, piercing straight into the sky. The powerful exhaust blast made the flags along the runway flap wildly, blowing so hard that many people couldn't keep their eyes open. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence, even deeper than when they had first seen the actual aircraft. It took off. It was truly taking flight. And its takeoff posture and acceleration far surpassed any existing fighter jet. Yanlong and all the Dragon Nation soldiers were initially speechless, then immense joy and pride erupted like a volcano. It's flying. It's really flying. Yanlong slammed his fist against the railing, his fierce eyes brimming with tears as he struggled to contain his overwhelming emotion. The arrogance and scorn on Colonel Layden's face froze instantly, replaced by a deathly pallor and utter disbelief. His mouth gaped open as he stared upward at the fighter jet rapidly shrinking into a silver speck in the sky, his voice cracking in shock. WTF? This can't be possible. But the truly impossible was yet to come. In the sky, the Nighthawk fighter had already taken off, attempting to seize an advantageous position. But the Dragon Soul executed a light, physics-defying half-roll in place, slipping like a ghost into the Nighthawk's blind spot. The beyond visual range dogfight simulation commenced. The Dragon Soul's radar lock signal instantly appeared on the Nighthawk's warning system, too fast for the Nighthawk pilot to react. In close-range combat, the Nighthawk pulled out all the stops, executing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers. Yet the Dragon Soul consistently evaded with near precognitive ease, maintaining the Nighthawk within its attack range throughout. Its maneuverability, agility, and speed were utterly overwhelming. The Nighthawk pilot's voice over the comm channel now carried terror and utter collapse. God! It's too fast. I can't lock on. It's everywhere. This isn't a fighter jet. It's a ghost. The entire stadium fell silent, broken only by the radar screen's data and the commentator's voice occasionally cracking with utter shock. Every head was craned upward, watching as the dark silver fighter toyed with the Nighthawk, the pinnacle of Eagle Nation's aerospace technology, as if it were a child's plaything. Performance gap. Generational superiority. Colonel Ladong's face turned ashen white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered repeatedly, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Finally, the dragon soul executed a near vertical, terrifying J-turn maneuver, hovering steadily directly above the Nighthawk, its simulated weapon systems locked onto it completely. The outcome was decided. The dragon soul descended slowly, gliding gracefully back to its original position. A hatch opened, and Lu Jingshan stepped out with a calm expression, as if he had just taken a leisurely drive. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. The next second, deafening applause and cheers erupted from the Dragon Nation delegation, nearly shaking the venue's roof off, and swiftly swept across the entire arena. Yanlong rushed forward, excitedly embracing Lu Jingshan and patting his back hard, his voice choked with emotion. "You're amazing, kid. You're a hero of our nation." Meanwhile, Colonel Layton slumped lifelessly into his chair, his face ashen, utterly defeated. Lu Jingshan gently pushed Yanlong aside, his gaze sweeping past the cheering crowd to fix precisely on Layton, whose face had drained of all color. Step by step, he walked toward Layton. His voice was not loud, yet it thundered through the suddenly silent hall. "Colonel Layton, you have lost. Now, is it time to fulfill your promise to kowtow and apologize?"